Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the TI15 closed qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. Gunnar, we've only got one slot and some incredible teams
Yeah.
battling out for it. How we doing?
Good. I mean, I think this is one of the hardest regions to get in. It's like, honestly, this in South America to me are the ones that have the one slot, but a lot of like teams that are pretty similar strength. People are always going to say, like, oh, Europe, right? That's the one that people want to say, but they got 4 slots.
Yeah.
You got a lot of opportunities to get here. You got one slot here. Everything rides on this qualifier. It's your whole year. So I'm really excited. It's going to be some good games.
Absolutely. No, I think you're definitely right, and I've viewed it this way with other qualifiers as well, in other years for Southeast Asia, where it's just been so incredibly competitive. We can see the teams that were going to be going at it as well. Of course, you're looking at really the ones at the top, Execration, Reconics, Glyph, and OG. But in all the other kind of qualifiers we've had in Southeast Asia, there's been some underdogs that have eliminated teams that you would not have expected and made a lower bracket run. Of course, not to qualify in the end, but yeah, the fact that we only have one slot here in C is going to make it very exciting.
I think I'm just excited because this is the region I think is the most surprising for these like one slot qualifiers. Like I do not have any idea who's going to win. I feel like for most of the regions you can pick like two favorites that are going to go through. But this one's like it could be anyone, and I think a lot of these teams also have a lot of fans. It's like, we have OG obviously has like one of the biggest fan bases, but I think Reconics got a lot of fans earlier in the year. Execration's always been around a long time. So I think it's just going to be a really cool story to watch. And hopefully the team that, qualifies is also going to be able to kind of keep the momentum and have a good run for C at TI. Cause I think they've kind of been struggling as a region this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it hasn't. It's been a couple of years now for Southeast Asia where it's
Yeah.
been a bit difficult. I guess going back, we had T1, and then there was also, of course, Aurora and Talon that we saw be competitive on the land level, but unfortunately not able to get those victories. I think really if I remember correctly, the last one was maybe TNC where we had the major just before COVID. So for C, it's been some time.
And that was the classic Morphling Earthshaker.
Yeah, yeah.
Good times with I think March was their coach actually. So a lot of C blood there, but I don't know. I'm just really excited. I think this first match, I think all the matches for the first day or two are pretty close. A lot of them are going to be like open qualifier teams. So I think this is kind of their chance to prove what they've shown, or like what they can do rather. Like all the teams have always been scrimming. They've been practicing. This is like this is the tournament of the year, right? This is TI. This is the one you want to be at. So this is like the all out. I know these qualifiers are very stressful. So I'm really excited to see like how these teams are able to perform, especially in the early day, because I think getting that first win, getting that bit of like momentum is like the perfect way to start your qualifier.
Sure. How important do you think it is coming from the open qualifier, just in the fact that there's a little bit of data behind these teams, and for like when you do face, of course, Glyph or Execration, Reconics, where they haven't had. I mean, of course, I suppose Glyph and Reconics have played more so recently, and of course those online events and land events. But do you think at least just being warmed up for the open qualified teams could be beneficial to them, or maybe a deterrent, or not a deterrent, so but it doesn't help them as much because of the games and the data?
It's always interregional is always really hard, to be honest, because you pretty much never scrim your own region, so you don't actually know how people play. Like I remember back when I was in Southeast Asia, we only scrimmed Chinese teams. We didn't scrim a single Southeast Asian team before our TI qualifiers. And like same in North America, we only scrim like European teams or South American teams. So it's really hard to say. I think Southeast Asia honestly has a struggle for scrims, probably because they can only really scrim Southeast Asia, China, whereas a lot of the other regions can scrim with Europe. So you have like less options to kind of go through for these scrims. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up kind of scrimming each other at some point. And if that's the case, I would probably give it to the more experienced teams. Just having that like information, playing probably the teams you're playing here. Whereas the open qualifier teams, sometimes the open qualifiers aren't the highest quality. You'll get maybe like 1 or 2 of the games are going to be like good, and the rest are going to be kind of a breeze for the teams going to TI. Hopefully most of your open qualifier games are pretty easy. So I wouldn't give it a huge advantage, but it's always good to be warmed up, and it's always good to feel good off a win.
Sure. Well, for our first series in particular, with Team Grind versus Mentality Monster, they've actually already faced each other. We saw in the first Open qualifier, Team Grind were able to, they were able to get a 2-0. It was relatively convincing games. Mentality Monster had to take a little bit for them to get into, of course, the closed calls. So we'll see if that your recent performance is able to continue to favor Team Grind or Grind Back. They're not happy with Grind Back. I feel like you can change the name from Grind Back when you get to TI. They're not there just yet. So Team Grind, I don't know. They're still grinding.
You're gonna sponsor.
Yeah.
You always have the opportunity to rebrand, but got to get there first. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I also want to say I think the meta right now is actually really fun, even to play or watch. I think that it always happens that T has like a perfect meta. They always make it really good, but just I think ranged carries are always really fun to watch because they're always really high damage, but they require a lot of positioning. I think the mid hero pool is pretty good. Sometimes Snap can be annoying, but outside of like Snap Pango, it's pretty good. And then offlane is a lot of these like kind of team fight stunny tanky heroes. So a lot of the games I think are very fun to watch. So I think in just general, it's like a really good patch for watching Dota right now. So it's like I've been having a lot of fun playing, and even like watching. I played the open qualifiers for fun, and a lot of the games are just really. It's just a good patch, so I think they should be good games.
But how do you think the games, at least the patch and meta suits C in particular, with the style you're talking about, like with the range carries, and I feels like mid heroes are pretty typical. You said offlane, you melee tanky and you initiate. How does that kind of favor C though? Do you feel like this is maybe something that is a meta is going to be good for them or no?
Yeah, I think that I honestly think it should favor Southeast Asia in the sense that I think their offlaners like playing a lot of the broken heroes. Like Axe, for example, is like I always think of Southeast Asia as one of like the biggest Axe regions.
Yeah.
And their carries are also kind of the like pop-off carries. Like a lot of them are the ones who want a 1v5, and that's what carries do when they're ranged. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a good patch for these teams. Hopefully that I want their mids and their carries to kind of be able to pop off. Like I want them to do good. I want them to have explosive games, and that's what they can do.
Okay. But definitely I think the mid in particular for Team Grind is an interesting one. Ken, he's been a lot of your previous teams for you're with some Filipino stacks. I mean Xerxia, made in Philippines. He's really played with a crew that he hasn't really moved away from. I feel like him and JG have always been together. So this is going to be interesting. I definitely feel like for him, it's probably the best team that he's been on in at least the qualifiers to try and make it to TI. Him actually Nico are the two people on Grindback that haven't made it to TI. Nico played at the last chance qualifiers in, I think that was TI10, TI11, I think actually. So he played there, but not officially at TI. But of course, Savage is a 4 times TI player. Same with Oli, and Q's a 3 times TI player as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience in this region. I think a lot of the teams kind of end up with very similar players. And so you'll always have like 2 or 3 players on the teams that are these like experienced guys, and then you have like 1 or 2 new kind of guys to the show. But I always feel like their new guys are always really popular, and they usually get poached by European teams a lot of the time. They have like WS. He's like this like really, this offlaner is super good. And then a bunch of the European teams were like, hey man, Copenhagen TI, you play pretty good. You want to come join our team? Like, and so I think that's like the very interesting thing about the region, that they have these like, they always have like the 3 old heads that have been around for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And then you always have like 1 new guy who's either in the region and becomes the old head, or then he's just gone. He's in Europe and he's gone and he never comes back.
Yeah, and I think WS is really been the hottest talent for a while. I think we had like In Your Dream was a big one that everyone was looking out for when he hit the scene. Of course, Savage as well. But really since then, there's been some other names that have kind of been chucked out here. We always have people that are quite high ranked in Southeast Asia, but WS has been the talent that everyone was sought after. So yeah, we've seen, of course, how he's been looking with Aurora over the year for them. But now it's someone else's time. Someone else's time to make a run here in the qualifiers and be able to go play
at Shanghai as well, which is insane. You know, but going back to China, it's going to be great. We just saw China qualifiers end as well. You know, Team Brazilians, they were able to take the slot. We saw Vici Gaming. I don't know if you saw the ending of that game, but I woke up this morning. Yeah, that was crazy. I woke up, I thought maybe I watched like the tail end of game 3 was like 60 minutes. It looked like it was completely over. Vici weren't going to win. And then I woke up and saw it went 90 plus minutes and they won somehow. So, I mean, that was insane.
Yeah, I think the qualifiers always deliver. I think in these regions that have like 1 or 2 slots, it's always you can tell everyone's fighting for kind of everything. And also generally qualifiers kind of are sometimes high quality Dota because you don't have like the stress of being on LAN. It's like an online event. Everyone gets to be at home, right? A boot camp with your team. So just a low pressure situation. Usually the higher pressure you go, the worse people get. So it's like the perfect opportunity for people to have everything on the line because it's TI, but still be in kind of a safer situation for them to be in.
Sure. Well, let's see how these two teams are going to be able to perform. We've got our draft. We're ready to go. First draft and first game here of the qualifiers. So again, we did see Mentality Monsters and Team Grind play very recently. Team Grind getting that 2-0 victory. Mentality Monsters, you'd have to say they're the underdogs. You know, people would, I guess 1J really is the biggest name. I mean, maybe not in C, to be honest. It's a bit surprising to see him here. Even the offlaner, which I'm going to say, you see top right of screen, I got no idea how to pronounce his name, but he's also Kazakhstanian. So he's playing in Southeast Asia too. So yeah, they've got a bit of a mixed bag here in regards to nationality.
I want to say it's like Igor Demon.
Let's
make the X's O's.
Sure, that honestly, that's pretty good. Yeah,
I feel like that's the best I can get.
That's better than what I was going to get. You know, I don't know if you saw, but he's a offlane Ira player. They played it 2 to 3 games, maybe in the quals. Definitely 2, maybe 3. He also plays something else. He played the Undying. That was with the Coddle, though. They're really big Coddle fans. You see Team Grind banned it out already in the first phase.
Yeah, the hero's a very specialist hero. And I think this is the patch where it's looked good. Mid, I think it's more volatile this patch than it's been in the past. There's times where it looks really good, but I think even on support, I would say support's way more consistent to play it as right now. But yeah, and then the other heroes are just the broken heroes that get nerfed 3 times and they're still the same thing. Like Puck gets nerfed every patch, still broken. Kez gets nerfed. Lone Druid, Clock, Beastmaster, like all these heroes basically have just been good for months and months and years, and they just keep getting nerfed, but they're always like conceptually broken. Largo, I'm kind of interested that he's getting priority again. I want to say it's because of the meta. That like ability of like being these like tankier offlaners and not necessarily need to be stuns always means that you can play this almost like an aura bot, right? It kind of, he reminds me of back in the day of like the Wraith Pact meta kind of. We have these like offlaners and they just buy like Pipe, Vlad's, Wraith Pact, all that good stuff. And he kind of replaces that with just his songs. Like he has the healing to basically be like a damage reduction kind of thing. He has bonus damage with his Q. So it's like this very nice guy that just exists to make everyone stronger. And because I think the mid and carry heroes just are so strong in this patch, that's kind of all they need. They need that just like little bit of buff. A lot of the mids really like the Croak of Genius for it's like 40% more damage. Like, okay, yeah, insane. Let's just do 40% more damage. And I think the hero's really fun to watch. I think there was that one part that it was like broken, and it wasn't that good. But I think now that it's kind of just a strong staple, I think it's a fun hero.
Of course, a lot of the criticism with the Largo is that it was quite slow. I know it's a little bit different. Yeah. Maybe now with the item build,
it's a bit faster, yeah, because the Q has built-in, the ult Q, like the damage song, has built-in damage now instead of needing Ags for the damage, which means that you farm a bit faster. People are going for like a Kaya first instead of the straight Ag rush, so it lets you kind of have an easier time farming and showing up to fights and having impact. But
I don't actually know what's going on. We've been paused for a little bit. This is they haven't said anything.
So
like the
1J is the captain. And he disconnected. I assume his game crashed.
I see.
So they paused because the captain like stays captain even if they disconnect.
I see.
So
okay, that makes sense. Here you go.
They can't really like draft until he's back.
I see. Okay.
I feel like
Oh.
that could be a cool thing to change. Like if the captain disconnects, it just goes to a different player.
Yeah, just swap now.
Oh,
There
he
we
just
go.
gave it to
Reconnected.
Okay, never mind. We fixed it. All good.
So let's see. You had a little bit of extra time to work it out, but really coming into this series, I imagine both sides, again, you're playing each other very recently, they'd have a pretty good idea of what this first phase is going to look like. So we will get that.
It's going to be the same stuff. It's going to be Pango, Hoodwink, Snapfire. I think we're pretty much consistently going to see those getting picked very early. And Clockwork. Those are the heroes that could maybe get through. I think Clockwork probably will never, but Snap is just a really strong mid laner this patch. I think also Southeast Asia, their mids have consistently been the guys who have liked Snap mid for a very long time. But it also flexes. And then the other ones that I said were like Hoodwink is just probably the best 4 of the patch, in my opinion. And Pangolier, I think, is just always going to be good. So I'm surprised. The tree is also been picked up in favor, I think, because of the meta. Because it's that ranged carry meta, I think Tree is by far the best melee support outside of Clockwork. So you pick Tree, and you basically guarantee whatever ranged carry you pick is going to be happy in the lane.
Yeah, so what are we looking at the moment when you consider range carries? Drow, of course, is the big one. Your TBs, of course, when you think about Savage, I mean, Morph is something that we're not really seeing at all at the moment. Shadow Fiend just getting banned out. Are there any others?
The popular ones I've been seeing are the Shadow Fiend, the Drow, which get banned, and then TA, I've been actually seeing a good amount. With pretty good success. I think at one of the last tournament, I believe it was Blast, it had almost 100% win rate. It was like 6-0 or 8-0, something like that when I checked, if I'm remembering correctly. So TA looks good. It's also good for Snap. You could pick like the Morphlings, the TBs. I wouldn't say they're necessarily the strongest. Like Morphling's kind of on his weaker side, but it's 23. So
Yeah.
like, you can't really be like, oh, Morphling's a bad hero, you shouldn't pick it 23, because he'll pick it. But I would say they're probably not going to pick it now, and then they'll just like pick a Templar Assassin later. Like that would be the simple answer, I think.
Well, the Meepo ban is definitely one against mentality monsters you have to look out for. They've first phase this hero. That was at least the draft I saw. They 9th picked it. So 9th pick overall. So they were able to protect it a little bit, but something they had a lot of success on. And of course, Nico on one of his ever so comfort offlane melee heroes in the Axe.
Axe is just so good this patch. He even got nerfed, I want to say, the last patch very slightly, but there's just a lot of good stuff about the hero. The laning stage is really strong. You're a undispellable stun effectively. Like obviously the hero can hit, but he can't use any items, can't use any spells. So you're an unstoppable stun, and in this meta of these like tanky initiator offlaners, he's just like a lane winner, and he's good versus these ranged carries. But we've also have been seeing a response. Timbersaw has been picking up a lot of value recently. I think there was a big break of, I want to say, 6 months or so where everyone kind of ignored the hero. Like, oh, this hero sucks, it's bad. But I think with range carries being meta, with strength offlaners being meta, and these like supports that aren't necessarily super high damage all the time, such as like this tree, Timbersaw just looks really good. Like he is a very good match versus the Axe, very good match versus the tree. Sure, he's probably going to play versus a Templar Assassin right now, but I think he's still pretty happy in this game.
Yeah, what others? Because we've seen Luna as well previously as another option against the Timber. Like where would you value TA, Luna, and some other like range heroes?
The other one would be like a Gyrocopter. In the past used to be the Timbersaw response. It's also good versus Phoenix because you have the like way to hit the egg while still doing damage in the team fight. I just like the TA. I think that the hero is like pretty strong, and it's just a very strong lane with the tree. It'll never get pressured by the Timbersaw. Ooh, okay. So they actually are valuing the mid, which I don't think is necessarily the wrong choice. Mid pool is actually pretty small of strong mids, I would say right now. There's like this argument of right now they're going to get embered is pretty much the issue. It's like you get to the 16, 17 and Storm are in the pool. And if you don't pick either, they'll pick the Storm on 18 and ban the Ember. If you pick the Storm on 17, they'll pick Ember in response and they're happy. And then if you pick the Ember, because you're like, oh, I'll pick the Ember, then you get Huskguard on 18 or something.
Oh, wow.
But ooh, okay. So they're valuing the carry Tiny versus Axe lane, I would assume. Also because there is Snapfire Flex mid, which was kind of nice that they don't have to put the Snap on support, and the Snap's a good lane versus Storm. So they're in this cool position where they pick their carry, and now Grindback still kind of wants to ban these like annoying mids for Storm, like the Ember Spirit, for example. And then they can just pick a new 4 or 5 just to have a strong lane. So their draft is like a pretty nice position, I think, when you take the carry here.
I think just another thing in particular with Ken's heroes, I feel like he is maybe a little bit more limited in regards to the hero pool for him. Definitely is the flashy Storm, Ember, Puck. I'd say like he's top 3, and then some of the other heroes under that maybe he's not as comfortable on. So this is something through the rest of the qualifiers, if they continue to try and get his hero early. There's that Ember band like you're mentioning though.
Yeah, I'd say generally the bans here are going to be like Ember, Quap are usually the Storm bans. I could see them trying to ban a support, something like, I would want to say Shadow Demon versus the Axe, but having the support to a Phoenix Shadow Demon just doesn't sound that good to me. Sounds like kind of too weak support. Maybe like a Disruptor could be cool. But it's like so hard to get these support bans. That's what makes it like very annoying to deal with in the draft. There's so many of the supports that do different things, whereas a lot of the mids are kind of similar. So it's like you could ban the Quap and you fix that one strategy, but sure, if they want to support, they'll just get one of the whatever supports they need.
I guess, is there one support, like the style of support that you feel like it works better regardless for mentality monsters? Like, do you need a way to enable the Timber, the continuous pickoff with the Disruptor like you're mentioning?
I think having a bit more stuns for the Storm is really nice, or control.
Okay.
I would say, like, oh, Shadow Demon's really good versus the rest of the heroes. Like, the Purge is good versus the Tree Armor, and also, if you get the Shard, it's good versus the ult. And you have Save versus Axe. Oh. Is that... Huh. So, it's either... I want to say it's carried... Mid Magnus? Maybe? And carry Tiny?
That's a
I mean, there's a
great question.
world where it's support Tiny too, and still it's mid snap and it's a carry mag. I mean, I don't know. They can do anything they want. I have genuinely no idea what they're doing with the draft, which could be a good thing. I think when you're the underdogs and you, assuming this is their playstyle, I think when you do your own playstyle, it makes the games easier for you and harder for your opponents. Because usually like, a lot of the tier 1 teams kind of play versus the exact same heroes every single game and like very similar strategies. So when you do like weird stuff, it always catches them off guard. But thankfully for them, I don't think they're going to be caught off guard with this TA pick. And I think it's a pretty easy, like, pick it and move forward.
Yeah, you kind of surprised that they banned the Necro and the Monkey. Of course, some value versus the Timber overall, but it leaves the other heroes like we were mentioning in the pool. So Luna's going to be there from Savage.
A bit. I think, again, it goes down to that theory of heroes filling similar roles. You could say, like, there's going to be Templar Assassin, Luna, maybe the Drow. We can take the Drow out, because I don't think he's that good right now. But like even Luna TA do somewhat similar, like strong lanes versus the Timbersaw. But maybe necessarily in the game, they're not that good versus Magnus offlane or Magnus 4, which is what they have. So I think that is potentially their idea, that they have like an anti-ranged carry hero. And it'd be way more annoying if there was like a tanky Necro or a melee carry like the Monkey King. Just these heroes that don't really care too much about getting skewered in. That would be my best bet, but I think this lane can get really scary. Like the Timber Magnus lane versus the Luna tree. The nice thing is they can both break trees very easily. Like Skewer will break all the trees, Timbersaw will break all the trees. So Tree and Protect is gonna have a pretty annoying time kind of getting value in the lane with like his invis hits. But just Luna itself is a very strong lane versus the Timbersaw.
Let's see if this lane's going to be able to work out for Savage. You did mention in the draft as well, like your Tiny being picked up as a potential response to the Axe. So we'll see if he's able to have a solid lane. Overall, it's definitely interesting from mentality monsters. I mean, a position for Magnus is not something we're seeing in Mag in general at the moment. And we're not getting a whole lot as well. So Anya will be playing the Snap mid, so they get that matchup into the Storm, at least something that he's going to be comfortable on. A lot of team fight from mentality monsters, though. Your Kisses, Supernova, RP, both Timber and Tiny can be incredibly scary here as well. So is there a lineup that you're feeling a little bit more confident with in game one?
I mean, if I had to pick lineup wise, I kind of like Mentality Monsters. I'm biased a bit for Snapfire in this patch.
Okay.
I think that every time I see that hero, it just destroys the lane at like 80-20s the lane, and then just gets a blink dagger and gets like 16 kills. And then you either scale into going magic damage or you go physical damage. I think in this game, you can probably go physical damage and just kill people. But I don't know. I think the hero is just way too good. So any draft that there's a Snapfire mid, I'll kind of root for them.
Okay.
What about you?
Maybe maybe grind back just a little bit, but you see, we're getting game. Ken's he's mocking. He's questioning whether first pick Meepo was coming. He said he's scared. You know, we didn't. You know, where was it? We're expecting it, but I think I just with the recent series as well, the grind back getting that 2-0 victory. I feel like there's a lineup that if they can get the ball rolling, can close out the game. The question for me with raiding is just like, how do you really do stuff on the map when your supports are Phoenix, Mag, and if you're playing behind? That's I guess this is where it's coming into play with the Snapfire. Like you're expecting a very good lane for Anya, that early blink. You know, if he's able to convert, the Timber has a good lane as well. But I'm a bit concerned that maybe if they start to fall behind, that Grindback could just sweep the map and have too large of a lead.
Yeah, I think the support duo is a bit cooked and not in a good way. I think Rubik and Trian are both extremely strong heroes this patch. Every time I see a Rubik, they just always have crazy amounts of impact. I think this game he also has super good spells to be able to steal. Between either the tiny stuns, any of the snap spells, any of the timber spells, like all of them are good. So I think Q has the ability to kind of pop off in this game. And even Tree just has so much kind of map impact with like the ability to go invis and start plays and find these plays. So yeah, I think that the scariest thing is for Radiant having something happen, right? Like having supports be able to make plays, maybe getting a fast blink dagger on the Magnus. Like they need to make the game their own, I would say. They can't just sit back and let the game play itself.
Okay. We're already starting to see how difficult top can be early on. Timber's going to get ran down. I mean, that's a double Corey snipe. It's not too bad. 1J will take some of the resources away and start to drag that wave. So we shall see. Yeah. You mentioned in the draft, what was it specifically with the Axe and Tiny interaction inside the lane?
It's not super big on the lane.
Okay.
It's that Tiny's innate gives him status resistance. So he doesn't get called for super, super long. And he doesn't hit that fast, so he usually won't kill himself on Blade Mail either.
Sure.
But laning stage-wise, I've honestly seen this lane go the other way, like Axe wins the lane. The biggest benefit to Tiny is that he has high damage, so it's like you can easily get the last hits to kind of get the battle hunger off you, but it's not... I wouldn't say like the laning stage is the biggest benefit for him.
All right, what's going on? What are we doing in the river?
It's just new lane unlocked.
So insane. Oh man. Of course, we'll see how mid's able to go with Anya as well. Gains Ken on the Storm Spirit. I know you touched previously on like the magic or the physical build from the Snapfire. Is there one in general that you even favor just a little bit more, or is it like quite game dependent?
I would say me personally, I end up going the magic build a lot more because a lot of the times my team will have a lot of like physical damage.
Okay.
But I know from experience and watching, a lot of the Southeast Asian mids prefer the physical damage. I think like Makoto, right? That guy like always goes for the physical. He goes like some Hydra's Breath, Daedalus, super hard scaling. And in this game, I think that's pretty good because Luna can sometimes get out of control late game with like the damage reduction from the W, being able to like out man fight your Tiny. I think that's a very realistic possibility. So having this physical damage just to one-shot Luna basically with like Daedalus and a Rapier or something is pretty game winning.
Does the physical build like affect any of your early to like just early game, I suppose? Or it's kind of later on when you start to diverge, right?
It's like your third item usually. I think you'll always go Blink plus Shard and just go for kills early. You'll go Kaya because you need a lot of mana. And then after that, I think is usually when they start kind of diverging. Some people will still go like a Kaya Yasha, even if they're going to go physical. But pretty much after that, it's like, are you gonna go Daedalus Hydra's Breath, or are you gonna go for like Refresher Shard, Kaya Yasha,
Sure.
stuff like that?
Oh, see what the decision's going to be from Anya. Nothing queued up just yet. Not one of the plays where he's got the entire item build.
Yatoro, when Yatoro did that, when they added the feature the first time, it was the funniest thing ever.
I wish I want to be able to know how, if you literally got the entire item set that was queued up. See, Savage has got it. He's got plus 13. So he knows, but at the end of the game, I want to know, like, was his read actually correct? Yeah, or did he have an incorrect, quote unquote incorrect read?
I would say a lot of the time, I feel like the first 2 to 3 items are almost always the same these days. Oh,
cute.
It's gonna be first blood.
Looks like that will be the case. Telekinesis will make it a little bit messy to try and get inside the pit, but Roche is not there to deny, and Juju finds first blood for Mentality Monsters.
Well, if you take Luna, for example, pretty much every game is going to be Mask of Madness, into a Manta, into probably a BKB. Like, I would assume those... Oh, Cookie and a Skewer mid.
Not bad. Cute start, Ken. He's got a Fairy Fire along with a Wand as well, so he's got some extra resources with a TP in from Q, but Juju's going to try and assist. He doesn't have any spells at the moment, and Ken... unfortunately, not going to win out. Anya still trying to get away. Turns with the scatter. And they got the shockwave, but Q's going to be okay regardless. Second kill for the boys on Radiant.
That's a really good kill. The Cookie and a Skewer is like this really annoying thing where you see the Magnus mid and you're like, oh, this guy's like, why is he just like here? Like, he's just standing. And then you get Cookie and you're like, oh, guys, I messed up.
Yeah. Kind of something you got to be on your toes with now. Not just that, but your potential toss back into Skewer as the game goes on as well. So a bunch of repositioning.
And that's also the power of the snap. You see how much damage they're able to actually do with just right clicks and spells, because this innate is crazy to me. It's such a good innate, and it was also crazier when it used to work on denies too. So you just deny for like 80 damage, 90 damage. Yeah, when they first added it. So it was impossible to like last hit versus Surge. Every last hit was 80 damage you had to beat. But now it's more balanced. It's only on damage to enemies, but it's still like your both of your nukes. That's why the Blink Shard build is so good, because you literally can do like 1,000 damage burst on any target. So you can pretty much just solo kill any hero the second you get Blink Shard at like 15 minutes.
Oh, he's 6 now at an opponent stage. Just nuke down the double ranged. The power rune that they're going to fight over as well. Ken will actually deny, but the double cookie from Anya.
For the Snapfire. Oh, good access, no
Nico
Q.
with the wraparound. Oh, instant telekinesis as well. Stops the Mortimer Kisses. Great position from Q. Looks like it's still going to be a little bit difficult. Nico will try and slow him down, but the Battle Hunger, they should have the capability to be able to continue to chase. 1J will make it a little bit messy. Sidesteps the cookie. And just continuing to fall blow, but Tiny will even rotate as well. Secures the combo. They've lost their mid, but the fight back's going to be there. Mentality Monsters unable to really get that much out of it in the end, having to bring, of course, their carrier to the middle lane. A little bit too late to keep the Snapfire alive, however.
I think that was a bit greedy of the Snap to kind of walk up like that far on the hill. Usually this like 6-minute fight, a lot of the offlaners have ended up starting to come to this over the years. I will always think of, I want to say it was like Collapse and DM were the first two that really started like being aggressive on this. Oh, whoa.
Oh, Nico should surely die here though with Anya coming bottom. Nice sidestep, but
there's no way.
Is he out? What a sidestep! And now they're actually down to bottom. Anya might be a back-to-back death onto the Snapfire. Nice rotation for Ken. Always here as well. It's a double dunk from Nico, and oh, cute sidestep from him.
That's so bad for them. The fact, so your mid snap, who we were like, this guy's got to make a lot of plays, got to get the Blink Shard, got to do stuff on the map, winning his lane as well. He's still ahead in net worth after all this on the Storm, but he just dies twice back to back, gives Axe a double kill. Now Nico's just destroying. He has 3 kills as an Axe. He's 4,000 net worth, highest in the game.
Damn.
And I do like this build a lot. I think the Vessel build is good in these aggressive games that you want to just keep running around and being really strong. And it's a good Vessel game in general versus the Tiny and the Timbersaw. So I think Nico might just start running away with this game pretty soon.
Yeah, well, was a concern, right, that we had, that we felt like Grindback's lineup, this could be the position if they have an early net worth lead that they can continue to snowball in top lane. They're going to try and do just that. And look at the champ behind the tower. Ken's going to zip over the top with the Arcane Rune and the Eclipse as well. 1J will do a decent job to skew away, but Ken's got too much mana. So we're going to be a little bit careful. Actually, yeah, he zipped in now instead. So Ken's going to be able to walk it off, and Nico will actually try and run down 1J. Phoenix will still die nonetheless. Is that all?
They're trying.
That's it.
There's no way Ken goes in. I think he will, though.
Is he?
Is he just... Oh, no, he's not.
Okay. Even Nico tried to wrap around too. Yeah, so, okay, we're already at the stage, like, how do you slow down some of the momentum that's coming from Grindback? Juju's level 3.
Pretty hard. I think Axe, in this current patch, if you get ahead in the lane, which is not that hard to get ahead in the lane because of how strong he is, like, he can either just straight up win the lane by existing, or he can cut. Like, that's the really cool thing about Axe, which he did a little bit of both. It's so hard to fight into this here with max battle hunger. Like, you can't really do anything. So I think Nico's doing a super good job at always positioning in front of where the enemy wants to be. And they might try to make a go on the tiny bot. He has no more creeps to be able to kill for battle hunger.
Siege. Slowly getting run down. Toss going to be stolen from Q. Come back here.
There are some TPs. Is anyone going to TP and save him?
Anyone coming through? Maloon is actually even through the portal as well, so no assistance at all from Radiant. They just sacrificed their carry.
I think they could have responded. I know usually responding is not the greatest, but you have Snap TP with an ult. I mean, maybe their supports are just too low level. Like you were saying, Phoenix is just hit level 4 right now after he's dead. Magnus just hit level 5. So just in strength of supports, you have Q level 6 on the Rubik, Tree's about to hit 6 on the for Ollie. So there's a lot of these kind of factors that we were worried about when the game's starting, and they're kind of coming to fruition right now.
And it's just going to get even easier to dive on this mid lane. Bottom's going to go down with this catapult wave. Nico's got Vessel out. You're going to wrap on mid. They've already got a pretty deep observer ward set up from Dire, and that's going to result in a kill onto Juju, I believe. So Ken should be able to get extra galvanized stack, and he's got a regen rune as well. So this will continue over the next couple of minutes. His 4K lead.
The snap.
Yeah, they might.
Scary. Yeah, the second he presses one spell, like the nuke, that's probably their go time because he has no more attack speed slow.
Absolute correct read. Ken's could be in. And they didn't save their tiny bot. Let's see if they're going to try and protect the Snapfire instead. But the rest of the team slowly converging. But Ollie just in range here with the overgrowth. Skewer from 1J, but there's just no follow-up. There's no RP. There's no Supernova. You've got the Timber at least. That's not too bad, especially with the stun from Siege. Damage is lacking. Ollie walks it off, and Ken's alive as well. And now with the Spirit Vessel out, Nico's just full health running him down. He's going to look away, expecting the Tiny to die over time. He's actually living on 50 health, but meanwhile, Eagle Demon, he's gone in. Well, the Timber wanted to secure the kill, but he didn't have enough damage. In this game, it is completely out of control for Mentality Monsters.
It looked so good, and they got nothing. Not a single kill. Even Ollie walks away with what? Like 50 health? He lives through like the burning because Phoenix is so low level. Phoenix can't kill him. Like you said, there's no RP, there's no egg. The supports are just so much weaker. And this is starting to like kind of snowball really, really heavily out of control. I think that I don't know how they find a way to slow the game down, but they need this Blink Dagger on 1J. I think that's their timing to maybe get stuff done. Like you get a good skewer on the Luna in, you get a good skewer on the Storm, something like that. Yeah, you have options, but for now, it's pretty much just Grindback doing whatever they want.
Unfortunately, that blink is going to continue to be delayed. Ken does a very good job to hunt down Mag, make sure there's no safe space on the map for him to just be able to eke a little bit extra gold out. And meanwhile, you've got a massive stack from Sat. Actually, I think it was a double. I don't know if you farmed too much beforehand, so not too big of a stack, but it is, continuing to put him further on top. Manta, D-Lance, BKB, and Butterfly by the looks of it.
Oh, this is so sad for Juju. I'm just watching them like run on the map trying to farm. But They're level 5 at 13 minutes in the
Rough.
game. It's about to be the second Wisdom Rune, probably, before Phoenix hits level 6.
Oh no.
And also, usually when your supports have issues like this, it also messes up your cores farming. Because Tiny, for example, really wanted to farm the wave, but the Phoenix is like, yo, man, I really need this XP. You really need to go jungle. And so like, it's now hurting Tiny's game as well. It's just this big snowball effect that it's really hard to find ways to kind of play around, to be honest. You just need to lose the resources to get 6 so you can hopefully get something done.
So how much does this come back to the potential draft, or just the fact that of course that fight by the power rune, right, with the Mortimer Kisses and the rotation for the axe, did they kind of just get outmaneuvered, and now the draft put them in this position as well, where if you make one mistake, all of a sudden it looks like this?
I think the draft started out fine. I was just worried about the Magnus or Tiny's in danger.
How much damage that does? A Battle Hunger Spirit Vessel. Nico's not even right-clicking. It's just stalking him. Oh, he almost got the nuke as well, but TP
no.
will be cancelled. Nico finds him in the tree line. Ken's here for the Galvanize. Oh no.
It's so annoying to play versus Burn. Like, he just presses 2 buttons on you and it's 500 damage pretty much, at least, if not more. Which is just crazy. On these heroes like Tiny, you always expect to have like way too much HP that casual nukes don't really affect you when you're jungling, but... And now he's TPing top to try to get the Timber Saw.
He's got no mana. How is he actually getting out of this?
Blink.
Oh, Gunner. This is a rough way to start. Mid as well, they're eyeing up Anya. Steps out of the tree line. I don't know if they saw him.
I would say the closest thing I would say is the Magnus pick if we're going to go to the draft. Okay. Because it's a weak laner and it needs kind of a lot generally to get stuff done. But I think it's a lot of gameplay as well, more so than anything. I think that specifically the Snapfire deaths back to back on the bottom rune into TPing bot, I think both of those just really hurt their momentum because their laning stage went honestly pretty good in the early game. Sure, the Axe was having a good game, but Snapfire was doing good. They got a kill in the Storm. I think Timbersaw was doing an acceptable time in the off lane. So I think it was a lot of just those kind of back-to-back deaths just gave Grind back a lot of the resources they needed.
No! Oh, he didn't get it. It was so close. My experience, still level 6. Now it's Tiny as well, actually runs into Nico. Siege goes down to the south, but Ollie's already in a position. And once again, no one is going to TP in to try and protect the Tiny. So this is a god-like streak for Nico. This is a hell of a way to start the grind back for him. I mean, he must be so, there were a lot of talks around his leave in OG, the departure, they were not too happy, with his time there, to be honest. So he's really trying to find his way back in and see if he can make it to TI over OG. Well, this is a great way to start in game 1.
I think for the future games, Axe probably should be in contention for being banned.
Yep.
Especially I want to say for the potentially like weaker teams. Axe is one of the offlaners that in this patch is the most, I don't know how to put it, like skill expression for offlaners. Like if you have an offlaner that's just better than the other team and you put him on Axe, he's gonna look like he's better than the other team.
How does that work though? Because he's just like Wing in Spirit Vessel. So where do you feel like the skill expression comes out? Maybe I'll hold that because top. There's a deep dive onto the T2 tower. It's a quick and easy kill. DD, Eclipse, he's gone.
I would say it's a lot of the laning stage.
Okay.
Because sometimes you can't snowball the laning stage that hard early. And the item builds are all very different. But I think it's just the ability because Juju's dead.
No way,
they're
dude.
Actually just dead if they don't egg.
So close last tick, I think.
That's insane. I think if they maybe like drop stick to eat the Lotus, maybe, but that's so much damage. I want to say it's a lot of the item builds can be very different on Axe, and also your map movement matters a lot of like where you're farming, where you're showing, because you're a blink initiator, so it's like you don't want to show in waves too hard. So it's like if you watch him this game, everything looks super easy, right? You're like, oh yeah, like this guy's just walking around pressing W on people, which is like kind of true in that sense. Like the mechanics aren't that hard, but I think everything of like where he's being on the map, pretty much after the 5-6 minute mark, you even look back to the 6 minute rune. The reason they won that fight on the snap was because Nico was there on the axe. I think he was also level 6 at that point. So I think it just lets you have the ability to solo kill, which is how you carry games, and it has the ability to win you team fights with songs. So it just gives you a lot of different routes to kind of win the game.
What's Mr. Igor Demon up to? Gonna have the team try and smoke behind him, so we haven't seen these ultimates for them in a little bit.
Okay,
We'll get the skewer back. Not a bad opening onto Q.
Another
One of
skewer.
the easier kills. Q's going to be able to drag 2 onto the high ground.
He's alive.
Kismet will fly out, but as Full finally get Mr. Q. But the problem is there is just too large of a net worth lead. Timmer's going to be caught out. Savage is here as well. Juju's gone. 3 for 1. Now, Ken's even got a little bit of mana as well to be able to charge down Anya, and Nico will be shortly there to follow. Unfortunately for them, Tiny is nowhere to be seen and really not in a position where he can do too much as well. This is just an absolute beatdown from Grindback in game 1.
Have faith. We're going to think about the high ground skewer.
Mm.
The river skewer,
Okay.
not as good.
No,
the
no,
high
the
ground
high
skewer
ground.
onto the Luna. Don't worry about the fact that you're playing versus Rubik, who's like one of the most classic mag counters. It's all fine. Oh no, Tiny.
Oh no, Nico. Oh yeah.
I mean, there's nothing they can do. He's so sad on Tiny. I will say, I've seen this matchup go this way as well, where the Tiny doesn't necessarily win the lane too hard versus Axe, and then just gets ran down by like battle hungers, kind of in this early mid game. Like it's really hard in that sense. So it's this like really weird thing where you think of like in your head, you're like, oh, Axe should be good versus, or Tiny should be good versus Axe because you can last through the creeps easily. You're really tanking for status resistance, but oh no.
Solo
That was
kill.
just a solo kill.
Yep. Ken's even another solo kill on the other side. He's got like 2.
Yo, Nico, you want to get another solo kill or one in every lane for each core?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
not gonna
he's
go
not
for
gonna
it.
get full wave. Yummy. Solo kill though is even better.
I mean, my takeaway after this game personally would just be Ben X.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, it's like
and go again.
you could be like, oh well, all their cores are doing good. Like Luna's 2-0, Storm is 9-1, but I think the Axe just enabled so much of their strategy, and I don't think they need to change too much besides that. Anyways, I think that again, their draft for the most part, I think is fine outside of some gameplay errors, which shouldn't be too hard to fix between the games because it's just like, oh, just lock in at the 6 minute rune, bring an extra hero there. If the Tiny showed up early, you know,
Ollie?
like there's small things you can do. Oh,
Decent
Should be a good kill if they
positioning.
get it.
Okay, Dire a little bit too slow to respond. They popped the smoke, and I thought they were going to try and protect the tree, but they just give him up. So Mentality Monster's wanting a little bit more out of it, but of course, you're this far behind. We'll take anything you can get.
I'm surprised they didn't actually like jump. I think if there was like a blink call, there's potential to get something done there.
So look at now on Ken as well. And we've got to reconnect. So Ken's going to be back in. Tormentor's still standing down bottom. So if they want to further the lead that Grindback have.
Ooh. I was gonna say it'd be good if Radiant could get Tormentor, but I guess it's just so scary. The map is so scary for them right now. Like everything that they want to do is just every core can solo kill you. Playing Dodo when every single core has the ability to blink jump you, stun you, kill you, do 1,000 magic damage is just way too hard.
Yeah, you see, nowhere really safe on the map. They don't have any deep observer wards, of course. All T1 towers are up as well, which makes it that much easier. Try and get their outpost back to siege an opportunity to be able to farm this area. But we could be looking at Roche pretty shortly from Grindback. There's going to be an amplified damage inside the river. So it really feels like the big question is like high ground for Mentality Monsters. Is this the thing you brought up, a while ago? 1J, he's going to be that person for them, but he's initiated on in front of the tier 2 tower. So they've lost the mag. This should be an easy objective now for Grindback.
I mean, he really needs this blink dagger, like jump. Like he needs the good jump with the RP, but it's so hard, especially with, I'd assume an Aegis is probably going to come out in the next minute or two for grindback. I'm just, it's so hard. Like the map just feels so difficult to play. And these are the games that kind of feel so almost like depressing to play. Like everything you do feels like it's a mistake, but it's just that the game, and I really think there's an orchid pickup by Ken too. I think there's no way Timbersaw lives here. Yeah, there's a pole stun.
Let the sky tear down the unworthy.
You like the orchid for Ken?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool pickup versus the Magnus Timber and the Phoenix. Like all three of those gives him a lot of opportunities. Even like going on a Snapfire, you can stop her ult without having to use your stun. So it's pretty cool. Usually it's not picked up because Storms will need like some defensive item or something like that. Like they'll go a Witchblade for more damage. But I think in this game, he's so free. He has 24 stacks of Galvanize. Like, yeah, just buy whatever you want just to make your life easier.
Yeah, insane. Really do whatever they want on the map and might even be able to get some more kills as well. Nico aims the Phoenix instead of the Tiny. Might even be able to continue to actually run down Tiny. Siege.
The blink at 4? And he's too scared. I like the restraint that grindback has. There's a lot of the time that they can do these like kind of a bit scary jumps and go for a little bit extra kill, but they kind of have ended up not. Which I actually really respect. I think a lot of these times when you're playing versus a team that you feel like is a bit weaker, you might just go for this like extra kill, do something a bit more greedy, but they've pretty much made almost no mistakes. I would say like, pretty much all of their deaths are something like it makes sense why it happens, right? Like Storm gets ganked by 3, like sure he could have walked away, but it's not any overextension deaths, which I think are always really good to see.
Can long zip? Oh, a little bit too late. Almost got the Tiny who was going through the portal. There we go. Finally, Roche for them. Scott is actually going to be online. Is there actually anything Grindback need to go higher ground besides Aegis? Like, I was thinking maybe Q with the Ag shot. He actually did pick it up instead of Aeon. Is there anything else that comes to mind, or this should be a pretty easy siege?
It should be pretty easy because you have Rubik versus Magnus. Like that matchup is just really annoying. I've even, funny enough, sometimes the Shard can be annoying on Rubik in this matchup because if you don't have it, you can spam click it on the ground on your core, and then the second the Magnus plays it, you instantly lift him.
Oh, so interesting. Okay.
But because you have the Shard, you kind of can't, because then you're gonna accidentally lift your core instead. The nice thing though is basically I think you can lift them during the skewer and get them out of the skewer anyway, so it's not really like a huge deal. It's not, you just have to be able to react. But I like not having to react, just spamming my button. It just feels a lot better.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. We'll see. Unfortunately, not gonna have Timber for 25 seconds. Not too long of a death timer, especially how far behind they are. But I mean, I haven't spoken about it's been this way for a while. But Q's been higher net worth than Anya for quite some stage now, and this high ground, a full set of barracks in the mid lane.
Their play could be Tiny does have a blink, so you can toss the Luna in on the skewer, like on the Magnus tier 4s, then you skewer him to Fountain and RP in the Fountain, and then I think Luna actually would have died twice if they just committed to that.
Can you toss onto the Phoenix dive back? Do you even need to? Is it far enough with the toss and skewer to be in Fountain?
I think it's far enough with the toss skewer.
Okay.
I believe so. Especially, is there any other...
So maybe I'm overcomplicating
if it was on the tier 3s, yeah, I think you literally just like toss on your guy at the tier 4s, then you skewer into Fountain, then you RP.
Okay.
But they kind of missed the opportunity, and the side lanes are a little bit further away, so it's just in that scary position when you're thinking to yourself, like, my Timber's dead, I don't want to take a fight. This could be the last fight of the game, so you want to take it a bit slower. Maybe you want to get like an extra item on your Tiny or your Timber Saw. But I do think that was actually probably their best opportunity to maybe get a comeback.
Yeah, and it feels like if you're maybe one of these less experienced teams, newer teams, or not as potentially high skill as Grindback, that's a very difficult call to make. So unfortunately for them, but it's sometimes you have to go for it's almost like something that people will say when a team's from behind, it's like still playing to win. That's kind of one of those, I guess, opportunities where, like, yeah, it's probably not going to work, but if you just continue to do nothing, then it's absolutely not going to work. And it's just going to continue to grow the lead. 28,000 at 28 minutes in.
Yeah, I would just be kind of in the mentality that, not that you lost, but if there's even like a 1% opportunity chance, you should probably take it.
Yep. There's the jump on Timber. Nice telekinesis timing. They're going to have any more stuns? Igor Demon be able to get away. Meanwhile, Savage is also just starting to beat onto the buildings. Tier 3's already gone, so that barracks will shortly fall. And the Timber's just showing to the mid lane. So Ken's able to get the zip in. Not enough damage, actually. Nice timing from the Avalanche, but Tiny's in danger. Cole's going to be there, activates the BKB, but once Savage is going to be in with the Skadi slow, and they're continuing to keep some damage onto 1J, so he can never blink in and find the skewers. And now they're going to be diving behind the throne as well. But the RP will be out, but too late to be able to protect the Supernova. They're trying to bring Savage further in, but it will not matter in the end. An absolute massacre in game 1 from Grindback.
35,000 gold, dude. I want to have faith in the Magna support, because I think that when people kind of pick their specialty heroes, I know 1J has always been a Magnus guy, like this is one of his heroes. I want to like be able to root for them, be like, yeah, like you're gonna own the Magnus, you're gonna do good, but I don't think it was the support duo. I don't like, but I also do think a lot of it was that 6 minute to 8 minute kind of the double snap deaths. I think that hurt their game so much. Like the fact this guy's winning his lane and goes from being top net worth core, I want to say, to like bottom net worth core in a span of 2 minutes, and then just Nico basically after 6 minutes stopped laning and just got kills everywhere on the map. And then after that point, it just kind of felt almost inevitable.
Yeah, it just, I mean, this is the concern for me as a team that I would maybe put a step under Grindback, is just, it feels like it's, if you slip up once, all of a sudden, like, what are the supports going to be able to do? It feels like the margin for error is quite, unfortunately, in a more difficult position for you. So, I don't know. Unfortunately, we'll see. Maybe the supports will look a little bit different. But like you said, 1J, he's a mag player. He's a Pudge player. He likes his maybe a little bit more unconventional position 4s. But probably the big one as well, you mentioned the Axe. Either they got to pick it, or we just can't see Nico on it, because it's by far one of his best heroes, and especially probably one of the best offlaners at the moment as well.
Yeah, I think that's a top 3 offlaner of this patch, at worst top 3. So just, I would say ban it, and then just try to make your early game a bit more stable. Think about the 6 minute rune. Usually a lot of the games are won or lost on the 6 minute rune, at least for the early game. If a team brings like 3 heroes and the other guy brings 4, and then the team with like 3 heroes loses, we're going to see what happened in this game, right? With the Axe showing up as the 4th hero. So a lot of it is just planning out the 6 minute rune, maybe bringing your carry, maybe bring your offlaner. Honestly, there's a good argument to just give up the rune sometimes. Like, just be like, okay, guys, you brought 4 heroes, you're good. So just, I think having some type of plan, as opposed to here, where I feel like he just kind of ran it on the snap and just died for free. Just making it cleaner, making it better, making it cleaner. Obviously, it's way easier for us to just be like, just play better. But I think the 6 rune's a very simple thing that you can fix, and it would change the entire trajectory of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's something that they're going to be able to fix here for mentality monsters, or if Grindback can get a 2-0 and then continue to move forward. Of course, this is just, first series, these open qualified teams get slotted into the upper bracket round 1. We already have some other teams, of course, in the upper bracket quarterfinals, especially if you were able to play a little bit better in the first open qualifier. So we shall see for them. I believe the winner will go on and face Reconics, which is a pretty difficult opponent already in the quarterfinals, but you got to get there. You got to get to that position, or at least for Grindback. They've put themselves in definitely in the front running off the back of Nico. Standout player 15, 0, and 9. My God.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he was everywhere, right? Like I said, like 6-minute rune, he's on the power rune. I want to say like 7 minutes, he was running at a kill in the jungle. 8 minutes, he's behind the tier 1 tower top, getting like a triple kill. Then at like 10, 11 minutes, he's diving mid. Like pretty much the second the laning stage ended at that 5.5 minute mark, he's like, okay, guys, I'm going to kill hero as often as I can. And he did a pretty good job of that.
Absolutely did. So Nico on top along with Team Grind or Grind back. So just game 1. Let's see if Mentality Monsters have what it takes to send us to a game 3. We're going to break. See you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And we are back with our Game 2 draft getting underway very shortly. So just a couple of things that we're going to be looking for here for Mentality Monsters. Really, where does the axe go? Priority for that. And the early rune fight as well around the 6 minute. You know, if we see some extra reinforcements, some rotations, maybe Igor Demon wants to come in as well. But we'll see if they can set themselves up with a different draft. We'll see what supports they get as well, because that was also something we were maybe not the most happiest with. But of course, if they were playing with a lead, then it could have been okay.
Yeah, at this point, let's bring 10 heroes mid. 5v5, 6 minutes in the game, get that one power rune. Whoever gets the power rune wins the game. Just call GG. If you win the fight, lose the fight. Biggest difference now is they swapped first picks. So now we got a new first pick. We got a different draft. It's gonna be completely different. And Coddle gets through this game and gets first pick and the Meepo.
All right. Some smiles. Ken was, again, he was the person that all chatted. I don't know if we saw it on stream. Yeah, he was all chatting. He was like, yo, question mark, CJ, where's your Meepo? But there you go. They get the Meepo. So let's see what their one ban is, though, to protect this hero.
I'm trying to think in the meta. What would be the... What's the scariest? I know in the past, Yuma used to say it was Troll. That he thought that matchup was like pretty much unwinnable for Meepo, but I don't know if that's still
5 seconds remaining.
the case.
Well, they banned in the last time that they picked the Meepo 9th, they banned Quap. The other team first picked a Bane though, so of course a little bit different with Coddle Bane still, but at least that's what they banned previously.
It's like the maybe Quap actually could be a good ban. I think Queen of Pain's good versus Meepo, and it's a good pairing with Keeper of the Light, because generally I'm gonna assume that this Keeper of the Light's a support for now. Obviously it can be a mid, but I think there's some of these that think it's a support, and if that's the case, you want a mid that pairs well with it. So you always think of like Pango, Ember, Storm, Queen of Pain. But the thing with a lot of those is they're actually bad versus Meepo. Like Ember, Storm are really sad versus the Meepo. Queen of Pain is probably the best mid I can think of versus Meepo that's also good with the Keeper of the Light outside of maybe the Pango, but even that one's can be iffy.
Where do you feel like the Meepo is usually counted then? If you feel like the mid heroes, I guess I know you're speaking about like more Coddle pairings, but when you think of like better Meepo counters, Yuma said the Troll. Is there any just roles in particular?
Dire team pick.
There's a pretty good hero in every role versus Meepo. Like for carries, there's obviously like the Troll, stuff like that. Mids like the Queen of Pain, offlane Tidehunter. I think it's usually pretty good versus the Meepo because you can never kill him and you just kind of make all the Meepos do no damage. Supports, there's stuff like Phoenix, which is kind of a double-edged sword. It gives them multiple options to hit the egg, but then you also have a bunch of AoE damage.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. It's this weird hero that I feel like everything counters him and nothing counters him. I guess the way I would put it, like everything you can in theory say, oh, this is so good versus Meepo, but then you watch a good Meepo play and he just like does so much burst damage that he just ignores everything that counters him.
Whether did you ever try and dabble with the Meepo? Did you try and learn this hero?
I tried. I played it a bit. I have like 300 games.
Okay.
But, like it sounds like a lot, but I feel like for a Meepo player, you need like double to triple that to be like a really good Meepo. So
yeah, but I guess I mean you're
would
right.
consider myself a very bad Meepo.
But 300 Meepo games compared to like other people who tried, that's a lot more. You know, some people might be like they play 5 or 10, like nah, this hero is not for, I mean maybe not for a pro player, I guess, but
I've tried a lot to learn the hero. I have 220 actually. I thought I had 300, 220, but still.
What was
know,
a few?
the hero's just too much. I think you have to put in so much time on the one specific hero, and none of the skills transfer to other heroes.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why I've usually backed off and been like, oh, I'd rather spend the 600 games it takes to learn Meepo playing other heroes that at least would translate like, you know,
Sure.
a bit to the other strategies. Meepo is like such a Meepo exclusive hero, and also even for your team, the amount of times I've had team talks with Meepo players, namely Yuma, of like, okay guys, as a team, this is how we want to play around Meepo and blah, 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 blah. there's just a lot that goes into it outside of just being able to play the hero.
Do you think that's something that is like under discussed almost in like how teams actually need to play specifically around the Meepo?
10 seconds remaining.
I think when you have a Meepo player, usually they're all like very obsessive people over the Meepo, and they're like, they love the hero so much that they just want to talk about it and they'll tell you exactly what to do around it. But I think from an outside perspective, people don't understand how complicated it is in professional games to play with Meepo. I think these days, since he has so many different like buffs in terms of like the ags they didn't used to have, like the shard, it's a bit easier to play and you don't have to always play the Meepo game. But there's a couple heroes like that. Like I also would think of like Chen.
Sure.
You have to know how you want to play around your Shen, how to play around your timings, your aura, stuff like that. So knowing how to play versus these like lesser played heroes, like the more niche heroes, is definitely a skill that people learn.
Well, at least as far as I'm aware, I mean, Team Grind have no Meepo players. Savage is, yeah, I've not seen Savage play Meepo, so unless I'm missing some games from him, and I know there's no crazy like offlane Meepo. Nico never seen him play. Ken's never as well. So, they got the Lich, they got the Dawn. Dawn's a little bit interesting. I mean, I know some teams value this hero a little bit more than others. Where are you currently sitting on the Dawnbreaker?
I think a couple weeks ago, I probably would have put it like very easily in the top 5 offlaners. But now I would see arguments, and if someone argued for it to be top 5, I could see it there, but it just
10 seconds remaining.
it's a very volatile hero. I think that in this game, because you see the Meepo,
5 seconds
you
remaining.
if the Meepo goes safe lane, it's probably a good matchup for you. But I've seen it, and you pick it versus like a Faces Void, and the Void just like crushes you in the lane, and then you're just depressed.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely could be interesting though. Coddle Dawn sounds like quite a strong lane into the Meepo tree. So should be pretty happy there. Got the Snapfire once again from Mentality Monsters. So again, we brought it up last game, the flex potential. I don't know if they played off lane, but they will reveal that it's not going to be a support. Now, what do we want for Savage? You see a mid hero already that you're happy to pick up?
10 seconds
I still think the Queen of Pain is pretty simple. People like it versus Snap. I know I was playing with Quinn in the opens, and Quinn picked it versus Snap. I think that it's a very like, you'll survive the lane pretty well. And it's just good versus Meepo. I think that the matchup versus Meepo is just crazy how hard you scale into the Meepo in the late game, especially when you like the Bloodstone. Every single Q, you'll heal pretty much your full health bar and pretty much just one shot the Meepo. So, and it works with Coddle. That's like the thing I really like. The other one would be a bit weaker of a hero on average, would be Leshrac. I just, that hero has just not felt itself to me recently.
Not for a while as well, right? I mean, when really did we have that? I feel like it was when Mouse were having that run, when they were actually looking pretty decent. Since then, it's really no one has been picking up the Lesh. We're going to get the Pango there from Team Grind. So one of the other options that you brought up.
Pango's good.
10 seconds
It's just,
remaining.
so like Pango's really good, I would say, versus Snap. In particular. Like you roll into the Snap will never do damage. You can just cancel it very easy. The lane is pretty acceptable. But I'm like, the other heroes is not particularly a great Pango game. It's better in terms of Coddle combo than Queen of Pain. I think in the early game, at least, like you press QW, you get mana back, you QW again, like you're really strong. But you're playing Pango versus a Trioled. You're playing Pango versus Meepo. If you ever get caught and you have no Dispel, you're also just dead.
10 seconds remaining.
So it's like this very, I don't know, it can be really
5
tough for him,
seconds
I would say, in this game. Like if he doesn't snowball, I think that it's a scary pick.
remaining.
Okay. A lot of that then comes down to, again, support rotations, gender, even off-lane or carry rotations for the power runes we'll see. Some interesting bans. Io, again, we brought up. Igor Demon plays this off-lane Io, so they want to make sure they don't get double cheesed. And Doom removed as well. We'll see what hero that they are able to combine with Mr. Waffle Savage with the Necro.
Okay.
Options have
It got
gone
banned
on.
last game, but It should be good in theory versus the Meepo.
You may now select your
Okay, so it's offlane Snap and mid Ember.
Okay.
Which, I don't mind, to be honest. Usually the Snap offlanes are sometimes a bit questionable, but you're playing versus Necro, so having this like ranged offlaner that does magic kind of makes it a bit easier to survive the lane. And then now you have Ember versus Pango, which is also still a good mid matchup, and it's a really good Ember game. There's no stuns. I think the craziest thing that they could have done was put the Necro mid and do safe lane Pango. I think that's how you would like crush the game, but that's the for fun thing, you know. I think just doing standard lanes, putting your Pango mid so he has like a fast level 6, plays the game. I mean, I want to say like there's a Meepo, there's a first pick Meepo from a Meepo team. It's very exciting, but I don't know. The rest of the draft is not really speaking to me. I think that sure, if the Pango has issues, he runs into the trio once or twice, dies, loses the lane to Ember. Like, yeah, if the Pango's behind, sure, I could see the Meepo snowballing the game, but I just think that the draft around the Meepo is not really sufficient for what they need.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? Like, what do you feel like what is the lineup not providing what a Meepo needed?
I just see that the fights are going to be really hard for them. The way I see it is like, if Meepo ever shows up in a fight, tries to kill like Necro, for example, because you're always going to have to jump the Necro, right? Like this guy's the tanky hero. He's going to be doing stuff. You jump this Necrophos. You don't really have the biggest burst damage. He's probably going to get W off. And then Pango's going to roll in onto all of your Meepos. And then Dawnbreaker's going to ult to all of your Meepos. He's going to have a crit ready with his Q. So he's going to full heal his team with every single Q on the Meepo because he's critting off of like 5 heroes. And then now every Meepo is like 50% health. Necro ults one, kills it. And it's just GG.
All right, well, let's see.
It's just so, I don't know. I feel like their lineup is low damage to me versus Keeper of the Light, Necro, Dawn. It is just hard to have high damage versus their heroes though, because those heroes are just so much sustain.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see if how big of a problem this damage is going to be for them. They can win out on the Meepos, which we all knew was coming. They knew was coming from GLYPH as well. So they're expecting it. Last game, didn't get it. Now they get to face it. See, a very early ward as well. Deep from Radiant. What do you feel like this actually provides, the deep observe what that they place? Is this...
They probably wanted to get a kill because their level 1 is so strong.
Okay.
So it gives you the ability to see, like, they see the Necro there. If he didn't instantly back, they probably kill him.
Sure.
And also, it's usually if you think you have a really strong mid matchup. I would say putting it now is too early for this, but what will happen a lot of the times is the mid will go start jungling those camps at like 4, 5, 6 minutes. So if you end up placing this ward like now, then it would be able to stand at that like 5, 6 minute mark, and you can see their mid jungling and you can kill them with supports. I don't think this mid matchup is that bad, this Pango Ember matchup, but I would say that's like the idea of the ward.
Speak of that mid matchup a little bit more shortly. It looks like they're holding 3 heroes top at the moment. Juju's still playing around. He'll TP bottom. So what is the matchup like? Is there any slight timings in regards to your skill build, how you need to play early items like stats or whatever? How do you look at this matchup with the Pango and the Emboss for someone to eke an advantage?
I would say if the Pango's a much better player than Ember, it's Pango favored because he's all physical damage. So Ember can never break with the shield. If they're similar skilled, I think that it's a slight Ember advantage. And then if the Ember's better, he can maybe win the lane. But Pango's just this really strong hero that you almost automatically just win every lane. Oh, that's a really good kill.
First blood as well. You just got Scatter and Fate. How did that even happen?
I don't know. It had to have just been a bunch of chip damage because there's still a Fairy Fire too. I think it had to have been he wasn't expecting to just die to the double nukes.
Okay. Well, we did see we saw first blood last game for them. They were 2-0 as well. And then again, the big problem was the 6-minute mark.
Yep. They got 4 more minutes of being happy.
Yeah. Full. That's nice for them. Juju's getting run down, but he's going to be fine. So, Nico, back-to-back performances. We'll see what we get out of CJ with his Meepo as well.
I do appreciate though that the support duo just got stolen. They were like, the tree Rubik's pretty good. You guys got a lot of jumps around the map and won the team fights. Unfortunately, our Phoenix, what was it? Phoenix Mag support duo is not that powerful. So yeah. But thankfully for Grindback, they do have Keep It Light Lich, which I would say is a good support duo compared to the Phoenix Mag. So this one's not as one-sided support-wise. But yeah, I think if 23 doesn't have a great lane, like a lot of Necrophos' strength is because of how strong his lane is. That enables him to get this Radiance early, enables him to be this super farmed hero. So having a bad lane can kind of just slow down his whole tempo, like for the whole game.
It definitely raises the question could be raised again over the next couple of minutes if Savage continues to struggle a little bit. If like maybe it was really warranted for the Necro to go mid. Might get a kill top onto 1J. Looks like the Death Pulse is going to secure it.
Ollie took the last hit.
Now the slow, they're going to be able to catch up to Igor Demon as well. Another Frost Blast. Cookie doesn't stun up Savage, but looks like with the Snapfire, he's going to be able to walk away. Doesn't have any regen, however.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Ollie got that one right click in. Because, you always want your Necro to get the kills. Like, you always want your carries to get the kills in general. But I think Necrophos is one of the ones that you really, really want to get the last hits in the lane because of the regen. Like, you would pretty much be full health, full mana right now if you got that last hit. And they potentially could have dove the Snapfire even harder because of how much health and mana he would have. But fortunately, it's not intentional, right? It's just how the right clicks sometimes fly.
Ah, goddamn, Ollie, come on, buddy. What are you doing?
Ollie, man, you're just griefing the game, bro. It's game 2, you're up 1. You can't just relax that much.
These guys, they've been laying it together for quite some time. Aurora, Talon, they should know. Ollie, you play too much with Savage. You know when he's going to right click, when he's not. Come on, buddy. What is his Lich going to do with the kill? Or Tranks? Ugh.
It's classic support players. Always taking all the kills.
You played with Savage, right? Was that was he on Genesperus? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think who else was on there.
March, Febby, and Forev.
Oh, okay.
With all the Koreans.
Oh, there you go. How was that? How was that experience?
That was like my most fun communications for a team. Like our in-game comms were like the stupidest comms I've ever had for any team. But it was also somehow one of the most like the best comms. Like no one ever questioned what other people were saying, but we also just said the stupidest things of all time, like possibly.
Who led that? You felt like? Was it one in
Probably
particular?
Febby started it.
Yeah, okay.
But like everyone would do it. Even someone like March, who you'd expect to be like very like strict, would be like part of the memes. Like we would call 23 had a nickname for every hero he would play. Like if he was playing like Wraith King, we would all call him My King.
Okay.
And then he would have, when he would play Morphling, because this is back when they added Morphags.
Yeah, okay.
He had nicknames for the heroes he would want to turn into.
No way.
Like, if Febby was playing Earthshaker, he'd be like, I need my hops. I need my hops. So that he could like turn into like jump around. And like that was like half of our comms, like legit. Or we would, that was back when they had the, the voice line, it's cooking boom. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
We would all like have that on our chat wheel and we would just spam it and then like yell it as we're doing it when we were playing versus boom. Like we would intentionally spam it versus boom every 2 minutes on the dot. So
what's going on here, Ken?
1J. He did miss the swash, so it's actually no slow, so Rubik will be able to walk away.
CJ bottom actually steps a little bit far out of the lane. Ken's going to tip you down, and this will work in his favor. Too low with the Earthbind. And perfect for him. Doesn't use the Rolling Thunder previously, and now can use it instead for the kill on to CJ. So that was we kind of were speaking about it with the 6 minutes. We didn't see any big rotation with offlaners, but regardless of the fact that Ken's able to get the Arcane Rune, means that he can secure the kill onto CJ.
That's a good kill. I would say when you pick Meepo, if Meepo falls behind, it's generally really hard to win unless the rest of your team is just like so far ahead you don't even need your Meepo to have impact. in this game, I would say it looks close, right? Like I think that this game is not necessarily like going one way or the other already, but the fact that Meepo's not ahead after the laning stage, that the Dawn is doing so good. Like Nico's crushing both lanes. Like I want to shout out him again this game. He's crushing the laning stage both of these games, and that's not really what you want from a Meepo. Like Meepo, you generally think of hit level 3, have double the damage of everyone else, get every single last hit, and just crush. And now he might be in danger for another death.
He's going to need some TPs down. One will come through with the form of the Rubik, but the damage is starting to stack up. CJ, can he step away? Nico trying to run him down.
He has a hammer.
Poof will
He went the
separate.
wrong way.
Ooh.
What? I wonder, did he actually go the wrong? Oh, Ollie though. Do you imagine if he jungles on Meepo?
Scanning.
Oh, nice scan. Back at the tower, actually. Nico, well, we can still watch CJ. CJ's out. He's chilling. Looks like no, they didn't dive as well. There was a hammer on one gen of the tower, but he's also fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good discipline to not jungle those camps.
Ken.
There's definitely some players I know that would jungle those camps after being low, but thankfully for the Ember, he does win the 50-50, so he's going to get the top rune. And another thing we kind of touched on a bit earlier, but I want to say it again. 23 is not having a good game so far. He's the lowest net worth core. Also something which I think is good. I think it's high skilled that he did, but it's not good in general, is he bought 2 fluffy hats. I think he did that because he's so worried about getting bursted like one shot by like Rubik and Snapple, stuff like that, that he wanted more raw HP, and fluffy hats are super value in terms of raw HP, but that's so much gold you're kind of losing for your radiance time, right? That's 500 gold worth of fluffy hats he has in his inventory. That's like what, a minute slower radiance at best. So I also, he has the butcher travel queued up first. I want to hope that that was just the order he queued it and not that he's going to buy travels first, 'cause I think if he goes travels before radiance, there's going to be some big issues with kind of his impact in this game.
Okay. Also problems if he's going to be ganked. Radiant currently eyeing up Savage. It looks like he might run back into Juju. Nice read from Savage. Actually completely avoids the gank. CJ's going to
they have a nice
one back.
They have a ward on the Radiant gate.
Yeah.
So he was able to see, someone probably told him, and they're ping like, hey man, the Meepo and the tree are coming for you. But still just, he's going to basically be struggling for the next like 6 minutes of this game. And Meepo might also be struggling if he dies again.
Nico, try and continue to run down the Meepo. Guess correct. He's going to split them away. One at the top, one at the bottom. But like that ward you mentioned previously, they'll see one of at least the
so fast,
clones. Do have the 10-minute rune as well, and with kind of the emphasis they've been putting on the side lanes means that Anya's going to get this for free. So he's got the amp damage. They have a massive ancient stack as well. Is this a 5 stack or something? So love to get that from Radiant, but fortunately Juju. Oh, they're actually going to tip it down to try and help the tree. So Ember's going to be here with the amp damage, and yeah, I mean they are absolutely in trouble. Bye Nico. We got a couple kills everywhere. All right, what happened? Yep, Snap dies too.
So he like jumped onto the Necrophos. Kind of, it was a 2v2, but it was like at half health, and then he just died. Like Lich pressed both spells, 23 plus his ult and Q, and then the Snap just died. Didn't get the Scythe kill, thankfully. It was like a 50 health post Scythe, but basically trading offlaners, both, I would say, going really aggressive at the exact same time for not really reason.
CJ? Need the stun though. Have the Solar Guard is able to get out of range. He does, so it doesn't get the follow-up stun. And a big commitment from Dyna. Anya's back down to bottom. It's a great overgrowth and the cookie. Nice spell casting. Nico's going to be able to step out, but Ken will not be able to do so. Secures the kill, but it's not going to matter. Beautiful movement. Mentality Monsters having to bring down multiple members to defend their safe lane, but they do so successfully.
These plays are super aggressive on bot. Like, I get they want to play around the Dawn, but even the first one, I would say, wouldn't it be better to just play around? Okay. So usually with Dawn, you want to fight away from Dawn, right? Like, you want to let your Dawn use ult to connect to a fight. I see the arguments for them that Ember's pretty much unpressurable. Oh no, 23, don't die. Okay, it's fine. Ember's kind of unpressurable with the amount of stuns they have. They only have the Pangolier ult, which is not really reliable. And I guess they have the Lich, but top is also kind of whatever lane. The Snap just died at the same time, so a lot of their aggression is going to probably be bot. It just feels so bad when you're the one like dying and not getting stuff done on Dawn when it's in your own lane.
Well, at least nonetheless, Nico is top, so still is the net worth looking good. Maybe not able to utilize that Solar Guardian as best as we wanted, but what would you like the build to be from the Dawnbreaker in a game like this? I think it's what Echo Saber is what he's looking at first.
Usually the one I like the most is like the Echo into Deso build.
Okay.
Looks really good. It's very high damage. There's a lot of different random builds people go. There's like some people like going Mage Slayer. I've also sometimes seen offlaners. I don't know if you've seen this trend, but the strength offlaners sometimes have bought Diffusal Blade. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No, I have not.
I saw a Night Stalker go Diffusal Blade in my pub.
What? Who is this? Which who did
It was
this?
some random guy, but he said that he watched it from like Collapse did it or Yatoro did it on a carry Night Stalker or something.
Okay.
Like he was copying it from some other player. And I guess the idea is that Disperser's like the best way for a lot of these heroes to get both a defensive and offensive dispel.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's like
Is under attack.
and it gives you kind of like a slow. It's almost like an Echo Saber replacement. So maybe he's not going to go because he has the Echo Saber. But I don't know. I would hope he doesn't go in this game. I haven't seen it on Dawn in particular. I would say the most simple one's Deso, but there's something cooking out there. For people who want to try stuff, it definitely is possible.
Right, they are making a move towards 23 Savage's lane. I'm just going to be there with the Remnant. They've got the Spirit Vessel out as well due to great positioning. This trio is going to make sure they get massive value, but he will at least still turn with the side. So it is a 1-for-1 in the end. They kind of get something out of nothing. And they're also taking a tier 1 tower mid. So actually favors Dire.
I mean, also the fact that he dies to the scythe, so there is he gets the scythe bonus, like a little extra 1 HP regen. I mean, I will say, I think the early game is going a lot better. They didn't really have that big oopsie of the mid snap dying twice in a row. I think that, sure, he had the one death right now on Anya on the Ender, but snaps in danger.
Go. Ollie's going to be there with the Sinister's Gaze and absolutely is in danger. So the kill for Ken, 3-1.
But to me, this game feels a lot more back and forth. I think that it doesn't feel like Grindback is this overwhelming team right now in this stage of the game. I think that last game, it felt that way because of those small mistakes, right? Like, Dota's such an interesting game that I think that a team can look really bad because they make one tiny mistake. Like, it's so easy to just be like, wow, Radiant is so bad last. Like, why are they even like playing? They're just bad. But it's like they made one mistake. Like the Snapfire just had a bad play on the 6-minute rune, and it turns the whole game upside down. Whereas this game, they don't make that one mistake, and now you're like, oh wow, anyone can win this game. Radiant can win, Dire can win. They have their signature meatbow. Like I'm really happy to see this game because sure, there's the ticking time bomb of the Necrovos, but on the other side, there's a ticking time bomb of a meatbow.
Again, the big difference as well is the supports as well. I mean, your last game, you had a Mag Phoenix that didn't have their ultimates. We're already seeing the value with the Overgrowth a couple of times. Igor Demon might have back-to-back deaths, which is going to prove to be a bit of a problem here with the offlane Snapfire.
Is this just a snap?
Net worth?
Do Snaps just like dying back-to-back?
I think, yeah, it's just, it is what it is, apparently. If it's Snap now, it's going to be expected.
It's hard. That's one of the reasons why Snapfire offlane can be awkward is because you're very squishy when they jump on you. So being in this like corner of the map is sometimes really scary. If you compare that to something, even like the Dawnbreaker, it's much harder for the Dawnbreaker to get killed in that position as easily. Whereas Snapfire just dies.
Oh, Snap worth out of all the cores at the moment here. All right, back to top goes Snap. So wanting to continue farming.
Round 3.
So no one's running him down just yet. Nice amount of damage onto the Pango mid, actually, Ken. A potential kill opportunity.
Wait, is he just dead?
He's just dead.
That was really well played. Like, the amount of damage they had, it was... I don't even know if they expected him to die, to be honest. I think that they were just, like, casting their spells, like, oh, let's just poke this guy. And then he gets down to 100 health and like, wait, like, I think he's just dead.
Oh, what's Mr. CJ up to as well? Very close to the scepter. Usher into that for him. Almost level 12 as well. Some Savage is also caught up to it. He's had this Radiance for quite some time. Is it the Boot to Travel coming out? Yeah, it's got the Boot to Travel. So at least the carries are very happy with the current position. Does this Scepter... Are you expecting CJ start to be a little bit more active now with this item?
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure on the Meepo playstyle this patch. I know in the past it used to be that Ember or Meepo gets Ags and it's go time. But now with the new thing that like all the Meepo share items, there's so many different item builds people go. They go like Sanj and Yasha. They used to go to Consecrated Wraps. Scotty's bought a lot. Diffusal still gets bought sometimes. I want to say yes, it's kind of his time to go, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just keeps farming more and more items.
Sure. Top lane, the smoke from Grindback. They're just going to run into 1J. I think they could Scythe. So second charge for 23 Savage. Anya is able to get the haste rune. They don't find this tier 1 tower mid though. So if they want to defend bottom as well, or collapse the mid, what's the play? They're going to try and poke the Dawn. They've got the ultimate coming through with the Mortimer Kisses as well. And once again, yeah, we're just seeing like this combo. Whenever they've got Kisses and Overgrowth, it really feels like it's just a guaranteed kill. CJ, a little bit of danger. Ken gets a bunch of protection here with a shield crash. Savage is going to be in as well. There's that ultimate. CJ's going to be fine for at the moment with the Mega Meepo. And Anya's making some chaos in the backline, but he doesn't really have too many extra remnants. One more left to get some separation, but he's now out of resources. And they go back in though,
Radiant. After this Mega Meepo though.
Oh, jump in the backline, Cookie. Nicely done from Igor. Dimits blows up 23 Savage. He is gone. And Dire, what have you got left? They're out of resource and soon to be out of lives as well. Pango is still making a decent amount. Kind of misses with the swash, but secures the kill. Now wants the Meepos. They're able to just get away. They lack the last little bit. But with Necro coming back into the fray, sure is 1J to get Ollie before he dies, will not be able to do so. So it's a absolute mess down bottom, but I don't even know who won that.
I want to say Radiant, the fact that Meepo gets out and that they kill the Necrophos. It's also coming off the back of like the Dawnbreaker kill mid. So it's like you kind of get this like +1 extra kill if you want to think about it that way. And I mean, the damage on the Necro was crazy. Like the fact he just died like that to pretty much what, like 2 spells? I was not expecting that.
Yeah, 1k damage from the stat.
Yeah, cool hero. Yeah, 500 damage from the Q. Isn't that insane? There's no Kaya, nothing like that. That's just a Q.
This is it's cool hero, like you said. Here it's level 13.
Yep, very fun, very balanced hero. I love having a 500 damage nuke that also slows them by 100% on an 8-second cooldown. It's really fun. And has stun. It's really good.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very good. Very good. People say it's overrated though. I've heard the tales that people are like, oh, Snap's overrated. You own the game early and then you lose late game.
Would you agree?
No.
No?
I'm a Snap fan. I've always been a mid Snap fan. I think for a very long time.
Smoke up, Anya. Looks pop actually. Ollie's able to very early blink, in fact, as well. Lit first item blink. Is in and out. And they will not get anything out of this. We do have the Tormentor out on the map, so very, very even game. And like you were saying previously, just one slight mistake that we saw in game 1 and how much maybe with the draft could affected them with the supports, but now it's not the case. Both sides have been slipping up a little bit, but not too much for this to really blow wide open. But how do you look at the Tormentor fight down bottom? Is there one that you'd feel a little bit more confident in?
I would want to say...
No!
Sure. Bit of a wrong direction on the blinding light. I don't know if he would have been in range for the scythe, but could have been close. I would say both teams are actually really scared of doing it. But both teams can do it super easy. So it's like if a team wins a fight in the area, they'll take it for sure. But I I think either of these teams, if they get jumped by the other guys, it's pretty terrifying. Maybe Meepo can tank and be in front, but it's still just the idea of getting a Penga rolling on you with a Donald. It might just be not really worth the what, like 2,000 gold that you get from the Tormentor between like the shard and the bonus gold, or is it just the, I think it's like 2,000, right?
Is there even any important shards you're looking at in a game like this? I mean, nothing
The
too
Trios
extreme.
is pretty good. Even the Rubik one's pretty good for save. Like some guys getting jumped and then you like lift them out.
Yeah, I don't know how much value the Coddle one is. Of course, you know, the Lich is great. I mean, Ollie's already got it queued up, so we'd love a free one for him. They're really just playing all three sides of the map at the moment. Ollie will die, however, so Anya and 1J steals it with the shield crash. There he's got Force. Is going to be Lotus into, I believe he has a Nullifier already queued up from 1J, so he's going to be the way to deal with the Ghost Shroud, apparently.
That is so funny. I'm surprised it's not a Meepo Disperser. I thought that could have been easy to kind of pick up at some point. Maybe he doesn't want it early. He'd rather be tankier with like the Scotty, but Meepo, one of the best Tormentor heroes in the game, because you obviously have every Meepo count as a hero for just like the tankiness.
And there's Eyes in the Forest. Juju's got this one up now. Got a deep Absorb Ward by the Dire's Triangle. He's also going to see Ken moving on over. A lot of information. Ken just gets the Blink Dagger completed, so extra item for him. But yeah, I mean, it's very nice intel that Juju's being able to provide them.
I mean,
See if there's any other big items.
Tree Shard's just good. I think now that like you have the Invis built in and his Eyes of the Forest or the Shard, they're not permanent like they used to be, but I think just having this free flying vision in an area that you just place around the map gives you so much intel. It's basically just having extra wards in the form of the Shard. Going again on the Rubik, the exact same spot.
Yeah, I feel like who's ever going to complain about like extra vision or something like this, especially for the tree, with how you can put yourself in a great position to actually make them more useful. I don't know what's going on. I don't know, it's insane stuff. Deco, I don't know if he's left this side of the map. I feel like I've only seen him at these camps.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good opportunity to get an ult off, to be honest.
Oh, he might kind of hope he's able to get out, but he's in a lot of danger. Would hope the BKB's been delivered, but unfortunately he did not have it yet. So once again, we see this overgrowth. The Mortimer Kisses is pretty much a guaranteed killer so far. Ollie has a freshly placed high ground ward, but that will be removed now. They wanted to take a fight with the triangle. Still have this tier 1 tower that's standing. They also see Savage top lane starting to run towards the Necro, but at the moment, you know, wards have been a hot topic so far. Yeah, look at the heat map, dude. He's not... That's crazy.
He's here. I mean, that's ideal Dawnbreaker gameplay. I
Sure.
just think that his team hasn't... Basically, he's been the one... The bot lane, again, is the lane that all the pressure focuses on. Either Radiant's trying to kill Dawn, or you can't really pressure the Ember mid, so you either... You gank the Dawn's lane. So it ends up just being he's never going to have to click his ult and just sit here for pretty much the remainder of the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is of course trying to scale. You know, he's got the harpoon pretty early on. Just got the BKB like we mentioned, but it's a 10x action to be the next item for him. Scotty now for the Meatbow. Consecrated wraps on the Necro.
The wraps are big for Necro. I think that it's... He's gotten past the point of getting bursted, I would say. At this point now, you need physical damage to kill him with like a nullifier.
Oh, actually
Oh,
just
yeah, she
stopped
got
the
the meatball.
booth out. Now the Solid Guardian's going to be in with the chain control. Can they do the U-turn fast enough? Ken is able to. CJ will bring the main one, so does get the Mega Meepo, but no one else is really close to help. The tree's thinking about running on over, but they have decided to cut him down. They need everything to chalk out Mr. CJ. but a big one they're able to find.
I mean, it was really close. Like he looks really strong if they take a fight. I just think that they're struggling to find good opportunities to take the fight. They get these like really nice pickoffs on the Dawn, but it hasn't really led to anything. And maybe they get another nice pickoff on the Pango.
Can roll up close to the T2 tower.
Nice Lotus.
Lotus Orb's going to be given over. Still with the Mortar Kiss is able to land onto Ken.
He missed all of
Swash
them.
to separate, and yeah, didn't actually connect at all. Now, Anya, a bit of a wasted BKB. The Remnant
Right
back
into
over
the
towards
Necro.
Savage. Still has plenty more to be able to step away. Got to keep in mind, Dai did use a lot for the kill into Meepo, so if they want to follow, they won't really have too many spells to use, so they will not.
I mean, I think that if they connected like 1 or 2 more globs on the Pango, he would have just died. Because that was a level 3 stat ult. And now Snap's in danger at top.
Cookie over. Trying to go TP out. What do you got from Nico? The stop. What? Almighty.
I think the
My
Harpoon was a little...
sassy.
Yeah, I think he should have just pressed Q. Like, you know exactly where the snap is with the W, but it's always hard. Stuff looks easier when you don't have fog, right? Like, he could have been like, oh, the Snapfire is able to like get past the trees, walk away. You waste your Q, then he TPs, right? So, always gonna be easier for us watching.
How you feel about this game? With how even it is, like heading into 30 minutes in, everyone feels like they've probably got as much farm as they're hoping, or maybe Ember is a little bit higher, potentially Snap as well, but is there actually a lineup you feel like is favored with how even it is?
I want to give it to Meepo for the mid game. I am just worried about the Necrophosis health in terms of being able to really kill him until the Nullifier comes out, which is not, assuming he actually does end up buying this Lotus, that Nullifier is so far away.
Oh, nice play. Oh, even BKBs as well. Okay, just making sure. So the Nullify is the big one you're looking at to be able to, against the Necro, to counter him.
Yeah. I think without the Nullifier, I think 23 pretty much is a free game. Like, he'll never die. He's gonna go, I don't even know if he needs the BKB, to be honest. I would just go like Heart Ags. The BKB is like the safe option because you don't want to die to the Snapple. But I wouldn't even be scared. If you have Lotus, you have your Shard, you can just like Lotus yourself, jump away.
The free Roche. It's gonna go down too quickly. They had the high ground ward, but Ryback a little bit too slow to actually get in the area to contest. So CJ gets the Aegis. Now you're more concerned. You already felt like this Meepo was probably going to be the strongest. Ken still inside the mid lane. 1J gets the telekinesis. CJ with a jump over the top, unable to land with the Earthbind.
It's basically, the way I see this, both of the carries are borderline unkillable. Like, sure, Meepo, when we saw him top, he did die, but that is not a realistic fight killable. Like, it was 5 versus 1, and they used every ult exclusively on him, and he had no help from his team. And he still almost lived. So if you put that into a real team fight where he's pressing buttons, his teammates are pressing buttons, he's able to fight back. This guy's so hard to kill, and then he's versus Necro. So you just have these two guys that are basically just unmovable, like, mountains.
Anya? Have you... Oh, no, they were a little bit too late on one stun. At least Ken wasn't able to get there. And definitely could have chain controlled him if they found the second, I think, and blown him up with the Scythe. But that's, I mean, Solar Guardian used it, now Rolling Thunder. So the map is pretty free for mentality monsters.
With the Aegis too. I mean, it's only a 2k lead, but I think momentum-wise, they're ahead, I would say. Like, they have the ability to just go and just take these towers. They have the Aegis for 3 minutes on Meepo, and Meepo with the Aegis is just so scary to deal with.
Yeah, because like you just mentioned, you got it's so difficult for you to kill in that previous time when it was 5v1. You had to use everything, and you're now in a full 5v5 fight. You're not going to be the same. At least the opportunity, and now you got 2 lives. So T2 Tower's gone bottom, and T2 Tower mid is shortly going to drop as well. Little Will-O-Wisp up on Q, so he's pretty farm for the Coddle, running a little bit more AoE control.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, snap fight? What?
What is he? Why was he just in there?
It,
Was that just like for the vibes or?
I guess. I just forcing reactions. He just went insane. Jumped high ground with no one else even remotely close. And now he's got to show top with no BKB.
Oh no!
Igor?
He just dies like. Okay, this is.
He's got the team behind him. Tree's going to be able to jump in. Great timing with the overgrowth. There was all a bait. Igor Demon. The Solar Guardian's going to be great with the Chain Frost. Oh man, it is bouncing back around. They do have the dig, so Meepo's going to be okay for the moment. Now Dire, they've used too many spells and didn't get enough important kills out of it. Meepo is trying to stand his ground against 23 Savage. Savage has still got the scythe. Ghost trying to disengage. Going to try and protect Q with the backline. Meanwhile, Nico solo running down CJ, but he doesn't have help. So he will not be able to continue to dive. In the end, is he actually still running up to him? CJ, yeah, they get him. So now, I mean, now it's exactly the same thing like we saw previously. It's not a 5v1. Maybe they don't have all their ultimates, but CJ has 0 assistance, and you have the scythe as well, which is all they need. It looked like we weren't sure. Was it a good bait from the snap? Was it not a good bait? But man, that Chain Frost and Solar Guardian was great from Dire.
I still can't get over the snap being bought with the BKB. Because if he doesn't waste his BKB bot and he has it for the fight, it's not as scary. He could honestly, probably with that really good trio, have turned it with a BKB and a cookie on the double subs, killing both supports instantly. And the fight's completely different. Like, Meepo has no control for him. There's no Lich Ults going out. There's no Keeper of the Light, Blinding Lights. That was just... And TPing top with no BKB too? Like...
Yeah.
It just feels like these big mistakes keep happening.
Costly. Nico? Gets a shield rune, gets a stun as well into Anya. Any more follow-up? So no Meepo for 15 seconds. It's going to be a dangerous time for Radiant. Anything, nothing. Anya's dead. They also catch up with the Rubik on the high ground, so one mistake followed by a second and a third. It is just back-to-back blunders from them, and puts him in a position where Dire can capitalize and get some big objectives and map control now.
That was... he had 2 remnants up, for the record. Like, it wasn't like he had no snap. What's happening?
What is... I'm kind of scratching my head here, man. What's going on?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Space? Question mark?
Space. Dawnbreaker ult forced.
Savage doing?
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
When the other teams start to do crazy stuff, you got to follow as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's just cutting the wave. I
I
thought
mean,
there
they
was
just
something else.
like lost themselves. They lost a bit of composure, I want to say, in the last minute. I think like the Snapfire getting jump, sure, maybe that's like an individual error, but the team didn't play around it. A lot of the time, the way that I've seen, I've like talked to people about stuff is you always make mistakes in Dota. Every single caliber of team will make mistakes. Either the better or the less you make, but every team will make mistakes to some extent, right? We can say the Snapfire, he had a plan for his mistake, and I don't think he's a plan for this mistake, but we can say there's a plan when you jump to the tier 3 bot, but then the mistakes get bad when you don't fix them or play around them and you make a second mistake that compiles it, right? When the stat TV's top and then they fight around the stat with no BKB, that's when it's bad.
Yeah.
If they just all backed off and farmed for 70 seconds, got the BKB back, nothing would really change. We'd be like, haha, you went out on tier 3s for fun with a BKB, but whatever. But now it's bad. Now the game's 3K, 4K, you've lost all your towers, you've lost all of your map momentum. And you pretty much gave Necrophos an entire heart because of just your actions in the last couple minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So scary guy just to be running around free inside these fights here from Savage. So he is going to be a big problem from them. But a lot of map control from Grindback to work with and a lot of aggressive wards as well. They're going to continue to try and control the Radiant Triangle. Should result in a kill onto Juju. Now 1J as well. I think they see the reboot out of the base. Now, there's a solid guarding going on. There's multiple fights breaking out on the other side. Does the Pango actually isolated? Is able to get the roll up. Again, they're still stuck. Snap's going to try and get in with the damage. Can they continue to chase him down? They get the Lich and they're going to get another.
Okay.
So splitting away. Yeah, I mean, the Ember kind of baited the mid lane. So they brought their forces away. Savage has his heart. So you mentioned he's feeling pretty unkillable. There's the Nullifier out. Savage has got the BKB, gets it on top of the cookie. So the stun's not there from Igor Demon. He'll be dragged back. Nico doesn't get the harpoon to hold him. Also have the Mortar of the Kisses to fall. Meanwhile, backlane, Anya snipes out one. There's the scythe, not enough. And now Savage is dead. This heart's not good enough. Down goes the 23 Savage Necro. And now the Dawn's gone as well. It's a 5-man wipe. This is an insane game right now.
Well, that's like what we expected from Meepo in these fights, right? Like, he goes in, they have very, very limited damage for him, and he just kind of mans up the whole fight and survives. I think a lot of the other times it feels like ends up being in a 1v5 situation. So I'm happy we got to see one where he's actually taking burst kills, he's actually taking the fight properly. And this is at least one, if not two sides, I want to say.
Going to use the boost early on, but yeah, full set of barracks mid, and there's not really going to be much. At least I guess the Lich is the first one up with Frost Shield. But you've also got Roche from in a minute 20, so they could get a bunch of objectives and also get this as well. So
I think at least try to force the glyph here. I think it's okay if you don't get anything. Like, getting the one side is good enough. Generally, when Roshan has the ability to spawn, it kind of means you never take a risk hitting high ground. Because the worst thing you can possibly do when Roche is up is don't go Roche, hit high ground, then the other team gets Roche because they kill you.
They play the discipline, but unfortunately with them, with how long Roche is up, it does mean that Dire are going to have everyone alive for this fight. They closing on any items with a bunch of that gold though. CJ about to have Swift Blink. Ember's got Scepter actually getting delivered as well, I believe, so we'll have this.
Ooh, Snapfire's doing it. He's taking the bauble.
It's a Bobbler enjoyer.
Are you a bauble enjoyer?
I am a Bobbler enjoyer, yes.
It's like so far
you?
he's the only one. I mean, I think when it like starts working, when it hits that 60-minute mark, yeah, it's really cool. But the amount of times, the games that end between 35 and 60 has got to be like probably 90% of games.
Yeah.
So,
but it's just so
one
cool.
One out of 10 games that you get a bauble, which is what, like, you don't get bauble often, and only 1 out of 10 games it's going to be worth something. And even then, it matters more when it hits the 70, so you can recraft it more than just once.
Yeah. It's
I
just
think in
cool,
concept
though.
is fun. I think in concept it's fun, and I definitely do take it a lot, but the Tai Lung Zeus is not a standard performance.
No, not at all. You definitely, like, there's some other heroes that look pretty great with it, but like you're saying, you're pretty situational. How often it actually works out is few and far between. So maybe for the Snapfire, he's the only one with it so far just yet. But we are in a position where we've got that Roche up, making its way towards top. Dire looking to try and smoke, and they might. I mean, if they continue to run all the way down to the bottom, Igor Demon doesn't have TP for another 13 seconds. So we'll see if they continue to hunt towards the far south side of the map. Ready to go. See how far do they want to go with the smoke. They got the correct read or not. There's still more camps for Igor Demon to farm, so yeah, he has not left.
No blink for 2.
Oh, did they see him?
Ooh,
Hit
they
a
saw
little
him,
bit
but
too
he
late.
blinked.
Keep farming. I think he might be a bit too far away
Dude, this
though,
is
and he's
so
getting
deep.
close to the base. Oh, he blinked
And he
over.
missed.
No. You gotta get out now. You saw it in. And this is a T2 tower because they're actually going to be able to TP back behind them. Anya, BKB in the middle. Meanwhile, CJ's going to try and deal with the Lich. Will instantly blow up him, but they're going to be careful of the Chain Frost. CJ gets the Mega Meepo out. He's going to be fine now. Nico's caught inside with the Earthbinder as well, and Savage, he's not doing enough damage at the moment. 23 Savage, the only one that can maybe turn the fight. He'll try and get the scythe, but it just tickles the Meepo. It is not enough. A refresh shot from Igor Demon, cookies galore. 23 Savage, he's going to be ran down. He can make him work for it, but in the end, there is no escape for the Necro. He's gone for 100 seconds. This will be Roshan. Maybe even the Game Ender as well.
I mean, he has no buyback on Necro for 90. This is definitely like you push. You want to force these buybacks. And also, I want to give a shout out to Meepo's neutral item, which is super good. He went Pendulum, which is the damage delayed. And so because you have Ransack, you can kind of end up healing a lot of the damage you're taking throughout the fight, which is actually super cool. So he just feels basically unkillable at this point. I think if he didn't have it that fight, he probably would have gotten scythed earlier by the Necrophos and died. Also, anyone at home, Pendulum is so good versus Necrophos in general because you just screw up his like scythe kind of like numbers.
Well, I mean, I don't know. If we do get that game through, it was looking like we're in a position where we might. We'll see if the Meepo needs to be first phase banned, if this is just too difficult of a strategy. I don't know how much it changes if like you first pick Meepo overall instead of 9th, but they are in a great position here on Radiant. You're going to be able to get Roche for free, 91% probability for them. Does Meepo even hold Aegis, or do you give it to someone else? Maybe just in case.
You'd have to give it to the Meepo. I think that he's way too impactful to your team that it's not really worth giving it to someone else. The change to Meepo, just that all his items work on every hero is just crazy. Like you, just all of your Meepos individually get so strong.
Does he? Would you say that like he doesn't fall off as hard anymore because of it? And I mean, of course, some other reason. You're Mega Meepo and Dig and everything, but
I think he definitely falls off when you hit that like S tier 45-50 minute mark. A lot of the best carries will actually just straight up kill you, just like with man fighting. But I would say he doesn't fall off in the sense he's just not as strong of a hyper carry.
Sure. Yeah, if you can, like you're saying, if you compare versus some of the other real harder carries
some
out
like
there.
Drow or something, right? With 6 items, is just gonna 2-shot you.
At least in this current position, they have a overwhelming net worth advantage. It's going to be an amplified damage in the bottom power rune spot as well. So they want to use this to be able to walk up high ground. See what they're waiting for.
They're looking. I mean, it's just whoever gets a good jump. I mean, even if Dire gets a good jump, it's super hard. Radiant needs anything. That's the way I see it. Like, the monsters can just pull up. They can even probably hit the tier 3s. And the fight might be over for them. Meepo's under a ward, though. This cliff is just not going to get dewarded for a while. Okay, no, thank you.
Jump in as well. Ego Demon. Double cookie, refreshed BKB. He can use another Hex as well, but Ken's going to be fine. So a pretty heavy commitment from the Snapfire. We're not getting much out of it. And, oh, bash on Anya. Anything else? Okay, they get out. Oh, he's looking for some crazy Stoller plays on Ego Demon. He's definitely feeling himself.
I mean, the Meepo or the Sapphire Refresher is so sick when it works, but yeah, I think the Glimmer. Now, I want to say there's like a Force or
Far
something.
up top, Juju. What's he doing here? And the second support, 1J, okay. Just because the telekinesis, he's got the Death Seeker stolen as well, so extra repositioning.
Death Seeker is such a good shard for Necro. It like gives you so much, gives you more healing, gives you more damage, gives you mobility. Like everything that Necro kind of wants is just in that shard. I think that there's some heroes, their shards just complement their kit so well.
Unfortunate if you, maybe the devs aren't, I feel like this is a harsh way to put it, but not creative enough to come up with some cool shards for some other your heroes. So all of a sudden you feel kind of crap. It's not as strong in the meta or whatever.
Yeah, like there's definitely some shards that are just pretty boring, and then you have some shards that are like super game changing or make it really cool. Like you have the Rubik one where you can lift your allies. Even I think the Dawnbreaker giving like the BKB to Q is like pretty cool and nice. Like the tree one's cool because it used to be his Ags, but you know, and then you have stuff that's like what's a boring one?
Yeah, Josh.
This game they're all pretty good, to be honest. I think every shard in this game is good. Which is not that often.
So what are we looking probability-wise here? Still insanely high. I mean, you got a minute left of the ages, so they weren't able to really crack through much thanks to this.
My boy Gaben says 90%.
Yeah.
Which I want to agree, but I think that if 23 is able to get this Ags, their win chance goes up significantly.
See if he wants to buy out for it or not. Do you think you do if you believe the win probability goes up if he gets it?
I don't think you have to wait. Like, I think you should go. I mean, they like missed their window, right? Like 30 seconds on Aegis left is not a good timer to go, but then it's also hard to force high ground versus the Lich. So yeah, I mean, generally, this is probably gonna be a next Roche angle. Like you let this one expire and then you play for 3 minutes when the next one spawns.
Well, they're going.
Opposite of what the Neeko's doing. He's the Aegis though, so.
Alright. A little bit of damage, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a couple hundred damage to the tower. Worth it. Just wait till the next Aegis, do another 200 damage to the tower, repeat. 100-minute game.
100-minute game. Alright, we'll see. They're gonna actually try and smoke up on your. Nico's a little bit out of the base, but yeah, he's chill. It's okay, so.
I fear the Dire will not be leaving their base for the next 30 minutes or so.
Fortunate position to be in. Do Radiant still... Did they double smoke or is this the previous one? I think it was a previous one. So looking to try and see once again Neeko. But be able to get the first exit or anything to save him. No, there's not. He is gone in an instant. Buyback into the Solar Guardian. CJ's able to run out of range. They do find Juju off to the right side. Solar Guardian does get stolen. That's able to do anything.
Uber's in danger. Rubik, save him.
They were sat inside the base.
No one cares. Now he goes.
Bit two, and now 1J is like, all right, I'll deep my own grave as well.
Why didn't you just go in the Ember like initially got on? All right, well, pretty good hold. It did cost a Dawnbreaker buy, but I think overall it's not the end of the world. Okay.
Another solo play, but he's got CJ to look to work with. That's a dieback out of Neeko. Now, Ego Dimmer doesn't have BKB, unfortunately, so the Snapfire is going to be run down. This should be an easy kill. Savage will get in. Now, can you deal with the Meatbo? Yeah, we're seeing previously they could if it was 5v1. This time it's 4v1. He's far stronger as well, but you also have the Rolling Thunder and 23 Savage that is finally in range with the Scepter, so his damage over time is far more than what it was before. Does he even have a way to play his hand out of it? It seems like he probably just has to do his best and hope that he can kill all the members on Dire, but that is not going to happen. CJ drops, and Dire, they are not out of this game just yet.
I mean, I don't even know what's happening in these fights. It's just... This is so chaotic. The big shout out I want to say is 23 did get his Ags before that fight, so he ate it, which is why he did so much damage just by existing in that fight. But, ooh, this is... I don't think he's one step by because your carry is Necrophos, so your building push is pretty bad, but maybe you get a tier 3 tower. I don't even know if he gets this. Like, I would just walk away and farm, play for Roche. There's a BKB on Ember, so not really in danger of anything.
Okay. Minute 10, they're going to be all back up. So they should have their 5 men to be able to take this fight. At least anything else coming out? Surely I'm trying to see if there's any big items.
You
We're getting
probably
close to the-
ideally want to hold for the Sapphire Refresher. It's like the big one.
He's got
The
Raid
Meepo,
Beefeater.
oh, Meepo BKB is so sad. There's no way you go BKB on Meepo. Like one of your Meepos gets to be able to BKB and run in. I'd assume you probably put in your main, but even that's just so sad. The issue with the Sapphire Rapier is, I'll say this last quick thing.
Yeah.
He needs 30 now because he went the spellcast talents, he went the cookie talents and the Mortimer talents. So now it's like you literally need 2 more full levels, which the last 2 levels are so much experience. I think it's like 7,000, 8,000 or 7,000, 7,500. Just so much XP to grind. So he's not going to feel happy with this Rapier for at least another 1 to 2 team fights.
They are trying to make some interesting play on the far right side of the map. They got with the Eye of the Forest here, they were able to see Nico, but Nico's got a pretty good read. Or he already farmed the camps, I guess. So no reason for him to still be there. Maybe with Tormentor going down as well. I thought someone else was nearby, so... Run away. The smoke's not going to work out here from Radiant. They still have this large net worth lead that they want to try and utilize. 23 Savage.
I think Radiant just wants to get Roche. Like that should be their goal.
They have a pretty decent ward from Dire. That's his Anya. Look at the Hex as well. The chain controllers are going to be perfect, and they have the damage as well. With Savage in with the scythe. Look. Oh, no. What? It ended up dying. It will now. So Ember still gets the kill. Now Igor Demon's in with the cookie, but the bash as well. Once again from Ken and CJ. Now you're relying on the Meatball to once again 5v1. Double buyback from Radiant. That's an all or nothing commitment. It's just a dieback on Starfire. Where is my offlane? Igor Demon's gone. Ember with no remnants. I mean, he's trying to find the backline supports with CJ. The Earthbind's going to be able to help out, but now the Chain Frost is bouncing back and forth. The bash as well. Meepo's gone. They just throw this game. And now Anya's going to be ran down as well. Potential double dieback. That one remnant he's got. Now he's got some more to work with. No bash. Ken misses with a swash. That one connects. He's going to be able to get out by the looks of it. Is he? He wants the Lotus again. Hang on, Anya.
He rolls.
Did I guess correctly? Yo!
I mean, if it was a straight line, he would have guessed correctly, but... I mean, these fights are just... Something's wrong in these fights for both teams. Like, they both keep kind of casually just dying at the start.
Right, a 3k lead now. What happened? Where'd the goal go?
It was what, triple buy, right? Like they bought on Rubik, Ember, and Snap. So only the tree and the Meepo have buy, and I mean Meepo is dying last in every one of these fights. Is he really the one that needs a buyback?
Yeah, I think you said it in that fight. It feels like CJ's having to do absolutely everything. Just every time he's left last. He's just never got a team to play with. Is he really going to go steal it, Juju?
No.
Well, Ages onto Savage. Refresher given over to Ken. And we... Seems like we're... this is...
Back to square one.
Yeah, all right. We are back to a dead even game, but... Yes, of course, Radiant with the 2 full sets of Barracks advantage. Your buybacks, they've got 2. Still Dire. I guess the Cotter was the only one that was used from Dire. Or Dawn and Lich is about to come back up. On your bottom? Yo!
Yeah, it's okay. The issue with Necro Draft sometimes when you get to the late game is you don't hit buildings. So you have to play a lot about the sieges. The nice thing for them is it actually is siege timing. If they want to go now with the Aegis, I think they should. I think that they're basically, this is their Aegis timer for the Roche. Roche is a 5-minute timer, so or like Aegis's. So it's basically whatever siege spot.
Hey, Nico. It's going to be able to run into CJ. Slow it down with the Ghost Shroud.
So far up.
They might be able to blow him up at CJ. There we go. Gets the Mega Mikobo off before the Scythe. They're doing a decent amount of damage to 23 Savage, but of course 23 Savage wants to try and go back to protect his supports and will do so. That's a die back onto Anya. So 2 minutes 4v5 guaranteed, and Savage wants more. Won't be able to find Juju, but tries to run down 1J. Meanwhile, Ken also finds a Snapfire down over to the right. Solar Guardian in to close the distance, but the BKB expiring shortly. He might be able to refresh, but no, the bash from afar, he's gone as well without a buyback. And once again, CJ, it has been this way for the entirety of the game. It is you against the world. Did they find him? Top lane, is he out with the proofs? He's out.
I mean, if you're CJ, like, what do you tell your team here? What do you like? All right, guys, I got this. Like, you've been 6-slotted for a long time. There's not much more you can do.
They're gonna try and go before they get set up, I guess.
You're playing versus a Lich Ads.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, they will be able to get the kill onto Ollie at least. Chain Frost finds as soon as he dies, and with Nico, it's just the Dawnbreaker. What are you going to do against him? He can stand his ground. You don't even have 23 Savage here. He's slow to join the party, but now with the Necrophos into the fray, Meepo's going to buy back at least that they need to respect. But be careful how deep they dive on Grindback.
This is potentially their first side, but I mean, Meepo with no buy, that is so scary for the game state.
They're setting up on him top as well. And nice read from CJ is completely out, and now they have 2 heroes away from everyone else. Which means they won't even get a full set of barracks.
So all of that for a tier 3. I mean, realistically, it's a really good jump, right? Like, I think getting the all the buys, the buy in the Meepo in particular, is pretty much means for the next 8 minutes you have a very simple to execute win condition. Press everything on Meepo, kill him once, profit. So, I mean, it's back to Dire, it's back to Grindback. They got the advantage for what, the 6th time or something?
I don't even know now at this stage. I mean, we've just been going back and forth. We're close to 60 minutes.
Oh, it's 60. The bobble in a minute and
sick,
a minute.
Sick.
Let's well, he's still level 28. Look, I told you, level 28 to 30
Yeah, I know.
feels so bad getting the XP.
He's still in the 20 and a half.
You need to win team fights. Like, you're gonna get 5 kills in team fights or get the shrines, like multiple shrines to hit that 30. It's so hard to actually like get it just off of farming. But if he does get even 29 for the AoE targets, I think is somewhat acceptable. But even with Rapier only adds like 100 damage to his E right now without the 30 talent. Yeah.
With the magic snap, is there any like you just have the Rapier on the magic version instead, or not at all? Like there's other items you would rather if you go for this build?
I think that's actually acceptable, but the biggest concern with doing that is with the magic one, he's been playing this like go in stun using the refresher for multiple cookies. And it's like, are you really gonna buy a Rapier to blink in, hex, and cookie a guy and right click like twice? It's not really worth. If he was playing back and he's playing just to cast ults from, 1,000 units away, sure, I think that's acceptable to magic damage for that, but he can change his playstyle though. I don't think that's out of the question.
It's just, yeah, it seems like you're saying that really the main thing is we have to see him change his playstyle, because at the moment that has not been the case. I mean, he's always been in the middle trying to make as much chaos as possible. He's been doing that. He's been doing a great job with that. So yeah, we've seen Anya as well. I mean, the supports have been very important. You're dealing with the Coddle, just the Will-O-Wisp is frustrating for the Meepos, the Chain Frost. Like, you can potentially have 2 Chain Frosts from Ollie, the AoE Sinister's Gaze. Ollie himself, he's gone Bauble too. So
yep.
He's a Bauble enjoyer. Let's see anyone else.
I mean, I think also the 25 on Lich is a really big timer. Both of them, both the talents are good. I think you'd probably go unlimited Chain Frost bounces.
Just because the Meepo, right?
Just because the Meepo, yeah. But the 50 HP regen on Frost Shield is it makes it so hard to lose the game. You just heal all of your buildings up. It's a hard choice. I would say this one though, you definitely just take Chain Frost and make it so Meepo can't ever play the game.
Oh, you already had Bauble before actually on Ollie. Okay, so now there we go. Let's see what he wants actually with the enchantment. Guess debuff and spell lamp. Maybe cool. What did he go? Okay, he did go to debuff. Okay, Snapfire as well. Also, upgrade the Bauble. He's got the timeless enchantment. CJ with the Stygian Desolator, a couple Minotaur Horns for grind back. Ken actually went for the Divine Regalia. Been having a very good series on Ken. That Storm Spirit performance in game 1 was exceptional. This game struggled a little bit, but it felt like he's been really important through the mid to late game. 12, 4, and 20 for him.
This is such an interesting kind of stalemate because so Dire has terrible high ground push because they have a Necro carry. So they can't just be like, all right, we're stronger, guys. Let's go hit the high ground. And then Radiant's just kind of losing the team fights at this point. So Radiant doesn't want to go out and force the team fight because they'll lose. And Dire doesn't want to go high ground because they'll also lose. And items aren't really going to fix that. That's why I kind of was saying they should have tried to force it with the siege that they had during the Aegis. Because every Aegis is 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes is a siege. So you get 1 siege timing per your Aegis, and you need to use it. Like that's your goal. So just, I mean, I hope everyone's got a little popcorn, a little soda, a little water, because I'm expecting this game to go at least like probably 21 minutes.
God damn, all right. We're starting off here. Your first series expecting to be a long one? Is there like any...
Usually the series ones are always like, especially if closed, it's like, oh, it's a closed qualifier team versus a tier 1 team that plays lands. It's like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. But not in Southeast Asia.
Not here.
I feel like, honestly, I said it before, I'll say it again. I think any team in the qualifiers has a chance to win. Obviously, they're not all equal chances. Like, I'm not going to go out and be like, they all have the exact same chance to win. Like, some teams have like a 1% chance to win, 2% chance, but I think that's way better than some of the other regions. Like, if I look at like North America, for example, I think it's what, like 100%.
Come on, dude. Don't do it like that.
The bug wins and they qualify to TI.
That'd be crazy.
Right, it's 100% for them. But even like South America, I feel like the difference between like the heroics,
And the play
and playtime versus the other teams, maybe what is it, Nemesis has like a chance of qualifying, like those three. But I think the difference between those three and the others are way bigger than in C.
And I think that you probably said the same with Europe as well. Like everyone is putting
in Europe, every team is
Paravision
good.
Yeah. Well, yes, but I also think at least for no vision, Paravision, whatever we want to say, they're by far like super ahead. Your spirit,
the
we
way
don't
I'd see
know.
it for Europe is, I think there's like 2 teams that are kind of ahead of everyone else. Is the way I would see it for Europe. It's like what?
Yeah, who have we got?
Spirit, I would say, is like the #1 team, and then
Really,
maybe,
you put Spirit ahead of Vision?
well, Vision's at TI. I'm saying for the qualifiers. I believe Pars. Oh no, Team Vision's in. You're right. Team Vision. I feel like it's Team Vision and Spirit for those qualifiers. But then like the other 2 slots are kind of like Navi, Mouse, VP, Nigma all have had pretty good success at different times.
Yep.
So there's all these teams that, sure, it's like you would expect like, oh, Navi, Mouse are going to win, but we've seen those teams get upset a lot in these like online tournaments and stuff like that. So even Spirit, I would see a world. It's not likely, but I wouldn't just, go crazy if Team Spirit didn't qualify.
Yeah, no, same.
Like I would not find it like an unrealistic thing.
That's going to be so exciting to watch. How that one's able to break out. I think it's the same there with the open qualified teams. I mean, there's a lot of very good teams over there that can take maps, but we're seeing here, like you would expect really grind back with the 5 plays they have. I mean, we got to keep going. This is 3 of the X, Talon and Aurora boys. So also Nico coming through, which is probably behind WS, the best like Southeast Asian offlaner at the moment, I would say. So, and you have this young, I don't want to say young because Ken's been around for such a long time, but he's incredibly gifted as a mid laner. So you would probably expect them, against mentality monsters, especially with the previous series in the open qualifiers where they 2-0, for this to be a little bit more one-sided. But it was not the case. It is not the case. Game 2, they've got a 17k lead. It is 64 minutes, but like you said, this could go for a while with their difficult time to go high ground. And I was thinking maybe like, can Nico be that person? Like, he has the item build for it, but I know it's not the play style of the Dawnbreaker where you are that second person in with Solar Guardian. But do you think he needs to play differently because they can't high ground? Maybe it's a bit different because it's everyone's alive on Radiant, but
I mean, he's definitely just like a carry. Like, he is a right click carry. It's just Dawn is also not the greatest at hitting buildings. But yeah, I do see the argument that Nico should just be the one hitting the buildings and being like the tire pusher and not thinking about the ult. It's just such an awkward way of playing the hero. Like, it doesn't feel good to play the hero that way.
Yeah. We got a bit of a break. We'll get the Ruby back in shortly for 1J.
Item check on everyone for the tier 5 items. So we got Fallen Sky for 1J. So just a Blink Dagger, which he didn't have, so it's really nice. Witchbane. Dispel all enemies and allies. See, is that good? I mean, he has a Dispel for the Necro.
Yeah.
Dispel
Frost
for
Shield.
Glimmer Capes, the Frost Shield. I mean, it's not terrible. And then allies, I guess. Is there any like debuffs? Not really. I mean, you can remove like the slow from Solar Bind. You got the Bobble, of course.
Sick.
Dazun Bloodright is for the tree ult. The Deso is, I mean, it's okay. I feel like there has to be better tier 5s for Meepo. I want to say than the Deso. Because like you'd want something that each Meepo could use itself, like something passive. But I guess there's not really tier 5s that are passive, are there? Let me look. Yeah, not really. They're all actives. I guess Divine Regalia could be sick, no?
Could be
For
interesting.
Meepo? Like every Meepo does 20% more damage. That'd probably be the best. And then 2 Minotaur Horns, another Divine Regalia, another Bobble. I mean, I will say it this way. The Ollie Bobble is not as good as the Snap Bobble.
Ah, come on. What are you talking about? Dude, this Chain Frost, you just wait. Just wait.
Just the Chain Frost. Dude, he's going to get like Audacious with Bobble and have like infinite damage. I guess it's not even that good, to be honest. 80 magic attack damage per bobble charge. I mean, it's good, right? You increase it by like 40% per. So it's like 40 damage every single bobble. Or you even go CDR. I could see him go CDR on Snap. Imagine having zero cooldown on the E. That's honestly probably the play, to be frank. Like no cooldown on E, no cooldown on the BKB.
Why, thank you. Why, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, I suppose so. It's just, it feels like he needs way too many items with where he's at right now. Like, you need Rapier plus what? Like,
I would recommend he probably should sell, which is crazy, sell the Hex and the Refresher for Daedalus. Even sell the Kayasha. Sell all of your items.
Damn.
And you go Daedalus, Hydra's Breath, Rapier. And then if you have enough gold, while you're near base, you replace your boots with a Satanic. Or a second Rapier.
What's going on in the chat? I'm so confused.
What's there?
Oh, por Dios.
CJ said G when ready, then he would even say what's there, and then
What happened, Ken? I don't want to give time.
let's go. All right. I feel like
Why? Dude, we friends, right?
I guess not, Kenya. This TI qualifies, buddy. There's no friends here.
No friends.
This is
in the
one
TI
slot.
quals.
No way, dude. This is one slot in C. Everyone can. Yeah, no friends.
Everyone
here.
just burns their friendships down, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Bridges burnt. Don't worry about the next year. Just start flaming everyone. Where are we going on Radiant, actually? What do we got?
I mean, they're looking for a jump. They I mean, what's the best jump? The supports are really good. Keeping the light and
Spooky, Savage. Blink's actually aggressive in without any vision.
This
Pops
is
the beacon
scary for
pretty
Radiant.
early on. Savage is dying. He's going to be okay for the moment. Getting a bunch of health back. CJ also in the middle, trying with the Mega Amiibo to run him down. But the Ghost drowned out early on. One of the kisses might be enough to get the kill on 23 Savage. He's dead. He's got a buyback and will use it. Tries to rejoin the fight with the boot to travel instantly back into the middle. CJ, can he get out as well? Nice bash, CJ. He is stuck in no man's land, and Radiant, they've got no one there to protect him. Savage's buyback will work out for the kill onto the carry. Can they also get the Ember? He does this time with the shield crash for a fresh start. Down goes Ember. Double kill from Savage. Roche is up as well, so they should be able to get the Aegis to give him a second life to work with. Meanwhile, Ken...
Snap gonna get his BKB forced by the Pango.
What? They scanned as well. He was actually sticking around to continue farming. What a scan, Ken! This guy's doing it all! Oh, Ken, what an absolute madman! Can he continue to chase him? Juju tries to slow. Hex is out. Wait, hang on, Ken. Maybe the solo play might not work out. They get the buyback out of the Rubik. He had refresh if necessary for another round, but he is absolutely fine. He's playing insane.
Necro's TP. Necro like TP'd on the Pango rolling, and then I don't know if it got canceled by a Roche bash or something, but I mean, if they got the snap there, that would have been insane. But still getting the Aegis on the Necro. I mean, that fight was just... I mean, you want to take the fight. You want to get this like pre-Roshan fight because you get the Aegis, but that looked like such a tough fight to take. The second that they go on the Necro first, like I guess they force his buy and they kill him, but
Radiant are scanning.
it's a lot you lose for it.
Yeah. So what do we got? We got refresher shot in the backpack of Ollie. Block of cheese on Ken. Apparently. Aegis, of course, on Savage. You at least have kind of held the buybacks by the looks of it with the Ember along with the meat, but we are back in the position where Tire's siege is really rough.
And they're pushing into tree armor 2 on every single creep. It takes forever just to kill a creep wave. I mean, okay, I would also like this for Snap right now. If you look at him, he's just ignoring his team. He's farming his level 30 as fast as he can. He's only, what, about 500 XP off? So pretty much like this wave, maybe a camp is going to get him there. No, he's TP too early. I would have just committed to even giving up the racks for level 30. Maybe he's just scared of the Pangolier catching him, like he kind of did earlier, but... You really need this Rapier at level 30.
He's back out on the map farming. So there we go. He's got 30.
There we go. Level 30. Buy this Rapier and buy the data. Sell...
Savage.
I would sell
Whoa, look at the damage. Oh my lord, the Meepo almost kills him, but yeah, he's gone. So Savage gets close to dying, but there's actually CJ that drops. He's got a buyback. Nico in. Nice force. Anya separates
nice
himself with the Starbreaker. We've got to see this Rapier work out, but Eco Team hasn't bought it just yet. So you have to level 30, but where's your damage from the snap? Cooking him. Not enough. It's a massive overgrowth. Nico trying to get some separation. Meepo back in with the buyback. Got to be careful about the damage over time. Meepo falling low. Savage is going to die. They've lost him the once. It's an absolute mess. I mean, it's so chaotic inside these fights. But it might be Die that's going to be able to work out. CJ.
Oh, he has to play.
The dig is there.
He has to get out.
Oh, he didn't get out though. The Will-O-Wisp controls him for the moment. Hex is there. If they got the damage, that's the question. But the scythe is up. Lotus is going to tank it. CJ hasn't dropped just yet, but as soon as they kill him, that surely is just the game. Abyssal's going to be able to hold the Ember into place. It was a messy final fight, but it was a hell of a comeback from Grindback. It felt like it's all been the Meepo from Mentality Monsters, and without him, it is them. It is 4 against the world. Okay.
There's still there's so much gold. Okay, Rapier's bought. He should buy Daedalus too. I think he really should sell this refresher. It's cooldown for 2 minutes. Just full commit to your Rapier Daedalus build. And I know you want the refresher for like a double little shredder. Like you press E, you kill them all, you press E again, but you need the Daedalus for the damage.
They're trying to cut at least. And bottom wave's going to be in pretty shortly, and that you don't have backdoor protection up already as well. And Ego Demon, you've got to be so careful with your position. Chem lost a full Satanic.
It's so scary.
Ego Demon. Drag back Harpoon. Nice timing on the cooking, the telekinesis. He's out. Chem was a little bit too late. Got to be considerate though and grind back. Do you go for the kills or do you want the megas? Because it's a slow push. You can't get both.
The armor in the buildings.
Juju trying to put himself in a position with the
Nice
overgrowth, but
double
Nico instantly. Minute Horn, they're going to be able to break free. They got the chain control as well. Igor Demon's going to try and get himself in a position, but he's unable to do so with a Solar Guardian. Now Igor Demon's going to be kited. He will be able to rejoin onto Anya, but it is 3 versus 5. Megas will be up.
$40 seconds on refresher.
Ooh, Igor Demon went in. No, he went in this Rapier.
Oh,
He's got problem to fight back, but what do you do now? Rapier's still in the deck. Nico picks it up.
By the Dawn.
Nico's back up in 5 seconds at least, so you will have CJ. One final
many
defense.
I think that's the big issue. I think if he had a Daedalus there, like it actually would have been super different. I think if he just full committed the second he hit 30, sold all of his items and went for an instant like Hydra's Breath Daedalus Rapier build, I think they actually could have held. They would have killed this Necron bot when they went in. They would have won the fight, but I think not just full committing to the idea of the damage, like wanting to say the buy, wanting to say the refresher.
Oh, Force actually, no, Snapfire just brought back. Igor Demon dead. CJ does kill the Lich on the backline, but now he needs the Micro correctly because look at the Chain Frost damage. The unlimited bounces, at least it will break away now, but you've lost the Ember. Savage cuts him down with the scythe. CJ, it was just too difficult for him. He had to use too much of his bandwidth to be able to avoid the Chain Frost, which meant that Grindback could freely be able to kill everyone else. And this, absolutely without a doubt, should be the series done. It takes them a while. It is a comeback for them in the end, but they will continue to move forward in the upper bracket.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you started the series, what do you say? Yeah, this is going to be a little 2-0. 23 Savages got this. But if you watch this game number 2, I feel like it didn't really feel like a 2-0. Like this felt like a 3-game series. This felt like 2 teams that were really close. And you can look at it 2 ways. You can either say, you know, the boys got a little more work to do if they want to qualify to TI. But you can also look at it from the other angle that this qualifier is going to be hard for whoever wants to make it through.
Yeah, and absolutely. And already getting tested, you know, maybe it's, you know, that's a good thing. Maybe that's what you want for the first series, to be tested, to be able to show the resilience, and they absolutely were able to do it. Well, keep in mind, I mean, we're 48 minutes of the game. They were 2 full sets of barracks down with a 26,000 deficit. And I think maybe this next replay, this one, it was a really, I mean, of course, the moment. It was 21k lead. I think we dropped to like 4k after this fight.
Yeah, this was, what an insane fight. I think, I don't want to like be too harsh, but I think Igor Demon kind of just went too aggressive with his hero in the late game and like didn't play around his timings in the fights. Like he kept playing like it was the mid game in terms of like blinking, cooking in, trying to like chain stun people. But I think he should allow his Meepo and his Ember to kind of play the fight. And he gets to play this like more backline carry. I don't think he really utilized his hero as like a carry in the late game. So you just felt like he falled off. There's so many fights that he would blink in, miss his cookie, and then just die right after. Yeah. I was really hoping that we would see like a bit more impact from him at this like 60+ minute mark.
Yeah, because especially we felt like for almost half an hour maybe we were talking about this like Rapier level 30, like what could potentially happen, and he got there but a little bit too late, and especially needed more as well. You know, we're also like, is the Rapier going to be enough? You said he had to sell some items, and that's such a hard call to make though, unfortunately. I mean, it's the position you're in, and is, you know, for them, we'll see if they can make a lower bracket run. It definitely feels like a lot of it is off the back of Meepo, just in general. But you know, we've only seen 2 games now, so I can't really say too much. But definitely feels like this is something for whoever their opponent is you're looking to potentially get rid of the Meepo in first phase.
Yeah, I think it's worth it to just ban, just in general, just never play versus it. Unfortunately, they got the Meepo, and I think if you're fans of them or fans of the Meepo, that's probably going to be the last time, because if Meepo is able to take a game from going game 1 being like kind of sketchy, being a bad game, to game 2 being extremely close 70-minute game with just a Meepo pick, yeah, maybe it's worth banning.
What are your thoughts on GLYPH though as a whole with this series? I know you're closer for them than probably what they're hoping for. You still need to fix a couple of things, but anything big that like takeaways for you for their upcoming series and the rest of the qualifiers?
I want to say I think 23 is good enough that he can play Necro, but it didn't feel like it was a 23 playstyle. Does that make sense? Okay. Like, in the whole game, it didn't feel like it was him playing. It felt like it was just a generic, decent carry player. So it's like that awkward position where there's like this really strong hero in the meta, really good. Like Necro's probably one of the best heroes in the game right now. But it's like, is that really what 23 is going to specialize in? Like, is that what, if he's on my team, is that what I want to play? Like, no. I don't know, his Morphling, his Terrorblade, his TA, stuff like that. Like to actually like carry the game, these right click physical damage, high, like not like high APM heroes, but like high execution. So I know they're gonna pick Necro for more. I know it's gonna be good. It's just that was like the big thing. It's a bit worrisome for them that, maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe it was just like a warm-up game of his Necro. The first game he'll look good, but I would say for them it probably looked better if they just had a more standard kind of carry, like some Drow or something like that.
Yeah, and like you're saying though, it's just unfortunate with how the meta is at the moment. Necro is so good,
like you
good,
have to
and
do
especially
it, right?
yeah, especially with the offlane pool as well, right? I mean, it just counters so much of the offlane pool that it feels like it's absolutely necessary. But we want to see Savage on the series, and we will though, because it sounded like you were mentioning with the hero pool at the moment with all the ranged offlane, so the ranged carries. That fits into Savages. I know he has the Faceless Void and some other ones, but the Drow, Morphling,
he loves
the
his
TPs, the TAs.
His like 1v5 range carries, that's like his favorite.
Yeah, so we'll see. We're going to definitely see way more of GLYPH, and of course for Mentality Monsters, their run is not done just yet. We're going to move forward to our second upper bracket round 1. That's going to be Yangon Galacticos taking on Interactive Philippines. So we're going to break. When we come back, more Dota action. See you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And we're back for our second series of the night. Two brand new teams from the open qualifiers. We've got Interactive Philippines taking on Yangon Galacticos. It's a bit of a different look at Yangon as well, pretty much through the entire history of this organization. They've been solely a Myanmar stack, or Myanmar roster, I should say, where they've only had 5 players. Now it is just KSH along with Young PH, and then you brought some 3 members over, the Filipinos from Team Ivory. So definitely interesting, the fact that you've got some, at least a couple of different representatives from nationalities, and then of course Interactive Philippines. Well, they are a full 5 Filipino affair here.
Yeah, this one I have even less expectations than the first series we just watched. I don't know who I would favor, but if it's anything to go off of, I think the less expectations, the better. So,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm excited. I think that I want to see a bit different playstyle, which we're already seeing. We're seeing Puck getting valued, Void Spirit getting valued. So it's already going to be a completely different series, which is a very good thing if you want to be entertained, because this will probably looks like a pretty fast-paced game, at least game number 1.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely with some mid lane heroes that we have like this year for either of them. So we shall see. Where do you currently sit with the Void and the Puck matchup in particular? It's still Void favored, or like, because I can imagine it can go back and forth in the game.
It's Void favored, but Puck is always just like the most broken hero. So Puck is always fine versus Void just because of how stupid Puck is. But it's supposed to be in theory a Void favored matchup still. And I think it should still be, yeah.
Is there any does it change for Puck? Like, do you have to itemize differently because of the Void Spirit, or not as much so?
You sometimes get forced to buy a BKB.
Okay.
But besides that, because like all the other defensive tools don't really save you, right? Like you think about Yules, you'll die to the Remnant. You think about like Manta or some shit, you'll just get multiple like silences on you. So it's like you really need to buy a BKB in this matchup in particular. You can't even like phase shift dodge, because if you don't have your blink up, he can place a Remnant on the like phase shift. So it's just this like very feels bad matchup for the mid game. Anytime that you're a Puck and you feel forced to buy BKB, it's really sad, but I don't know. Puck is just such a good hero. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You were saying, I think, what the start of the day, you're with some of the mid heroes at the moment, and they're still what we've been seeing for a couple of metas. And Puck, he can be banned 3 patches in a row. It doesn't matter. I mean, just conceptually what this hero is able to do. So it's a bit of, and especially with all the mid players, or at least a vast majority of them, like they want to play this hero. You want to have a hero with the high skill expression and where you completely take over. So see if Young PH is able to do so. They're going to Doom and a Hoodwink in the second phase from Yangon.
Seconds remaining.
I really like the Hoodwink versus Phoenix matchup. I think this one's just really good because of like Phoenix ideally in the lane has very low armor, but wins the lane because of like the attack speed slow. So then when you pair that with like a physical damage spell that ignores attack speed with the Hoodwink Q, you kind of just win this lane. So I'm already like happy with the support matchups. Even I think Hoodwink's pretty good versus Sky. So this is pretty good matchups right now for the Galacticos.
It's an interesting Sky choice. So we're really not seeing this hero a whole lot. Of course, some value versus the Puck, and
yeah, it's got a bit of silence value.
5 seconds.
See what other offlaner you want then. Well, what offlaner you want from Interact? They got the 24th. So we'll see that last. We need the carry for Yangon for KSH.
They'll probably just pick something to be very anti whatever the carry that gets picked is. Which carry wise, what do they want? Lifestealer looks really good, to be honest, right now. Like it's good versus Tiny Carry, it's versus Phoenix. Void Spirit doesn't really deal with you. Sure, there's like some silences which can be annoying versus the Rage, but I think that there's a lot of easy ways to play through. And there's no BKB stuns, so it's like you can always Rage TP out of ganks.
How's some range heroes look like TA and Wind Ranger? That's the time.
I think TA is fine too. TA is not the worst. Like you can just pick TA here, and then you can end up with some like a tree or just any like you don't even need to be a melee support, just any support. Terrorblade's a bit interesting to me because I think Void Spirit's generally like the draft looks good versus Terrorblade right now, to be honest. But Terrorblade's not necessarily doesn't need to be a good Terrorblade game. He just needs to do damage. So it's not
10 seconds.
pretty much most games if you just need damage from your carry, Terrorblade will be fine.
Sure.
5 seconds.
Is there a 5 that stands out as well for you to be able to help the TB inside the lane so he can have a good early game?
Radiant team ban.
You could just pick some really always good 5. You could pick like the Warlocks, the Chens, Silencers, something like they banned Lich. Just like the very stable ones that should never lose their lane. I think that's like the kind of ideal.
Get rid of the silencer from Interactive Philippines. Was a yank on what other offlane did they remove as well? Of course, the Timber, big problems for the Terrorblade, but some of the other heroes could be frustrating. Nonetheless, they really want to protect KSH. Was kind of when I saw the Sky, I was thinking they would still have like a offlane hero that could enable the Mystic Flare. Maybe it's fine with the Void Spirit and whatever early tiny item he goes for, if he does go like an early Blink or early Shadow Blade.
If you want an offlaner that would do it versus a TB, Mars could be okay. I think the Mars matchup versus Puck is also good if the Mars buys the Yules, and you can always get the TB with your arena. The hero's just a bit weak right now.
Whoa.
Now there's a CM. Slardar's banned. There's like Tide, but it's not that good. There's Centaur. Centaur's decent versus the Doom, but it's not great versus Puck.
Is that what you would like though? Do you want a hero to play with the Sky, or it's not necessary?
I think it's good. I think you just want something good for the game. Like as long as it's good in the game for some sense, whether it's good with your Sky, good with enemy heroes, good with the Phoenix. I do like the Mars because it's good with the supports. Good versus the Terrorblade. The lane should be acceptable.
Just surprised
It's just the hero's so weak. It's compared to where it's been in the past. Is there any? There's Primal Beast, which is not great for CM, but if you just think about him getting a BKB or even just like a Raps to be tanky, Primal Beast is pretty good.
Okay.
Or is Axe? No, Axe is banned.
Definitely the off lane hero pool a little bit limited. B. See what decides nonetheless in the end. Potential lane where there is kill threat onto him as well with your meta plus Frostbite. What do you got?
Brewmaster.
Okay.
Brewmaster super good versus TB. You kill the illusions. You can just live. If you ever get a lift on the puck dies because the Void Spirit can place a remnant under the lift. And then you're a hero that you don't really need to be a frontline tank. And then once you pop your ult, you can always like go onto the Doom because you can't Doom your pandas. So it's like good versus every single hero pretty much. And it's a pretty good lane with either support you pair with, whether it's the Sky or the Phoenix.
Yep. Definitely, I guess the only thing with the brew is it's pretty specific on the player, if you are a brew player or not. So we'll see if,
That's true.
if V
That's
is.
true.
They'll use all their time. And we do get the primal base, so back to one of the options like you mentioned. So you said that the CM is a little bit frustrating for the primal. Of course, you have a bunch of burst damage against the TB, which is nice. Is there anything else this game that is a bit awkward for him, or do we like this ultra last pick overall though?
I like it. I think it's a very good hero versus the Terrorblade, and it's good in the game. Like it gives you a stun, gives you a lot of magic damage to burst these heroes. With the Sky, it's really high damage. Obviously, for me, the scary thing is specifically the CM matchup. That one's really annoying. More so mid, I would say, because CM will always walk mid and then root you when you want to fight like the 6-minute runes. But even for the offlane, you're basically playing versus a support that has a slow and a root versus a hero that needs to walk around to do anything. Like everything Primal Beast does involves moving around, I guess, besides its ult. So the matchup just sucks in general. But if you are able to kind of play the mid game out, you get like a consecrated wrap, so you just don't die when they use spells on you, and you just tank everything for your team and let your team carry you. Or you go BKB, you're a bit squishier, which is like weird to say you're squishier with the BKB, but it's like you only have like this limited window in fights, right? And you have to pressure BKB to be tanky. And you kill everything during that. I prefer the wraps and just let him be the front line for the Void and the Sky to like do everything. And if he goes some like wraps, Blink Dagger or something like that, I would really like it. He just forces stuff to happen.
Are you overall a Primal Beast believer? Because I'm a big Dino believer. I think this hero is insane.
like the hero,
Definitely
yeah.
late game. Yeah, I think
I think the saddest thing was the talent change they did to him a couple patches ago, where he lost his Dispel at 15, and they moved it to 20, and now basically at level 20 you have to decide between a Dispel and bonus damage on your W, which, I mean, real, you never take the Dispel anymore. There's like no world it's ever worth to take Dispel over what, like 30% more damage or something, 20% more damage on your W. Like that one scales insane. But I love the hero. I think it's really good. I think the shard is like super strong right now.
It's insane. Strong.
It's
What are you
so
talking
good.
about? That is strong. There's more words we can use for that. This
More
shard
words
is
than strong.
ridiculous.
It's so good. The amount of times I've seen like bonus kills from it, just by like him he just long range chucks his rock and it just like clips a guy in the edge. He's like, oh, I'm dead, I guess.
It still one hits waves as well, right?
I think so. If you put it like in the exact right spot, yeah. It'll, like one shot the wave, or the range creep might have like 1 health.
It's so stupid actually. So yeah, I'll hold that thought. What's going on, bottom? You got a couple of heroes smoke, and as soon as it popped, no one stepped forward. Now they'll kind of run around in back way.
All right, there's some interesting item build. I don't know if I've ever. There's a headdress phoenix.
Ooh.
No, and blood grenade. Like this is. I see this build on IO before. I wonder. Headdress. Really? Luz is gonna take a lot of damage. If not, just die straight up.
Have we got anything else? Another blood grenade, and what was that right click? How much damage did that do? I don't know, high roll or something. I didn't think it was actually going to be enough, but all right, T gets it. First blood.
Doom innate procced.
I see. Okay.
So it did an extra like 5 damage from him or whatever, like right before.
Yeah. There you go. First blood. They get 2 for 2 with the bounties. Lewis is back out in the lane though.
Thankfully, Puck was not involved in that kill at all. So Puck and Void Spirit are pretty much even. If you want to think about it that way, nothing changed for the mid lane. Just kind of griefed your off lane. Oh, Phoenix dies.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what are you thinking about the headdress? Like, obviously it's a sustain item, but
I don't know. It's basically what, like a quarter of a tango, just about a little over a quarter of a tango permanently for your teammate, which like is good, but I don't feel like this lane is like a high regen lane, you know? It's like he's playing versus a Venomancer and he's completely like nullifying like the poison stings or whatever. It's just a Doom. And I mean, he has tangos now, but his like right click trade's worse. I really like the Phoenix builds that give him a lot of HP, because then your Dying Light does more damage and you just trade with Dying Light and you want to be low. So I don't really have a good read on it. Is there anything he wants to buy with it? Like, what do you buy? Drums? Mech? Not really. Like, you don't really want to buy either of those on Phoenix. So I am ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready for this guy to just like pop off on some headdress and they just win the lane, but he already fed a second kill, so not looking too likely. And he's dead if you pressed Q on Hoodwink.
there's the Q. Oh, he died to the neutrals instead.
And now Hoodwink might be dead.
With the avalanche and the tree throw, Jed find the kill. Very necessary considering he's left the lane. Alright, so Interesting stuff having bottom. What about our other side lane at the moment? These only got 6 last hits.
Oh no, Lewis.
What happened?
He remnanted too late, so then the puck was able to orb in and deny the rune before he got it. So now puck's gonna deny one and take one. So Lewis is gonna be just behind on the HP regen.
Oh, crap.
You have to be very delicate when you contest the runes versus puck, like the water runes. Either you have to like force the puck to full commit, or you just never commit till the puck commits, because yeah, like letting puck either take both or deny one and take one just always feels so bad for just like the health advantage.
How do you itemize in the lane versus the puck? Like a wand, of course he has queued up. Are you going for like Wraith Band or something for a bunch more stats? What do you think about?
I've liked the ones where they start with like a circlet or two. The two one's super greedy. You have to just assume that you're just gonna like never miss a last hit versus puck, but and you just play to advantage your first 2 waves. Because I think if you buy like 2, you get an extra like 1 damage because of your innate. Like the void innate's not super strong, but you want to like use every little like leverage of it, and you just CS super hard, and you just don't let puck get any last hits on you levels 1 and 2. And then when puck is level 3, like obviously they're just gonna orb every last hit because puck is stupid, but you want to really abuse that levels 1 and 2. So I think going back for like circlets now, going back even for the wand is kind of just a lot of like gold you're not really gaining much value on compared to even like say a boots, just to be able to like right click easier and get damage in, because I think Lewis might lose a water in again and potentially just die.
Someone dead? Yeah, who's dead here? Someone's
Lewis.
dying. But Ares is actually going to try and step in as well, but the phase shift timing doesn't dodge the stun. Sorry, the nuke, but doesn't really matter. No one dies, apparently. I thought someone was going.
Is Lewis going to go for the water? No. He's going to go Tango up. Yeah, this is not good, right? Like Void Spirit kind of has to win the lane versus puck, because if you're behind in this matchup, you get coiled at level 6 and then you just die. So it's not really a good thing for them. I think a lot of it is like the first blood, the itemization. There's just like a lot of these little things that are just giving puck the ability to kind of start running away with the game. Even in the off lane, Primal Beast kind of struggling versus the Terrorblade. Terrorblade has what, 10 more CS than him, which I do think a lot of it has to do with the Crystal Maiden getting first blood, having a bunch of regen, having a bunch of mana. Sky even having to go help with the water rune is gonna hurt. So it's really cool about Dota that one lane affects the whole map, right? Like losing mid means that your supports have to help you.
There's
It means
that
that your off lane
frostbite.
starts losing.
The damage,
Okay.
it took them a little bit long to get the kill, which might actually end up resulting him in dying. So yeah, Teehee drops, but like you were mentioning with the frostbite, there's just such a problem here for the Primal Beast.
Yeah, this match was just really sad, but the primal lanes are always about how early you get your phase boots. I would say to have impact, and his phase boots aren't going to be super late. He'll have it by like probably like 7-ish minutes, which I think is fine. You can start cutting the waves. You can start doing like shenanigans, run away from the Crystal Maiden. You can just farm. So honestly, there are some lanes that I'd be more worried about the primal, but this is definitely not a good lane for him either.
Looks like nothing really too crazy here with the power runes. Eris is going to pick up 10 damage. Not the mid lane is going to find that. Everyone, both the cores solo at the moment. Doom 34 and 13, so he's having a great time versus Jed. We'll see what the build as well is going to be from Rapido. I actually don't know what he's got coming out of the choreo. What's he got? Phase boots, okay. So phase and double bracer. We'll see if it's the shard or the Midas build that he wants. Have you got a preference right now with Doom's overall? Actually, hold that, Jed. It's the bushwhack, because his Infernal
dead on
Blade's
Tiny.
going to eat a bunch of damage, and yeah, absolutely. Now Grimm's as well. Well, he's always got the dive, so he's fine.
I actually like the Radiance.
Top lane
to be
TB.
honest. Ooh.
Almost getting nuked down. Not
Nice
the case.
Sunder.
Early level out of the Sunder from KSH.
Yeah, I like the Radiance on Doom. I think that
Okay.
the Midas, it's fine. I think you can go in some games, but the like drums into Radiance or just the straight Radiance in a lot of games, just you scale so hard, and it just feels impossible to fight you at some point in the mid game.
Is this the shard plus radiance, or like do you value the shard as well, or no?
Yeah, you'll get the shard at some point. I think the shard, even just for the like the frog ravage thing, is worth it. Just to make every tentacle like basically undodgeable. I literally just go for the AoE.
It does have the drones
Primal.
currently queued up top lane. Yep. Got the meta. And another kill. 2,000 net worth lead early on from Yangon. So KSH Terrorblade's licking his lips. And I mean, really the cause on Interactive Philippines, no one's even had a good game at all. And with the mid matchup, you're expecting the Void Spirit to be fade versus the Puck. He wasn't able to eke out an advantage there. He does get a shield rune at least, so he's going to have the second power rune to work with, but
This
we'll have
is
to see what they can do.
First rune of the game.
Yeah.
I actually think that's his first of all runes. No water runes, no 6-minute rune. Guts A rune though. So something's changing finally. Yeah, the lanes are just looking really good for Dire overall. I think Primal Beast is definitely struggling. But the crazy part is when Primal Beast is struggling and we expected him to, and he's the top net worth of his whole team.
Yeah.
That is a terrible sign.
On a lane, they go into the tiny with the Doom use from Rapido. Eris, not really much he's going to be able to do, but the Sky should surely tick out. And now with the Phoenix is going to be in trouble as well. Will it tick? One more, just the last one. So Yangon continuing to do whatever they want on the map. I mean, Interactive Philippines
Might
can get
even dive
nothing
more.
going. Absolutely
Consider
will.
here with the bushwhack.
Down goes Eris. So 3 heroes from Interactive Philippines. His bottom lane looks like a position that they really will not be able to enter again.
Doom's going the real build. He's buying drums. Yeah, I mean,
knows, he knows.
the normal build is like you go drums, and then you go like either Raps or BKB or Blink, and then you like actually play the game. You're not just AFK farming. That is the correct way to play majority of games. There's some ones that Radiance I think is the right one, but the way I always will like talk about a lot of heroes item builds is there's a build that you're not wrong for going every game, but then some games there's a correct build, if that makes sense. Like going for the drums into like a fighting item is never wrong. Like if you go this every game, it's never gonna be like, oh, your build was bad. You could have had a better build, but if you go Radiant some games, it's wrong, you know?
It's just super stable.
It's just bad to go Radiant some games. Yeah, whereas the drums is just chill.
He's definitely going to be happy with what he can do onto the map. Lewis, he double Astral Scepter to try and commit for the power rune. Does actually get denied, so once again, he's not going to get it.
It's okay, one's good enough. He's going for Mage Slayer, which I don't like on the Void, to be honest. I think that, like, sure, it makes him tankier. It's good versus the Doom. It's fine versus like the supports because there's a lot of magic damage. It's just his kill threat is going to be so low. It's so reliant on his Skywrath Mage if he goes for a Mage Slayer compared to going for, say, like an Axe. Or even like a Vessel or even a Yules, to be honest. Like any of those items just feel like they give him way more impact in terms of killing heroes than Mage Slayer.
Well, Jed is actually going to run back towards the team because they're TPing in. Lewis is finally going to look to get involved
Doom
as
in
well.
5.
They'll stick around as well to get the value out of the Doom. Repeater, nice bushwhack connects onto 2, but the Primer's going to crash in the middle as well. They'll control the Doom before the ultimate. Repeater will finally be able to use it.
No, this looks
and
terrible.
here comes the Puck as well. The cleanup crew has arrived. Young PH, he's got a double, and he is not going to stop anytime soon. The orb position will enable him to catch up to Eris. And there's going to be another bushwhack in 3 seconds. They will run him down. The Croaker will make it a little bit frustrating, but surely no. Actually, Eris is going to be able to live.
Nice little juke.
Oh boy, it's a 5k lead already though.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just know what the lanes, and they're running away with it just purely off of, I don't know if it was draft necessarily. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, they just got super out drafted, because to be honest, they didn't. I think they just kind of got outplayed in all 3 of their lanes. I think like Void Spirit got outplayed mid. I think that Primal definitely had much less. Maybe he can, no.
Oh, I thought he had the other ultimate.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the Void Spirit's impact. Void Spirit is such a fragile hero.
Yeah.
It's like this weird state where if everything goes good and you make no mistakes, he hits a point in the mid game where he's unstoppable and he's just killing heroes off cooldown. But I always feel like if you hit like one speed bump in the first like 15 minutes, or you build it one bad item or something, he's so useless compared to a lot of these other heroes. Like, to me, this Mage Slayer is legitimately just like a GG when he buys it. Like, the game's over. Again, I want to be proven wrong. I want him to buy this Mage Slayer, make people do no damage, farm really quick because he's a Mage Slayer, you know, be really powerful. But I'm just worried he's going to end this game with like 1 assist and 0 kills and just like have no impact for the rest of the game.
I think the way I look at Void Spirit's similar to how I looked at Queen of Pain for honestly a long time. I felt like this hero, if you died like in the game, if you had more than like 3 deaths, it was just, it was over. Of course, absolutely, that's not the case anymore. But I feel like you hold that thought, young PH. It's just this guy, nothing too crazy. But yeah, it just feels like this hero, like you are sort of feast or famine. Like you absolutely can take over games, but that can often not be the case. And he's only got 2 deaths. It's not a ridiculous. I mean, it's 13 minutes in actually. So your 2 deaths is unfortunately a lot and doesn't have too much farm. And his comeback potential is not as good as someone else.
I mean, even if you compare it to, like, say, a Puck, I feel like if I had a 0-5 Puck, it would be able to do things.
Yeah.
Like silence the supports, farm waves really quickly, get gold. Like a 0-5 Puck would also, I feel like, have items. But you got like a 0-5 Void Spirit on the other side. This guy's just this. This is gonna happen to him.
It's not 0-3.
Well, someone said something about 3 deaths or more. On
Yeah. Well, we might be there, unfortunately. Yeah, someone said GT with Mage Slayer, and it might be beforehand.
Yeah, maybe it's not the Mage Slayer's fault if he doesn't even get there. Like, I get the idea of it, that it's like it's a cheaper item than Ags. Oh no, his TP got canceled the last second.
Poor Jed. I mean, he's got 4 deaths as well.
No, toss is kind of crazy. Like 0 points in it at level 9. I think, don't most people go like even a point? Like, I know some people go like 2-0-4, but I feel like you go like 2-1-4 at the latest.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
Just because, you know, it's toss. Good spell.
Yeah, it's toss, bro. Come on. It's just extra,
right.
well,
Let's think about big timings, right? So I think Sky 6, maybe when you get level 4 Ancient Seal, so like 1 more level on the Sky, you can kill the Puck potentially. Void Spirit, I don't think is really going to get any more powerful. The Primal BKB, it's probably Primal BKB. Like, Sky's going to have to hit the level 4 Silence, use it on Puck. Primal's going to have to go in with the BKB, one-shot the Puck, and then maybe they can take the fight after that. But it's still not easy. Like, imagine all that happens, and then he gets doomed, so he can't even grab the Puck. Or all that happens, and then TB sunders the Puck, so Puck's full health. Right? Like, there's even counterplays for, like, the 1% chance. So it's a pretty rough situation for them.
All right, so 85% probability already.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes in the game, Aries.
Yeah.
It should not be 85%.
It's what it is. You're pretty solid in this position. I mean, you're 15 deaths already.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. I mean, Lewis is unfortunately just standing both heroes. I mean, your Prime was not being able to show on the lane. Lewis wasn't showing as well.
No,
Now
Lewis.
that he does, they're going to pop out of the tree line. Have to commit the core just to guarantee the kill. Back to top as well. V, is he going to die? Yes, indeed he will. So I thought your both cores weren't wanting to show on the lane because I knew exactly what was going to happen as soon as they step out. Well, they were right.
Well, good news is maybe the I was gonna be like, well, maybe Dire's really far ahead and they're gonna be greedy with their item choices, but Puck is going for BKB or Aeon. They're kind of going between the two, so no greedy items there.
Peter bottom. They're gonna try and make a play here with the Mystic Flare. Bunch of damage early on, and not gonna be enough. Not bad, very nice. So they're able to make something happen before the maxed out Ancient Seal. He just got it level 4 now with that kill.
And he is going for the Radiance on Doom, so he is going for the greedy build. I think he probably bought the drums, realized how chill the game was, and that he would have the space to farm the Radiance and went for it. Which I don't think it's bad, but I could see like the world where if he just went like Blinker or Consecrated Wraps, he would like never die, and they could just end the game in like 25 minutes. But I think a lot of these games, especially in like high pressure situations like TI qualifiers, I would almost always lean towards securing like the 30 plus. Oh, nice jump on the
Nice
supports.
blink. What a great initiation.
alive,
If they got
though.
the damage, though, they don't. These are some of the
Oh,
two
no.
squishiest supports that you can see and play against, and they couldn't even blow them up.
I mean, thankfully for Tiny's gonna live, but dude, you can't kill a hoodwink and a CM. Oh, he went in
Maybe
again.
now.
He didn't kill him this time
The
either.
raindrop. Oh, Drick is still alive, and now Jed. No way, dude. Back-to-back times he can't even kill the woodwork.
Oh. Is Turbo gonna get the Phoenix too? No, no.
Okay.
The little gate barrier.
Is under attack.
Scary, scary stuff. I think
His bottom tower is under
this game, I would say if this was a tier 1 game on LAN, I think that the Doom would probably not go a Radiance. He would go like Blink Consecrated Wraps, and they would just try to end the game at 25 minutes and play this like super clean first Aegis, game's over. But I think here it's way better to prep for making a mistake or two and playing for like a 35-minute game. And so the Radiance I think is completely fine on Doom. Well, especially if he gets the Doom on Tiny. Tiny's just dead to him solo. Well, actually his
at
whole
this
team's
ward.
here.
Guess Radiant have the high ground ward as well, so they're going to be okay. But if they step a little bit too far away, which they did, it's going to be careful. Bushwhacks there. Repeater's going to pop out down from the south. They're actually a bit hesitant. Young PH gets a nice call over to the back line. The Sarge connecting onto a couple means they can't follow up with the Pulverize on TB. They'll turn to deal with a Supernova. And Primal will be ran down as well. We might honestly be getting to the territory pretty shortly where they call it. We'll see how much they want to stick around against this.
How much mental fortitude is there? Lewis does have his Mage Slayer in 400 gold, 350, so maybe that's like the go time. But yeah, this is looking like a sub 20-minute racks right here.
Oh, wow.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Lewis? It's fine. Just use the illusions. With meta out, maybe they'll back away. Of course, Radiant's going to be back alive as well.
Yeah, I mean, even getting a tier 3 at this point in the game is insane.
Yeah.
The tier 3s matters. It's like tier 3s matter almost as much as the racks because it means that whenever you like have the creep advantage and they keep pushing, they actually are doing like building damage on the racks, like whether it's the range creep or whatever. And it means split pushing is way more annoying. Like the range creep, the range barracks will die eventually because of the tier 3. So. And there's gonna be
Always
a
that
little
pressure.
20-minute tormentor. They'll probably just do Tormentor into XP Rune, into Roche, and to trying to end the game. Maybe like 25 minutes with the Siege is going to be their go time, but the clock is ticking.
And what do we got coming out shortly here from Radiant? Yo, we have that BKB on V at least. What's Jed got? He's actually going to go Blink and Shadow Blade. But you now have BKB as well for the puck, so Young PH, gold like, I mean, he's 10, 0, and 5, top net worth. He's itemizing defensively.
Has the Tiny gotten, like, didn't he have Blink when they did that jump on mid like 4 minutes ago?
Yeah, he did.
So
yeah.
in like 4 minutes or so, like 3 minutes, he's only gained like 600 gold, 700 gold. Which is just pretty bad. Like,
Yeah.
I obviously he did die twice. It's just so hard because he buys the blink because he wants to make these jumps, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong to go for these like aggressive non-greedy builds on carries, but oh, when they don't work, it feels so bad.
It's got to work now.
Okay, maybe they
Hoping
get
you
the
potentially
TP.
being able to find a way back into this game here with the chain control and the nuke. It looks
Okay.
like it's going to be enough, so nicely done. And Cope set up. They've got the nuke, but it looks like he ain't gonna. Maybe it's gonna try and force the issue. Young PH is gonna amplify damage. He's gonna pop the BKB and run down some of the supports. He's unable to get the hold onto them, however. Meanwhile, they will still lose Jed. They're gonna try and force the issue. No, is it a good supernova? No, not at all. In fact, they just have to run away. No one's there to protect it. They've lost the primal. Bushwhack a little bit too late from Drake, but it will not matter because Young PH has got nothing to fear. 12, 0, and 7. This is your first overall pick puck and he's absolutely destroying.
This is why some teams, if they know the other guy's like a puck player, they just ban at first phase. Which I always... There's two heroes I have this mentality about. It's Puck and Pango. Every time this hero gets nerfed, and I'm like, thankfully, we can ignore this hero. And then some team on 18 picks it, and you're like, okay, you know what? We did get pucked. Whatever. It was an 18 pick. Not a big deal. And now they start picking it on 16. Now they start picking it on like 13. And you're like, this puck seems really annoying to deal with. And then it starts getting first picked, and you're like, didn't this hero just get nerfed to the ground and we thought it was dead like a month ago? Then it gets nerfed again, and the cycle repeats, and it's been like that for what, 2 years now, 3 years? Where puck is just like the best mid consistently. And I don't know. There's like nothing they can do to make this hero feel bad because of how much it provides. It provides control, silence. It's a very solid lane. It has lane push. It's like extremely hard to kill. And it's a right clicker because like because of like your positioning on the map, you just have so much time to right click in the fights. It's just always going to be a good hero. Like design wise, it's hard to make Puck a bad hero without just literally bricking the hero and making it unplayable. Okay, nice tank.
Bottom as
There's
well,
no way-
Doom. And on the other side of the map, actually, Void beats the ultimate from Rapido.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Like, yeah, we're probably going to see this Puck first phase ban next. I mean, maybe if Lewis has the capability to play, which I know he does, in fact. So we'll see. Just a question if he's comfortable with first pick overall. But
Yeah, I don't see why not. If you're first pick, just pick the Puck every game. Ooh, jump in on the Phoenix.
insane. My hoodwink's jumping past barracks, but showcases the current position where you say 3% chance for Interactive Philippines.
That is a 24. Dude, I feel like we don't really see racks at 24 minutes anymore.
No,
The
not
game
at
is
all.
definitely like slowed down a lot. That it's like teams play more to get an advantage, and they'll try to get like a 30-minute racks, 35-minute racks with the second Aegis. They'll play more.
Jump in mid lane.
Jump on the hoodwink.
Hoodwink.
They're
Oh, it's a
full
pretty heavy
committing some
commitment.
Cores.
Oh, now you're going to be able to get away. Look at the Inferno Blade damage. And Rapido might just solo kill. Now he's got young PH to help to run down the Tiny, but the Tiny, yep, absolutely gone. They'll use the Supernova. No one else is going to help the Puck, so...
Oh, one more hit. No.
They want to go for T instead. Oh, nice Frostbite. He actually had the Crystal Clone instead. Now tries to go with the ultimate. We'll have to cancel, but this is a... They're committing for a CM. Now KSH is able to run into the middle. Rapido also catches up to Lewis as well. And I mean, this is 4 heroes gone. Potentially about to be a wipe shortly as well as Eris. They're able to catch up to him. They shoot with the orb. And yeah, I mean, I thought we were at the territory to call it, 5+ minutes ago, maybe even longer. They're not going to tap out just yet. They still want to try to network.
Nope,
Okay,
they're
never mind.
tapping out.
They're out. They're out.
Yet. I mean, that was a beatdown. I was trying to type it up, be like, either these teams could win, this is what I was expecting last series, to be honest. I was expecting the last one to be like this kind of 2-0 stomp both games, and even the first game, which we can say was one-sided last series, was not as bad as this. 7-36. I mean, the game fell over, what, like 5 minutes into the game?
Yeah, pretty early. Pretty early. It felt like it was over. Well, what do you attribute this to? Or like, it was the main thing in the lanes that you felt like went wrong?
I think it was just all three lanes. Like, I want to say mechanics in the lanes. Yeah. It's hard to pinpoint it because like there have been times where I've been on the team that does this or played against teams where one game everyone just has their brains off in the laning stage and you just get like crushed in the lanes. And then the next game, everyone actually just like plays like normal players, and you actually win the lanes or go even. But if they don't do that, if they, if this is what they can do for the laning stage, yeah, I'm not surprised that it's going to be if it's another stone.
We're going to have to see a little bit more of the experience from Eris if you can calm the team down. I mean, he was with the team on Team Nemesis that made it to TI last year. That was the first full Filipino team that we'd seen at TI since TNC, which was 2019, which in fact it was. So
yeah.
it'd been a while. So he's definitely more experience out of everyone on Interactive Philippines. So we'll see if he's going to be able to calm some of the boys down or not, because that was a massacre. And I feel like for Yangon, a big thing that I was very intrigued about was like how the communication was going to be, how the chemistry was going to be, just because again, you got 2 players from Myanmar and 3 players, you're Filipino, but it looked like it was absolutely not a problem at all. And I think I haven't covered Yangon in a while. Back when the BTS was around, was watching a lot of KSH, a lot of young PH, and they were always by far the standout plays for me when I was seeing those teams. So it looks like none of that has changed. Like they both had incredible games. Everyone really had incredible games from Yangon. So a good start for them in their run here. Just game 1, but a very convincing one.
Yeah, I think the other thing that they can change is banning the puck. I think that obviously the Void Spirit solution didn't work out, which often is the case. The Void Spirit gets picked first puck, and then puck still wins the lane and game. So I'd rather just ban it, play for something else. But yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say, even on the team, right? After this, you kind of just have to be like, guys, ignore what happened. Let's just play a new game, because we kind of got crushed. You can't just, it's also bad to just tell people like, oh, play the lanes better, do this. Like you can say if you know a specific thing, like, oh, we should have pulled the wave here, or we should have blocked this camp, or check the rune, blah, 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 stuff like that. But a lot of the stuff I feel like were just small things, like individual mistakes from individual players that can't really be changed. So I'm hoping that it was nerves or something like that, or just like an off game, and that in the next one they kind of show kind of a more stable laning stage.
Yeah, show the reason of how they got here, because we did see it, of course. You're making it through from the open qualifiers for these boys. So of course it was a difficult run for them. They had to do it in the second open qualifier where game 3 went 60 plus minutes. So, but they got here in the end, and we'll see if they can showcase in game 2 the reason why they are here. But just game 1, we'll see if they're going to be able to fight back. First a break. See you guys soon.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A bit of a beatdown in game one gives Yengo and Galacticos a game advantage here in our second series of the night. We're going to see Puck let through and
no.
and picked up again. Someone is this Void Spirit? Are we doing that again from Lewis?
I mean, what's the solution? Okay, the best solution in the entire game to Puck, the worst mid matchup I think in the history of mid matchups, to my understanding, is Sniper Puck. Are they going to pick Sniper? Not 9. I think that's way too early. Are they Chad enough to pick Sniper though? I think Sniper is actually in a good position this patch as a hero overall. So maybe you can like pick the Doom. You can force them to be scared of a Void Spirit or something. You pick the Sniper a bit later, maybe. But are you really confident to play versus the Puck after what happened in game 1?
Yeah, like actually, hang on. What's going on here? Like, was Puck not a problem? What was the KDA in the previous game? I mean, this is
I think 15-1 or something.
Yeah, 15-0-10. I mean, that's
15-0. Yeah, 0.
Apparently, it's not a problem. They needed a Doom, so they got a Doom. Let's see, if how this is going to change. So they ban the Lion, they get rid of the Ember, so Void Spirit's still there. We'll see, when Sniper. If we would look at Sniper at the 16th, 17th, and Huskar as well is another one, but you need to be a Huskar player or a Huskar team in general. Do they just Void again? Of course, another is, the supports, right? So what other single target, controlling supports have we got? They've got the Hoodwink, so they'll steal
That's
what
a fast
Yangon
draw.
had.
This isn't a team that does like the freaky Undying Cores, right? Do you know?
Repeater does play offlane Undying. Yes, he does. But I don't know if they've been I don't know if he plays it recently. But yeah, he has in the past.
I want to say it's gonna just be a 5 Undying with the Drow. I feel like that just makes the most sense to me. And it's a good lane versus the Doom because Doom has low attack speed early in the game, so he can't really deal with zombies or the Tombstone. Okay, so that's their mid response to Puck. Which I think this one is actually good too. I actually personally really like this matchup, but Earth Spirit, especially right now, is a specialist hero. No one's playing this unless you're super good at it. So either I'm expecting him to have to like pop off and be a very good Earth Spirit, or it might just look a bit mediocre.
Am I remembering incorrectly? You're an Earth Spirit player, no? Are you master tier?
Yeah.
You higher?
I don't know if I master, but I play it a lot.
So you feel like
I'm
at the
level
moment,
23.
Okay, that's good enough. We can, Gunnar.
I have an opinion.
Yeah, we can take your opinion. I think I would maybe value it a little bit more than mine. I think that's fair enough. Maybe being a pro player, is definitely something that already I would value. But the fact that you're level 23 Earth Spirit, look, your opinion's valid. So how do you feel about this hero at the moment? Is it he's okay? I know you mentioned specialist.
I think he's good enough to be picked in specific times. Like I like it versus Puck because you have basically the silence is instant if you drop the stone on them and cast it. I also like the new skill build that started happening, I want to say about a year ago, where people are going like 2-0-2 in the laning stage because they buffed, I think it was the silence damage. And so versus Puck, you just constantly harass. You like drop the stone on them, instantly pull it and kick. And it's like impossible for Puck to dodge. So I really like that interaction a lot. And there was a cool tech. I want to say Tops was the first one that started this cool tech. Have you seen the like Blink Aether Lens stuff?
Oh, maybe. I don't remember though.
So basically what the tech is you buy Blink Aether Lens and you blink in onto a hero. You just kick them with your Q and then you roll back into your team with them. And the idea with it is that the cool thing, which is something I actually wasn't really like, I probably knew, but I was like, it was irrelevant to me at the time because kick without Aether Lens isn't that crazy of a range, but Aether Lens works on like the grab distance plus the actual kick distance. So it kind of like double works on
I see.
the kick, if that makes sense. If you BKB while you're being moved by the kick, it doesn't actually stop the movement. Like you're committed in there the second you get kicked by an Earth Spirit. So like if he ever kicks the Drow in, the Drow is like stuck in the middle of the enemy team. So So I really like it. You also scale well versus the puck late game with like Ags. You can always just like Ags your allies if they get coiled, or Ags yourself and like kick yourself out of the coil. So there's a lot of like cool interactions, but it's definitely one of those heroes that you can tell if someone's like a good Earth Spirit player or they're playing it. They're just picking the hero. Like it's a very, very
Team pick.
easy thing to be able to tell.
This would be a nice little test from Lewis. Jaegon actually going to take them Shaman themselves. So that we're not really getting a whole lot at the moment from Interactive Philippines. We need a carry, however. Lifestealer Kez banned out at the last.
Templar Assassin is in the pool. First
10
Centaur,
seconds remaining.
first Puck. Both pretty good.
5 seconds remaining.
What else? I just like the TA. You can even put the Coddle there and just carry the Coddle out of the lane if you want. Maybe the Coddle. Maybe you don't want the Coddle versus the Shaman. You need a Sun. You probably put the Hoodink there.
I'm trying to think of what other options. Let's see. They're good enough. Wow.
Choose
Naga.
a hero.
Ew.
Don't like Naga.
No, I mean, so you pick a hero who is tanky because of armor and evasion, right? Versus a hero that ignores armor and evasion built into the hero. Also the Drow Ags, like the AoE damage actually will like do a lot of work versus the Naga. Like if you ever like press your split shot on her illusions, like I don't know, Drow seems just decent versus Naga. Obviously, Drow's not the greatest versus illusion heroes, but I don't know. I feel like this matchup should be pretty good for Drow, to be honest. And the lane should be bad. Like that lane should be really bad for the Naga. Like the Centaur is just gonna crush the lane and just completely free farm. At least that's how I would expect it to go. So it's like not really good matchups. A lot of the time, this is my experience with Naga for the past like I want to say 6 months or so. People pick it, they farm, and it's really annoying for like 25-30 minutes if their game's good, and then they end up being useless and they lose the game. And my worry is that he's not even gonna get that 25 minutes of being annoying and farming because he's gonna lose the lane so hard that he's gonna farm for 20 minutes and be not annoying at all because he has no farming speed. So not a big fan. Okay. Especially for a team that kind of last game I would say did not really get outdrafted. They got outplayed, and in my opinion now we're outdrafted. It's not a good sign, but I'm hoping for a wake up, you know, little coffee in the system, little caffeine, get ready. Got a little like that pinch of you lose the first game, you want to win. So hopefully some good things.
Yeah, and then they get first pick pucked in a game where, like, are we saying if they got puck answers? I know you brought up about the Earth Spirit, but like, is it enough for their heroes to be able to deal with young PH?
It's acceptable if they're able to press like Doom on him once or twice. I think it's fine. But yeah, like the Naga's not particularly good. Coddle's not good. Like Hoodwink's fine for follow-up. They have a lot of good like follow-ups, but like even Doom is kind of hard to stun. I guess you can get like the Blink Centaur, but there's just a lot of layers you have to do to be able to deal with the puck.
I don't know what's going on. Sir Josh says Lewis.
Josh, please.
Obviously, I mean we had your first series as well. It was, of course, in Southeast Asia. I mean, everyone is very close with each other. Very tight-knit region. KSH. I thought there were far more heroes there than what there were. We'll see. Let's see how the lanes are going to be able to go. Of course, that's where it all started previously. 2 for 2. We won't get that first blood like we had as well. So it is truly even. We're expecting the Centaur to have a pretty good lane. Yep. Expecting, again, Lewis to be favored versus the puck.
I'd say the Earth Spirit one's definitely more skill than favored.
Okay.
Like, I think if the Earth Spirit plays it really good, he can win the lane, but I've seen a lot of this lane by people who like try to play this matchup, and they just get out harassed by the puck. Like they don't really play the first couple levels properly, and they get too low HP, and then puck is just existing at level 3. But it's one of those ones where if you play the first couple ways properly, yeah, you're gonna have a good time versus puck.
Dire's top tower is under
Oh, already top. We're having to say Doom TP away from the aggression, and
Radiant's courier has
T is going to be able to link a bit. Courier. V's kind of stuck here, but yeah, he's fine. So another drag. That's top lane kind of done for, you know, the next 30 seconds or so. We don't need to worry about that. We've already, you know, bottom as well is kind of boring. Naga, you know, not too fun. So we'll see.
Naga lanes, oh.
Yeah, I don't know. And Centaur lanes as well. I mean, Centaur Shamans, this is a classic
And there's
old one.
aggression. Yeah. You can like go, you can double stun, do
Yeah.
big nukes. It's better than a Naga Siren.
Absolutely.
This guy just makes illusion, just sits on the wave with like a million evasion illusions, just hitting every creep.
I don't miss this hero, dude. I'm so happy it's not good at the
I
moment.
mean, I like it. Actually, I don't know. I was gonna say I like it more as a carry than a support, which is true. Like the mid game versus support Naga is unbearably annoying, with like scouting illusions and the song. But carry is the one killing the waves. So
Yeah.
carry just make the game last forever. And they're both just
Yeah, it's just his hero. I mean, it just is what it is. It doesn't really matter. If it's a support Naga, it's annoying for a different reason. If it's carry Naga, then it's a different reason as well. It's just, what can you do?
I mean, Lewis is definitely doing good mid, which I'm happy about. Like he's getting that HP advantage on mid. This was pre-bottle trades, so oh, I think that was just a walk down. Doom was kind of low HP, and then I think he just died.
Yeah, no help for the Undying. How do you the early items from the Earth Spirit against the puck? Is in it like do you like the bracer and so the 4 branches into wand, and it's just gonna go the urn?
Yeah, I think the normal build going for like a vessel is pretty good. I could even see. I was gonna say blade mail's okay, but I think the vessel's just better. Earth Spirit, generally Vessel on mid is in this position where if your hero needs a bit extra damage to actually kill heroes, Vessel's good. That's why Ember really likes it, because he needs that little extra like oomph to get the final killing blow on people. Same with like Void Spirit, but someone like say Storm wouldn't really want to buy it, right? Because he has like all the damage he needs. He'd rather just like build more damage in his own way.
Nice bushwhack. Repeater, is he going to be able to cut his way through the trees? Will be able to. They'll just hurt the
Jet
trick
is low.
instead.
Has a 7 stick though.
Around all of the shackles, but it
is
will
over.
not matter. Yeah, this is the mighty done. Doom's dead again, though.
Ran him down. I mean, this matchup's pretty annoying. Like, Doom basically has nothing to deal with a range carry right-clicking you permanently. And he went for, I want to say, not like necessarily greedy items, but he didn't go for boots, and now KSH has boots and level 2 Q. So, like, the difference in their movement speed, I want to say, is like 150 or something when the Drow hits him with a Q. So that's just so hard to play into. Every time you walk up, it's like 5 to 6 right clicks casually. Like this isn't even like straining yourself to get those right clicks.
What can you do? Is this our drums Radiant game from V, or? Because unfortunately, this is one of those games where it's drums, consecrated raps, or one of just a real sturdy one. Because
I
seven
would want it
lost
to be Radiance, but I think that the best play he could do would be go drums blink, get the centaur, and try to get a pick off on the puck in the mid game. Like even if you have to full commit on like dying for the puck, I think you really need to do it.
Just spamming voice lines this map? Did they do this last game, or do I just not remember?
I don't think they swam this much last game, so maybe they're in a bit better mood.
Sure, that's going to be one way to lift the mood. Can ever not be too happy with the voice lines getting spammed. See here through the portal, okay. So top's going super well for them. They don't really need the Undying. It can help to assist, to chase down Jed.
30 health, nothing else.
Okay.
Another Q on a die.
Now Grims as well is going to do a bit of a bypass.
Ooh.
Puck does end up dying meanwhile. Drow's also getting gone onto. We'll continue to watch Grims get ran down.
That is a
Meanwhile,
good
Lewis
TD by
actually
Lewis.
rotates down to bottom with a magnetize. Beautifully done. Look at that. They get the kill on the Drow Ranger. Top line, Lewis solo kills Puck mid, I believe, and also TP's down to assist.
I think he literally just got right click down from 100 to 0. Or, well, not 100, but like pretty much like 70% health. He just died. So that's like the cool thing about this matchup, right? Like it's a lot of, if the Earth Spirit's just trading into you and you orb kind of improperly, you can get silenced into a roll and then you can't get to your orb and then you just die. So it is definitely a good matchup, and I think Lewis looks a bit more comfortable in this so far compared to the Void Spirit. So it's looking a lot cleaner than the last game.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Especially with what just happened. I mean, if that literally the solo kill into the TP down bottom or it doesn't work out for Lewis, definitely some concerns. But you kill the Drow Ranger. Doom's able to get a little bit of time. In fact, he did get too much, to be honest. He's still 10 last hits. Coddle's actually got more. So Eris is prioritizing his own game by the looks of it. V is very aware, making sure that he doesn't step too far forward.
This is such a sad situation to be in as a Doom. He's third lowest net worth in the entire game. Like, he's lower than the Undying. That's how bad of a lane he's having right now.
That's crazy. I mean, he's T, I guess, 2-0-1, but if that wasn't the case, yeah, I mean, he's not a hero we see a lot of net worth in early on, so showing, highlighting even more so tough of a start it's been from V. I bet he wanted that wisdom too. He's like, come on, Eris, that was mine.
Please, man, just let me have a wisdom.
Got some nice stacks here though, so Eris will blast it down. He'll 3 points in the squash. Eris don't steal the big creeps. Okay.
At this point, I think the plays you have to play around Lewis. Like, use your Earth Spirit's early advantage once he, especially against the Vessel. Try to break down the lanes, either killing the Centaur or killing the Drow. Like, go to a side lane. The scariest thing is going to be if you don't go on the Centaur, Stampede. And for either of them, the puck TP. That's like the big things you have to think about for this rotation. But I think if they bring 3 to 4 heroes, they can kind of take a fight wherever, even if the puck TPs. Ooh, they kind of want to go on the puck, but not going to give himself up.
We'll run into the Coddle top lane, however. So they're going to be able to avoid some of the important heroes. Young PH, that means he gets the kill. Won't be able to find the bottle, unfortunately. So amplified damage now available for Lewis.
Young PH buys so many blood grenades compared to most mids. I think he's cast 2 or 3 blood grenades this game already. Which, dude, they never in stock for me. For the first 10 minutes, one of my supports always insta-buys them out every game. I don't know how he's able to buy this many.
Oh, blood grenade and joy. He knows the true value of this.
He's probably like queues them up and like does the like auto buy thing. So the second that they get in stock, he buys it first.
The supports need to learn. You know, Drick needs to do that, or Teehee as well.
What happens if you'd have multiple people with that?
That's
like, does it go left to right priority?
I don't know actually.
Do you get your like drought? Do you start sitting in like the pink slot? So
what, Young PH? Pull up, they get the stun.
Nice push.
So much damage with the amplify. Very nicely done. Lewis, yeah, like you said, I mean, he's looking very comfortable so far with the Earth Spirit.
This is what I was hoping for. I think with last game, like especially with the Void Spirit, you're kind of wanting to get this like early aggression, win the lane, do a lot of good stuff, and if he's able to make it work on Earth Spirit, you can make it work on Earth Spirit.
V top lane. Actually going to try and stampede in, but he's already gotten enough distance away where the TP's make it a bit dicey. Now V's going to try and run down KSH, but with the roll off the mark means that they may actually not even get anyone. Okay.
They're just going to let him walk away and chop him without a TP. Guys, you know you can click heroes in the fog and see that the Shaman has no TP, right? No? No one cares? Okay.
No.
That's cool. It's like, let him just hang out. Maybe him being there is better than him being dead.
True. Like, what is he doing here?
Smoking out on the Shaman to down.
Oh, man. Bottom lane. Go on to Jed. Coil's going to break. You're going to have the damage before the TP out. Oh, so close. Now top as well, they're going to make the go into the Drow Ranger. This time it will work out for Interactive Philippines. They're already looking for the +1 as well. Going to try and run down with the Undying, but the nuke Not enough for the sharpshooter, and Drake Smoke is just quietly walking by. Don't mind me. I wasn't here.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Oh.
Dire's top
I wonder why he's gate. I guess there's not really like a play top. Like he just wants to leave the area, but there's not really gonna be any heroes here for him to kill. Unfortunately, with this smoke, but, you know, he just smoked to live. Dude, I feel like at some point it might have just been better to like die to the tier 2 than waste the smoke. Those are valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because what's going on now is it's still the level 4, but now he gets 5. But I mean, this is, yeah, a little bit rough, unfortunately, for him. Feels like he doesn't have a spot on the map where he feels too happy with being. So, nonetheless, they don't get this bottom T1 tower. I thought it was going to die, but with Naga back up, need more top T here. They're even going to doom the Undying. All right, instant response, Stampede. He's going to try and dip out, but it's going to be a little bit problematic with young PH having the ability to close the distance, but the core is going to be used as well. The slow just out of range, and Lewis actually feel like there's an opportunity to turn it around with a silence bushwhack for the sharpshooter slides on pass. And now KSH is going to be kicked back as well. Lewis is putting the team on the back in the early game. This Earthspirit performance, they'll split their attention. KSH, they know he's going to die with the magnetized +1. Repeater ran down as well. 3,000 net worth lead, and they just needed the voice lines. They just needed to spam the voice lines.
The vibes. Good vibes makes you play better. I am still concerned, I think, about the Naga Siren, but Drow has been definitely struggling. Especially like Earth Spirit is a really good cure versus the Drow in the early game. Like the second you connect any roll on her, she's pretty much just dead. Like you kick her into your team, she can't silence you during the roll, so there's not really like, you can kind of play the silence if you silence behind you at the exact right time, like right before he connects, but it's so hard to do properly that it's not really realistic. He is going for Radiance on Doom. Did he buy the drums? No. So this one's even more of a straight Radiance. It's just Brown Boots Radiance, or Phase Boots Radiance. Also, that had to be a misclick, right? You think on Infernal Blade? He has 2 points in Infernal Blade.
Yeah, probably.
I've done that before. I'll be upfront. You're like trying to go after a guy and you like press your E as you're like leveling up because you wanted to click it on him. And then you're like, oops. It's not the worst.
Just hope no one sees. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. I feel like skill builds don't always matter like the most. Like the amount of times it'll actually like impact you is extremely low.
Yeah, definitely in this scenario. No, it's not too bad. Yeah, some others that could be a little bit rough. Tihi. The random Undying they're going to run into behind the T2 tower. And I mean, they're rolling. Apparently this series, we just got one side that's heavily favored the other. Bottom, they're going to try and TP down, but there'll be two. Oh, they will glyph. Can they deal with the serpent wards? Oh, wow. Another tower if they want to. Easy.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Trick was just trying to find a little bit of value for himself on the map this game. Can't even get the tower. God, this has been a far better way for them to be able to deal with the park. You know, 3 deaths for young PH. So
this is looking a lot better than the first game.
See where they want to go with the smoke. Just him along with T here. I might run into Eris. They will get a glimpse of the Coddle, but they want to continue to maybe hunt down if the Naga Siren's here.
I don't even know if they kill the Nagas too. Maybe for the Shaman you could stun long enough, but like the silence won't do anything because there's a oh, well, there was a Manta. Oh, they give up. That was actually, this would have been the legitimately perfect time if they just sat there.
He's gonna know at least the real Naga's here with the smoke popping, but yeah, without the without the puck, it's gonna be a problem with the damage. So go with the shackle, but as soon as Lewis is here, they have to cancel that and hope he can TP out. Tog, KSH just got to be pretty careful with how he's farming at the moment. He tried to drag the creeps back, but it's not going to matter. Gus doesn't push him away fast enough to try and stampede. Maybe oh no, with the sharpshooter
Nice
connecting,
little
that's
shot.
slow. Yeah, they're going to be able to run him down. Then TPs will come through, but forced to cancel. No point coming from the Centaur.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They are doing so much better at finding kills across the map. This is much better than the first team, I think. And a lot of it goes down to the laning stage, right? Like basically we said, just have a good laning stage. Lol. And they did. Like they genuinely had a much more solid laning stage. I don't know if it's hero based, because I wouldn't say necessarily they have like, you know, an outdraft in the other favor. I just think that it could just be a comfort thing, or they're just warmed up.
No, absolutely proven like that's the case. You just needed one game just like to get absolutely destroyed, and then it's all right. We're warm now. We're ready to go. We're awake.
Middle tower is under attack.
All right. Just mid lane as we're looking at this series, huh? It was 5-0-7.
Yeah, Lewis, this was not his voice spirit performance last game, so it's pretty good.
And dude, V's second in net worth now too.
Dire's middle tower.
So
Yeah.
he got absolutely destroyed in the lane, but Radiant's gonna pay off. He's gonna have plenty of time. I'm gonna get whatever farm he wants. BKB Shiva's blink. We'll stop the Naga illusion from farming that
Ooh,
ancient
nice
stack. But
roll on the
meanwhile,
draft.
Lewis will be able to find it once again with the Stampede. Not gonna be enough to keep KSH alive.
Again, it's like every time a roll connects, that's a dead draw.
Yeah. What do you do? What do you do in this position if you're Yangon? I mean, is this a... Are you relying on young PH just to split push the map?
Your damage is low because you're behind. I think that if their lanes were a bit better, they would have really high damage between like Centaur having good burst when he's ahead, Puck and Drow, like those three, with the Undying ult, like that's damage amp, right? So they had the potential for this, but because they are so far behind, they're just low damage. Yeah, it's basically just a farm until people make mistakes. Like maybe the Earth Spirit makes a mistake, maybe he goes in, does something stupid, and you just kill him, but they really can't fight more than one hero at a time for the next like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, and the chance of Lewis messing up pretty shortly is quite low here with the BKB.
Also, don't forget there is a Naga Siren that's just gonna delay the game 30 minutes, no matter what side you're on. So
Radiant are scanning.
it's going to start getting much harder as the game just continues to move forward.
Grim. He's gonna run it to Drake. They'll drop the Serpent Wards as well, but the rest of Radiant are actually slowly starting to come to the area. Meanwhile, we also see KSH on V. V unable to get the Doom before he dies, so with these 2 kills, might have to get away. Drake is not going to tick out to the Spirit Vessel. He'll be fine, so very important kills from Yangon. Jed is even here as well.
Tower is under attack.
Orchid finished on the Naga. I got worried there. Earth Spirit, sometimes it's hard to tell which direction he's rolling in. And so I thought he was going to roll in without his BKB into 5 heroes, but... Ooh. Gets the stun.
Radiant's tower is under attack.
Easy. I'm trying to roll onto young PH mid lane as well. Lewis is everywhere currently. Invis rune that he wants to play with next.
I wonder what he's going to build on the Earth Spirit. I guess probably Shiva's would be the most like... Yeah, Shiva's. Okay. That's the most like standard build. He's not going for like the Blink Aethans beams, which I kind of agree with in this game. Because Shiva's with Coddle, all the vision, the slow, the armor, the Drow. It's just like a very good Shiva's game.
How do you close out the item build for the Earth Spirit? What are you looking after Shiva?
At this game state, I think normally it would probably be an Ags to like, counterplay the puck, but at this stage in the game, maybe you just even go like Heart or Yules or Ags, something like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Regardless of all those items, sounds like it makes it very difficult for Lewis to die. 0 deaths so far, and might continue to be the case. Drick, Puck's actually going to be able to find the hoodwink towards the backline. Meanwhile, Drick as well, controlling the Doom inside the shackle. Simon's going to be able to stop some of the extra
Kind of a late
duration of the
stampede. They might
control.
have gotten him if they stampede the dying and just start getting ult hits on him. Maybe they go. No. I mean, every kill matters, right? Like getting one kill slows the game down a bit, gives you a bit of extra gold, a bit of extra XP.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But man, Naga Siren. This guy's gonna carry the game. He's just gonna go. What's the score right now? 1-1-1. I feel like he could end the game 1-1-1 and win his team the game by just farming.
Just split pushing the map, just using Naga illusion to shove.
Yeah. I mean, it's very fun gameplay, but.
Yeah, dude.
And then you try
like-
to gank her, and then she presses a song and TP's out, and you're like, oh, I'm really happy I spent a minute and a half trying to find her just for her to do it again. It's my favorite.
I feel like out of all the, I mean, there are a lot of heroes. I feel like if you're your ex-hero player, it definitely makes me question you a little bit. But Naga players are definitely up there. Is this fun? No, I don't know. Tee? We'll die.
Some people find it fun. Some people
yeah,
like
yeah.
rap music, micro their illusions around, farm. Me personally, I've never really done it big on Naga Siren. TB though, that's a cool hero.
You like TB?
Yeah, it's like the same concept, but it's way more like you man up and you just fight, rather than you never fight and you're happy never fighting. Everything's just way more ethical.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, like think about it, right? Like the Terrorblade Thunder or like his save spell, his ult, requires a target. You can also save with it, but it's like sketchy to save. Whereas the song's like, oh, I click song, I save my teammate. Oh, I click song. We reset the fight.
It's funny. I just even think of the illusions in the ethical way. I feel like just Naga. I mean, TB definitely very good at split pushing, but I feel like Naga is a far more annoying hero to play against than Terrorblade.
Oh, for sure. Oh, is he gonna go in the? No. He's having a rough one, huh?
Strict dead. Okay. Yeah, no, they're all not having too fun of a time. I mean, KSH has got some farm, but I don't know how much this really matters, to be honest. Parker's caught up a decent amount.
Under attack.
It's actually pretty fun doing young PH.
I mean, Parasma can change things. I think that item just changes the amount of damage everyone does on targets. It lets like the centaur do more damage, maybe the shaman Q, like gives you way more burst and options. So potentially, it's definitely a hard game. Oh, and he took greedy on the puck, which is greedy.
Wow.
Like I don't know. I think puck right clicks way too much to be able to take that.
Yeah.
Those stats like minus 30 damage is so much on puck. You right click with your charge, right click every like you're basically permanently right clicking in fights.
Very interesting. You're true to its name, very greedy here from Puck. They're gonna try and smoke, however. So first of all, 5v5 fight, we've potentially seen a little bit of time. He's currently showing top. So it's not with the team. They're actually gonna try and go back towards the top jungle area, looking to get control of this, but they haven't ran into anyone just yet. Oh, actually now Drow shows for a split second with a multi-shot. Lewis off the mark with the roll. First chain control. Lewis activates the BKB. He's fine. Stampede's going to allow them to disengage as well. It gets the Drow out. But now they don't have damage to be able to turn onto V. So V's completely fine. And there's going to be a song. It's countered early from Jed. So we're going to see it's very split. Actually, yeah,
Lewis
behind the
is really
tower.
deep.
Lewis is deep. Where was everyone else? They were trying to kill off, I believe, the Undying. So Lewis
Just
felt like it wasn't
Undying took
needed.
all of that? That was... How was he alive for so long? Like, I'm watching the Earth Spirit dive in. I'm like, all right, his team's going to show up at some point, right? And then Undying dies after him. They got a nice
still
stun on the
gone as
hoodwink.
well. Maybe KSH finds the coddle. Gotta be careful, KSH might run into Jed as well, who just killed the Shaman towards the right side. But actually, Jed, is he in trouble?
Oh, and this is
He's got the
pushback.
Manta.
Nice Manta.
Beautifully done, but still they're going to try and follow up if they got the damage. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Super close, but
Oh
not
my.
enough.
That was... I mean, if they got that Naga, the game would be just completely turned around, I think. But even then, getting what, 3 kills? They kill Earth Spirit, they kill the subs. That's how they need the fights to play out. It's like, obviously, which is like that's like such a easy thing to say. Just like, oh, just force the Earth Spirit to dive into you. But I think the concept of making the fights a bit spread, but in a way your Drow is constantly able to right click is a better way I would describe it. You like constantly take jumps with the Centaur. You kite out their initial jump with the Stampede. You have to let Puck play the fight and ignore your Puck, kind of. And just everything, your Undying's life, your Centaur's life, your Shadow Shaman's life is all about stunning next to your Drow and peeling for your Drow.
Well, Yangon are doing a pretty good job, to be honest. It felt like we saw when they were in the position in game 1, they completely just took over the map, and there was really no opportunity to fight back when Interactive Philippines. But Yangon is showing that even with this deficit, like they are making some of the right plays. They're making sure that this game is just not completely over. They are unfortunately not going to be able to contest this Roshan, so Interactive Philippines will have the ages.
I think they'll give it up. It's too late. There's like a world where Puck can make it in time, but it's such a risky play. Dude, imagine Shaman goes for the steal.
Be careful. What? You saw him ward. Okay, never mind.
You did see him ward, but it's okay.
Look at the ages. They're going to kill. Jed's going to pick
Oh,
that up.
Undying
Do you
gonna get
like?
the XP? Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Teehee getting XP. TB too fast? I always get so scared. I've seen that happen
same.
before. Like, it's not that uncommon. What were you saying, though?
I was going to say, do you like the Naga having ages, or would you rather the Earth Spirit?
I don't like the Naga having the Aegis. I actually would prefer it on Doom or Earth Spirit. I remember back when I would play with like Hector, he would never take Aegis on heroes like Naga. Because he's basically, the point is like, if you die on Naga, the fight's probably over already. And you just want to use your body to help other people. Oh no!
Is it Puck out
Oh,
too?
he bushwhacked
hello.
like up and instead of kind of like between the two trees. And so he just barely missed the center TP with the bushwhack. That was so close. But yeah, the way I see it is kind of Lewis is the one in danger, and if Lewis dies, they'll probably lose the fight and get kited out. If the Naga dies, maybe it's a world where Jed was just being stupid and like walks in alone and dies, and then it baits the fight for his team. Like, yeah, I think that's very acceptable, and also for pushing high ground reasons. But like, this is not really time to push high ground yet in the game state, and I think it's way better you just shove the waves in, never really show on Naga until you need to, and let Earth Spirit use the first full life, not even have to commit a BKB if he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Then, you know, gets to take the second fight with the second life.
Now we'll see. We'll see if it makes it a little bit more difficult for Lewis. You've got the Scepter online now for Rapido as well. So with the Workhorse, nice way to. I mean,
Your
you
peel
mentioned about
life.
peeling. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the best peel in the entire. That is like the best save in the entire game. I don't think there's a better save in the entire game than Centaur's.
What did they do? They nerfed this, right? Because I know it was everyone was buying. I know we're not getting a whole lot of Centaur at the moment, but what did they change?
They
Was-
kept the duration 6 instead of 8.
Okay.
And then also the cooldown went from like 20 or 25 to 35.
Okay. Okay.
But I think the save itself, like the ability, didn't get changed, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, I can look it up, but basically, to my
No, I think
understanding,
you're right. Yeah.
Assuming it didn't get changed, basically the hero's untargetable, invulnerable, like you can't look at him, you can't touch him, you can't like nothing, and he just gets to right click. So like you can,
That sounds
if he's
perfect.
in the cart, he can be black hole, and nothing will happen to him. He can still right click inside a black hole. He won't take damage from Doom, stuff like that. So it's just crazy. Like he can basically bait a whole fight and just like sit on the thing and just kill everyone.
Ooh, Eris, he's got a hex. I mean, the Kodo's got a hex already. All right, nice opening. Will they be able to get the shaman? They won't get shaman, but a massive kill for them. Because
That's a
KSH, I
crazy
think it was like
time.
1 and 3 at some stage. He's 7 and 4 now, so big kill for them to be able to get finally some momentum as well. Because it's felt like the map has been a bit difficult for them to really eke out a far larger advantage than what you would expect with the gold they have. But surely now with 50 seconds, they can get the lane in a position where they can maybe get a tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, they're playing the map pretty good, I would say, for Dire. Like it doesn't feel like it's 16k down, I would say, based on the map state. And a lot of the gold is on the Naga Siren, which yeah, it's like it is real gold and it matters, but I think that in this kind of game, Naga is able to they can deal with it, if that makes sense, because of the Drow. I think that the scariest thing in this game, in my opinion, is like the rest of the team, like the Earth Spirit in particular, right here.
Well, at least
Pucks
he's
up in
got
10.
KSH is gonna show top. Trying to find
Has a
that
Shadow
little bit of
Blade now.
gold. Yeah, just gets it completed. We'll TP back. And they won't really get anything more out of it from Radiant. So Age is going to expire in 30 seconds. I mean, it has resulted in all the outer towers and the lead's still growing.
Yep.
Your Doom scaling as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad
Are scanning.
kind of turnout for what it is. I think also the one thing that is bad, quote unquote, about the Centaur save is that Centaur needs to be able to live for the duration of it. Like he can still just die to the Naga sign. His armor's not the highest, but I think the second he gets a BKB on Centaur, Drow Ranger gets to have a free game, or even Puck.
Okay.
Like imagine that situation. The Puck gets jump, Centaur's there, stampedes, grabs the guy in his cart, runs away with the Puck. They kite out the fight. Maybe they can even take that fight with like spells being wasted, like the hexes and stuns. But
He went greedy again. That's so interesting. I thought maybe tier 3 he wouldn't go the greedy
Yeah,
tournament, but he,
I hate this. I'm gonna be nice. This is terrible.
nice hates nice is I feel like Rapido drink should be the they're actually TPing back. They want to take the fight. Rapido uses the workhorse to try and get some separation, but they're going to be in Doom used, but the Stampede
Centaur.
comes up beforehand. He's actually going to try and TP out. Roll is there from Lewis, so they cancel his beam or KSH. He's going to be a little bit careful of his positioning. They will continue over towards the right. Lewis should have what it takes, especially with Jed nearby. So the Centaur's gone, but it does mean that KSH has got nothing to worry about. He can just solo kill the Doom without a care.
He has a BKB still on the Drow. The Earthspirit has no BKB. Look at this positioning from KSH.
No way, really? And actually going to be able to get the kill. Pops the BKB before the song. He's got the TP. No, he's already used it. Coil's going to break as well. Gus back to try and use the Silence Doors to get some separation kick. And they're going to be able to close the distance. They absolutely can. Yang on Galacticos. Even with this large deficit that they have been playing against, they're doing an exceptional job.
There's no way. I think the Doom was a little bit wasted on the Centaur. I want to say like the second, like it's fine to Doom him, right? And they get the kill, but it feels really bad to press Doom on a guy who's already pressed both Workhorse and Stampede. I don't know. This is scary.
Radiant's
Yeah.
I think the lead is slowly starting to slip away. And also you can see there, like that was the matchup I talked about a lot earlier, the Drow Naga. It's like the second Drow actually can hit the Naga. Her illusions aren't turning off the Drow because they're not heroes. So it's like Drow gets free ult procs on Naga and just basically ignores this full. The butterfly gets to ignore the innate, her eel skin, which is also giving her evasion. And the 33 armor on Naga is also 0. So a lot of Drow stuff actually ends up just being really good versus Naga, surprisingly.
Well, this butterfly then makes it even more difficult. Well, firstly, who do you have to doom, do you feel like? I know you just, in that previous fight, of course, with Centaur using everything, but in the ideal fight, who does V doom?
I think Puck is the perfect ideal one if you get it.
Okay.
Like, that's by far the best jump. I think if you can't get the Puck, I think Centaur, before he uses his spells, is really good. Like, if you use it before the Stampede or whatever, I think that's really good. And then if Centaur's used everything, then I think Drow is probably the third best, because then you use on the Drow, the Centaur can't save the Drow because everything's cooldown, and then hopefully you just kill the Drow, especially when the Doom starts hitting that level 25 and makes it so the Drow can't use items. That's like perfect.
And damage top lane. They're gonna be able to get there before the Naga.
I don't think so.
See if she doesn't get the
Puck
deny,
does.
so young PH picks it up. And what about Lewis as well? For him, is he rolling on the backline supports? Is that his role, or on the Drow, like sub marksmanship?
Yeah, I mean, I actually want to touch on Lewis really quick. His fall off in this game is like, obviously Earth Spirit does not farm super fast, so he's slow, but he went from like crushing the game to now he feels like pretty relatively low impact, right? With one death, which is crazy. He's 7-1 as I'm saying that. But I just feel like he's had a bit of an issue in terms of the fights, especially after that one death mid, that he's just getting kited and he has to press his BKB really early, and then his BKB's down and he's like, oh, I can't really do anything. They're going to kill me. So it's looking pretty hard for him to actually be able to play these fights. I would say for him, his goal is the Drow. Like you grab the Drow, you kick her into your team, you make the positioning awkward, you force out this, like he's the one who wants to force out Stampede and stuff like that. If he can use his BKB to force out Drow BKB plus like a Stampede, perfect trade, because then now your Naga can use Song, your Doom can press Doom on some random target without a Stampede up. It gives you options. So he's more of the enabler for his team compared to like the solo carry he was earlier today.
Oh, we're going to have to see if he can do it in this fight. They still have this 15,000 net worth lead, but it does not feel like that at all. In fact, the probability is only 56% for them. Tiki, smoke pops, they get the jump. Apparently Roche is out of pit. I don't know what this guy's doing here. He's wanting to get involved as well, get in the midst of it all. V, can he find another angle? Young PH actually jumped in the middle, so V, there's the doom for the Stampede. Can it get him out? Just out of range. Young PH, the song from Jed, though, surely should enable them to get the reapply of the doom. Does he want to use it, though, for this fight? Because they did commit heavily on raiding. No song, no BKB, no doom. There maybe is a world, but it is a very massive commitment from Yangon.
There's a lot of cool things there. I think the Doom Ags was not expected. I don't think they knew that he had the Ags, because it was really greedy for the puck. I'll be honest, like hitting that ward twice, I think you can hit the ward once there to like bait, but the second hit is so greedy going for it. And then they're like, oh, it's okay, he has and disc, we have Stampede to go, but then the Doom Ags. And then it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. But then the Naga song too, like everything was like perfect to kind of outplay that fight, which I thought was really nice. And that's Aegis, so.
Yep. Oh, we got some ball boost this game, so even the Hoodwing went for it.
Yeah, everyone's thinking about they saw the first series today.
And he's got a Hex, so both supports with a Hex. We always see if Lewis wants this. I was going to touch on before when you were speaking about the Earth Spirit's role. Would you like Scepter here instead of Octarine if you feel like the repositioning is kind of the key thing we're looking at against the Drow?
I would like a Wind Waker, actually. I think Wind Waker is super good here.
Because you can like roll in, kick back, and then wind out.
Yeah, because so the thing with right now is if you go, even if you go the Ags, you're completely dependent on your BKB, which is fine. I think the fights in this game are kind of fast, which would mean like the Ags or Octarine is fine, but there's some fights, especially the ones that they're losing, are the ones that are long, and I think Wind Waker would enable them to play those. Like you now, if you got coiled, you don't have to BKB. Or if this Shaman ends up
Jed.
BKB,
The high ground, well, they're actually just going to jump the Naga. The Aegis
like
is
3
gone.
hits.
Doom's a little bit far away from the team fight. It's going to take a couple seconds for him to get in the middle,
There's
but the
a
roll
BKB
won't
on Shaman.
cancel the shackle because he's got a BKB. He's trying to get on top of KSH, but it's not going to be enough. V's also slow as well. They're just kiting him. He can only get the Shaman, but it doesn't matter. BKB, TP out, he'll make it.
So what I was about to say right before that fight was, if the Shaman has a BKB, then you can also save your teammates from the shackle with the Wind Waker. Shaman has a BKB. And
you go.
there was no save from the shackle. There is a BKB piercing save, which is there's one right now, which is the Doom, right? Like the Doom can Doom himself and go on the Shaman, and if he went Ags on the Earth Spirit, that's another way to save. But I think that the Wind Waker is like an item way to save, right? So even if he's silenced by the Puck or the Drow, it gives him options. But they have nothing right now. 70 seconds, no Doom. 30 seconds, no Naga. This is like a free tier 2, and it's starting to be a bit scarier.
And you have that BKB now from Repeater. This is the item you brought up earlier, where you felt like you needed the Scepter plus this item to enable the Drow Ranger in particular in the fight. And so now Repeater has that. We've got the level 20, so the Stampede cooldown has been reduced. I mean, Drow's level 26 as well, so first one over 25. Actually, Doom just got his. So has the Doom applies mute.
Yeah, I think the carry right now is Doom for Radiant. I think if Doom has a good impact on the fight, whether it's like dooming a target or getting a good AoE Doom, Radiant will win. But it's starting to feel like the point, if the Doom doesn't have this like really good impact, obviously bar, you know, some Earth Spirit perfect roll with a Naga Siren on top and like,
of course, yeah.
There's another way, but in like an average fight, if Doom doesn't get this like really good Doom on something, killing the Drow, killing the Centaur, canceling the Shackles, I think Dire is actually in a stronger position in these fights, which is crazy because they're down 20,000 gold.
That's what I was looking at. Like, where is this gold coming? But it's the supports. Like, look at the Hoodwink and the Cotter. They literally almost have all of the gold advantage.
It's pretty much that and the Naga Sign, which again, I don't think that this is necessarily a good Naga matchup versus the Drow. If you like, you saw the last fight, right? It was what, 4 hits from the Drow to just kill the Naga from full HP. So yeah, this does not feel like a 20k lead, which is a pretty scary situation to be in. I think TD is about to go down, unfortunately. That was something, huh? I cannot believe he went for that.
Oh, he got the other one. You're always hoping it was going to work out this time too, but
He did go for the other one.
unfortunately, Jed gets the kill. He gets the wisdom, so getting closer to 25. He's going to go Hex as well. They're going to have triple Hex by the looks of it on Interactive Philippines, so bunch of control that he is opting for.
I think this is where you start going like 2 to 3 Lincolns and Lotuses, and you just like click everything on a guy when the fight starts and they hex themselves. It's not perfect, but or even Andisks. Andisks are good because they have no nullifiers on Radiant and don't really plan to. Obviously, the Doom kind of like goes through Andisks because it's not, you know, status resistance, whatnot, yada yada. But I think having the ability to like poke the fight out or buybacks.
High ground ward again.
Buybacks is the counter.
So what happened previously? Jed with the invis. So the smoke apology is actually gonna still walk past KSH. Shows for a second here with the multi-shot. They're gonna try and get the Doom. This is what you mentioned previously, but it had to work out better. And KSH is out with the Stampede. So once again, I mean, this Doom having to be the fight winner. This time it's not. And now Dire, what is the call for them? You of course have to use Stampede, BKB, so maybe they just want to chill inside the base.
It's really not that big of a commitment. Like looking at it, it's a Stampede, which is 65-second cooldown, which is like, yeah, it's big for the fight, but it's big because of the Doom, and it's half the cooldown of Doom. And the Drow BKB. No one else pressed BKB. No one else used Andisk. No one else used cooldowns. I think you can go like the Earth Spirit. I mean, it's like the Doom, right? I don't know. I think that the Doom matters so much for these fights because now basically the Shadow Shaman is enabled to just BKB shackle anyone, and any hero will die in the fight.
I believe they scanned the outpost where the illusions were, so maybe thought that someone else. Young PH even showed that he right-clicked.
He sees the Hoodwink. This is so scary. Lewis is in a good position too, sitting on the cliff. He's gonna break with the gem. Oh, he sees them.
I'm gonna back away. I want to have time to speak about the Doom item build, but gotta be careful, Lewis. Silence out. It's the Stampede back up. They'll get away. So now there's a bit of a window. Stampede on cooldown, Doom up in 25. Do you like the Abyssal core from Doom? Because it definitely sounded like the value with Stampede and Doom. You could go Refresher, so, you know, but what do we think about this? It's an interesting one. You know, I guess what is it going to do against the Force?
It's pretty good, I think.
Okay.
It's the only way to kind of deal with the Stampede, right? You can't
Yeah.
slow them. You can't hex them. So it's pretty much Yules or Bash. Like they have to be stunned. That's the only thing you deal with them. Or Harpoon. I think Harpoon actually could have been good too. But Abyssal is definitely
It's
not
an item.
bad. I think it's good. I actually think this is a cool build. And good
True.
idea. I don't think a lot of people would do it.
Well, what's going on, CZ? Meanwhile, actually kick on the high ground. T locked
not
up
bad
there.
for TT.
KSH. Lois has fallen incredibly low, but KSH on the low ground is missing continuously, and they're also going to drop the puck as well. And now they're can turn towards the carry as V finally in the fight will be able to get maximum usage and maximum value out of the ultimate. They buy back on young PH, but this is a massive commitment. Hang on a second. With the
Joe's in
backline,
there,
Naga,
Shackle.
has he gone a little bit too deep? Shackle out. They've got the damage from KSH. Down goes the Naga. They need more, though. This was a heavy commitment from Yangon, and they will get Lewis as well. Couple of buybacks. Still, though, Interactive Philippines probably happy, especially with Roche not being up.
Yeah, I was looking at the Roche timer. It just ticked over and it's a minute to spawn. So it's not the fastest Roche or slowest, but the crazy thing is actually it spawns the second Radiant respawns. And I think if Dire's in the pit hoping for the best and they're all ready, they actually kill it in time.
Probably helps that it's going to be bottom spawn as well, so they won't have the outpost to TP to.
Yeah.
They've got a T2, I suppose.
Dire's top
But, and we see how that fight starts as well. It's not the greatest position. KSH, of course, on the low ground, the Doom onto the puck, like you're mentioning, and
Yeah,
finally, Doom can just zone away.
I want to say KSH kind of messed up a bit that fight by being just like right-clicking the Doom the whole time as opposed to kiting for like 1 or 2 seconds for the BKB. I think if KSH, because he didn't even get his BKB off on the Drow in the first life. I think if he like backed up a bit, pressed his E as the Doom's BKB was ending, and then was able to kite because it forced the Centaur to have to like go in and commit with the Stampede on cooldown for. Also, the big thing was Stampede was 10 seconds cooldown when the puck got jumped.
Okay.
They just had to wait. I think Tihi is actually.
Ooh! You almost died.
Por Dios. Oh, por Dios.
Oh, they're going for it. All right. They're going to be able to get it, like you said, but they were already in the pit, so they get all the components before Radiant are able to get out of the base. They will try and head on over, though.
Dire's top
KSH?
tower is under attack.
Going on. A little bit spooky. I don't know.
I mean, this is a stressful part of the game. You just need one clean jump. I think still for either team. If the Doom gets a clean jump, like last fight, that was like the perfect example of what they needed from the Doom, right? He gets on top of the puck, forces the Doom on the puck. Drow's like slightly too far up because of the like AoE from the Shivas, and then Drow gets clipped too before BKB. Drow dies. Like perfectly how you want that fight to go. But again, the biggest thing I think of that fight was they fought right before the Stampede was up. It was like 10 seconds left on the Stampede. If there's a Stampede, Puck probably lives. Drow probably lives. And they win that fight. I think they could win that fight, but I think Tihi just walked up to D-Ward like slightly too early. And it did cause 2 buybacks, right? Like it was Puck and Drow did have to use their buys for that. Which, I mean, those are the 2 most important buys on your team. We were getting to the point where gold is kind of fake as well. We're hitting the 50-minute mark. Puck is pretty much 6 slotted. Could go up an Ags, but I don't think Ags is super good with his build right now.
Everyone's Dagon.
Yeah, I did see that, but like, dude, I feel like Dagon has to be like the worst item in Dota. I'm gonna be so honest.
What is his
so
item,
bad.
actually?
It's so bad. I feel like he could have more
Is it-
impact with, I guess, oh, I don't know.
This video, I don't know. What's the against illusions. What is this Dagon do actually?
I think he just wants more damage.
Okay.
And like cast range is really good with the 25 talent. Because your W, you can just basically go like 1,000 units away. Also, cast range in general, Puck is just crazy.
Yeah.
I could
He's
even
got the
see him going
keen
for
eye
like a
too.
refresher. Maybe not. Without the BKB piercing talent anymore.
Well, they're smoking out. But he's got a pretty good position on the high ground. He's going to see them move outside the base. He tries to get the ultimate off, but yeah. V's now in danger. Finally, the Doom's going to be used as well. KSH is trying to stand his ground. With the BKB, he's going to be able to do something. Glimmer Cap, they got the detection. V falling low, but it's not enough damage. Finally, they get the kill, but the song, they're actually out. They want out. This is okay. KSH, okay, careful, don't die. Oh my god, she almost ties to the illusions. The magnetize won't tick her as well. Further stuff is happening down to the south. We see Grims die too. Man.
He walked in and just died, like to the illusions of the high ground. I actually can't believe they got out. I mean, I guess there's an Aegis on the Drow, so it's like in an extended fight they probably lose, which I actually really respect that call to get it out. I think that that's not necessarily an easy one to make. It's hard to say whether it's right or wrong, but I think it's good that they're able to make it, you know, like in the high pressure situation, all like trust each other to get out in a bad fight. But, oof. 2 Abyssal Blades now. There's one on the
GLYPH.
Naga, one on the Doom. This is, I mean, 40 no Doom, right? This is probably a Rax.
Yeah, Naga's trying to cut mid.
Yeah, but they have a banner.
Yeah, looks like full set. Well, they're going to equal up the advantage in regards to the objectives. Trying to cut some of the other waves as well before they get out.
It's 20 seconds on Doom. I think that's like when you start getting to the point where it's like a little too risky. I mean, all these fights feel like it's on like a razor's edge, right? If the Doom like clips the right guy with the just edge of his ags and he's able to walk him down, they win the fight. If in that fight, for example, the Doom like got his blink canceled by the overwhelming blink on Puck, like as he was in the Doom animation to jump. And then because of that, they're able to kite the Doom. So there's like all these like little things that if one team gets it over the other, it's huge for them. And I mean, 53 minutes, net worth is fake at this point.
Yeah.
It's an even game. Like the biggest thing about net worth, I think when you start getting to the 50 to 60 minute mark past, and that you should think about more so, is it generally means buybacks advantage. Like whichever team has more net worth usually has like a buyback advantage. I would say the reason why Radiant's ahead is because Dire had to use 2 buybacks on their cores. But
Hey, what's the cooldown
Aegis is out.
on them at the moment? I mean, they're about to be out. Puck's
they're
up
about to
in.
be out.
Yeah, they're both. It's just the gold from KSH. So, what about Lewis? We're speaking a lot about the Doom and the Naga in particular. Again, he's starting incredible. He's still only got 2 deaths, but how are you reading what he needs to do? Because again, he's not going Scepter. I think he just completed Refresher, I believe.
I still think the Wind Waker is so necessary. It would make these fights be so much easier, because right now there's this threat of the reason why the Doom's so valuable is specifically because of the Shadow Shaman BKB Shackle. Like obviously now there's a couple options to deal with it. There's an Abyssal on the Naga, Abyssal on the Doom, so it's not as necessary. But I think just having like the Wind Waker, I don't know, maybe it's not even worth without the BKB talent on Puck anymore, because I always like still think of Puck as this like anti-BKB hero late game. So maybe it is just an Ags. It's hard to say. Probably Ags. I think Ags is just good. You get one like good kickback on a Drow or something and you win the game.
We are 5 minutes away from tier 5, so at least you're the Earth Spirit along with the Hoodwink, the Bauble. So we shall see. Yeah, come on. 24k lead, like you said. I mean, it probably is actually favoring Yangon at this stage of the game. We've got the Dagons now getting worked on for the puck, so had them queued up for a while, but he has now committed.
The Dagon's so funny. It seems like such a bad item. Like, okay, what do you get from leveling? You get stats. The cooldown doesn't even go down anymore, huh? It used to go down. It doesn't look like it goes down anymore.
Oh.
So
No, it doesn't.
you get health, and it basically it's just for the cast range, realistically.
Yeah.
And a bit of damage, which is fine, I guess.
You sound so unimpressed.
I just missed there's been so many good versions of Dagon, and it's just so much worse than it used to be. Like, it used to give spell lifesteal, it used to give like flat healing and stuff like that. I think it used to also reduce the cooldown back before it gave you any bonuses,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it went down to like 15 or 12 seconds, something like really low, and it was like actually a super good late game item. Now it's just
It's so trash. It's-
maybe it is going down in cooldown. It doesn't say it, because now it's only an 18-second cooldown. It might be one of those things where it just doesn't say it in the
Like a
shop
visual
that it
bug,
goes
okay.
down.
I see. Okay. Oh, we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll keep an eye on
it
that.
went down again. It's 15.8.
Okay.
So it is actually better than I thought it was. It's still not great, but it's better.
Radiant are
So it's gonna go down to like a 10 seconds. So Puck is actually gonna have a lot of impact in these late game fights.
What's his role as well? We were speaking about a lot of the cores for him. Is it just like your backline supports trying to control them as best as you
a
can?
peak world is you just permanently canceling the Doom. Like, you blink on the
Okay.
Doom, cancels blink, randomly get like coil on the supports, annoy them. Maybe you want to coil the Naga actually because she has no BKB, and cancel the Doom blink. Those are your two goals, and then not die. If you don't die to some random hexes, Dooms, and you're canceling blinks, I think you've done everything you can. And then at that point, it's just like survive the fight and cast as many spells as you can.
They're trying to Roche. It should Raw, no. There we go. There's the Raw.
Dire's top barracks.
They're going to instantly beeline over, but...
This is scary.
Wait, are they going to go back in the pit on that? Oh, the song, Jed! Oh, they clumped up!
no!
Lewis tries to get the rope, and now V's going to be in with the Doom. They don't get in range for the Drow. The Drow just outside. So they're going to be able to control KSH for the moment. The Stampede helps them separate the Puck. Aeontis, how are they all out? And look, perfect way for them to start, but Lewis is dead. They're back over towards the Puck. Surely, no. They just got the kill, but it took too long. It took far too long for them. It looked like it was the perfect way for them to cancel the go from Yangon. But a 2 for 2 is what we see at the moment. Jed
double buy.
tries to kill the Shaman.
Naga
Buybacks
dead.
galore as well. Naga tries to get on top of the Drow Ranger.
Drow
Push back,
satanic.
force up, get some separation. She's gonna be okay momentarily. Gotta be careful because Dire with the buybacks, they've got the outpost
are so
control.
hard.
So they are back into the middle sooner than Radiant are. V over towards KSH, but with the Glacier, she will stand strong. There's not much they're going to be able to do. Everyone tries to get on top of the dieback on Puck. Maybe they can do stuff. No way, Yangon. This is absolutely an insane fight for Roche for potentially the game ender as well. And they're surely going to be able to run down the center unless KSH. Can he do something about it? Jed finds KSH. Lincoln's going to be able to protect him. Stampede's back up as well, but it's not going to matter. Now Lewis is onto the Drow with the marksmanship getting procced. They won't have the damage that is necessary. KSH, that's going to be a dieback, and that will send us to a Game 3 decider. What a insane final fight.
I cannot believe what just happened in that fight. I mean, it was like the perfect song. It was a perfect song on 3, and I think he ended it early. Like the Doom didn't get in range of all 3 with the Doom, otherwise they were all dead, and there was nothing they could do. But he like ends the song a second too early, so the Drow's not in it. Is able to like pike out. Then he gets scared trying to chase the Drow. The Centaur gets out, and he presses Stampede, and then, I mean, the positioning got really messed up. And I think, honestly, the biggest issue is Puck in that fight just, like, died 2 times without getting any buttons off. With options to live, too. Like, there's a time he canceled phase shifts, I want to say 3 different times to survive. Just by getting worried and clicking buttons too early. But buybacks reign supreme. I mean, that was just... That was such a... That was the game. Like, anything could have happened in those 30 seconds and either team could have won the game.
It definitely did feel like that's even with the deficit, like Yangon, it felt like it was their game to win, all things considering. It just, we weren't really. How did you feel though?
I really felt like the last 15-20 minutes was Yangon at the advantage, because without even it like, sounds like biased, right? But I think that their draft can ignore the gold lead, and I think the gold lead didn't really matter. It's mostly about the like hexes on the supports, which is annoying, but it's playable. But yeah, I think that one fight was really just kind of a misstep. I want to say. I think there was a couple of fights where KSH and Young PH kind of mismoved, if that makes sense. Like there's a couple of times I think KSH just like stood still and right clicked too long, and Young PH kind of kept canceling the phase shifts early. Maybe it's another puck bug. We've had that in the past, but look at this fight right here. Like they end the song early, right? Like that had to be an early end to the song. I don't think that just was like an intentional end. And then you see here, like puck gets out, but then cancels the phase shift early or something and dies, like right here. It's like gets it, but then insta cancels it. Or he could have lived, could have kited at the fight, had the 2 lives for longer, and then like if puck's alive here, I think they actually win the fight and the game, because he would be able to help his team and not have to use this buy, and like could start using spells on the Naga here, press the coil, save the drow, like. And then I think there was another time where the drow in this fight like kind of stood still and hit instead of like kiting a bit longer.
It definitely also great. I don't know, crazy or not for them to consider about walking Roche. Like with the state of how that fight was looking, there was like both sides had lost 2. And they're like, all right, we're just gonna go Roche, but we saw the Naga just jump the backline, and now they're stuck inside the river where you don't want to be on a drow.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit. I think the nerves start hitting when you hit that like 60-minute mark. It was just a bit too much for them. But I mean, if that's game 2, like what's gonna happen game 3?
Yeah, insane game. So we see, okay, so for Interactive Philippines, of course, now they showcase that they have an answer to the puck. So we see again, if puck's gonna be there, maybe they don't want to verse it. If they do let it through, we're probably going to see the Earth Spirit again. The question of like, how was Lewis able to play the mid to late game? But there was probably maybe with some cleaner gameplay and maybe a different carry. I know Naga played incredible, but just like they weren't able to close out what Lewis provided in the early game. They had to do it in the hard mode. So nonetheless, they've got answer to the puck now, which is great. And this puts us in a very exciting position for game 3, because hoping for another crazy game like that.
Yeah, I think for me, I think Lewis like super popped off in the early to mid game, and like sure he kind of fell off, but I think sometimes that happens in Earth Spirits if the game slows down. I think the biggest issue this game is the Doom. I think it's acceptable to give away the Earth Spirit. Sure, like he's gonna have his impact. He's gonna do a lot again if like the game plays out. But I think the Doom is what really enabled a lot of the strategy of killing heroes with Doom, kiting out the fights. Like every fight was around Doom, right? Like that's what we kept saying. It's like Doom has to do this, Doom has to do that. He has to doom this target. Probably just ban it if you want to play the puck. Maybe there's a world where they up the value of Doom and they pick it instead of the Earth Spirit as a response to puck, but I think that's even fine, and then you can ban the Earth Spirit. But just don't ban the Doom.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Nonetheless, though, looks like these two teams very even. So far, I know game 1 was far more one-sided for Yangon, but we were almost getting to that position for Interactive Philippines. So Yangon do a good job to be able to push the game out, but not able to get the 2-0 victory, which means we go game 3. These two close teams from the open qualifier. We're going to see if it's going to be Interactive Philippines or Yangon moving over in the upper bracket, and who will go down in the lower bracket to make a insane run if it's going to be for them to go play at Shanghai. But that's done for our second game. We'll see you guys soon. Game 3 coming up.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A very one-sided game one we had, but game two was absolutely not the case. Yangon Galacticos almost able to pull it back, but Interactive Philippines give us a game three decider. It's been the puck show so far, at least in the drafts, a lot of the attention has been there. And now we get a bit of a difference as well. Drought Range is actually going to be banned out from Yangon. So they want to make sure Interactive Philippines don't get some ideas about this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Drow is necessarily the problem in that game. For me, again, I'll say the big heroes for me. I think Puck is still a problem because he had a terrible early game. Like he died like what? He was like 1-3 or something, or 1-4, like something really bad.
Yeah.
And then he started popping off. Like at some point, you like you said, he was like 0-3, and then he went to 7-3. I think it was. I think the Doom is also a really important hero. Maybe you could like argue the Coddle, but I would say for both teams, those are the two big ones. It's a Puck and Doom. I think if you have solutions to those two, you either know to ban them, give them up, but you can do that one.
Now what do you do here? They're trying to change things up a little bit from Yangon.
So in game number one, they picked the Doom themselves.
Yep.
And now in game two, the Doom kind of won again. And then now game three, it's looking like probably just pre-countering the Puck, I would assume.
See if they still pick it on Interactive Philippines, what they want on the 9th or not. Overall, like regardless of this series specifically, how do you feel about the Doom? Like, is this hero back to kind of being first pick for your first phase? I know some teams prioritize it a little bit more than others, but like you still feel like this is one of the stronger heroes in the meta right now?
Yeah, I still think it's a really strong hero. I think the hero is like pretty borderline broken. I'm a big fan.
I think it's like we were speaking about the Puck and some other heroes, right? Pango, they're feels like they're nerfed in one patch and the next patch and the patch after. Well, apparently it's the same for the Doom. I feel like I've seen this hero for so many years now.
Yeah, it's just always gonna be broken. That's just how it is.
Yeah. It's it is what it is when you don't have anyone else in the out of the entire hero list that we got that's able to do what Doom can. So try and replicate it, but we'll never be Mr. Doom. So we saw, of course, the Snapfire early on. This time we'll see where Interactive Philippines want to play it. Be Lewis. It's going to be V. Is this only a mid-hero snap and maybe support? Are you an offlane believer as well? Because I know we saw in the other game, but I don't know if I asked the question if you believe on offlane Snapfire, if it can really be flexer, if it's kind of a bait.
10 seconds.
I believe in it in the sense that it's fine to flex it, but I think mid is just OP. That's how I would put it.
Hoodwink to pair with the Snapfire, so once again, what we saw game one, it was Yangon with the Doom and the Hoodwink. Game two, then Interactive Philippines with the same combo. So now they'll break it away. The question is, what do they want for themselves?
Dire team pick.
Lion.
With the Lion. Lion plus our second support for T here. Maybe.
Team pick.
Silencer.
Okay. Most T has always been a pretty big fan of the Silencer. Got way to deal with the Mortimer Kisses. How do you like this support duo though? Is there any weaknesses? Like, can you summon? I don't know if they got summons player on Interactive Philippines, but
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, this would be a really good Lycan game versus the both supports and the Doom. If they can play Lycan, this is a very good Lycan game right now. Like I would just pick Lycan plus some, maybe like a Grimstroke could be really cool here.
Team pick.
I mean, Terra is technically summons.
Dire team pick.
some way. Oh, Spirit Breaker. All right. I feel like, it was LGD, right? Where they kind of showcase that, maybe this hero can be considered with those crazy games that it was Blast, right? I think it was Blast.
Yes.
Where we saw them with that
I
run.
believe
So
yeah, that he was getting picked a lot.
I know since then some people have been
5 seconds
dabbling with
remaining.
the Spirit Breaker every now and then, but it definitely feels like it's been with the Darksea was one of the bigger ones, but of course can be quite frustrating for the supports in the early game. We'll see how active it's going to be. It does also reveal that the snap is going to be a call. No real surprises there. Do you see a mid hero for young PH already?
Versus the snap. Storm, I think, is pretty consistently picked for snap. I think Queen of Pain is pretty good versus snap. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's like super consistent. What else?
Dire team
I think they might just take their carry. No, they take the storm. Okay. That's like the number one thing I think of. I would say when there's like an open mid pick versus snap, it's like almost always just take the storm.
Okay.
And now they need a carry. What carry would you want versus Terrorblade?
10 seconds remaining.
Drow's
5
banned.
seconds remaining.
Carriers versus Terrorblade is kind of hard. There's like, I mean, the past was like PL Naga, but I don't know if they're particularly. PL's actually, I've seen him have success this patch.
Oh,
It's
no,
definitely
please
very
don't.
slow though. It's so slow.
I hate that hero. Far out. I hate PL TB matchup as well. This is like the only time I see PL. It's just so boring. So sick of that.
Trying to think of what other heroes are good versus Terrorblade. Maybe like a Kez.
Okay.
10
Seen,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
of course we haven't seen the Kez just yet. It was getting banned out in some of the
5
game
seconds remaining.
towards the later stages. I get rid of the Wind Ranger. What else? Even Yangon. Gonna ban out a mid hero. So they are chilling.
Trying to think of Shadowfiend's banned too. So many of these carries are banned. I think it's probably Kez or PL. I have bad news.
Well, I'm happy with Kez. I'd be down for Kez. We'll see if they ban it
Okay.
though. I'm a Kez enjoyer. I like Kez.
Team banned.
Darksea, they banned Darksea. Okay, yeah. Because Spirit Breaker makes sense. Just covering both their tracks here. Is there what about for Interactive Philippines? So if you
10
do
seconds
put the Snapfire in the offlane, is there a better mid that you're thinking about versus the Storm?
5 seconds
A bit
remaining.
difficult because you're going like a mid hero, you're playing against Doom Line and Silence. I mean, there's a bunch of control.
Darkseer band's interesting. I guess it's just a lane partner with Spirit Breaker. Like you just carry your Spirit Breaker out of the lane. Which is an issue they have right now, right? When you pick Spirit Breaker, you generally want to carry him out of the lane.
Dire team pick.
Luna back.
Kez is in the pool, PL's in the pool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I see versus TB. With their band Darkseer ban?
10 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
Radiant.
I mean, it
team
definitely makes me think of like
No.
PL.
No. All right, so what do we got?
Now
Offlane option.
anti-PL, probably for the offlane
10
Timber.
seconds remaining.
It's like kind of an annoying Timber Saw game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Primal Beast
seconds
can be
remaining.
acceptable. You can pick up mid. You can pick like a Necrophos. You can pick less Shrek is not the worst. What else? If Sanking was still a good hero, it'd be a good Sanking game, but one hasn't looked that good recently. I feel like it's gonna be some like primal Leshrac kind of thing. Maybe a Queen of Pain if that's it's not banned.
I think just any of the heroes again, regardless, like it's always going to be difficult at the Doom Lion Silencer. It heavily limits the hero pool.
Yeah. You could just pick a tanky offlaner. You could just pick the Primal Beast. Neither the PL nor the Silencer really deal with them. They'd have to put the Lion as a position 5. Ooh, okay. They're like, Lewis cooked.
Do you like it this game though?
It's not as good as last game. I think the last game was like a particularly good just like Earth Spirit game in general, in my opinion. But I see why he did it. It's gonna scale well versus the PL to some extent. Like it's gonna hit a mid game timing where it's really hard for PL to fight because of all the magic damage in the team fight. But then it'll scale further and PL's gonna have like Heart and stuff and Scotty. And then it's not really gonna deal with the PL anymore. So they have this is one of the games where I would say it's not often that there's a time limit on games. I think recently in Dota, there's been this very big thing about you pretty much can't get outscaled in a lot of games. It's something we saw last game, right? They didn't get outscaled. Like the Drow just farmed was down 20,000 gold and it was still scaling pretty even. I think that's kind of a somewhat cool trend in Dota that there's not these heroes that innately win games if it hits 30, 40 minutes anymore. Sure, there's like the one-off matchups like AM Medusa, but I think PL in this particular game can hit a window that it's extremely hard to deal with, just because the heroes don't really naturally stop him from doing his own thing. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for them that they have this window because also it's like the carry matchup. I want to say PL has consistently been the anti-TB carry matchup for like 8 years now. I think legit I can remember like back when I was playing with like Sammy Boy in like 2017, 2018. We would see TB and he's like, yo, give me PL. I'm gonna cook this guy. So this has been a thing forever and it's still good, just because of how the heroes work.
I think my concern is just the fact that I really like the early game for Interactive Philippines. And it sounds like you're putting a lot of emphasis on the late game from the PL. I'm just a bit concerned. Like PL is going to do nothing. Your Doom is potentially going to do nothing. We'll see what Repeater's build goes. If he does go Radiance or not. I think he can't. I don't want him to this game because I really like the early game from Interactive Philippines. I think the one thing with the TB and PL is the fact that TB comes online far earlier and you can team fight and take objectives. And I think it's very similar to like the first game of the day where if just I'm not like the supports on Yangon, like your cooldown reliant on the Silencer with Global Silence and the line you're going to need people to play with. You've got the Storm, but I think they're pretty good answers for the Storm Spirit of the early game. Like their supports are great. They have a bunch of control. They've got a bunch of damage. So I'm just worried that we could be looking at a game where it's just, all right, PL, like we're waiting for you for 20 minutes, half an hour. And we'll see if he's going to be able to get to that stage or not. All right. Definitely for me, we'll see. I'm potentially also a big PL hater. That's all.
Are you a big PL hater because of the hero or because of your computer when there's a PL in the game?
It's both. It's definitely both, but no, I hate PL. It's just such a boring hero.
Dude, this bot rune, is this like the most dangerous rune? I think it's always on the bot rune someone dies. And it's always the Radiant guy who goes there and he's like, nah, this is chill. Like, I got this. Why can't people just, not go into the middle of the river alone, blind on the map? But, like, it's cool.
Yeah, give it first blood. It's nothing wrong with it. It's all right. At least it's... What was it, the Lion that got it right? Yeah, so Drake gets it. So we'll see what he brings out with his gold. Full wand, Tangos, and a sentry. So... Not the most impactful first blood in that sense, at least with the mid laners, maybe being a bit more favored towards the other. See, definitely top lane, your potential kill threat onto T here. I don't know if you really slow down, like, does V farm this lane fine on the staff file?
Yeah, I think honestly this lane should be pretty chill for a Snapfire. Like Silencer can get kind of annoying, but Silencer is a bit like Silencer good versus ranged 4s and melee offlaners, because the ranged 4 you can bully with glaives, and then the offlaner you can like zone out with your spells usually. But when it's the other way around, the melee 4 just pulls the waves, which Silencer's not happy versus because he doesn't do anything against people pulling waves, and then the ranged offlaner kind of just walks away from him. So this is actually like one of the lanes that should be pretty acceptable versus the Silencer. So it looks pretty... I think that this lane should be good. I think mid is definitely a Storm favored matchup. This Earth Storm can get kind of annoying. It's not the worst. Like, you're not going to get crushed, but Storm should be pretty happy here. And then bot... It's hard to say. I think Doom Lion's one of the most classic, like, very strong lanes, but TB is the kind of hero who, if you get a good stun next to him and he like just gets to 100-0 a guy, then the lane will always be chill for TB.
And you can have the Spirit Breaker just either TP down a charge or charge across the map, like whatever he wants to, come through the portal even if he can find a way. So the only problem with that is then you leave VSOL, and I don't know if you can leave the Snapfire like that, but you know, maybe with the next meta or the one afterwards, like you could potentially rotate.
And definitely leaving the ranged offlaners is a pretty... That's the scariest thing with ranged offlaners. The laning stage sometimes feels pretty good. It's like, oh, you know, like this guy's like CSing and he's taking no damage and he's doing all this stuff, and then it's time for like 6 minutes and you're like, I'm gonna go mid. And now your offlaner is like, just stares into the abyss of darkness and 2 heroes at nighttime. Versus like, you know, you have some Tidehunter, he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
Oh, bot lane. Metamorphosis this time.
Brims turns around with the bushwhack. Will still end up being killed off, but it looks like he's done enough to help Jed be able to run Rapido down. Yes, he did. Pop as well. Tihi also dies, so a 1 for 2. It's split across the map.
Thankfully for them, they had the Lotus on the Huvik, I believe, so was able to live that extra like second longer, but all in all, not the worst for either team. It's like pretty close. Obviously the Doom going down is gonna feel really good for the Terrorblade, but now meta's down, right? So now you hit level 3, you have a good timing in the lane to just get a bunch of aggression in on the TB if you so choose.
And lane. Charge in on.
Charge on mid.
Lewis with the 202 build, so a bunch of extra damage, and the bash is going to be pivotal there to get the kill. And we are back to spam the wavelines.
Worked for him last game.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta be careful though. We didn't use the T-Gov one last time.
Yeah, that one might be cursed.
Yeah, it's just, you gotta, if you want with the previous game with using the same voice line, you can't change it up. If they lose, I know why.
Let's see. Think about what the mid game's gonna look like. So PL, in my experience in pubs, because unfortunately I have actually been seeing this hero a lot in pubs. I have bad news for you. I see it maybe like once a day at least. They pretty much go Manta, are useless, and then they get Ags and they 1v5 the game. Has been my experience with PL. The worst I ever had was there was a game that we were destroying the game. They had a position 5 Alchemist, and he somehow managed to scrounge up enough gold to buy the PL Ags. So PL had like Manta Butterfly or something Ags instead of Manta Ags, and literally he went into 5 heroes and killed us all. So there's some like weird ass timing with the Ags. That's like the big thing for PL. It's like that's what you really need, and I think if they're able to either play around it or avoid it, they can win the mid game. It's just the mid games get so scary with PL now.
Is this actually what? Oh, insane TP from Drake.
That was okay, he walks away. It's not the worst because 6-minute runes are coming up, so it's like he can at least contest the top rune. But see, Storm gets 6 off of this siege, which is pretty big. He's like, don't sap my XP.
Oh, Lion?
Lion's got
bro, no, still
big
not.
stick, 15 charges and a fairy fire.
He's going to be able to bait.
This
Actually,
is
Lewis,
really scary for Lewis.
he didn't level magnetize. One of the rolling set to close the distance. Now Lewis, he committed in the middle as a result of this, and he's dead. So you get a galvanized stack. The illusion was picked up from Young PH as well. He's still got a little bit more mana as well to go to Eris. Nice timing. Drick Make sure he stops the charge. And they are scaling. We got plus int from T here. Now the galvanized Yangon. Very nice.
They actually have 3 infinite scaling heroes. Oh, and Doom's getting gotten on bot. Ooh. Meta's out in 1 second. Okay, he's gonna live. Yeah, they also have the finger of death count.
True.
So they are fully infinitely scaling on the Dire. They will not get outscaled anymore.
Nice. Plus insane late game PL versus TB. So
Yep. And you have a Doom. So this game, there's definitely, in my opinion, a limit on this game. Like a timer.
another one. More scaling.
Double scaling. At the same time, the PL just got charged, got 2 hits from Snapfire, and now he's at 300 health.
It's gonna be careful it happens again now with kisses up from V if he surely levels it.
Yeah, if there's a Spirit Breaker charge on PL, like if he ever gets the scene on
Can
the
he
reel
just die
like
here
this,
actually? If he gets Scatter Blast and kind of kiss himself and yeah, like okay.
that?
Yeah, like you're not gonna be able to dodge
that?
enough like that.
Exactly like that. Yeah, that could happen to you, unfortunately. Yeah, this is why I don't know. Snap just looks so good. So we saw earlier today there was an offline Snap, and what ended up happening with it was he did have a good early game like this. I want to say like his laning stage was pretty good, but then he died twice back to back because Snap is such a weak hero when he gets gone on, and so I really want this Snap to not die twice back to back. Oh, there's no points in pull. Oh, okay. There's a line stun. I was about to say there's no points in storm pull. Whew. Okay, but yeah, that's what you're not supposed to do on offlane Snap.
That's one of those
behind
deaths.
the tier 1 tower. Just don't do it a second time. Thankfully for him, he wasted his TP trying to get out, and so he cannot TP in and die instantly. So he at least has like 40 seconds of living.
Okay.
So that you know, you take what you can get.
It's time that he's going to be thinking about, surely I'm not going to go here. This is not a spot I want to be. I will not die back to back. So we'll see where else on the map. Tihi comes through the portal down bottom, gets the D-ward. We'll go back the other way. I didn't notice, but... sorry, I thought they got both wisdoms, but no, it's just a 1-for-1, so nothing crazy. Lewis is down bottom. We're looking to try and slow Repeater down about 5 2/3. Close to being able to utilize his ultimate. They do have an observer that I believe saw Lewis as well by the secret shop, so they are aware that the Earth Spirit's down bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's going for the Radiance Rush on Doom. No drums, no nothing. Not even a wind lace. Full commit. Radiance Rush.
They got him.
I actually think Dire's just playing to play like a 50-minute game and just guaranteed to win game. I think that's their goal right now.
Yeah. But you're not concerned that like they're going to get to that stage though?
I mean, it's definitely concerning. You're playing versus 3 really fast cores, to be honest. Like Terrorblade is one of the fastest cores, I would say. Like he obviously scales really well, but he's this. I think Terrorblade is such a good design of a hero because he scales well, but then he has the... Oh.
Speaking of TV, it's the Doom. Doom's going to try and do his best. Yeah, absolutely. What a hero, you can't survive to Doom. Or what a bad design from him.
Why is it just Medusa surviving?
Come on.
But I think that Doom's or Terrorblade's really cool because it's like you have this early peak every meta, every like 2 minutes, and then you go farm. And you have a peak, and then you go farm. So it's like a very good... It feels good to flow as the game. Like, take a tower, go farm, and then you keep scaling to the game. And so as long as they can kind of minimize their losses on the metas, like they don't give up a bunch of kills, and they don't die in the PL.
Oh, he's absolute deny. Oh, side steps. Okay. Yeah, he's getting run down nonetheless. So another kill on the carry. Back to back with the Mortimer Kisses and Ent Gunner. Importantly, not back-to-back deaths on V. That's what we like to see. This offline Snapfire, he's chilling.
He actually got an assist instead of dying. So
nice.
Now the offline Snap's going to look crazy broken. He went for the Boots of Travel, so a bit greedy build, but look, the enemy team's going greedy. Why don't you just join them? Why don't you all? Why does it ever just go greedy? 10 minuses.
They play
for 60 minutes.
Oh, nice Hex trick. And actually turns as well to nuke down Grims. Young PH is going to be okay by the looks of it. So he's going to be able to walk it off. They got the catapult. Should be a tower as well that drops. Maybe.
I think this tower should be done. They're fighting with no magnetize, no snap ult, but the snap damage doesn't really matter.
Absolutely not. When V 1500 health they're going to have to go through from Young PH. Is going to be careful. If he's got the resource, actually will commit for the kill. He went in. He went in. No, why did he not run away? Drick, he's going to be run down as well. Roll just kind of close the distance. He's got to... Yep.
Okay. All right. Good effort. We can walk away, I guess. I know it's like you really want to hit this tier 1 tower. You want to use a siege, but it's definitely really risky for PL. I think they have to slow down a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under
Because you have a Doom rushing Radiance, you have a PL with just a Yasha. Like, just... I think all their plays with the Storm have been fine. Like, he keeps getting pickoffs and goes, but I think everything involving the PL is just a bit too slow. Like, PL is the one who's dying over and over. He's 0-3 and 0. I think he really needs to stop showing and start just playing to farm. Like, it's okay to farm. You'll win this game eventually.
If we're going to at least help if they can get the kill into the Terror Blade.
There's a Doom.
They're going to need it.
Sunder
Jed. Okay, there we go. Doom press, very close.
You just press it. Oh, there's no finger. Oh my, why did they do this? Why did they do this?
My heart.
Also, the craziest thing is there's a chance that I would do the same thing. I'd be like, oh, I don't really want to have to doom this guy. I want to try to kill him.
Yeah,
like, I know I'm also a greedy player. Everyone wants to be the greedy player that doesn't waste their buttons.
Because now Doom's, it's not up, so they're going to TP down.
So now there's like a snap, and the snap's going to ultra, and you're like, oh, if only I had Doom. If only we played that TB kill a bit better.
Oh, they'll back away. They won't be able to get the tower, but they got the kill importantly. And we have a very even game. So Storm's on top. He's still got, what, 7 galvanized stacks. No real core is struggling. Doom towards the bottom, but Rapido is still sitting fine. And no one's been heavily destroyed.
An exceptional fight.
Which I guess is, for me, again, with how I was looking at this game, I was pretty concerned about this stage of the game in the next 10-15 minutes from Yangon. Maybe 10, not 15, but I thought this was going to be the opportunity where Interactive Philippines could have more of an advantage, more of a lead. We're going to have to see through the form of the charge. One will be heading towards Young PH. You have to go through the tower, so Dire will have plenty of time to respond. But the silence like that, they won't get a response. The kisses as well cuts down the support. Beautifully done. And this snap again. 5-1 and 2. He avoided those back-to-back deaths, and now we're at the stage where we get to see how strong this hero is.
This is the true power of Snapfire. If you don't feed, the hero's broken. Who could have guessed that? And I mean, that was really good spellcasting. They got like a charge that charges through all of them. The Earth Spirit gets like, I think, also a triple silence, so they can't even click spells. The Storm was so chain stunned that he couldn't activate the shield rune in his bottle before dying.
Just watching Era's 1v1 KSH.
Dire's middle
Yeah.
tower is under
V has a blink. Actually, V is so farmed on the Snapfire.
Might actually be able to go in. Young PH, gonna be careful. There's the first
this is not
on.
good.
Oh, he's got a shield rune actually. But Cookie to try and disengage, and yeah, they'll be able to run down Eris. It does have Lewis to drag him out as well, but much of the damage has already been dealt. So once again, we're getting some more galvanized stacks.
I make my move.
They have Finger of Death again, so they can keep going for kills, I think, unless he just goes down and dies here. He's looking like a Jeej for his life.
Oh, por Dios. Oh, por Dios.
Look, they're feeling good. They're feeling good. And now Doom's in trouble, actually. Oh,
Low
nice global.
sounds, TP. Bash! Bash, one
Imagine.
more! No.
He had one hit. He had one hit in him. If that was a... at least The Dota gods are kind today.
Dire's bottom tower.
Especially, I mean, yeah, rough it would have been. He's global silence to get the
Use
Doom
global
out, and then he
still
dies. Oh. Top lane? KSH? Yeah, against
There's no
V.
way. I'm surprised. I guess it's like scary. Yeah. That was scary for V. Like if he stays, like obviously he can man fight him, but blink no.
Kind of staying. And they're going to be able to find him in the tower range. Okay. GLYPH is getting charged without a whole lot of mana, but they're going to need way more heroes to head towards the top. Look at the form of one with Lewis TP, and now TP is also going to show up. Bro connects Lewis. Silence not going to be able to find it. So with the Spirit Breaker charge through, connects to the KSH. But it's pretty messy. Magnetize along with meta use for bottom, so never mind. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, just I mean a bit awkward. Good for Dire to be able to kind of like force stuff and get away, but it's one of those things where Radiant's so mobile on the map that kind of using a lot of TPs to go for kills isn't the worst. There's some drafts that I feel super bad, but you have Spirit Breaker charge, you have a global travel, you have like the boots of travel on the Snapfire, even the Terrorblade just farms really fast around the map, and Earth Spirit's Earth Spirit. So it's like you have all these heroes that can just go wherever they want on the map consistently. So, you know, making some awkward TP plays is like, it's whatever. It slows your game down by like 20 seconds. It's definitely not the worst situation. And this Radiance is so slow. For a first item Radiance, nothing but just double bracer Radiance. He's gonna get like 18 minutes, which is just... I feel like your goal, I would say, is probably like 15 minutes you want to get it around. And Teehee goes down again top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, he's kissing?
Radiant's
What?
middle tower is under attack.
What's the wave, maybe?
Forces the TP at least. Let's see, can he even die to...
Oh,
I don't think he would have died to the two of them, to be honest. Peel's weird. I could never get a read on how much damage Peel will do. Like, it feels like he shouldn't do a lot, and then he just somehow does infinite damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Especially at this stage as well. Like it was... I don't know. This hero is...
Yeah, I don't
weird
understand. This hero doesn't... I don't understand it that well in terms of, like, damage yet. Because they keep changing him with his innate and stuff, and he doesn't have diffusal. Like, most heroes kind of... You know how much damage they do average. I would say the other hero that used to be like that was Kez. It was so hard to understand how much damage Kez did. But now it makes a bit more sense. He just does infinite damage.
Yeah, it's just insane. Like, let's just leave it at that.
Just one-shots you, yeah. It's like this guy gets Ags, and then he presses 16 buttons, and then you're like, oh, I'm stunned, silenced. I have a dot of 2,000 physical damage ticking, and I'm already dead with a guaranteed crit. My fault.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I guess I should know better.
And also, all of it pierces BKB. Oh, my fault. I should have played around that. That's my Kez impression.
Have you dabbled with Kez?
I actually, unfortunately, went to the dark side starting like a week or two ago, and I started trying out Kez.
How's that going?
It's actually fun. I played a game. I got like 27 kills.
Looks like if we talk about skill expression heroes, Kez definitely feels like one of them.
The first couple of games, I was doing like Battle Fury carry builds, and I go like Battle Fury, Butterfly, Satanic, Manta, stuff like that. And then I started playing the real man's build, the Deso, Mage Slayer, Ags, where you have 1,000 HP, but you one-shot everything.
Yeah.
That one's fun.
What has been the hardest thing for you with learning Kez?
I feel like his early game is like weird sometimes, like try to join fights. Late game's pretty easy though, to be honest.
Are you playing mid or carry?
Both.
Okay.
Mid more recently.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, keep going.
No, I feel like late game is not that hard once you get used to the button clicking. Like there's an order you click buttons in. You click like the Sai Swords Q, then you click the Katana Q, and then like the Sai Swords ult, and then the Katana ult. You just kind of like do everything in an order.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to remember all your cooldowns because they end up being all different when you get the Ags. I wonder why are they baiting the Tormentor? Do they think that the Dire is gonna... Maybe they think that the Dire is gonna think that they're tormenting and wants to contest, so they want to like recontest Dire, you know?
Wow,
they're just like baiting a Tormentor fight.
So they're actually gonna smoke, and they got the charge on Rapido.
Yeah, they did.
And now he's kind of scratching his head. They get the global shots again to try and hope it's actually gonna be enough, but That bushwhack will make sure he's not going to be able to step out. And this is, yeah, well, the bait worked out. You know, everyone else was trying to sweep towards the portal. No one was home. They lose the Doom, and now they're going to lose the Tormentor too.
And they might lose young PH too if he's not careful.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
They should be able to zip TP, right? They've got the vision. No! Oh! So close.
You need like one more game of Storm Spear to know his mana. Just one more game.
Oh no. Alright, well, he's out. Looks like Tormentor will finally go down for Radiant. A bit slow. Should get it in the end.
I feel like surprisingly, like in my head, based on what I've been watching, I think Radiant is like super far ahead. Like they're just crushing the game. And then I look at the actual like state of the game, the networks of everyone, and I'm like, oh, like it's not that bad. Like sure, the PL is he was 0-3, but now he's 2-3. Like he's chilling. I think honestly the reason why it's so close, I think, is Radiant obviously has the more aggression early game fixated draft, and Dire has more of like a slower greedy draft. And I think a lot of it is the Doom having a really bad game. Like his Radiance being super slow just means that if he had a Radiance at the normal time, which again is probably, I would say like 15 minutes ish, he would have an extra like 2,000 gold right now, probably at least like 1,500. He'd have like half his BKB. This smoke play with the Blink Dagger would have happened already. It probably would have happened at that Tormentor fight, and he wouldn't have died there. And then they maybe would have taken the fight. So it's like a lot of these things change when, like, Dota's so cool that so many things change because of like such small things early game. Like maybe like he missed a deny or two in the lane, and that's why they lost. And all of that has snowballed now to him dying at the Tormentor, giving up these fights.
Mm-hmm.
This game is way too complicated, man.
Absolutely,
so good.
dude. I mean, there's nothing like it. I absolutely shits on League as well. Don't even get me started. I try and I speak to.
It's not even close.
I literally start. I've a bunch of my school friends play League. I literally start by saying like, "Can you guys deny creeps?" And they don't understand that. They're like, "What? Deny? What are you talking about? Like, what is this concept? Denying my own creep? Why would I want to do this?" And then I just say like, "Okay, well, okay, you want to compare League to Dota? This game's just far more complicated, far more beautiful. Like, simply being able to not deny the enemy team from getting experience. How much would that change the game in itself?
Yeah.
And that's just one concept. Let's buybacks. Let's talk about buybacks as well. Like everything. Like, don't even get me started.
Active items, there's like 4 in the league.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a boring game.
I mean,
And
all my
no one
League
dies.
friends, basically, when we have the conversation, it ends up being like League is more like an action game oriented. That it's just like clicking your buttons in the correct order, and like all like literal mechanics is like 90% of the game. And in Dota, like mechanics they don't have the same ceiling, but they also only equal like 40 to 50% of the game. And the rest is all just like your brain.
So, okay, so that, yeah. Fair enough. I mean, I guess you want to...
To give some credit.
It just, yeah, sure. I just feel like for me, it just means you're not as good of a player. Dota players, you're just far better with all the other
'Cause we got the
complicated
mechanics
things.
and strategy.
Everything else. It's not just your mechanics you got to worry about. What about all the other strategy that goes into it?
That's true.
Because it's absolutely insane.
No, I agree. I think Dota's the best game ever made.
Yeah. And unfortunately, if you don't understand. You're not a Dota player. You're not going to get it. You know, this League people don't get it. Any other MOBAs,
They don't get it. No one gets it.
No one gets it. But here we are. You know, for fighting for the most prestigious event as well. You know, back over in China, one spot for C. It's going to be quite the bloodbath. I mean, we still got 2 more series as well. I know, South America finished super late today. I don't know what happened with Amaru versus Nemesis, but they've got their final day tomorrow. But for us, we still got 2 more series today as well within the upper bracket.
This is gonna be a late night, I believe, for all of us.
Plenty of enjoyable stuff. So, see, it's very even game so far, which is not what I want to see if you're Interactive Philippines for these lads. You know, this is where the time bomb's ticking.
I mean, I still am not 100% sure on PL. Like, I've seen it. It looks good in pubs. Pubs are one thing. Competitive is another. But I still want to say that he should just win this game single-handedly late game. Like, especially you could say, like, oh, there's a lot of magic damage. I think if his team really just wants to win and the game's, like, close at 50 minutes, if someone just buys a pipe, I think he just is unkillable with magic.
He stopped the charge.
Wait.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder why. I think I feel like he could have just went in there and just like full committed on the storm, but you know, whatever.
Well, is there anything good with this planar pocket this game? This is honestly one shard I've never understood.
Doom, you can get doomed.
Okay.
That's pretty much the biggest one. I think like ideally he's gonna press it on his Earth Spirit or his TB, and then whoever he presses it on can't get doomed for a couple. Oh, doesn't get the right one. The coolest interaction. Have you ever seen it used aggressively?
No.
Or
not at
no?
all.
So you can cast it on enemies, and then if they get targeted by friendly stuff, you get affected by it. So if you're playing versus like a Dazzle, for example, and you cast it on their carry, if he graves his teammate, he'll grave you.
No way. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. What the?
Which is like
That's
crazy.
insane.
Like it's so hard to use it that way though. Like I'll be honest, it's so hard to be like, I'm gonna cast it on the enemy carry so that when he gets graved by his Dazzle, you know.
Yeah,
but
big brain.
it technically does work that way.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see Ferris, what he can do with the planar pocket versus the Doom versus the Lion.
Yeah. I think in this instance it's specifically the Doom.
Sure.
Which is that's a really good one. Unfortunately, I want to say the bulldoze status resistance wouldn't work because it would get purged before the debuff gets applied. I think is how it works. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it's still just dooming a support is just always gonna be a win.
I think they saw the Spirit Breakage starting to charge for the mid lane, so Pio's gonna range. We are seeing this lead go a little bit more for Interactive Philippines at the moment. 3k now, of course nothing crazy, but we've held like a 1k lead for quite some time now. So they're going to try and smoke and move across the map. They'll go through the portal and head to bottom, where Jed is already starting to run towards the area to connect with the team.
This is the scary part of the map to fight right now. It's like always fighting next to the Roche pit is the most stressful thing, because whoever wins, not only do they win the fight, but they guaranteed get Roche.
That's a good ward. Young PH, you're going to see
They get
him
the
along with
storm.
multiple heroes in the backline as well. He's going to be able to activate the BKB. And now with the Global Sun, Young PH actually going to zip into the middle. It's a pretty heavy commitment just for Eris, and Eris is tanky. They haven't killed him up just yet. Rapido as well for the Doom. He got it
Doom on the Earth Spirit.
just with the roll away. So Earth Spirit's completely okay, but you need to kind of consider about how you want to take a further fight. This might guarantee Roche with a pretty heavy committal on YG. You use Doom, you use Global Sounds and BKB on Storm.
Yeah, I mean, even going for Roche is still a bit scary though. Storm's not the highest mana, but your PL is still full resources, right? And PL is scary in this situation. There's no BKBs on the cores of Radiant.
Rick's gone at least. He's got a buyback. He can jump back in as well.
Storm
straight towards the backline. It's going to be able to find V and combine with KSH, which is the important thing. And meanwhile, Jed and Lewis, they're also playing together as well, trying to run down Rapido. They haven't guaranteed the kill just yet until the final damage comes through from Lewis. And now they'll also catch up to Drake, which will be a dieback out of the Lion. Oh, Eris, the charge redirected, stunned up Tiki. And T's in no man's land. They're not going to be able to just get one or two, but a third as well. But KSH, then like he has what it takes to be able to turn the tides. He's got the Storm Spirit thinking about zipping back in. They cancel the TP. They will be able to. And down goes the Terrorblade. A messy fight, but not only just that, they're going to be able to run Grims down as well. So we are, I don't even know, big winners there with all the buybacks.
I mean, that's... I think that's a pretty even fight, to be honest. Maybe Radiant slight win because they buy the line buys back, so now he's just never gonna have gold for the rest of the game. But
Yeah, I guess it's just a question of like again the PL because he got 1,000,
Yeah.
but he's got Orchid now. So Orchid level
Yeah.
20. He's probably like the individual biggest winner, so to say.
yeah, definitely. I think he's. The fights are so stressful for both teams because basically the way I see it is both PL and TB are kind of unfightable except for each other fighting. But then if they both full commit on each other, it's hard to say who win. Honestly, I think at this point right now, the TB would win because the Earth Spirit Shiva's is like doing a lot of work with the attack speed slow and like the magic damage because PL went for really aggressive items, like full damage, no HP items.
Well, they're going to try and take a team fight at the outpost.
Breaker.
Meta is back up, so TB's going to be ready to try and take the engagement, but the Global Silence is out as well to cover with the
TB's not
Doom as
making
well.
it.
TB's just gone. They've lost the Terror Blade, and they're going to have anyone more damage with anyone else as well. SB's getting charged down at the moment. It's going to be fine because Yangon actually looking to try and disengage. They want out of this. Like, this was a fight that they could not continue even with killing the Terror Blade. Unfortunately, Tiki will not be able to live to tell the tale. So V 6-3-6 at the moment with the Snapfire, and Radiant actually winning the skirmish.
Oh, por Dios.
I mean, isn't that insane that they kill the Terrorblade, like start of the fight basically for free, and then they still lose the fight?
I don't even know how did that even happen? I mean, Lewis did so much damage, Snap as well. I don't know what went wrong though.
I think it was they used everything on the TB, and then the Doom went in further. Like he went in by himself to try to go on the Snap, like they could commit on killing the Snap or probably canceling the ult, something like that. And then we can see it here. So it's like they kind of go on the Spirit Breaker. TB goes in. Really good. They all kill the TB. I think if they walk away now, it's fine. But you see the Doom walks forward here.
Yeah.
And then he just dies, and now they're all like split. And then the Silence is going to get chased down. I think if they were together, the PL could probably help a bit more. But even now, it's like you see the scary thing with PL that I was saying, that there's so much damage right now, magic, that it's like he still dies in this game. I think genuinely at some point, maybe he goes a heart, but like one guy in his team buys a pipe, that reduces so much damage that he's going to take on the PL.
You want Doom to get it? I mean, of course, we've seen so much Shivas and Scepter and anything. I don't know, like, you're not getting...
I would
you
just buy it
mentioned
on like the Silencer or the Lion or something. Like, I know it's kind of like awkward, but it's a game-winning item. I would say, like, giving your PL that magic resistance, just the magic resistance aura. I mean, I don't think it got nerfed too much. Like, yeah, it's 8% plus a barrier. That's like an extra 600 plus health he's gonna have every fight.
That doesn't scout out Lewis. Lewis will still roll into the river, and he's in danger.
no.
They try and cook it to protect him, but the Global Silence will guarantee the kill onto Lewis. That's a godlike streak that KSH got, and now they can look for more as well. Charge will get the Spirit Breaker out, but Grims will not disengage.
And that's right next to Roche.
This is the second Roche of the game, or second? First Roche, apologies. So they'll get the Aegis. We'll see if they give it to the Storm or the PL. If that KSH wants it. I guess that kind of helps for the moment. I was just speaking about the pipe. Maybe you still die the second. Do you like PL Aegis here, honestly?
Yeah, I think the PL one's fine because
Okay.
he is killable. I think it's like different from the Naga we saw earlier. That was like unkillable, right? At that point, I guess it was funny because the Naga I think actually did die with that Aegis, like pretty easily. But I think this guy is definitely way more killable in a normal sense than the Naga was. But if they kill him, they don't have resources for a second life. I think
Wait,
that's
look at
the
this read. How did they know they're already setting up? Have they got a ward or something? Drix here, a little bit awkward because apparently 3 heroes are radiant are playing with the
They're
wisdom
waiting.
as well. So they also knew.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, he just wanted a little XP, man. Like, is that?
Yeah.
Is that too
Can't
much to
blame him,
ask?
man. No, not at all. Eris? Cross not charge on the young PH or zip over the top.
Radiant's middle tower is fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Try and see if anyone's got that reader pipe as well and buy them. Not just yet.
I can see the argument that no one's gonna buy it, and he's just gonna go hard and be like HP wise. It's just all of Radiant's damage is pipe or is magic, right? So it's like, oh, it's so good.
Dire are scanning.
It's just one of those items that feels bad for most heroes to buy, I would say. Like cores never want to buy because they want damage.
Okay,
Supports never get the gold.
Lu's going to be able to activate the BKB. They do get the first one of the young PH, but there's going to be no follow-up. There is charge over towards the right side, but they're just trying to disengage by the looks of it. Unfortunately, but the Hoodwink will still tick out.
That was
sorry, the
insane.
Plasma.
Yeah, it was Parasma plus I think an Infernal Blade from Doom. Literally did like 60% of the Hoodwink self.
Oh, por Dios.
Still, how do you position on the map here for YG? They've got Ages for another 2 minutes 40.
I don't think you're necessarily gonna look for kills. I think that's a bit like, or tire push rather, like tier 3s. I think you'd want to go for kills and like farming gold. The PL heart is like your super big timing, but yeah, go. Oh, dude, you just saw the CB.
Okay.
Okay.
It's your 9-second.
They might look. It looks like Radiant wants to take this fight, but your TB has no BKB. Guys, it's okay. You don't have to take the
H.
He's a Hex on the
Jump
stack.
in, Hex, Cookie as well. Follow-up control. Perfect initiation, but the Global was just far too late. They're still going to try
With
to
the
take it. Look at the PL damage. Oh my, KSH rips apart the Snapfire, but now Jet is into the middle. The only problem is that you're going to be able to find the real PL and have you got the AoE damage? Finally going to be able to deal with some of the illusions, but it doesn't matter because he's got Aegis as well. They'll kill him the first time. Can they set up for the second respawn? YG, not really much they're going to be able to do, but Manta's off some of the silence. Doppelganger disengaged as well with the Phantom's Rush. Nice use of the wave. And they've got the vision. In fact, KSH thinking about turning on to Lewis. Lewis with the BKB. Once again, KSH doing a really good job with the Phantom Rush to make sure he gets that extra separation. So gotta be careful. We'll run back into Jet. Jet sidesteps the Earthspike trick off the mark. It might be enough. KSH is continuing to get out the juke and jiving, juxtaposed with a shard. I think he's gonna live. The vision, did they get a glimpse of him? I think they might have. He's got a TP. He's gonna be able to find a position for the roll. They got the vision for the Shivas. Anything.
Oh, he had no stones. He was just out of stones. Oh, he was dead because he could have silence kicked.
Crazy stuff in this game. It's only 1,000 lead.
Middle tower is under
I mean, Lewis is owning. Like, I remember when he first picked, I was like, well, you got to be an expert to pick Earth Spirit this patch. And this guy's Earth Spirit is looking so good. In these fights, he's doing so much work between like kiting out the fights. He's so tanky, he's unkillable. Like, this is the game that he's scary mid game, right? I think last game he had already kind of like stopped being able to make a lot of moves just based on how the map is being played. But this one, all of these fights, he's looking so strong. And he's gonna force his BKB now though. Yeah. I think the other crazy thing about that jump on bot was how close Storm's Lincoln's was to actually going off cooldown. Because it got popped by the Spear Breaker when he went on the TB like to force his BKB. And I think it was less than a second or 2 seconds before his Lincolns went back up when the Snapfire blinked in. Like, imagine that situation. Snap blinks in and the Lincolns got back up on the Storm.
Oh.
And that fight is completely different. Storm probably presses BKB, goes on the snap. Storm doesn't die. That was like so close to being... Obviously, he didn't know there was a Hex, but if he just waited like 2 seconds to jump the wave and then did it with Lincoln's up, completely different fight.
Yeah. Still, we are getting quite some separation here with the carry matchup in particular. KSH, picking on one of them. He's got enough movement speed to be able to run away. So the scaling is just a thing. That was the problem for Lewis in the previous game, right? Where he's even better KDA wise, but the problem was he wasn't able to scale, and he needs to do it even more so to deal with the PL. You need the Snapfire to be able to scale as well. So they've got a bunch of farmers. Just a question: are you going to be able to execute these fights in particular for these heroes?
I think the biggest thing for Lewis probably is he's not really going to die to PL. It's only to the Blood Bowl. So if his team has...
Well, they got the Storm. The Global Silence defensive, it's not going to matter though. Once again, they're trying to use this, but they were doing it with Tormentor, so hoping that was going to be enough, but not the case. And can they go high ground?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they can force a buyback. I mean, maybe there's a chance that there's some like really awkward jump, but
Great.
I mean, TB can't get one shot if he's not very careful with the Bloodthorn. I would say for the Earth Spirit, he's going Lincoln's, which is his try to be anti-Bloodthorn tool, which is like, because the PO has a way to break it. But if he has a way to dispel the Bloodthorn or his teammates by like a Lotus or something, or a way to purge him, I think that he's completely fine as the PO.
Okay. I guess how else? What about the snap fight with her scaling? I mean, you're going across the Ashikaya, the Shivas is going to help out a bunch as well. We'll see the level 25 with the kisses. The supports, is there anything that they can consider against the PL? Like, are they really capped with how they deal with this hero?
So they have tools to deal with the PL. I don't think it's like there's so much more random AoE magic damage in Dota than there ever has been in the past. Like Shiva's is such a strong item. Even like the Earthsphere and Snap just do like crazy amounts of damage. So they have ways to like chip him down if they survive the fight long enough. I think that the reason he's so strong is he does so much burst damage in a stun with like Bloodthorn plus right clicks that he'll kill any hero instantly. Like even the TB, if he gets like 1.5 seconds of free hitting a TB, the TB just dies from 100 health or from 100% health. So the way you deal with him is kite him and keep poking him down, get him to like 70% the first jump, then 40%.
This is gonna
now
help.
it's like scary for him to go.
It's just a free Roche?
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
no
when you
idea.
force TB to, like, you force him to use all his health resources to kill one life of TB, he'll probably be like only 50% health by the time TB respawns.
Dire are
I
scanning.
might still try and force the fight here from Yangon Galacticos. They see Grims at the moment. Are they going to be able to find the angle though? KSH. Pushing forward here for the front line. Bit of an awkward position with the smoke popping. Lewis rolls actually to the right side instead for the wave from the team. So BKB is going to be fine. Still is in danger. TP's out. Is he going to be able to make it? No. So he will live, and now Jed's going to try and get towards the line. Couple of right clicks, but cutting down before the TP. And yeah, I mean, 1 for 2. KSH, it just got evaporated.
Thankfully for them, the Doom did kill the Earth Spirit and is found, but
What? I guess he didn't have Manta or Doppel. The reflection did 1,000 damage on him.
yeah, I think he just like full and committed and didn't respect the reflection damage, which like I believe it has his innate, so it just does like an insane amount of damage at the start.
50 seconds now. I'm going to see if they're going to force the PL by. It's going to be 2 full sets of barracks with mid open as well. You've got global at least, but no Doom for the fight.
Oh, Storm Ags died. They had an Ags on it.
On PH. See Pimp, but the Hex on PH. Insane play! And now Doom's dead as well. You buy back out of KSH, but this has got the Aegis. So let's see if they're going to be able to set up without the meta. Young PH trying to zip towards the backline onto V, who's in a lot of danger. Meanwhile, the carry versus carry matchup as well. But the Sunder's going to be able to come through for the Terror play, but the Earth Spike, she's fine at the moment. But the buyback's pretty heavy commitment. Both sides wanting to try and interact. The Philippines feel like they can close the game here.
Glimmer of the Sunset! Glimmer of the Sun! Oh my god, why not a Glimmer? Why not? Oh my god, that was so close. Wait, so okay. PL, Storm, and Doom bought all the cores from the Dire bot, and on Radiant, the Earth Spirit, Snap, and Spirit Breaker bot. So it was two cores in the support versus 3 cores, which is just absurd. But basically, the only heroes with buy are Hoodwing, Silence, or TB. No one else has buy. I don't want to say like which is in the advantage because it's still really close because PL still has the ability to burst. Like, let's say some guy gets randomly caught, Earth Spirit doesn't click the BKB on the second they roll, he gets stunned. He'll one-shot people with the Bloodthorn. Like, that's how PL works with Bloodthorn is you die. If they hit you, you die. But it's so scary, man. Like, any player in this game, like a single player makes one mistake and dies, their team probably loses.
Got a bit of a break. So teams they'll be able to work this out. They'll see how they can take these next set of fights. Make sure those important heroes aren't jumped like you're mentioning so they don't die 4-0.
Ooh.
We have...
You see
what do we
TV's item that he has?
A Hydra's Breath? Yes.
He's got a
yes,
Hydra's
yes,
Breath.
yes. Very interesting.
I guess it somewhat helps him deal with PL. Like, even if you're hitting illusions, you might accidentally clip the real PL, which is kind of cool. I think it's just a damage item. Like, it's just strictly you just buy it if you just want damage. In the team fight, like you don't need more single target damage, but you just want to kill more people. Is the way I would think about it. Like, if you wanted single target damage, you buy a Daedalus.
Do you agree with that? Because it sounded like you were saying before that you feel like Interactive Philippines should have plenty of AoE damage to deal with the PO.
I mean, I still don't have a good read on this item. I've seen it a handful of times, and it either like I can never tell the amount of impact it has. I've even seen like I don't know if you remember the game where there's like an Ember Spirit that bought it that everyone was freaking out.
No, I did not.
Because he would just apply the passive with Sleight of Fist. That was like his whole point of buying the item. It was literally for the 2.5% max HP passive. But I don't know. It's always an issue in an item because it competes with the same item slot as Pike. And Pike is just inherently such a good item on most range carries that you can't really afford to not go it if you're going to buy the Dragonlance. I think the reason he's fine doing it here is because you have cookies, which are kind of like a Pike. You have a Force F on your Hoodwink, and you have a pull from your Earth Spirit. So you kind of have like a lot of ways to get repositioned by your teammates anyway. So it's better that he just builds to be a tower. And I think this is probably the best like tower item in the game you can buy.
Well, we've definitely seen so far he's been able to match up, at least against Yangon currently. So we have PL's going to go Scepter into Skadi. There's potential Abyssal Blade that's going to be queued up after from KSH. No Scepter as well from Rapido. He wants Double Doom instead. See, he's still struggled to be able to have a whole lot of impact like we were hoping in that previous game as well. I felt like the Doom in Game 2 was far more pivotal to the success. So far, it's, you know, of course, the PL and the Storm Spirit as well. That can always change. I mean, there's a thing about the Doom hero. It can always change.
Yeah, just one good Doom. One good Ags Doom, one good random Doom on some target. He's going for Refresher, actually, instead of the Ags.
Yeah.
Which, do I like that? I guess it's really hard for him to actually stand there and tank the fight because of the TB. Like, TB just does too much damage. So if TB presses meta and you go on something not the TB, even if you go on the TB, he might just kill you. So it's probably better if he wants to kite, like press Doom on the Earth Spirit when he rolls in, refresh, press it on the TB, or press it on the snap, something like that. I can see it. Is this the part of the game where we're all gonna wait for buybacks to come up?
Maybe. I guess so, right?
Everyone's like, I'm scared. I don't have buy for 5 minutes, guys. Let's not make a mistake.
Well, TB's itching. He's ready to go with his own buyback, but they will smoke.
They're smoking. They're gonna go for this.
Scepter completed on the Storm.
Dude, I can't believe he's just jungling these kids. He's just out here alone jungling. And they're walking past him is the crazy part.
Careful.
Oh, no,
base they go. The Zerboard's laid down as well. So as soon as the smoke pops, they're going to get the vision. But the Mortimer kisses as well. They try and get Drick, but Drick's able to blink away.
Okay. Also, okay, cool. Doom just purchased a nullifier. He just broke his radiance for a nullifier. So I'm assuming the nullifier is going to be good versus like the Spirit Breaker. Everything about the Spirit Breaker is pretty much the biggest thing with the nullifier. It lets him actually kill Spirit Breaker. Dude, the illusion almost just killed the racks, 100-0.
Yeah. Put in some work here is Mr. Jed. They're themselves actually going to try and smoke out of the base. They haven't been able to get a foothold in this game for the past couple of minutes or so. Top lane shoved in. Bottom's in an okay position currently. They have a deep base ward still that sees T here. I don't know if they can do anything with it on Interactive Philippines. They're actually starting to move on over, so maybe they are thinking about it.
I'm surprised they don't know about this ward.
Are scanning.
Or even like checking to deward it. Like this is an insane ward that the Radiant has in the base. Like it's seeing everything right now. It sees both supports. It sees the Doom right now. Like they know exactly where every single hero is standing.
I guess maybe they think there's not, because they double sentryed on T here, so off the mark on both of them that was further out.
It's just like you saw the hoodwink break it really high up, right? That's why I would probably think about it being up here. Oh, this is so scary. All right, so 3 minutes on the buys. So the only core with buy right now is Terribly. Every single support has buy. I guess not the Spirit Breaker, but if you're Dire, I'd assume, I guess you'd want the silencer kind of, you don't even want the silencer to break. I don't know. They don't want anyone to break. Neither team wants someone to break. They just want to go.
Yeah, I mean, you're right by the looks of it. They did try and force the issue before with those smokes, but yeah, it was with your core about waiting for the buybacks previously. It seems like that's going to be the case. So we'll probably have all of them up depending on Roche, of course. It's, you know, can be up in a minute 30. Lewis does get the wisdom, so he has level 25 now, can magnetize himself.
That talent is pretty cool. I like it a lot. It definitely feels a bit more balanced than the old one that was just undispellable. That one felt like really bad.
I was just going to ask which one it was. I forgot that was that one.
I mean, it felt amazing as the Earth Spirit player, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You would just 1v5 every fight late game because you get so many stones. He's at 13 max. So you're just like, those are the good old days. But it's still really cool because it means that if you get to like, you can just keep reapplying it off yourself anyway, as long as you're close-ish to enemies. You don't need to be like on them and doing damage that way. You can just be close enough to reapply it. So I like it.
Okay. What does he even look at with the last item slot? I mean, he's got gem right now. I don't know if you get rid of vessel or whatever, but
I think the refresher he went is pretty good because it lets you like use all of your stones and play a super long. It basically makes your buyback better on Earth Spirit to have a refresher because it refreshes all of your stone charges. And sometimes in these late game fights, if they go on like 30-40 seconds, you'll literally use every single stone, and then even if you buy, you have like only like 3 or 4 stones for the fight. But then if you have a refresher, you'll have an extra set of ult, you have an extra set of stones. So I usually like it when it gets to the later game.
There we go. They finally got rid of this ward. And it's quite a long row spawn as well, 220. Buybacks will all be up. Storm's lacking a little bit of gold at the moment. Well, 1,300. I think everyone else might be able to farm enough until then.
They're looking for a jump right now before the buybacks are up. Also, the TB's attack range is going to be crazy. He has the enchantment to give 80 attack range for range, and he has the Hydra's Breath. So he's going to be hitting basically an entire screen away. And he went the Metamorphosis duration. So he's going to be in meta for, how long is it? 80 seconds? Yeah.
Just a 50-second downtime for him.
Yeah, pretty much just more in meta than not in meta in fights.
Yeah. 2,000 net worth lead though still. So this game is insane. And we peaked at about 8K. It was really the highest. But we are seeing that PL, is this a fraud of a hero? It's kind of proven like it might be the case, but...
You think it's a fraud, huh?
What's going on? This is my PLTB matchup and he's not winning.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. I think a lot of it is Radiant has super good kite. And so he's not actually able to hit heroes. Like, he goes in, he presses his Bloodthorn, starts hitting the guy, and then he gets pulled out by their Spirit. And then he's like, And then because now he's committed, he gets like Shiva's hit by the Earth Spirit, gets both his nukes hit, gets like all the Earth Spirit spells, all the Snapfire spells, and he's like, ooh, I'm like 60%. Like, it's fine, but I'm 60%. And then next time he goes in, he goes down to like 30 or something. And then he still can't kill anything. So it just is like a cool, like Radiant just playing around him very well, I would say, is like a good way to put it.
It's just one time. One time is all they need to not play around.
You just kill the TV, yeah.
Yeah. You don't play accordingly against this PL, and then we could potentially see that you can start melting some of the heroes, because we have seen it a little bit.
scanning.
But we are, importantly, buybacks, they're up. So again, we're just lacking some gold on some of the heroes. Cooldown, we have waited long enough. It's going to be a Radiant Roche spawn as well at the top side. So they'll have that outpost. KSH. Bunch of pings on him. They've got an idea of at least where PL is. And meanwhile, Lewis is trying to roll behind. Gets the D ward. KSH, Phantom Rush over towards the left side, but the Global Silence going to be used to try and deal with the Mortimer Kisses, but I guess they trade one ultimate for the other. Meanwhile, Eris is in no man's land.
The Spirit Breaker, I think, is a really big factor in their fight. So him being dead matters a lot. Like, you get the vision, even if he's not at the start of the fight, like, you get vision of some target for a lot. And then he's so tanky and hard to deal with Glimmer, Solar, Drums. Like, all this stuff just makes it feel so bad to try to, like, stop him. It's pretty impactful that he's going to be dead for 80. Like, I honestly would just consider buying back pretty soon.
Jed, KSH, what are we doing? Drake? Oh, nice timing out of the BKB from Jed. Now, Lions committing inside the fight. There's the buyback out of one. Both supports are going to rejoin, but they've got a problem with keeping the PL alive. KSH is gone, then Storm just threw his life away as well.
There's no way that commitment was worth it, guys. I mean, that was a really good BKB by Jed, but you have to consider there's so much save, which is what's been happening to them. Like, you can't just feel like, this TV messed up, guys. Like, commit, go, go, go. Because, like, dude, do you really think they're not going to press cookies on him? They're not going to press a grip from the Earth Spirit on him? He's not going to get, like, force-staffed by his Hoodwink? Like, there's still so many options, and your Doom's not even there. Sure, maybe if the Doom was there and doomed the TB, right? That's different. But if your Doom's so far away, he can't even get close enough to press a button, like, is that really the fight that you wanted to? Is that the way you win the game?
Because they were playing so passively as well, like waiting for that opportunity. We waited 7 minutes for their buybacks, and that's the fight that they show. And now you're one set of barracks away from Megas, and yeah, you got to use the buys. At least Meta's about to be out. You could give him Refresher Shot if you want to.
About to be out. He's got like 15 seconds left. Like he's actually gonna probably take the racks before Meta's out. If they don't stop him, because he has the first.
GLYPH dip in to try and stun us and hold him down as long as they can. Pull it pretty low is Jed. Is he going to be able to get the Sunder out onto anyone? Doom? No, Rapido is gone. No value out of the ultimate. 3 buybacks from Yangon, but they're all used when there's no stuns. So Interactive Philippines, they can just reset. In fact, they might go back in.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
I mean, Meta up in 30 seconds. Oh.
All 5 buybacks used, in fact, from Dire. So they've got nothing left. It's going to be an honest 5v9 if they want it from Interactive Philippines. Honest from Yangon. Interactive Philippines, not as much, unfortunately.
Dude, he ate the block of cheese on TB.
Okay.
He's got a savory shield.
Scrumptious and savory. Sick. And that is up. And it should be Megas as well. I have to fight against this one by the looks of it from Yangon Galacticos. Spirit Breaker is going to be coming back to the fight with a BKB to base for this. Go dip in. Still, I mean, he's got the Aegis, lots of damage, trying to poke. Global Sign's going to be able to deal with the ultimate from the Snapfire once again, but Lewis, it's just so much chaos. As soon as the Lewis Earth Spirit's into the middle, they've got problems, and those problems will not have an answer. Young PH a little bit too late. It's a great Vortex, but without the PL's damage, you'll kill Jed the once. But what else have you got? Roll in from Lewis, kick back. Drick, he's in danger. They're going to be able to charge away over towards the north. The Doom's controlled. Young PH once again, but the silence instantly. What a timing out of Lewis's Earth Spirit. Game 2, Game 3. He was the man for them. This Earth Spirit, we don't see it much, but man, what a performance from him in back-to-back games.
That was super impressive by Lewis. I think we had doubts in the first game. He kind of was struggling on the Void Sphere versus Puck. We're like, oh, he's Void Sphere versus Puck. He's got a crush. And then he didn't. And we're like, ooh, maybe it's a bit of a skill issue. Maybe there's a bit of a gap in the mids, a mid canyon there was, but nah, he pulls up, picks the Earth Spirit 2 games in a row. I feel like just kind of crushes, like goes pretty much MVP, honestly, like for the first 30 minutes of the second game and the whole game of this game. And I think the only reason why was last game, I think he had a bit tougher of a game versus like the Drow and the Centaur. Like there was a lot more kite, whereas this game has a lot more commitment. But he just owned. Like in the early game, he had great spellcasting. In the late game, he had great spellcasting, and just I think he made it so hard for the team fights to ever feel comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is the Earth Spirit's role, like through and through. I mean, this hero has to do that. You enabled the Terror Blade, then enabled the Snap Fire, like a different performance as well. We saw this OP snap that you've been mentioning. In the earlier series, it wasn't being able to truly showcase. We saw moments of it, but V12, 6, and 14. And we saw, again, PL, I don't know, Gunnar, this hero's a forward. You get it into the Terror Blade, but it's just... It's another game. I'm just saying PL not win.
Yeah, I mean, the Terror Blade just looked really strong in this game. Like, there's a lot of magic damage between the PL, but I also feel like there were so many times that they didn't really take opportunity to take jumps that they could have, and then they gave opportunities to get jumped a lot. Like Storm ended up just getting picked off a lot on these like side lanes, and they never really had like good fights that they would do this like dance where they're like, one guy, probably the PL, is like soft poking, and then one of his teammates like goes in and is like, oh, let's full commit, and then they just die. I think if they like let the PL like play his life a lot more, and he'd never full committed, no one ever full committed, and they wait till like stuff starts happening, they press Doom on Earth Spirit, like stuff like that, I think it's a lot cleaner. But just I think they have like a really bad mentality of like how to take the fights with their draft.
Unfortunately for them, it's a problem that they're going to need to fix here in the lower bracket from Yengo and Galacticos. So they're going to drop down there. We'll see again. What is it? They need to win. They need to win 6 series in a row and a best of 5 with the final series if they're able to make it over and play in Shanghai. So it's going to be a difficult run from them. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it though. Interactive Philippines happy with this result. Tomorrow, I believe tomorrow, they're going to play versus OG as well. So we'll see how they're able to perform with the new OG roster with Raven coming in.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the new OG roster because a lot of the teams did like these random like 1 or 2 player shuffles in the past couple months, which usually happens around TI, and it's always really fun to see like which ones come on top, which ones are kind of like a neutral, and which ones end up being kind of the wrong choice. And I think the C1 has a perfect, some players were on teams before and now they're no longer on those teams. So I think it's going to be very fun to see who keeps making it further in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But Lewis, he will continue to go on, and you'll hopefully see some more Earth Spirit games from him as well. I mean, again, like we are just mentioning, that their opponent tomorrow, GLYPH, has got a exceptional Earth Spirit too. One of the other players that is plays this at a very high level. So I don't know if you're back in some crazy Earth Spirit meta or if it's just your situation. Regardless, Yangon, they're going to get the victory. Sorry, not get the victory. Interactive Philippines get the victory. They'll move on. For us, we will stay in the upper bracket. We've got the quarterfinals now. Execration, one of the teams directly invited versus Carstens, who still have to make it through the open qualifiers. So we'll see how they can perform. We've got a break. When we come back, some more action. See you guys in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Doing great. We've got a great time lined up. Of course, this is Southeast Asia, so sometimes certain things happen. You've got Mike's lovely stuffed face. This is what I see every time I'm on land. You better get used to it here remotely as well. But we've got a great matchup. Execration up against Karstens. This is a old classic, kind of revitalized, right? Like Filipino lineup up against an Indonesian stack, quote unquote, not fully Indonesian anymore for Karstens nowadays. Going to be interesting to see what they bring out. The last time these two teams faced up against each other, I believe in one of the Dream League qualifiers, that did go Karstens and 2-1. But that was a different execration as well. That was with Krish on hand instead of Akashi. So now with Akashi back on hand for this full Filipino team lineup.
Hello, John.
We've got to see what they can achieve. Already have the opening picks, of course. Kotl being prioritized by Karstens, the Bane being left behind for execration to pick up. And these are a couple of heroes that I believe Gunnar was pointing out being meta well for our support options. So they are pretty happy with that. Hello, Mikey. Welcome back. Glad to see you fixed your indie home there.
I apologize, sir. I actually don't know what the hell happened there, but regardless, welcome back, Jonathan. TI qualifiers for SCA. I realize you've started talking about the draft. You know, what face did I have on before I disconnected? I heard you talking about that, John. Was it embarrassing?
No, it wasn't embarrassing. It's you, Mikey. It's beautiful. It's handsome. The beard was being highlighted with your side profile. You know, so nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just you, Mike, and beautiful you. You know,
thank you.
Lovely shots, of course, as always.
Well, how are you,
embarrassed about, Mikey? I am okay. We were watching that last series. I was watching all day. It's been pretty interesting matches to kick us off here in our regional qualifiers for TI in Southeast Asia. You know, grind back managing to win a 2-0, but it didn't feel like a 2-0, especially in that game 2 there up against Mentality Monsters. The last series, I think, surprising a little bit with IAP managing to bring it all the way up against Yangon Galacticos. I think considering, again, the experience in Yangon with Ivory kind of combining into them, you'd expect that to be a little bit more favored towards their end compared to maybe the relative newness of IAP, but didn't quite work out that way. We'll see if we're in line for some surprises here, because again, Karstens, you've got the return of good old Dreamocell, the return of Randy Salpetra, one of our favorite players to cast all the way back from his Boom days, if one could remember that. And I know it's always fun watching Dreamocell. He always brings out something new. Execration, though, this is a stack that has been together in this form on and off for at least 3 to 4 years now, haven't they, Mike?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They certainly have, Jonathan. They've been around for a while. And I want to say execration, like these guys, they're really damn good, John. You know, there's just so many times we watch them where we get so much faith that these guys are going to perform really well. And, you know, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, Jonathan. But I want to believe in these boys. And, you know, quite frankly, John, as much as you and I do love Dreamocell and the stack, I want to say execration should be favorites here in this series.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think, again, you consider the experience that they've had here in Exa. Karstens, yes, there's experience as well. You know, we've watched a lot all the way back to BTS Pro Series days. Ace 12 has been around as well, and Asian stacks along with Same and Mongolian stacks. Please don't tell me Dreamocell's name in game is Straight Edge. I can't take that seriously, but apparently he's Straight Edge now.
Straight Edge.
That's going to be fun to read in game. Thank you, Randy. Let's see how that works out, if he can straight carry this game or dives a tier 3, but I'm sure he's outgrown his tier 3 diving days. But
oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Jonathan. We'll hold our tongue for a moment. We'll wait and see. We've got the Doom to come out here for the side of Karstens. Execration not too phased by it whatsoever. Again, I would imagine Execration to be the favorites here in this matchup up against Karstens. But, John, I hate to be the pessimistic guy in saying this, right? But you don't get to see many SCA tournaments recently. So it can be quite hard to actually decipher who the favorites are. Like, I'm confidently saying that Execration are the favorites, but we haven't seen enough games recently in the region to really know who's in their prime, who's in form at the moment.
Yeah, and it even makes it a bit of a question mark for who the favorite is coming in here, right? Like, OG's not playing. I think a lot of people are looking at them as the favorites because they've qualified for a lot of stuff this year, but they've had issues with a roster. You know, they kicked Nico. Toronto Tokyo came in, didn't quite work out. I believe they announced Raven now playing for these qualifiers now as well, not playing. So who knows? And as you mentioned, we haven't had stuff like Pro Series, where a lot of our tier 2 teams can test their mettle right? I believe we've had EPL playing, but it's a mixed region kind of series, and not a lot of the top teams are necessarily interested as well. So it's a lot harder to gauge. But I do agree with you still. I think Execration's got the edge. I think it's going to be interesting with this draft as well, because you do have some interesting answers coming out from Karstens, right? They've got the Silencer on him. Can stop this Bane from even just using his ult. No counterplay for our Bane to hold someone down. You've got the Doom who can lock in the Storm as well. So even if the matchups aren't amazing, you do have a lot of ways of stopping this mid Bob from just going out of control. And we've seen it with Execration before, where if Bob doesn't have a good game, it can be really rough for Execration.
That it can. Bob does tend to kind of set the pace for the team, and if Bob's having a good game, you can almost guarantee the team's probably going to just win. You know, it tends to be that kind of game with Execration. As long as Bob's having a good time, usually you're pretty happy as a unit. And you know, knowing Bob playing this Storm Spirit, he does have that potential to just carry the game for his side if he needs to. You know, classic Bob style, a hero to enjoy watching. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I mean, Karstens for now, again, not to be underestimated, Jonathan. We just don't see these squads enough these days to really know who the stronger team is. We're just assuming. There's Karstens now looking for their final pickup to end off this draft. Keeping in mind, of course, not to be a pessimist, John, but loser of this does have to go down to the lower bracket, which is not really that great. There's your Ember Spirit coming out for now for Karstens.
Pretty clean Ember game. Matchup against Storm is fine. I'd say Storm, you know, with Static Slide still on hand now, and the Remnant isn't too bad off here, but Ember can certainly still play in that lane, of course. You can try to dodge around with Slight. You have a lot of damage if you go for that build. You can always go back for your Flame Guard as well if you just want to tank through. The Venge pickup is very interesting here for the side of Execration. Not something you think about when you think about like Tino offlane heroes. So it makes me wonder if they'll try the Largo core. And they are going for the Terrorblade offlane, and Akashi going for the Carry Venge. A little bit of a different tone. I do like Carry Venge. I think this hero scales insanely well. It's a very smooth build-up. Into Aghanims, you've got the Hydra's Breath for scaling percent-based damage. You can use stuns from range, which is insane. You can use like this early Echo Saber build-up as well into Harpoon if you really wanted to for some quick, cheap damage. I'm just very curious to see how this breaks out in teamfights, because I think when it comes down to it, for a 5v5, you look at Karstens' lineup with his Global Silence on hand, with his Doom that can just jump in, take control, target down your Storm. It's not going to be comfy for Bob, and again, for Execration, it feels like that's a key part. So long as Karstens manages to get that level 6 on their Silencer at a good point, it is playable. But when it comes to solo pickoff potential here, I mean, Execration has it in spades. They have got great zoom in with a Storm. They've got ways of saving with a swap. So long as Global Silence doesn't cut them off, Execration does have a lot to play with.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I couldn't help but notice you never told me that I needed to put a background on. So now, I mean, the producer did say to me, you don't need a green screen. You could have told me to put a background while that falls. So what is it, John?
I told you earlier on, but we were talking about a lot of deep stuff, Mike. That was on the lower end of deep stuff. But I did say, but it's fine. You look wonderful. I could join you in green as well. We'll see. You know, I could do it. I'll be with you later on. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it in post. We can fix it in post. Okay, we're going to have a surprise later from our great producer. So you look wonderful, Mike. You look wonderful anyway.
Thank you very much.
You know, you're wonderful. Right. You don't need to worry, Mike.
We'll get into the game. Game 1's underway, Jonathan. That's enough. Thank you very much. Game 1 is now officially underway. Execration up against Karstens Esports. Very, very exciting stuff. I still feel as though Execration gets away with a better draft. In my opinion, I just think it's easier to execute. Again, though, I don't want to be that guy that starts assuming things, John. I don't want to, because we just haven't seen enough tournaments in the region to really know. People think they're going to know because they watch streamers and this and that, Jonathan. You know, it doesn't matter. None of it matters.
No. I'm just curious which way Tino builds his offlane Terrorblade. You don't see it as often. You know, the play back before was just tank items, right? And trying to kind of be annoying with Reflection, split push with Illusions, of course. You've got the scaling on your Venge. So I'm really curious to see what Tino does, because he is a great micro player. It's not what he's doing.
Sun's going to fly out. They've got the pushback as well. Same way though, still going for a run, but a nice nightmare back. Not really going to make the difference. Ace 12 though, still a bit of danger. Not really too much. Everything fine, they just don't really have the lockdown for the level 1 kill. It still feels as though they're going to get away with the 2-for-2 bounty trade anyway as well. And naturally, Carstens, they're going to stick around to try and creep skip while they can by the looks of it. Maybe even just go for a kill. And in fact, they will probably find it. Mavis, he's going to try to move in. Akashi's the one getting hunted down. Mavis is actually still right behind them. Akashi, Blood Grenade does land. He's not going to make it, I don't think. No, he does.
Oh.
He barely makes it. He doesn't pop the Fairy Fire. Balls of Steel from Akashi. He did the math. Meanwhile, Mavis still chasing down Ace 12, but Ace 12's going to be alright. He's alright. So nothing really comes of this. No first blood being drawn, Jonathan. Except though, I mean, Akashi, he does aura farm, John. Got down to about 6 HP. That's a lot of aura.
I'm sure he'd rather be farming creeps than aura, for sure. He misses out in most of the first creep wave. I mean, you know, style points for Akashi, but he's missing out on quite a fair bit of CS. You're happy enough in Seimei. 2 denies, two things to pick up. Akashi can be set back a little bit into that level 2 timing, which feels great for the Doom. On the mid lane, of course, we're watching Bob up against Seimei. And this matchup, again, for Storm is pretty straightforward. First 2 levels feel amazing. You play with Static Remnant, you play with Overload, you poke down that Ember. Nothing much really changed in 7.41 and sub patches to change the nature of this matchup. What's important for Seimei is going to be how much can you drag your supports around for runes? Because it does feel like you have pretty decent potential there. Like the Kotl has high move speed, can switch around lanes relatively quick, help you secure. You'd want to deny at least one of these water runes in the next 4 minutes to just stabilize this lane. If you can take away those resources from Bob, there is a little bit of an opening here for Salamat to try to hit that earlier 6 and maybe get some play going off that point.
Bottom lane, a lot of damage being dealt the way of Mavis. It's just very annoying with this Kotl lane. There's not much you can do but try and dodge that Illuminate over and over again, but it's very, very painful. At level 3 mark as well, you've got the chase down potential from Seimei, so Akashi's got to be a little bit cautious not to get clipped again by an Illuminate. Could be rather rough. Looks like he's going to get hit another time. They won't run him down yet, though. Of course, Mavis always around the corner, but he did just unblock the small cap. So he hasn't really been able to set the creep equilibrium. It's a very ugly position thus far for Akashi.
Yeah, it's just been a rough go, and it's something that you have to be so careful about, right? You're up against 2 heroes that can really shove the lane out, just have a lot of AoE, really good poke as well. In the process, Mavis can't just isolate away Ahyad and just try to buy that space. And Bane is a hero that...
Big chase, Ace 12 looking for a deny. Oh, he gets the first blood. Ace 12 takes down Shanks. Meanwhile, Tino finds Ace 12, goes for a quick chase onto straight edge. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ayad getting chased, should eventually die and will. Mavis able to secure the kill.
Yeah, nice little trades across the board. That bonus coming out though for Ace 12 getting Shanks first always feels good for the silencer. Oh.
They man up top lane. Ace 12 able to actually secure the life of Tino, so you at least give some XP back the way of straight edge. But Tino does secure the kill after his death anyway. I must say, John, straight edge, I hate saying. You know, Dreamer Soul, what have you done? Bottom lane. Akashi's gonna be alright. Can we just ignore straight edge and call him Dreamer Soul, John? Is that rude?
I don't think it's rude. You know, it's like there are a bunch of players that people do that with. I don't know, Dreamer Soul's just an iconic name, you know? Straight edge just doesn't cut it, you know? I don't know. Maybe you show us why it's straight edge, you know?
You don't need to tell us if it's a straight edge, John. Yeah, we can see if it's a straight edge, John. You don't need to tell us. You know? Dreamer Soul was just so humble. He's just humble. He was a dreamer. He's just a guy that dreamed. He was humble, John. Top lane. Tino, he's looking a bit humble right now, Jonathan. Shanks will save his life.
Humble's a word for good old Randy, I suppose. I feel like he's the kind of pro player who believes in himself, you know? And it takes some ego. It's not a bad thing. It takes some ego to think that. And I think
you know, it's just how he is. That's how you have to think if you want to be the best. Although I do believe, you know, he's had a break. He's been out of the pro scene for a while. He came back this year, so I'm sure he's had a little bit of that humble pie. I'm sure. You know, you might be right. Character development.
It is. You know, he's having a time skip moment, Jonathan. Shanks, Ace 12 going at it. I mean, Ace 12. I don't know if he can really man up here. That frog is tanky. We've seen this before. Stuns to come out. Ace 12 cops the tongue as well, and Tino will happily secure his life away. Yeah, I mean, Ace 12 had wishful thinking to try and trade with the frog. Would not recommend.
Yeah, you can't really disrespect how tanky this frog is. Shanks is 900 HP at level 4 with just 1. Like, that is an insane amount you have to rip through. And he has a lot of ways of self-dispelling, a lot of damage to pump out.
Bottom.
Pretty low cost as well.
Same mate is probably about to fall. They even try to go for a bonus on Ace 12 with the slow out from Bob, but they don't end up quite getting it. Still a very nice kill onto Same. That'll be all she wrote. Bob will happily retreat now. It's a nice little chakra magic on his way out. Salamat.
Isn't...
He's going to find the invis. Very nice. Very, very nice.
I mean, it's been a rough game for Salamat. He got taken down solo. He's still not 6. There's a window
No,
here.
he's not. Chains out. He pops the invis, but he breaks the invis immediately, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Oof.
They had the sentry in case. That's a painful death for Salamat. Meanwhile, bottom, Akashi at least going to get chased down. So they do find a pretty nice trade for the side of Carstens. Not bad whatsoever. But it's never going to feel good. And we talked about this during the draft, John. But for Salamat, he's level 5. Bob's level 7. That's not a good feeling. We've talked about this. If Bob takes off, things get very challenging for Carstens. Top lane, they're going to go for a chase onto straight edge. But he's got a lot of help coming in. They haven't got the damage output, so straight edge is going to be all right. As now Ayard trying to chase him down. Tino's going to be all right. As I was just trying to say, Jonathan, you don't want to give Bobs this kind of dominant start in the mid lane. He's having a great old time on this Storm Spirit.
And he's looking to be relatively active early on. Again, with that swing down bot, he's been crushing his mid lane matchup quite nicely. We were talking about this for Carstens, but support levels feel so important. Ace 12 has just not had a happy time. He's had 2 kills, but there was 2 deaths offset by quite a fair bit. They find Akashi though.
Oh, Akashi! He's gonna get saved. Shanks was there just in the nick of time with the catchy lick. But that could have been a pretty disastrous kill to hand over once again for the side of Execration. Really finding themselves having to protect this Vengeful Spirit carry. And mind you, I mean, you talked about how nice this Venge carry can be. It does have a weak starting point. You know, it's not fun to start with.
I'm a little bit surprised with Akashi's starting build as well. Getting the value point in Vengeance Aura. It's not a lot of base damage to start off with, compared to what you get with Magic Missile levels or so on. Caught out again.
Arcane Curse gonna land. They've got the silence as well. Akashi should just be dead here. No saves incoming. Ace 12 able to find another kill for himself. And this is really quite bad news. I mean, you're gonna put a lot of pressure now on Bob to try and carry your mid game if this keeps up. You do have an offlane TB, mind you, John. So there is a world where Tino just starts to transition into a carry TB role. You know, they might opt to do that soon. Just tell Akashi to play Pos 3 Venge. But nevertheless, pressure to be applied on Bob and probably Tino.
Yeah, it's going to make it a little bit rougher, I think, just because, you know, maybe you're expecting this Terrorblade to take a more carry-like position, and Tino is going for the Dragonlance, so more stats instead of aura buildup that we used to see from these off-lane or even support TBs. He just going full right-click, which probably works out better with his Venge long-term. It's just a very glaring mid-game weakness, I think, coming out here for Execration, right? Carstens, they've got these timings to play with. Straight Edge is just going for Shadow Blade, BKB. It's going to start to try to run heroes down. You're eventually going to hit level 6 on Ace 12, so you have some easy answers for the Storm. You know, Bob's not going for fast Yules here.
Can they kill him again? I think they can. He shows as well with the Wave of Terror. They've got Doom up. They just want to jump him. They'll dive for tier 2 if they see him. Akashi, can he read this movement? I don't think he does. They missed it. No, they don't even land the chains. They don't even try. Never mind, Jonathan. No dive, top lane. That's where the dive was happening apparently. Rotations in to help out straight edge.
Tower is under attack.
But they'll miss out on the kill on the Vengeful Spirit, and I think it was a free one if they went for the dive in with the Doom. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nightmare committed now onto Salamat. He's going to be okay, I do believe, as Mavis cannot land a Fiend's Grip. Zip in from Bob. Bob gets a Vortex onto Ayad. Meanwhile, swap in back onto the Coddle. He'll end up dying. Overall, pretty good thus far for Execration, but now the Doom comes out. Bob zipped right into him. Same A was there, just going for the power rune. Says thank you very much. And that's not a good trade for Execration. That's quite a bad trade for Execration, in fact.
Good way to slow things down for Karstens. Bob was your big issue. You know, he had quite a fair bit of galvanized stacks. He slowed down that momentum for him. He doesn't get usage out from Bottle. You get a really good first use of Doom as well here from Seimei. So overall, a good way to slowly swing things back your way. It's still maybe a slower process, but you get level 6 up for Ace 12. So GS is ready to go. You are kind of set to get another jump if you'd want, even without Doom. It's just a matter of how far will Execration want to play. They have to be mildly cautious about these things now.
Zip in. Trying to Salamat. It's pretty hard to hold the Ember down without Fiend's Grip being committed. They could not get within range for it. T1 tower push is there, but you're against the Keeper of the Light and a Silencer support duo. Like, it's not going to be that simple. Chip damage is also out from the Slider Fist, so it could get a little bit spicy for Execration if they continue sticking around here. The Siege Creep is gone as well. They're continuing to hunt though. Mavis is looking for a Nightmare target. So maybe they get away with this. Not enough committal being made here by Karstens to defend. Tino will secure the mid-tier 1 tower, and that feels like a pretty decent loss here for Karstens.
I mean, they've already lost their top from that early siege. Tino's been left alone, right? And he rotates onto mid. So the map's clearing up. They've got good forward vision from Exa. And there is some D wards ready here from Karstens. So you shouldn't get too much value out from this information. I think the key thing now for Karstens is that, again, you've got this Global Silence ready. You've got this Ember that can jump in and out. But you've got a Tiny who, again, went for Echo Saber first. Shadow Blade still a ways off. You've got a Doom going for Radiance. So you don't have the smoothest ways of initiating outside of a full commitment from Salamat. And you have to think twice about Global Silence. Like, do you use it to catch the storm? Do you use it to break off a Fiend's Grip defensively? Like, it's such a long cooldown spell, and a lot of your fighting potential is kind of tied into that until your other cores start to connect, which right now for Karstens, it's going to take a while for our Tiny and Doom to just join in. You know, again, there's still more farm Straight Edge wants to find. There's still more farm Seimei wants to find. And when it comes down to a farming game, yes, these two cores scale nicely, Doom and Tiny, but you're up against a TB Venge. And it's a rough start for Akashi, but he's starting to get a little bit more room. He's got some good early activity going for himself. He's going for that Specialist Array into Hydra's Breath we were talking about. The damage really starts to get a little bit silly once you get into that. And it does buy out the Yasha first, so it has some stats to play with. I don't know, it's like a slower game here for Karstens isn't bad, but it does feel like Execration, they have 2 scaling cores plus a Storm. It can get a bit dicey to allow a Venge and TB to actually hit a mid-game timing here.
Oh, I don't think you need to say 2 scaling cores plus a Storm, John. You could just say 3 scaling cores. I think is a fairer way to put it.
Fair, fair.
Thank you, John. Just thought I'd save you some time, you know?
Thank you. I find ways to fill in the gaps, Mikey.
You do a good job of that, I must admit. I mean, I'm calling you out on it, right? But it is quite literally your job to fill some dead air at a lot of times. Yeah, I'm being a little bit unfair, aren't I, Jonathan? A little bit cheap.
I think it's fair. It's fair.
Nefarious, Jonathan. I'm being nefarious, I think is the word. Fiend's Grip mid lane? No, they can't get within range. That's a big word, Jonathan. Nefarious. Silencer?
Look at you.
Ace 12? He's going to walk away. He's all right. It's like some kind of dinosaur.
Is he?
Ace 12 gets caught out. He is going to jump.
Yeah, he's with the dinosaurs now. Good swing there, Mike. Yeah. Throw it low. I'm gonna catch it low, Mikey. You know?
It was bad, I must admit. Not my finest work. Bottom lane, Seimei. Might not be his finest work here, Jonathan. He'll run south, get spotted immediately on the creep wave. No escape for him, of course, I do not believe. These are big pickoffs here for Execration. Not a good feeling seeing your Doom dying like that. And you did just kind of reiterate, like 3 scaling cores on Execration that are all going to have a really good time if the game slowly just turns their way. Looks like the hunt will continue now for Akashi. Salamat, Ayat, they're right around the corner. Akashi, though, with a very nice TP away, reads the map movement, gets the hell out of there. And no punishment is to come. Meanwhile, you look at the positioning of Execration, everyone else is just up north trying to find this Tiny. It's fantastic.
They've done a really good job of just swinging that pressure. They don't manage to catch out Straight Edge. And he is still farming up a Storm. Good old Green Cell here. Shadow Blade just one card away. Hold on.
No, they're not going to do it. A lot of hesitation.
Showing a lot of respect, I guess, for the TP point on the tier 2. And they didn't quite see Karstens as well, right? Akashi did escape, but the smoke wasn't fully popped. So they don't have info on the map. Just a bit worried, maybe. Getting caught out. And again, they're showing a lot of respect. There's global signs you have to worry about. You kind of want to spot Ace 12 first, see if you can get away with a silencer pick off first before getting a full committal out for that grip, just to ensure you get full value. You see, Mavis still dancing around a bit. Does catch Ayat at least.
They've got an amp damage as well that they just found for Bob in case the fight really does break out, and it does. Mavis, he's forced to back away. Salamat, though, he's got no damage. While the frog's around, he just out-sustains them with the heals. Zip in again. Can they hold Salamat down? No, they cannot. Again, he's really holding out, making sure that this Fiend Grip just never gets committed. And I mean, in fairness, he's against the silencer. Obviously, he doesn't want the instant cancel. But it's just, it's one of those weird games where both supports just refuse to press their ultimates. You know? It's like Ace 12's only job is to wait for that Fiend Grip first. And I guess it is working, in fairness to him. In fairness to him, he doesn't need to press it. Maybe now he does, though. The jump is in. There's your global silence. It does end up doing not really too much, but allowing Salamat to get away. But now Mavis has got Fiend's Grip. Now he can commit it, sure. Here we go. Doom committed. They found Tino, and there's your Fiend's Grip. Immediately just cancelled, though, with the denial. Ayat, he will go down. Meanwhile, Salamat is gone. Chase is on for more. Seimei cannot outrun them. Bob on a triple. Bob looking for an ultra. Straight Edge trying to run. Ace 12 is back. Back Straight Edge, he'll turn. Looking for Tino now. He hasn't got much of a mana pool, but he's got just enough to turn back around and kill off Tino. Bob's out of mana, but he's still trying for Straight Edge. Does he have enough? I don't think he should, and he will not a Straight Edge with a tree throw. Nightmare dodge not going to be enough. Bob running. Bob will make it out. Is this high level gameplay, John? I don't know. I don't know if I can call it that.
I mean, they're playing on edge, right? That's what high level gameplay is. It's
a straight edge, John.
It's a straight edge. And you know, good old Bobby, you never know what you're going to get with him some days. When he wakes up, if he's hungry or not. Looks like today he's quite satisfied, so he's playing pretty clean. See if that maintains. A relatively even game despite all these trades, right? You're seeing some spikes come in. With a Shadow Blade up on Straight Edge, he's more than willing to show up. He's got a way to go in and out. It's been an issue for Karstens because all of this movement that Karstens has found has been off of Salama. And it's all off on December. He's the one jumping in. He's the one having to make these plays. You still aren't at that point where Seimei can safely just go in and out of these fights. Maybe with a BKB, he starts to join in on the front a little bit more. But the Radiant should at least speed up that form pace. He's number 2 in total net worth. And that should keep the ramp up here for Karstens. For Execration's part, again, Bob's had a fantastic game. He's got the full Kaya. It looks like he might be considering something like, say, mayhaps, I think he was considering something like a Lotus Orb perhaps, but we'll see if he really wants to that hard defensive here. Keep himself protected. Just a self-dispel, I suppose, just in case Shanks is a little bit too far out with the catchy lick. Bail him out from some global silences would be quite nice. Is opting maybe for the Sanj first, but he does have some sort of courier, and it is his full load. So self-dispel on hand for Bobby. Takes away the threat that we've seen from Ace 12 with global sounds, which like you pointed out, he's been very disciplined and waiting for that just to counteract our grip. So it's been a bit of a arms race kind of threat, right? With mutually assured destruction. You use that, I'll use this, and no one's happy.
There's
Now
so
Bob's
much value. There's so much value in this Lotus Sword for the Storm this game. You know, like Chains, Doom, Global Silence. So many things. Great item from Bob. Mostly the Global Silence, though, as you pointed out. Now here we go.
Yep.
They're on the hunt now. Straight Edge still having the best time on the map at the moment on this safe playing Tiny. Almost has the BKB up as well. The thing is with these carry Tinies, it doesn't really feel as though you've hit that point where you're just unstoppable until you have the crit. Like once you have the Daedalus up, it becomes terrifying.
That it does. It's just, I feel like Tiny's one of those heroes that when you base it off of the changes we've seen on these sub patches, it feels like that's something that the game is trying to discourage, right? You've lost your shard with the unlimited duration tree grab. They've nursed the damage on tree volley. At the same time, they've taken a lot of the bite out from cross avalanche. It's just a little bit confusing. I mean, he can still do damage. It's just not amazing. Not like previous Tiny where you could easily go all in right click or all in magic. It just feels a weird compromise. Smoke out, this could be compromising as well.
It certainly could be. They found Bob. Bob's going to be okay for now, though, as they'll try to zip forward. No, Ace 12's the first one to go down. Ace 12 losing his life on the silencer. Not a great start for Carstens. Tino's in that metamorphosis for a long time, so he wants to go. They'll have to try and force a defense here. Straight Edge, he's moving in, but the Avalanche, it's way off the mark. He got the illusions of the TB, but that's about it. Lotus at least forced out by Tino, but that means nothing, as they will reset. It's a nice defense regardless of the death of Ace 12. They will stop the tier 2 top tower push, and naturally now with the metamorphosis expiring, they're not going to bother wasting any more time here, Execration.
No. Just go back, get your build up. Again, you've got pretty good farm pumping in here for Tino. Kashi, he hits that Ags. Key moment for the Venge where you can be a lot more sacrificial. Going for the full Manta first before anything like that Hydra's Breath that we tend to see. Curious to see if we see anything quirky here from Akashi, but it does feel like timing for something weird like, say, Echo Saber or Harpoons. Not quite there. Maybe down the line after, say, that Hydra's Breath, you could consider like a basher. It doesn't feel too important this game, though, as you do have enough control from the jumps in. For Carstens, again, they're reaching that point where eventually you start to see these cores play. Again, Straight Edge has been more willing. Samey is still busy farming, but the BKB timing should be a launching point. It's just that if they don't get value from that, it can be rough.
Shanks blown up here by Straight Edge, and this is the counterpoint I was going to make to what you were saying earlier about Tiny. Is you've still got the blow-up potential, you know? And I think when the Daedalus is there, the blow-up potential is just so much better. Although I will admit, I do prefer the old Tiny with unlimited trees, you know, but it still works, I think. Just at least the blow-up potential.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there. It's just, I don't know. The direction patches have just kind of nerfed all aspects of Tiny. And I don't think he was really, I mean, you remember the time when we were watching Tiny once to the right click. It never felt amazing at that point. The most amazing thing was mid-Tiny, which was nerfed to heck. Age is taken by Bob while that action breaks down. Shanks buying them a ton of space without that. Carstens, again, they're in a good point in terms of net worth, but they've not got a major advantage at 23 minutes in. Just a slight advantage coming out. A lot of that attributable probably to the rougher game that Salamat's had for himself. Right, like our Ember died solo mid once, gets ganked up twice. Hasn't really had a connecting core to play with him, so they're forced to play farm. And he's still a little bit behind in terms of his key items now. I'm trying to go for the aura, like a Crimson Guard Shivas to pick up to help tank through all this physical, which is going to be overwhelming. Like Tino is going for the full Scotty. Again, you've got Akashi set to get his own Dispel with Manta. So again, Global Silence starts to become way less threatening. If it isn't already, like it just feels like that bite is taken away from Ace 12. Now your game's kind of reliant on Samey. Like you need to get these Dooms off. He does have the BKB going for Blink next, but you've got to make your choice here. Still, they jump
in. They've got the Fiend's Grip. Global Silence was forced out, but the zip is still there from onto Salamat. They'll leave him be. Instead, they'll chase down Ace 12. Ace 12 though with the Glimmer Cape, making it a little bit challenging. And in fact, he's walked his way out. Bob does catch him eventually with the Vortex, but he's got help around the corner. Ace 12, they'll even swap him further in, but maybe they've gone too far. In fact, they haven't. I thought Carstens would be around to punish that. It was a lot of commitment for Ace 12, but they get away with it. And in fact, they'll even find a mid-tier 2 tower out of it.
Nice quick siege, something you'd always expect with his TV. I think the hesitance in Carstens is, again, this lack of jump, right? Like, Same is set to buy Blink auto buy, so that's going to be his next pickup. You really need a way of jumping in. Again, either you stop the storm completely or you catch out one of these other cores with that Doom, but you can't rely on Global Silence alone anymore. It's just not quite enough. Straight edge.
Straight edge. Straight edge. 3-man stun is out.
Nice
he
nightmare.
Hasn't blown anyone up though. Nobody dies. They're all alive. Tino, he's gonna make it out now. Same in the lion's den, wants to get out of there. Meanwhile, Mavis still being chased. Salama will at least take the Bane's life. What happened, John? Who saved?
Really sick nightmare for Mavis onto Shanks. And he gets it on the last, or on a couple of the ticks of the Avalanche, blocks off quite a fair bit of damage on Shanks, gives enough space. You need this Largo alive to get that Amphibian Rhapsody off. And he does manage to sustain true enough. Again, this is something with Tiny. He does have the Crystallis, there is some good right-click damage, but the Avalanche toss isn't as threatening as it once was. When you used to have the crash landing facet, his right-click's still pretty good, but you're not at full Daedalus. There's a big damage delta without that full Daedalus up to get some lucky crits off. And, you know, he managed to just buy space. Execration more than happy to just bail out, go back to farm, hit these key milestones on their bigger cores. Kakashi, we haven't really felt the Venge too much, and it does feel like Kakashi's playing more like the off lane in terms of priority now. Tino is certainly the win condition rising up. There's a lot of room down mid.
Zip forward, they're trying onto Salamat. He's okay. Salamat not able to protect the tier 2 top tower, but at least protects his own life. It's been very hard since Bob's had that Aegis up. Still a minute 20 left on it. But he's been very confidently zipping in and out while he's had that up and available. Looking for that tier 3 top tower while they're around. And they've still got a minute of that Aegis timing. Metamorphosis will be popped and they'll move in for it. How do you defend as Carstens? Like, do you even try? Mid lane, Ace 12, he's been jumped. Bob, he's got the protection as well. And Ace 12 is going to drop down. Mavis, he'll get jumped here by Same. Does end up losing his life, but Same now needs a way out. They'll toss him away, but they've actually tossed him in. Same, he's all right. Everyone will be okay. One floor of the supports.
Would have been really awkward if they managed to get something like a swap off on that toss back. Pretty big kill if you find Same. Not the biggest kill to find Mavis on that Bane, but you're also not willing to overcommit on Carstens without that Global Silence, so you kind of have to hedge your bets. It feels like a bigger loss for Carstens to not have access to Global Silence compared to not having the grip. Because how many times have we even seen a big grip here from Mavis? It doesn't feel like, what, we've seen one that he instantly died to a slight from Salamat. They haven't needed the grip here. It's really just all these nightmare saves, all these enfeebles coming out, lessening your damage output overall, making it a big challenge. Just can't use that opening without the silencer to help cover your tracks here. Do have the blink up in Same. They are smoked up in Carstens. They do still have Global Silence, so there's an opportunity. You just need to find the right target. Bob is looking like the juiciest one, but even a catch on Tino somehow would be good.
Straight edge. I mean, he's just got so much damage here, straight edge with the Daedalus up now. If he can find somebody worth jumping, and he sees Bob. Bob. Oh, he won't jump him yet. Bob, he'll zip into the Avalanche. Not going to catch Bob. Bob's okay. Ayad's the one in trouble. Looks like he will die as an ice swap is out from Akashi, finding a secondary target in the form of Ace 12. And Ace 12 is going to end up dropping. They will at least clean up Mavis, but it's still a very successful fight for Execration. They'll look for more, but straight edge, he's looking to turn this one around. Akashi, he's been caught. Akashi's down. So is Shank. Straight edge, just doing so much damage. They'll take Same though. They found Salamat as well. Salamat trying to remnant out of there, but the chase is on. They've taken him down. It was a very nice turnaround from straight edge, but it's just not proving to be enough. It's just him against the wall.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how Karstens are looking to re-engage in that kind of fight, right? Like, Samei's hanging in the tree line, he's got the blink ready, he waits for straight edge to get the committal first, which gives Tino the time to just manta dodge when that blink comes in from Seimei. So he comes in, he wants to do him the Terrorblade, he can't because he's already manted, he can't tell which one's real. And then you've got Bob zipping around, popping off his Lotus, so he's not someone you want to do him as well, and that just leaves no targets. So Seimei just kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere, not able to get off his big tool of control. And Execration, again, in a very happy spot. The global silence was committed earlier by Ace 12, didn't really do much with all of the self-dispels you have. This is not Silencer from Facet days, you know, where you'd have reverberating silence where there's a window for you to still play after a dispel. Nah, you've lost that. So that impact we were expecting from Ace 12, not really there. It feels like they've missed that timing. There was a moment where Salama could have made plays early, but you went for this Radiance build on Doom, and Gunnar was saying it earlier. Radiance isn't bad, but there are some games where you'd want something more up-tempo, and maybe this is one of those kinds of games. Maybe if you went like Blink, it would have been better. Still,
Salamat. Salamat. Not
they're saying Salamat right now.
No hate for that, Jonathan. Ace 12. Ace 12 also caught out. You know, John, there's the low-hanging fruit, but you really like to pick the fruit up the floor. You're one of those guys that just says, well, why waste the apple on the floor? You know?
Oh, man. Mikey, our neighbors have an avocado tree in the back, and the fruit falls in her backyard, and we take it. You know? I pick up that fruit.
Hey,
we take it.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with that, John. That's all right.
Yeah.
You know? It is good.
Free avocados, man. You can't help it, you know? Sure, Execration. It would be very funny. Maybe a little bit BME if they all said Salamat at the end. that wouldn't be off-brand for these boys, but it would also be sending a message. Let's see if they can close out. 6K lead is a pretty good point here, Carson's. Oh, they've got the blue hole now. It's so rough. I mean, what can Karstens do? Because, again, we haven't seen a big Doom yet from Seimei. Trying to chase Mavis, but doesn't even find that.
The Dooms have been just non-existent this game. Usually you see this Doom just chasing someone down one-on-one and just bullying them the whole time, but it just hasn't been happening. It's just very rough affair for Karstens. I mean, the only person who's had a really great time is Straight Edge, I want to say. Here we go again, mid lane. Zip forward. AoE Vortex is there. Same 8. Pops the BKB, trying to chase somebody down, but just very indecisive as to what he can do. Like, he chases them down aggressively, but realizes there's no team nearby. No point popping the Doom. And we're off back to the drawing board right now for Karstens. I think they're stuck waiting for the next Roshan attempt, which is probably right about now, considering it's available and you've got a Daedalus now up onto Tino. And in fact, they are going. I think Karstens are forced to fight this. They've got no choice but to try and counter this Roshan play.
They can't give it up for free. They just have to be soul read. Like, bot lane's pushing in, sending a lot of info that they are looking to contest. Straight Edge is most of your damage, but how does he even look for these targets? Again, the Avalanche toss is a good swap.
Salamat, he's alright for now. Meanwhile, Avalanche toss from Straight Edge is huge, but he's just got no backup to it. There's nothing to help him out. He's forced to just retreat. Like, he can wipe out half the HP pool of 3 heroes, but there's just nobody to back him up after that. Still trying after Salamat, who's looking currently more like you're welcome. And there it is. Salamat is down. You see, Jonathan, you see how I worked for it?
That's good. That's good. That's good. I got ahead.
It wasn't that high, but, you know, I worked. I got, you know, I reached up, John. I didn't look down.
You're a reacher, huh?
Shame,
good to know.
We've been doing this for 7-8 years, Jonathan. Have some shame.
Exactly. No. There's no shame when you do it long enough, Mikey. You look for anything. Anything's fine. 25-14. This is not fine for Karstens. And you're seeing the issue. Like, you're saying, you know, I want to go back to that with Straight Edge. And again, this isn't his fault. He's trying to find these openings. But in that kind of initiation, he gets a big avalanche toss before the toss target. If it's a support, it's dead. Now it's just, what, half HP? You have to deal with knowing when to BKB. You have to deal with Enfeeble cutting off your right click as well if your BKB's down. Your burst damage isn't there. And again, it's just so awkward for Seimei to look for someone to doom. Like, there's this Terrorblade that's running off with a free game. There's this Storm that's just a constant menace that you have to doom, but you can't find. You have to wait for the Lotus Orb as well. You have to risk dooming yourself up. Which, honestly, I would take that risk. If I'm Seimei, you see a Lotus, just doom Bob. It doesn't matter if you're doomed as well.
They could have a very good opportunity here, John. They're in a nice position, but it's smoke on smoke now. It's up to Straight Edge to find the opportunity. He'll break the smoke, looks to retreat. They found Tino, they'll make the jump in. Doom is out. They've got Tino with that Doom. A nice avalanche toss combination as well. Seimei is actually taking Tino down. Meanwhile, Mavis also dropping in the meantime, and Straight Edge is still just trying to chase down Akashi with a big blue hole, catching a few of them. Bob's trying to turn this one around. Akashi, he'll die the first time, and in fact, he should die the second, but he's still man fighting through this as Bob is just annihilating an ultra kill for Akashi. He'll finally lose the remnant. Salama, get out of there soon. Oh, there's no hope for Salama. Oh, Roshan.
Oh, Roche.
Roshan was the hope. That's alright.
Oh. Man,
this is what I hate about bench carry. I hate this carry. It's just so stupid at some point. You can't kill it.
It is. No, I mean, to be fair, it is Shanks in the side just playing his guitar. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but you strum a guitar and your carry can just fight for days. And he does. Kashi just doesn't drop. Shanks gets a couple of strums off. It's enough to reinvigorate. I suppose that's a very Filipino thing. God bless, that's just something that we do. The fight's breaking out, some guy's out there with a guitar in the street corner. You know, you're drinking a corner, a fight breaks out, a guy has a guitar out, and you're chilling.
I was going to relate it more to like a Samoan thing, Jonathan. You know, it's a very. I know you're not in tune with the culture, John. I married into it. I've learned some things. I'll tell you. Bob, gonna jump in onto Aya. Nice swap away from Akashi. I mean, no need for this. They don't need to dive like this anymore, John. They've got the game in the bag, I think. Rubbing salt into the wound, Carsten. Not trying to call the GG yet. Looks like they'll hang around for maybe one last fight. Jump in, GG's call. Fiend's Grip celebration of the same eight. And that'll be all she wrote. A nice easy game one. You know, Carstens, they did put up a good fight. But it really just felt as though the whole game was on straight.
That it was. And it felt like, again, there was this timing where they had to play around with, say, Silence for level 6, this early timing on your Ember, and it really didn't come out that way. I think the mid lane matchup being, honestly, a little bit lopsided towards Bob just held back this momentum Carstens needed, because you have this Doom that goes for the Radiance instead of, like, Drum Boots BKB Blink for early access. Now he's farming up a much more expensive item, eating up farm space, not enjoying these fights, and that just means you have so much more initiative on execution. Whereas Carstens, again, you had this counterplay with Global Silence. It didn't even feel important. This was that one fight where you saw Seimei hanging in the side, you saw Straight Edge come in with Avalanche Toss, trying to clean up, and Seimei comes in, but the moment he's trying to Doom, again, Manta's there, illusions pop out, you don't have AoE damage to tell which is the real Tino, he doesn't want to Doom Bob while Lotus Orb is up, and it just falls apart. I think the issue for Carstens is that they just could never play to their draft strength, right? Which is threatening with Global Silence, threatening the Storm, holding him down before that Lotus Orb came up. Bob had the right ideas with itemization here, and Execration overall had the right ideas to who to prioritize in this game. They sacked Akashi. Like, he had no lane. He was in jungle very early on. He lost his tier 1 pretty early, constantly hunted down, but it gave Tino and the Terribly just a very free game. He was left alone top as well. He managed to farm up a Storm. He was keeping up with that farming pace we saw coming out from Straight Edge. So you always had this vehicle to go into a mid to late game point, and there was nothing stopping you. You didn't have any easy answers for TB outside of, again, Doom, which didn't really come out here. So I think for Carstens, I don't think it's a draft issue. I don't think the draft did him too many favors either, but it's not a bad draft. I think there was an idea here that they just couldn't find the timing. And it felt like, again, especially in the mid lane, it just felt like Bob found a game where
he's Bob the Wrecker. And when Bob's in that mode, things can go pretty rough for you.
Yeah, overall, yeah, execration. I mean, there was some points where you start to get a little bit worried, but overall, Bob, Tino, they do their work. Akashi on the POS 1 bench. The thing is with the heroes, like, if you have the time, eventually you're just going to become a menace. And as you can see, Bob had a great old time. Could you offer a translation, John? I didn't understand what happened there.
Oh, he was just laughing. He was just laughing. I don't know what to translate. He's had his merienda. You can see Bob's very energized.
Am I the only
He's
one
a
hearing
happy
the
boy.
voices? I heard the voices.
Yeah, okay. That might be me. I had it muted because it's my bad. It's my bad. I wish I heard.
Well, who's the MVP, John? Spare you the embarrassment. Who's the MVP?
I would say Bob. I think, when Bob has a game like that, it's got to go to Bob. He played amazingly well. He was jumping around in the storm. It is Bob the Wrecker today. And, Bob Storm, Bob Batrider, and Bob Puck are all the ones you have to watch out for, right? He gets the Storm. He has fun.
He does, Jonathan. Thank you for that. It is indeed Bob as the standout player here for this game number 1. Jonathan, please don't. I don't understand what these players are saying. I like to pretend I understand, but I don't. I don't. I kept hearing voices, and I'm like, oh, John's surely going to translate throughout the game. And you just thank you for the background, by the way.
It fits.
It feels good.
Why can't I be there? Well, why didn't you invite me to the beach? You get to be there and I'm not? What?
All right. Well, we're gonna go to game 2. We're gonna head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2. We'll see you soon. Hopefully. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SEA closed, or rather regional qualified. This is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are into game number 2 between Carstens and Execration. I don't want to say I told you so, Jonathan, but Execration taking game number 1 in convincing fashion. I knew I was right. They are the favorites in this matchup. Carstens, I will say, John, did a pretty damn good job. I would like to see more out of the mid and off lane, right? I feel like everyone performed the mid and off lane pretty underwhelming. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, again, it came down to how the draft plays. And the fact that you had a Doom that, again, went for Radiance instead of some like Drums, Blink BKB, or Drums BKB at least to play earlier. You had no rundown potential. You had this Ember that was ready with the Global Silence, but without something like the Doom to help you out, it just feels like they couldn't really lock anyone down. And again, even with the Silencer, you had to kind of play this game of cat and mouse where are you going to go for Global Silence first and hope for a kill? Are you going to have to wait for that Fiend's Grip? And that just made it super difficult for Carstens to look for the angle to start these fights. So I'd want to see something that's a little bit easier to execute here for Carstens. We'll see what they want in this draft. We do have our first pickups coming out already. Snapfire coming out here for Execration. This hero has felt ridiculous on mid, on support. It just feels really good in those two roles. It's a lot of magical damage. They've nerfed it a little bit in the sub patch, but it's still kind of insane. So I'm curious to see which way they'd want to do. If this is going to be our Bob hero early, or if this is something like Mavis Heroes perhaps coming out here. We'll have to wait and see. Carstens with the Treant Protector, this hero has gotten a lot off of 7.41 overall, right? Like his Shard gives you vision now for free. Flying vision very early on at 15 minutes in for free is pretty nice. Especially if you get it, say, at 20 minutes from the Tormentor. If you want to go for that route, it's just an amazing little power spike. Can still be really good in slowing down these pushes as well. Clearing out these creep waves. Getting the armor on the tower can make it a little bit awkward. So, curious to see which way, how they kind of tie into these strengths of the Treant Protector. There's this blink timing that could be quite nice as well with the Overgrowth. So, there's a lot of options. I think it makes it a little bit easier to look for your opportunities in these fights with this kind of support. I do feel like the Snapfire is a stronger pickup overall, though. Like, again, just the way this hero plays in lane, the damage, her innate, it's really down to the innate with Snapfire. Like, it's just way too much damage when you have the innate maxed out with how close you are to enemies. It's just such a ridiculous amount of damage. So, I'm curious to see, again, how they handle this. There's a Silencer option if you want to go back to it for Carstens. Just give you an easy cancel for the kisses, but it didn't feel that great in the last game. So I'm not sure if you'd really want to dip into it for Carstens.
We'll see what they want to do here, Carstens. Carstens. More bans to come.
Ten seconds remaining.
One more ban to come, I should say, Jonathan.
5 seconds remaining.
You have to excuse me, John. I'm still very, very excited about the new Barky season that we were talking about before the break. I'm not ashamed to.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of great people out there that are into Barky, John. Not you, because you have no
Not
taste.
Radiant
People out there know.
pick.
I don't think
Storm
I've
Spirit is banned
watched
out
an
here.
anime in a while, actually.
Really?
Team pick.
I don't know why. I have these phases where I consume a lot of media, then I just don't for like a year. Like, I haven't read my mangas in a year, I think. Yeah, I'm just
I
on
did the
my
same
off
thing.
period.
I haven't even read the new One Piece. I really haven't. Execration.
There you go.
And it's lit right now, John. TB's been picked up.
Oh, is it
Not
lit
as lit
because
as that
TV's
time.
been picked up or One Piece? Which one is it?
One Piece, Jonathan. And it's not as lit as that time that Naruto dapped the Ninetales and transformed.
Oh.
And believe me,
10
that is an
seconds
actual fact.
remaining.
I am not joking. He dapped it in the anime.
5 seconds
Dapped
Wow.
it, as in the handshake. That actually happened.
Amazing. I think the aliens and the
Radiant
dinosaurs are my
team
favorite part, but I'm not sure if that was Naruto or Boruto, so
Speaking
I
of
always
aliens,
forget. You know,
Jonathan.
Boruto's pretty cool.
This is the Boruto of Dota 2, Jonathan. Chen has arrived into the draft.
What
Look at him,
does
John.
that mean? What does that mean?
You know,
10
I'm
seconds
saying, like, you
remaining.
know, Chen's like the guy that even his parents just couldn't love him. You
5
know?
seconds
It's just Chen.
Radiant team
You know?
pick.
Oh,
Like if you were Chen's
that's
dad,
a
you
way.
wouldn't love him. You'd be like, well, why, why this failure?
Are you
What a
Dire
failure of a
team
hero.
pick.
are you saying Chen is Homelander? You're, are you saying that? I mean, I guess he doesn't seem that psychotic to me, but
We don't
sure, he has a
talk about
cult.
that
He
show
converts
anymore.
creeps. Sure.
We don't talk about that
guess.
show anymore, John.
Yeah, I just finished it.
10
It's,
seconds remaining.
it's fine. This is okay. Back to serious business with the draft. I think
5
it's
seconds remaining.
pretty cool to get the Drow into TB. You have a way of piercing through, of course, that base armor. Drow has felt really good. One of the top carries so far. Really nice combination with Slardar. So it can be quite nice. Can kind of handle the Chen creeps as well, right? Like you've got the Treant already to stop a little bit of that push, plus the Drow now. That can kind of help out. So I don't mind that. There's some good spells to steal here as Rubik as well. If you can somehow steal Hand of God, it's going to be amazing. The sustained game turn against Execration is going to be fantastic. I'm curious to see which way Execration goes now with their cores. So are we seeing another Tino offlane TB? I don't think it lanes that well into the Drow. It's not going to be a very comfy lane. They're going to go for the Hoodwink. So it looks like we might be getting that core snap mid for Bob. Maybe you shift Tinks and Karstens as well to go for,
Radiant
like, say,
team ban.
a Salamat Slaughter mid, but I don't think that matchup's all too good. I think you can run up to Snapfire and try to punish, but Snapfire hitting level 3, say, Cookie, and then level 2 Scatterblast, it's a lot of damage. You do out-sustain the Slaughter, though, so maybe that's the way. Just pressure, be on top of the Snapfire, play with the River. Could be one way to slow down that tempo.
5 seconds remaining.
I'll see how it all pans out. I mean, I like these draft ideas from Carsten, at the very least. Big fan of the Slardar Drow. I think it's really revolting to have to play against. Support duo, like the Tree and Rubik, you know, I have my questions, but it does give you a nice way of just delaying the game, you know? Just spamming Fade Bolts and Nature's Grasp and all that crap to ensure these towers just don't go down to your Drow's just huge. You know, it's nice.
That it is.
I mean,
Yeah,
you are
it's
up
just
against the
a
Chen
matter of
draft as
stall.
well, though. You could just get run down if you're not too lucky.
Yeah, and it's Chen with Terrorblade as well. Like, there's a lot of potential push coming out. So you do have, again, your own way of stalling. I'm just wondering, again, which way does this flex go for Karstens? And for Execration as well. Is this some crazy flex like a Tino snap in the off?
Radiant team
Just to
ban.
avoid the Slardar matchup, you get something else for Bob mid. It looks like Karstens is considering that. They banned out the Pango. They banned out the Storm a while ago. There is the Ember Spirit option. There's the Quap as well. No
Dire
Puck
team pick.
banned out early here. Ember banned out, so only really what Quap, maybe that's slippery here that
Radiant team pick.
Bob can run away with. At the end, Nature's Prophet instead. So this is very interesting for Execration. Which way would you want to go? I think the most standard way is like, again, you go Akashi TB, maybe just give Bob Snap and then run the NP offlane for Tino, which kind of plays into his strengths. He
10
loves his micro.
seconds remaining.
It's another way to speed up this push. The push potential from Execration is insane. With Shen plus, oh my
You may now
god, I hate
select your
this.
heroes.
I mean,
Oh,
I know
hate
you
this.
hate the Zeus, Jonathan. You can talk about it if you want. Do you want to share your feelings towards Zeus?
Yeah, he's a disgusting hero. I hate playing against this thing. Just so
He's a
much
god,
damage,
Jonathan.
and I really don't care. He's sent it to Dota 2. Anyone in Dota 2 is stuck in this world of perpetual hell of two ancients fighting each other and resetting time can't claim to be a god if they can't break that cycle. And Zeus has not broken that cycle, so he doesn't get to say that. He is banished to the mortal realm for a reason, and he should be banished to a lower realm because, honestly, I hate his build. It's the most annoying thing. Sure, it doesn't show up as much. We saw it in, I think, Slam, where the game went like 90 minutes and you had like double Divine Zeus, and it's just... That is not a point that I would ever want any game to reach, because once you reach like Zeus with 2 Divines, 3 Divines, 4 Divines, 5 Divines, you wish you weren't playing the game. So,
No.
it's not pleasant. I do think there are ways to kind of offset that in laning, but Zeus laning is really stable. Zeus versus Snapfire should be pretty okay though for Salamat overall. Like you can't play that chase down potential here for Bob. You can't just jump in with Gas because you've got the heavenly jump. You've always got out here for the Zeus. The kill threat isn't that high. It's a little bit harder to flex that early potential here for the Snap.
Well, I think it should be a very fun game, Jonathan. Of course, game number 2 now officially underway. Execration 1 game away from proceeding through the upper bracket. And we'll see if they can make it happen in this game too, as we are once again going to be starting with a pause with our game number 2. Sadly, John X Fire.
Yep.
Love the H&M shirt, by the way. One of my favorites. I'm afraid that you haven't noticed that this is the shirt that I wore. I want to say it was like 5-6 years back, John, when we first started. This is the OG shirt that I wore back then.
Yeah, I do recognize. I mean, I recognize. I don't feel the need to point out that you've got a 6-year-old shirt, like I've got a 6-year-old shirt, Mikey. You know, but it is lovely. It's classical. It's a throwback. You know. I think for me, the quintessential Michael Phoenix shirt is that. What's that? That long sleeve dark shirt that you put on when you forget to put on a shirt.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lovely shirt. It's a great shirt.
Did I tell
Wonderful.
you as a kid I was
Comfy.
the coolest kid because I had one of those fire shirts, John? You know the black button-up shirts with the fire at the bottom? I had one of those. My favorite shirt.
Ooh.
It was a classic.
You in the hot rod shirt?
Yeah, it was a classic.
Oh.
I'd wear it right now. I'd still wear it to this day, John. I might actually order one tonight. Now that I've reminded myself. Look at this creep, John.
Good old
There's a
zealot.
spy in the ranks, Jonathan. There's a spy. He's gone. Oh, good night. Now unfortunate.
A long way to see
Yep.
you die.
A little bit of martyrdom going on with that zealot. At least no first blood coming out potentially off the back of that. There's still potential to run down top here if they'd want. Slardar, Rubik can get that done. It doesn't look like they're too keen. Gonna be interesting to see how these lanes do match up. So they are still lining up a bit here top with Seimei. But, so many creeps to scout out. Should be able to get to safety then. Of course, with the off lane Slaughter, you are, again, ending up with a mid Zeus.
Oh,
Again, that should be fairly fine. They are actually poking.
that was a nice little bushwhack. That was the mid lane. I mean, this is the lane you were carrying on about as the draft ended. I still feel as though Bob's just got an advantage. Like, you see that damage with the scatter blast, and Zeus isn't exactly one of those heroes that needs to, that wants to always stand back. You know, at some point you are going to be low on mana. It feels like Bob might catch him with his pants down if Salamat's not too careful.
Yeah, laning wise, this should still be better for Bob, and maybe going for the full kill. Not going to be as easy. Heavenly Jump is always there, but you can always threaten. You gap close. Once you've got the cookie, it's easy enough to gap close, get some good damage. In fact, Salamat jumps in. Bob's still level
He
1.
does. He's going to try and be aggressive while he can, and he gets away with it. Salamat with the immediate tip onto Bob as well. Classic caster curse coming in clutch for Salamat. But I like that, John. Yeah, he just hits level 2, takes advantage of it. And Bob, he's stuck at level 1. Meanwhile, Salamat now just about to hit level 3.
Yeah, I don't think Bob expected Salamat to aggressively come in with Heavenly Jump. Again, without the cookie up yet, Bob doesn't have that double combination to try to whittle down the Zeus. I'm surprised he didn't line up for a Scatter Blast. Does get the jump in, but Scatter Blast is on cooldown. At the least, Heavenly Jump is a longer cooldown, so there's something to kind of play back and forth down bot, though.
Straight edge. Annihilated by the damage output of Tino, and yeah, it's not a combo you think about too often, but the Hoodwink TB, like, once meta's popped, if you land that bushwhack, even a level 1 bushwhack, it's enough time. And that it was.
Not the kind of start you'd want to be seeing there for Straight Edge. And theoretically, this lane should be fine, especially as Metamorphosis fades away. Tino shouldn't have as much of a spread up top.
Ouch. Iron. It's the old Chain Lightning treatment with the Harpy Stormcrafter. Here comes our little Zealot. Immediately just deny it off again. No problem. You're telling me this guy's likable, John? Like this
No.
Chen creep, this Chen hero? Yeah, he's not a likable guy.
No.
Not likable at all.
Yeah, he's a bit of a jerk. Takes away your free will. Forces you to join him. You know, he has one guy around to just martyr himself for you. It's kind of unhinged. Not a pleasant fellow, Mikey, but he does heal people, so everyone thinks he's nice. So the pushback again.
He's fallen. Bit of a chase on. He's healing up. We'll be okay. Oh, here we go again.
chased by a
Look at this,
harpy.
John. Oh, he's trapped as well. Oh, it's the class. Oh, you see, this is not a nice guy. This Chen hero, man, it's just not a nice. Like, you can't like this guy. Is he even persuading these creeps, John? Or is he just taking them?
Yeah, he's persuasively taking them, Mikey.
Oh, he just did it again. The Zealot's dead, Jonathan. Hey, he's trying to run. Nice little lift up into the Roshan pit. Roshan not helping whatsoever. Not even bothering to swing. Meanwhile, now the body block's coming in onto Ayad. Very, very ugly situation. And there's just nothing he can do. Emotional damage has been caused, Jonathan.
And it has a really strong start for Execration off of all these really great plays. And this mid lane has not gone well for Salamat after that nice cheeky play. It is still looking good for Bob in terms of CS. One that hasn't really held him back. Bot?
The creeps are coming in again. That's what I'm scared about, John. When I see those creeps setting up with the chain lightnings, I know something stupid's about to happen. But instead, mid lane's where we're at. Look, Mavis is trying to cut off this Zeus mid lane. Meanwhile, top Akashi on the run. TP's in. Akashi, does he survive? He's actually tankier than you'd anticipate, but he does die. Nice pick up here from Seimei. Meanwhile, bottom, Ace 12 going a little bit too far. Also will end up going down. And, in fact, Straight Edge not making it out either. Not great news for the side of Karsten. I'm really struggling with this name. Karsten.
Yeah. It's a great little name. Unfortunately, not a great time for Karstens right now. And the aggression, yeah, killing off this NP's big, but it's been a rougher time overall for Straight Edge. Randy has not found himself a great game. Bottom net worth 4, barely above the net worth right now on Shanks. That Hoodwink, which is not a position you want to be in. We still have yet to see that potential push coming out for us. That's still lined up as a timing here for Execration. When you've got a TB, you've got an NP, and you've got a Chen. At some point, maybe towards the 8 to 10 minute mark, of course, that's when you start to see these tier 1 start to melt, that commitment coming in. And I'm not sure what you're looking for in Karstens. You got the Zeus with a 6 timing that play. Gets stunned up.
Yeah, they hit the stun right on the edge. He was mid-jump. That's unfortunate. Salamat not happy about that, I'm sure. And props to Bob, Jonathan. Not actually tipping him back. Very mature from Bob. Akashi. Is he going to be alright? I don't think so. He'll run into the water. Not necessarily advised against a slider, but he's going to actually survive this, as they will not continue to dive in. In fact, Ace 12 is... Oh, Ace 12. Gonna find him. Akashi, bait. Oh no, Ace 12. He got within vision. He's still gonna try for Akashi, and they got him. It's paid off for Ace 12. He's alright. Meanwhile, Bob's here. Bob lifted up, lands the cookie anyway. But they can't finish off the kill. Seimei gonna reveal himself once again. The kisses are gonna fly in, but Ayad's avoided every single one. Very unfortunate here for the side of Execration.
A lot of commitment out. Good space being bought out here by Ace 12. And again, a nice little snipe coming out with Salamat. Does get that 6, gets full value from the first Thunder God's Wrath. Nice target to find. But even with Akashi being slowed down, this is reminiscent of game 1, where do you really care about Akashi as much? He's still at a decent point with net worth. He's giving Tino a lot of space to scale up as this Terrorblade on the offlane. He doesn't need as much here on the NP to really hit that striking point as well. I mean, a lot of damage for NP just comes out from the Spirit of the Forest, so you don't care too much. It does feel like Karstens needs to get that ball rolling a little bit more. I mean, they're about to hit 6 on Seimei, so having that Corrosive Haze should lead to some quicker kills. It's a matter of can you actually get that jump? Pushback's good.
They've got Ace 12. It's a nice start. Straight Edge, he's thinking about sticking around. Does eventually think better of it and just gets the hell out of there. And at the very least, like even with those earlier deaths on this Growl, he's still farming okay. Last hit wise, he's still up there, but it's not been the smoothest ride for Straight Edge, and it's going to be another quick tower being taken for Execration. We saw this last game as well. They're very aggressive when it comes to these objectives in this series. Mavis, mid lane, has been scouted out. They should be able to get him, but he's proving to be a little bit more challenging than you would like. In fact, he's walked his way out. They can't kill him. He's all right.
A little bit concerning that the Chen can actually get away from 3 heroes like that. But you just don't quite have enough in the tank, you know? Like, you don't have damage with, say, a Treant Protector, or Rubik doesn't have too much either. You're still level 3 on Ayad, so you don't have, like, that level 3 Fade Ball timing to really start to tear heroes apart. A bit of a smoke from Exec. See if they get the connection. They do have the kisses ready.
Trying to move in now, and they do have at least ace 12. No problem. That'll be an easy one. Meanwhile, Salamat, he's gonna find Mavis. The Mavis, he's stuck around in the jungle, and Salamat very happy to just casually run into him for an easy quick kill. So 1 for 1 on the supports. Still, everything feels like it's in the favor of Execration. Like, even just based off the fact that Tino's having another fantastic game on this offlane TB. You know, it doesn't feel very good if you're Carstens in this game. You know, considering that Tino having such a great game, it's going to allow the space for Akashi to have a great game on this Prophet. And that's where things get a little bit yucky. Yeah, if you're on the side of Carstens. So you look at the net worth of this Drow right now. 3.5k. It's nothing impressive.
No. Still bottomed up with core. They're starting to clump around that mid. And that push potential is pretty darn high with the army Mavis has. They do still have the kisses as well. They're forcing a big response from Carson's. 3 heroes just camp down mid as well. The sports can't get the XP.
He's just trying to get level 6. He's still at level 4 on this Ruby. And they're just pushing him in. They're not letting him get the solo XP he wants. Such a just desperate situation right now for the support of Carstens as they do lose ace 12 once again. It's just, as this Rubik, you just feel like you're not even playing the game.
No.
Just fade ball.
Really aren't. Even the levels up here on our Treant, right? Like ace 12 at 5, a long ways from 6. Compare that to the sports and Execration. You already have a sharpshooter flying out from Shanks we saw there. Mavis closer to 6. You get Ayad.
Oh boy, Ayad is eventually gonna die regardless of the living armor. And that's just a crying shame. Because now you just Execration, like they found 2 of the main objectives they could have asked for this early on. At least Seimei will find the top tier 1 tower, but Execration with their draft, they're in complete control. You know, there's not really much to be worried about right now. Like, maybe this Zeus is a little bit intimidating with that Kaya pickup. That's about it. Yet nothing else is scaring you as Execration.
No. Again, it just ties down to how constrained your supports are. Your Rubik isn't having the most impact. You don't have Overgrowth yet from Ace 12 to help keep control up. You've got this early push tempo coming out from Exec.
Same, mate.
Yikes.
Gonna get caught out. Akashi to take another one. It's starting to feel a little bit more desperate as time does go on. I want to say here in this game number 2 for Carstens.
Yeah, I mean, all that counterplay we were talking about with this counter push potential with a Treant hasn't really materialized. Right, like, you've got the nice level in living armor, you're forced to only get the value point in nature's grabs, you can't clear out the creep wave or illusions. You've lost your 2 objectives, the clump up came at 10 minutes on mid, everyone connects, there's just so much push coming in.
It's just so much damage on this poor Drow. Like, you're never safe. Straight edge. Even now, Tino's just hunting him down. He's got Metamorphosis back up. He won't find him. But there's just no safe space, it feels like, for this Drow. In fact, they're going to see him again. Tino's just keeping tabs on him with an illusion. Meanwhile, top lane, they're going to try onto Bob. Maybe they can secure the life of Bob. He's got a little bit of help. Bushwhack is out. Shank's looking to try and turn this one, but Bob, he'll melt to the damage up. They'll find a very nice pickoff, but the problem is, in the meantime, they lost their Drow Ranger. It's Tino, John. Tino, he's just constantly sending illusions in to scout out this bottom area of the jungle. And there's nothing you can do about it.
No, they don't even come in to defend the tier 2. TP was cancelled by Ayad, so just a free take on a tier 2 at 13 minutes in. Again, that push potential threat is just insane. Yeah, Tino.
I mean, in fairness, Straight Edge should just not have been there. At that time, like, it's like, well, what were you thinking? But it's just been that kind of affair. Like, this bottom area of the map where you want to farm as this Drow, it's just not available. It's
No.
not safe.
It really isn't. And they have to find a way to get some safe farming spots here for Straight Edge. He's trying to go for just a Yasha into the Ags. Some damage coming in. A smoke out from Karstens.
Oh, they
They've
could
got
find
that blink
Tino.
on
It would be a
saving.
big pick-off. They jump in onto Mavis instead, try to find the easier target. Mavis still surviving, gets the hand of God, but eventually does die. I appreciate that they just chose the easy support pick-off on the champ. And it wasn't even that easy to begin with anyway. But they took it. They took the right option.
It's all you can really do right now, right? Like, find these easy
Runes.
pickups, try to buy some pace. Shield room for Bobby, can feel good. And he's got that blink timing up now as well on the snap, so just needs the shard to come in, and then you've got an overwhelming amount of damage at this point for the snap. It's just ridiculous what this hero does. Post nerf, like it hasn't really mattered too much in terms of her output. So you're still hitting these big strides. For Karstens, it's a matter of time, right? Straight Edge just needs so much more time to reach this point where the Drow can be a menace. Again, the direct matchup against Terrorblade, it's pretty good for Drow on paper. You pierce right through that base armor, you don't care. You can do a lot of damage. You just need a lot of protection as well to take that damage off. See if they reach that point. 3k lead for Exa so far. Another smoke out from Karstens. Sammy's been doing some good work with his blink. Just need to keep finding these good targets for them to start on. You know?
Tino, I mean, he's a big boy, but can they actually kill him? The answer is not quite yet. In fact, they will get him eventually. It costs them a lot of time, but they'll get there eventually. Ayad will drop in response, but it's a good trade for Karstens. But I'll tell you, John, it took a long time. You know, if there was a response, that could have been pretty ugly for Karstens.
It's a pretty decent way of beating that gold as well. Salamat gets that kill gold, so he gets a shard. He's starting to go into the Ags. Maybe we can start to think about Octarine or Refresh down the line as well. Just be a super menace on the map and buy time for this Drow. Pretty big loss for Tino, but they're not backing off at all on the side of Execration. They don't have the kisses or man on Bob, so it's not the safest time to really go for that full commit. But next rune could be nice for them. We'll have to see if they're lucky. And again, they're buying a ton of space out for Akashi as well. Like, this NP has been given a lot of free room. Warm is coming up there. Well, Mjolnir isn't too far off. Amp damage rune now for Bobby. Can be very happy with himself with that on hand. Even without the kisses now, you get the blink, cookie, scatterblast combo. Someone's dead. See if they find someone on the spawn. Ace 12 is right there.
Gonna look around. Ace 12. Oh, he's gonna make it out. They won't see him. Very nice. Fair bit of information being provided for his team as well. He should be quite well aware on the side of Karstens as to where Execration are hanging about, as we are going to have a quick pause out now from Bobby. I mean, all things being said and done, like, it was looking a lot worse earlier on in this game. Currently 3k advantage. It's not bad for Karstens to be behind by this much. Your saving grace right now is the fact that Salamat's having a pretty decent time on this Zeus. He's going to have the Aghanim Scepter at some point too, which is going to make life a little bit easier for Karstens. And I'll tell you, John, if they get to a stage where they actually have a carry to play with, which, you know, isn't completely out of the question yet, you might be in a nice position.
You would be. Again, this combination of Drow into TB is quite nice. You've got the magic damage welts later on. The hypothermia that comes in with the Ags here helps clear out all of these summons, all of these illusions that Execration are trying to leverage on a push. So you just need to hit that point on Straight Edge. Again, he's been given priority now. He's been very safe in the jungle. He hasn't had to join his team in a while. Sammy's been taking that note, and this is a good change for him, right? Compared to his Doom game where he played a lot more passive with Radiance build up BKB into the Blink. Like, he's just got a nice Blink first hero. It's playing together quite nicely. They've got the damage coming out from Salamat. So it's, again, there's a launching point here for Karstens. I think the concern still is that if Execration just hit this point with both the Terrorblade and the NP, I mean, it can be overwhelming. They've got their own team fight. They've got Sustain coming out with Mavis.
mechs up, going for the pipe next, mitigating some of that Zeus damage here. Can kind of take the bite away from this, even the Ag's timing here for Salamat. So now they've got some tools lined up as well on Execration that can just simplify this game a little bit more. I'm curious to see how much they commit though for more objectives, right? They've gotten one tier 2. You'd want a little bit more, like the top tier 1 needs to be cleared out so you can invade that jungle a bit better, hunt down these spots where good old straight edge Dreamer Assault spawning up at.
They won't though. Close call for Same 8. Roshan, they got an amp damage, they're going to try for it. Why the hell not? Nothing else is happening on this map. You've got a Chen, you've got plenty of creeps. Plenty of units. Carstens though, not looking to give this away for free. They are aware that this is probably happening. But you've got to scout this out pretty soon. They'll pop the Zeus ulti. Roshan's still going about a K of HP.
Oh, Sammy!
Now they will not try to. In fact, they do. Roshan, Tino though, he's got the Aegis. Sammy trying but can't quite get there. He will end up dying. Nice attempt. It was a nice attempt from our slot.
Only you were in a better position with your supports. Like, if, say, Ace 12 somehow had a blink at that point, then you get the Blink Initiation or Starter plus Overgrowth. It might have been a different story. It's just, it's not that kind of game. You know, Ace 12 has had a rough time. It's bottom network. Kind of have to try to find some space to get that build up. And without that follow through for Sammy this time, it's just rough. They catch straight edge as well, farming up top.
Yeah.
Big pickup.
Yeah, they do. That's not good. That's not good news. Not if you're Carstens. And now, I mean, Execration, you know, 5k ahead. They're in a very, very powerful position. Aegis is up for another 4 minutes on Tino. They're going to find Ace 12 trying to creep skip while he can, but he can't do that even. So now the creep wave just indefinitely going into the tier 3 bottom tower. You do have Salamat around the area, and I don't really think Execration are committing for a tier 3 this early. The thing is, with a draft like this, you certainly actually can do so if you want to. Well, once Metamorphosis is up, you might just decide to go.
Yeah, there's really not much holding them back at this point. Again, it doesn't feel like all the pieces are together for Carstens. Yeah, their single target pickoff is amazing, but his global gank potential, as long as Thunder God's Wrath is on, it's just, that's kind of your play right now. You don't have this early overgrowth jump.
Oh, same
It's a long ways off. Ooh.
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 They can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Oh,
Because
the creep
they
army.
caught him, surely. They've got him. They've cut him off. Same it. Still running. The fish that could. No, he can't. He's a fish out of water, John. They couldn't believe it.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Kasha's like, wait a minute, what did I just see then?
Yeah.
What's that?
Didn't quite believe. Just ran around a bit. Oh.
Is that observable?
A little cheeky ward from Mavis. Hope I think they were trying to spot that.
Okay.
No, that was a way early ward.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very early ward. I'm not sure what that was for from good old Mavis, but I don't think it pays off there. But hey, interesting ward. Guess if it doesn't make a difference if you had it or not, it's fine. Little bit of the edge reveal from our Zeus on the Tormentor, but they're not going to find this one on the side of Carstens, so no free shard for your Treant to try to get some map control back. Mavis instead finds that for himself. Nice little pickup for now being able to get Ancient Creeps to the farm.
Mid lane.
Which has
They're
already
playing on a
been
bob.
used.
They just really don't have
Oh.
damage here. Kisses flying in. Sharpshooter. It's all going to be enough. Salamat down. Salamat getting the tips now as well. And here I was thinking Bob was being mature, John.
No.
How dare I assume such a thing?
Bob being mature. We've known this man for what? Our entire past
paradox.
years now, man.
It's a
Yeah, it's
what do they
not
call
Bobby.
it, John? It doesn't matter, John.
yeah. No. Good old Bob. I'll always remember how loud that man is when he's actually just casually talking to people. Remember you,
So
you were in
do
the
I,
hotel
John.
in Japan? You could
I
hear him
remember.
from your room. He was in the
heard
park.
all of you from that hotel in Japan. My wife was not too thrilled about it either, might I add.
You're welcome.
They bring a little bit of the Philippines to you, Mike. That's how it is.
The amount of times I got asked, well, what's wrong with them? And I thought, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just let them do them. The Japanese people are scared too. Don't worry. You know, we'll work it out.
Those are great times. Great times for Execration right now, too. 7-19. Looking pretty clean in this game, too. Akashi's pretty much just been farming. Has a BKB. Could start to do a little bit more than just jumping in to snipe some kills. There is a point where it gets a little bit silly for Carstens, I guess. If you can farm into the refresh for Salamat, that's where things can get interesting. It's just, I don't know if you're going to have enough towers to farm to that point. Because Tino's just going on this tier 2 again on mid.
I mean, why not? He's still got 20 seconds on the Aegis. He's got time to try and bait him into a bad fight. They are jumping in for it. They blow up the first line. That's one. Right, maybe Tino's baited himself because his teammates aren't that close by. Tino! Oh, Tino's down. This is concerning. Mavis caught. Ace 12. He's actually the one to go down, but Akashi? Akashi's also down. Straight edge to
Kiss is
pick him
stolen.
up. Now Kisses are stolen.
Bobby.
The cubes are falling from the sky.
Bobby!
Bob. He's okay. Same A though chasing him down. The blink's been cancelled just long enough. Oh. Here we are, Jonathan, in an interesting predicament now.
Dire's middle tower
Oh,
is under attack.
you know, this is Execration. Every now and again, things like this happen, right? This is in the Execration playbook.
Yeah.
They get a little bit confident, they jump forward, and they do get punished. And that is a big punishment. Carstens get a huge gold swing from that. 2K going back their way. They get some good activity out. Straight edge, I mean, he's got the ads. This route is scary, although... Bobby, all right.
No. That's all right. That's all right. You know, we had, there was a bit of hope there for the side of, Carstens for a moment. Hope deleted. Back to it.
Man. I enjoy looking at Bob's cam. He just looks so locked in right now. He's not even laughing about these kills. He's just locked in, Normally, he, like we saw in our highlights a while ago, he was just laughing his head off.
Yeah,
he's just locked in
yeah,
right now.
He's a bit sweaty, John. Right now, he's a bit sweaty. He's not having the greatest game. He's 6-2. It's not the kind of game Bob likes to have.
Wants more, does he?
Well, yeah,
6-2's pretty good, no?
I mean, this is the thing. This is the difference between you and people like Bob, John. He doesn't accept imperfections like you do. You just accept it. Like, it's still pretty good. Like, does it feel right if I say being average is good, John?
Considering... yeah, actually, no, I do agree. And to be fair, sometimes average is still pretty low in the grand scheme of things. He's well trying to cut up top.
No, I mean, average is average, John. It's quite literally the mean. I wouldn't say it's low.
Yeah. I mean, I know.
Jump. Oh, nice blink away. Hold on a minute, John. We don't need to argue about this. Same, mate. Trying to jump in. Won't find an angle. Wastes his BKB. In fact, they might turn around now, Execration. Knowing the BKB's down from Same, mate. Same, mate. Sticking around as well. He gets greedy. Run of ATOS. Push back to lock him in. But do they have the damage? They do not. Same, mate. Still okay to retreat.
And that's pretty big commitments from Carstens. BKB down, you've got Thunder Gods down, Nimbus down for a little bit longer. You did throw out the kisses as well on Aya, the stolen kisses, so you don't have that threat anymore. Should be room for Execration play. They are smoking out in Carstens. Mind you, again, without these tools, it can be a little bit awkward, but you do have the Blink Overgrowth here on Ace 12 to make up for it. They find an opening.
Bobby. Don't know he's around. Bob, though, sensing something is awry, does look to blink away, though the chase does continue, but he's very well and truly gone. Now, Bob just not believing that there isn't a smoke coming for him. Yeah, I mean, he's committed to the escape, Jonathan. Quick pause out from Salamat. Making sure that, as the memes would say, Jonathan, as Bob, he will run away. I was about to make the joke, John. I probably shouldn't, you know? I probably shouldn't. People
What's
take it
the
too
joke?
seriously when I do. You know?
Ah.
You know what I'm trying to say, John. I'm not implying
do,
anything
I
negative.
do.
It's a good game so far,
right.
John.
Radiant's
It's
top
a
You know,
good
maybe
game.
later
It's a
on the
good game.
qualifier we'll apply some things. Not now.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah, the execution's playing relatively clean. You know, there's that little bit of a say
same,
over-aggression. Good position on the low ground though for the smoke break.
He is. They've caught Tino. Tino, though, still going to get the Manta off. Does get gusted, but doesn't really care because he's taking zero
Where's the
damage. There's no damage. And off they go. They're on the run now. At least Straight Edge is. Kiss is out. Straight Edge still just trying to run straight down. And he's all right. Nobody will die from this engagement. But we did learn, Jonathan, that Tino takes literally no damage against the Slaughter.
No, I don't think he. Okay, maybe he was corrosive haze, but he managed to dispel it off. But if this drow is not hitting the TV, there is no output. If you don't have that magic damage being pumped out here by Salamat, then it's a very free game for Tino. He doesn't have to care. He's got some good stats now, even just the one ultimate orb. It's pretty tanky on his TB. A lot of HP you have to rip through. Shield Rune even spawning up top as well for anyone to kind of pick up if you can get controlling and execration. They are starting to tie in for that next Roche. We'll see within 15 seconds. They've got about a minute window to clear it down bot. That does give them advantage. There is a nice cheeky ward here from Karsten still, watching the triangle, but not quite towards a Roche pit. So it can be a little bit awkward to try to fight into the area. And they did just use Overgrowth. Not the longest cooldown. There's a window, but that Roche is already up. There is a key timing here though. Salamat does have refresh. Double Thunder God's Wrath, double Nimbus is ready to go. That can make these fights a lot tougher for exit.
That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. A couple of supports probably just going to get absolutely blown up in these next fights once he does pop everything. Thing is, though, if you don't kill at least a couple, right? Like, Hand of God comes in and suddenly you're not looking as unhealthy. So, you kind of hope they at least blow up somebody with this Zeus before he's out of gas. So far, finding nothing for their trouble. They might just try for Roshan themselves, and they will. Counter smoke now committed by Execration. They've waited very nicely. Roshan, not even half HP yet. They're going to see Straight Edge, but the jumper's in from Seimei instead. Seimei trying for the Hoodwink. Can they at least get him? They can. That's one down. Shanks is gone. Maybe they even find Mavis, but the jump is in now from Bomb.
Oh!
The three-man stun from Bomb. Holding them all back. And Ayad, he's the one to go down. Straight Edge still trying to man up here up against Tino. Tino's doing the same, but Tino's going to go down. Now Akashi moving in, takes down Straight Edge. Tino's sacrifice not forgotten. And Roshan, it changed homes, John. I mean, it's a bit of a nasty neighborhood. He moved.
Yeah. He bails out. Knows that value property prices are going down on the bot side at the daytime. Trades up for his home up north. Nice and happy. I mean, that fight from Karsten's actually not the worst thing, right? You managed to take care of Tino before he gets the Sunder off. You do use Straight Edge. You did have to pop refresh, so that double usage isn't there. They do scout out Roche with Nimbus still. No overgrowth either for 20 seconds. It's an opening.
Ace? Oh, whoopsies. Oh, here come the stuns.
Oh, boy.
Here come the stuns. Off you go. Whoopsie daisies for Ace. Meanwhile, Roshan gonna go down. Aegis and the flag available now for Akashi.
Should start to lead in some high ground opportunities for Execration. I mean, they've got the damage, they've got the secondary life. Again, can be a little bit of a nuisance up against Zeus, but it's 80 seconds until refresh is back up, so and the double God's Wrath is going to take some time. Just shove in now. Again, this free shard for Mavis has done a lot of work. These Ancients just popping up creep waves, clearing out some camps, blocking some camps, denying some farm from Karsten's, slowing down this catch-up that they're trying to find in Karsten's is kind of overwhelming. And see if Execration can get some good value from this Aegis. 4 minutes left, very fresh, of course. I like seeing this from Kashi as well, just going straight for the side of Vice, some control. And they're just using the Thunder Gods to scout, but there's
not quite a position where they can really abuse that. He's keeping themselves safe. Fermentor will be taken once more by Execration. That is going to go in the way of... Oh, Ayat actually takes it with a cheeky Nimbus stun.
Oh, that is cheeky.
Very cool, Salamat.
That is cheeky indeed. Very well done.
Wait for it.
You know, with the real tip this time.
Time to die.
But nevertheless, Jonathan, you know, it's a pretty rough affair thus far for Carstens. They are still holding on to all their high ground at the very least. They do have some decent high ground defense. But this game is turned into one where you're kind of hoping for all the stars to align for a good fight. Not easy when you're in this position, 14k behind with an Aegis on the side of Execration. Akashi ready to TP in whenever the fight does break out. And it seems like they might just start pressuring the mid lane, if not bottom.
Yep. And they can just keep pressuring every lane at this point. Huh? And you've got the NP that can just TP to every single one. The creep army, you don't really need to hard commit
Straight
anywhere.
edge. They're not going to run to straight edge at least. Yeah, good backing off from our Drow. I guess the thing is as well, I mean, with a Prophet, like, you can just farm the whole map. So you can just hold on to this map advantage. You know, it's not like Akashi Mine just farming inevitably until he hits level 25 where he farms even faster. Bottom lane, same eight, gonna get caught. Nothing he can do about it. Once they catch him, that's all she wrote. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they might try and chase down Tino. Tino, no, he's gonna be fine. They'll go for the illusion. In fact, the illusion's actually doing some decent work against Salamat. Now a Hurricane Pike available on Tino. And it does seem like they were just waiting for perhaps the side device of Akashi, which is now on its way on the courier. And they can just get going.
Yep.
Here we go.
Nothing to hold them back. We got the banner. Got the damage. Even a casual cloak on Tino just to help sustain from the Zeus, doing quite a fair bit of work actually, plus the fight, of course, on Mavis. So, there's no real poke coming out. Look at Tino's HP. All these spots do nothing. Bob?
Big Hurricane Pike though. Bob might be in a bit of danger, although Akashi, he's just jumped in happily, trying to go after Akashi, or rather Straight Edge. Straight Edge is going to be okay. Meanwhile, Ace 12 did go down in the midst of all that. It's very hard to kill anyone when you've got Mavis just sitting behind them as a Chen. You know, like, he's just got all these creeps with all these auras. He's got these heals, he's got a pipe, a mech. It's like, what are you meant to do? There's no way to jump this Chen in time either.
No.
And that's about it. Like, they take a bot tier, what, tier 3 in the racks and they'll leave. No answer here from Carstens.
No, I mean, there is only 40 seconds left in the Aegis, so there's maybe an opening for Carstens to try to fight back in. It's just really unfortunate that of all the heroes to get found out like that, it's Ace 12. Without that overgrowth, again, your team fights are just very reliant on Seimei alone getting some decent jumping control. You need that overgrowth. Heck, I'd say you even need a shard here in Ace 12. Right? Like, get those eyes in the forest up for free, get some vision, try to set up some way of jumping, finding some targets. Is trying to just rush the Ags for the overgrowth overall, which is also fine. It's a lot of damage that can come in. I don't think damage is your issue. Right? Like, you theoretically have a lot of damage. You just need to buy control for Straight Edge to actually leverage that damage, because it hasn't felt very safe for the Drow to just hold ground, get max usage out from the Ags. It's just not been that smooth.
How's this Prophet box out?
Yeah, it's awful, isn't it?
It just doesn't make any sense, this item. Here we go. This might not make too much sense as well for Carstens. Oh, that's a nice Hurricane Pike. Just screwing up the slider stun. They'll still find at least Mavis. Tino.
Straight Edge?
For Straight Edge. Buybacks are coming out here from Mavis. Straight Edge is trying to retreat with his BKB. Is being Hurricane Piked away and does make it. Can't Aya lifts himself back. Whoopsie daisies. Meanwhile, Bob does take down Salamat. Salamat now, or rather Bob, getting chased down by Seimei, but Seimei's going to drop. Bit of a curious lift as well. I know you saw that, John. wrong
Yep.
way on the land.
Happens.
It does happen. It is a bit clunky at times. The old Rubik.
Buybacks forced out. No refresh on Thunder Gods. I don't know if you can stop Tino. Like, it took them a long time to try to chip down straight edge as well. Oh.
In. Straight edge. Straight edge. Running. He's just so slow with the penitence, but he's going to survive. They just sent the illusions in after him. Very, very painful. Buybacks amount to nothing as well here for Carstens. I mean, these two buybacks for naught, it feels like. Now a secondary sight device available as well on Shanks to make matters even worse. If you are Carstens, a refresher orb even for Bob now. It's not getting much easier, Jonathan, this game.
No. It certainly isn't. Again, there's still a world where you can find these angles for initiation in Carstens. And it's just, with how these fights are breaking out, it's very fragmented, right? Like, they're finding one or two heroes inside. Straight edge, Dreamwitzel's having to look for weird angles to approach. He's by himself sometimes when he's trying to get these weird, wanky angles on the side. And it feels like everything has to come together a lot tighter. It's a lot easier to play right now for Execration for sure. But all of these tools, we have refresh on hand, secondary sight. You've got 25 now as well for Bobby.
They've got 3 Prophet's Pendulums though. On
isn't that great? Oh, straight edge!
Oh, straight edge. No.
Look at those cookies!
Oh, the cookies are too much from Bobby. Straight edge at least will buy back, but this could be the final fight they've got in them. Bob with the tips out. Chase is on once again. And yeah, as I was saying, John, I mean, it doesn't matter now, but those Prophet's Pendulums, like, you've got 3 of them with the Chen. You were already unkillable as it was.
Yeah.
You know, like, it was... That just kind of seals your fate. It's too much. Side device now catching up straight edge. There's just no chance.
Oh, boy.
There's no hope for him. He's down, and GG Will Play's been called. Execration. We assume they were the favorites, and Jonathan, so far, assumptions have proven to be correct.
That it is. Again, for Carstens, again, they had a great showing, I think, in the Dream League qualifiers before this one, up against Exa, but that was a different Execration. They had Krish. Maybe they had different strategies with Krish on hand. With Akashi, Execration just looks pretty clean. It looked very clean in Game 1. It looked really clean here in Game 2. Again, there were some openings coming out. I think this draft overall for Carstens was a lot better. It allowed a little bit more play. But some issues still showed up again, where they're not able to go up against this early tempo timing, which Execration, they were even hiding it for the draft, right? Like, they get an early Chen pick, they get the Terrorblade, they get the NP. It's very obvious they're going to look for just this very fast game. Just take these objectives quickly. And this is the one moment that looked pretty good for Carstens, where Tino is just a little bit too far forward, doesn't respect all of this magic damage and control. Did get bursted, but that was probably like the one good fight that is here for Carstens overall in 5v5. They get the punishment and Kashi inside as well. We didn't see enough of that. And again, a lot of these fights ended up being fragmented. This one was a interesting one as well near to Roche. Again, same ace up front, but they're just divided up. And Bob just gets this beautiful opening to jump in. And it feels like that's kind of the story of the series as well. Bob has just been on fire. Like, he's been crushing Salamat in that matchup. He's been getting these good timings. He's been using his hero to its fullest potential. And it's felt overwhelming on the Storm and on the Snapfire. It's just felt incredible. You have to be always cautious about it. Talk about that with Bob every time. Like in here, he finds Ace 12. No overgrowth, no fight. You can't just do anything inside of Carstens.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty horrible affair for Carstens. And I think, you know, I think we can probably both agree that the draft just didn't do him any favors. You know, once the side of Execration took off, it was just a classic kind of run him down draft, and certainly not a very fun game for Carstens to have to play out in this game too. You know, like I said earlier, John, you know, worst case scenario in this series is you got knocked down to the lower bracket, which they do get knocked down now. You know, where I believe if you are Carstens, you're up against Young Gun Galactic in the lower bracket round of 1 now for the side of Carstens Esports. So at the very least, they're not knocked out of the tournament yet, John. You know, there's still hope.
Yeah. They could end up with a pretty decent run in the lower bracket. You never know. And again, I think the lineup of Carstens is something to respect. Just a few words about I think diving it was very short there. Vatakashi looking pretty pleased with himself, as he should be. I think the cool thing about Execration in this series is they've shown how willing they are to let Tino be the win condition. Now, mind you, this has been something Execration has done for a long time, right? Like Tino's Beastmaster used to win them games. Tino's Mars as well. Tino's Timbersaw, like all of his offlane was the condition for X. And now they're just literally giving him a carry. Just say, all right, carry us. You carry us anyway. Just play a carry on the offlane. And it's worked out, at least against Karstens, it's worked out fantastically here.
It certainly has. And speaking of Execration, John, a standout player. We need one, Jonathan. Who is it?
Would it be... I mean, I kind of want to give it to Bob again. He did a lot of work with that snap. Yeah, he did a lot of work in the snap, right? Like he laned really nicely. He died that early death, not expecting Heavenly Jump to be leveled up. And then after that, the lane still went his way. He had some amazing cookies. The refresh, as we saw, as Gunnar would like to say as well, a bit of a cookie party coming in, getting all of those stuns, and it's just overwhelming. Like this here is just insane. Snapfire. So Bob leverages this pretty well. Bob's had a good day. He's had his merienda, and he gives Execration a good start here in our TI regional qualifiers. Moving up to the upper bracket semis can be a nice start for them. Curious to see who they face up against. I think that's where a lot of the interest will be, right? Because there's potential for either Reknix or Grindback. That's going to be pretty interesting to see who's up next in that bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And John, what's more interesting is the fact that I've changed. I've changed now. I'm in the mountains, out camping by myself now. It's fantastic here. We're going to head to a break, Jonathan. And right after that break, we're going to be back with our second series, I do believe. We've got a Glyph against Direborn, by the way. I should mention, Jonathan, for our final series of the night. Glyph versus Direborn. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our first game between those two. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
welcome back to the regional qualifiers for SEA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we're here for the final series of the night. It is going to be GLYPH, I believe, gaming up against Direborn. What an exciting series we have coming up today. Jonathan, betrayals even, as you were mentioning in the pre-game chat. Would you like to explain the betrayals that have happened here?
Jokam himself said it. He was chatting in that lobby. He said, I should be on Radiant's side because, you know, he's the only Indonesian. And he's not there. He's not there to fill it in for Direborn. He has to play against his boy. So good old Trikunkuro, the traitor. That's what we're branding him for this one. And this should be a fun one. You know, GLYPH has been relatively new org. You know, shout out to their manager, the better Mike Permisnes. Is their manager,
oh,
so
is that
shout
their
out to him
manager?
And the sec. He is, yeah, he is. He was in the
Is that what
lobby.
he was
Of course,
doing?
you had better things to do, Mikey. You couldn't say a hi to
Yeah.
Permisnes. He gave us a nice shout out.
Well-
Couldn't give a hi to Mikey.
Well,
But,
can't,
you know, he is there.
Well, he's not live, John. Well, what shout am I getting? Yeah, he's the one getting the shout out. Let's be frank. And I'll be frank with you, John. I thought he was casting for a second. Then I realized I was casting. And I thought, well, you know, he can't be casting if I'm casting. Right?
I mean, we could.
Which,
could make it
believe
work.
me, I'm being modest when I say that, John. I could be much less humble. I really could. We love you, Mike. We love you.
We love Mikey. This should be a fun one, right? Again, GLYPH is relatively new. They've been pretty promising. It's Jackie, Emo, Zeal, Trikunkuro, Jokam, Trikunkuro, Narman, our mercenary from Mongolia. You know, they're a great stack on paper. But Direborn is also, it's like some iteration of Army Geniuses, aren't they?
5 seconds.
It's you know, DB, Potatu, Wami, Deco, Play Hard. What is it, Mike?
What is the cameras, dude? I mean, the Emo's just camera. He's just got his forehead. It's just straight forehead from Emo.
You see,
We're
that's what
lucky
happens
to
when
get
you
that.
let the players set up themselves. When you let them set up their cameras themselves, it's not good. It never ends up good, you know? At least Play Hard, he's got a good camera setup. You know, nice and comfy at home here in Davao City.
I mean,
I think,
in
I'm not
fairness,
sure.
he's the only Filipino in this series, John. So, you know, if there was one guy to have his camera right, it probably would be Play Hard. That's a compliment to the Pinoys out there, by the way, Jonathan. You guys are very good with your, you know, your camera angles and your lighting.
You know?
Dire team.
Very good indeed. Look at him. I mean, we can see now. There he is. He just needs to sit back a bit. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It is, I have to say. You know, the draft's there. We've got the Trent Muerta. Muerta, very interesting to see. That, I'm not sure if you're happy or off with it as core or support. Feels good in either one. I think we've seen it maybe a little bit more as core. Sometimes we've seen Muerta. I think it scales pretty well. Curious to see which way they prioritize it on Direborn. I will say, all the players on Direborn, I mean, look, it looks like they're in boot camp, which is nice, except maybe Play Hard, who's, again, maybe in the Philippines. I can't tell. It does look like the room arrangement's different. So it looks like Direborn is in a boot camp. For GLYPH, they look like they're in their rooms, and Onsi, it looks like they need some help.
10 seconds remaining.
They need to tidy up a bit, especially Emo. Look, I know it's in his name. He's Emo.
5 seconds remaining.
But that doesn't look comfy
no
to sleep in,
excuse.
Emo. You know,
That's no
you deserve better, Emo. You need some comfort.
No.
And Jokam just, it looks like he's being detained for not performing up to some standard. Maybe he's doing it to himself to
Jokam's-
focus.
Joe Cam has done something. Joe Cam has done something a little bit suspicious, I think. More bans to come.
Radiant team pick.
I mean, ironically enough, I was saying earlier that Play Hard had the best camera, John. He probably has the best bed as well. Because, again, he is the only Pinoy in the series. And they tend to clean their beds quite well, as I've seen from your camera angle, Jonathan.
Yes.
In fact, I believe right now there's a bed in your background, which is well made.
Yes.
Is that your mother or you, John?
Oh, it's me. We have these,
There you
you know, you have to work to set it up every day, man. You have some, what do you call them?
5 seconds remaining.
Garters to put, like something to just hold the bed sheets flat. So it's simple. It doesn't take much effort. Just like this draft. I do love what we're seeing. I will say, I love it when you pick Timbersaw into Treant, especially if that Treant's going to be playing 5. Just rip through his trees. Don't give him a lane. And this is something we used to see, right? Like some people going into a Treant lane would go Quelling Blades on the support as well, just to cut the tree line. So this just means, you know, your laning impact isn't as big. You're not able to be sneaky. You're not able to just kind of get some free roots, get some free damage off of this tree. And that does take away a lot of his bite in the laning phase. The Doom coming out for GLYPH, very stable hero. It can be quite nice into the Timbersaw. Just heal mitigation is going to be big. Help soften that target. And now you even get the Hoodwink for some break options.
So you do have answers mainly for the off lane. You can also control the Muerta. Maybe you're not as worried. Maybe they're considering this flex for a Muerta 4, but I feel like, again, nowadays we tend to see that core. But double core opening is a bit unusual for Direborn. Curious to see if, again, they will shift that onto a support role, which it can still work out. Maybe Muerta 4 with with the Timbersaw, it's not as spectacular. You don't have like hard control to play with to try to set up or follow up from a stun. So maybe it's not the best. We'll have to see what the priorities are here for Direborn. It is looking fairly more straightforward to play for Glyph. Like, this is a more standard draft overall. I mean, they go into the Tiny as well for Direborn and the Phoenix. So keeping their cards very open. Like, you could run the Tiny mid. You could run the Muerta Phoenix support, which is looking like the more feasible option. Maybe you run Tiny safe as well. There is that option here for good old DB if you'd want that. But I feel like Pota 2 has been leaning towards the Tiny a little bit more. Or Potato, I don't know. I do enjoy Pota 2 more. Because it sounds a little bit dirty, Mikey.
That's what we're doing, Pota 2. And I don't know what you're referring to with dirty, by the way, Jonathan. But I will say, out of all the players in this series, Pota 2 looks like the biggest trash talker. Like, if you were to walk into a LAN cafe and you saw Pota 2, I guarantee he's the guy trash talking. Look at him. Look at him.
Yeah.
He looks so cocky. Why are you so cocky, Pota? Huh?
No, he's just got good. He's got good form. You know, he's holding his back up.
Look at him. He wants to smile. Look at him.
He's in the zone. I can just feel it. You know,
I can just feel it. He's a 3-minute Loather's Edge kind of guy. I can feel it. I know.
Yeah. Then you got DV just chilling, pulling the chair all the way back, legs up. Not a care in the world. Yawning already, DV.
Oh.
You want to be playing taskbar heroes?
Leave some oxygen for the rest of us, DB. My goodness. Holy.
Oh, gosh. I am still really curious how they stitch the draft together. Again, this is very unique from Direborn. You get the Luna out for Glyph. Pretty straightforward. Should just be our Jackie hero. I mean, Luna is still pretty good. It's still a hybrid build. You still kind of want to fit the Ags in somewhere, right? You can kind of machine gun through the Egg, especially with your Manta up. You don't care too much. Laning into Timbersaw may be a little bit more annoying, but you at least have a stun to try to interrupt the chain with Lucent Beam, so you can kind of work that against the Timb. The Moonglaves are pretty nice, especially if you focus on it on your talents with your Shard. It can be a little bit harder to burst Luna, and it makes it hellish for melee heroes to try to be aggressive on her. Even just in lane of value point and turning that on could be quite nice. So I do like this here for the side of Glyph. Just again, it's much more stable to play on Glyph, but Direborn has a lot of explosive potential. But again, they could shift this Tiny around. They could shift the Muerta around. It's very open-ended with the draft, and that's going to make them think twice in Glyph. They do ban out Terrorblade, and Direborn do ban out the Pangolier, so they're, again, expecting a straightforward mid-pick for Glyph, but Glyph are expecting Direborn to still fill in with a carry. So maybe expecting that mid-tiny Muerta Phoenix support duo. There is a hole here for Direborn in that if you get something slippery on mid, and there's a lot of slippery options. Puck is still there, Storm, Ember is still there. You don't really have control here on Direborn, especially with Muerta Phoenix support duo. So I think you're going to have to prioritize one of those slippery heroes mid. Otherwise, you know, Emo, if he gets a Storm here, he could run away with the game.
Could. We'll see if he does get away with it. Final bans. Carries being focused here by Glyph.
Radiant team ban.
I'll get rid of the Drow. Fair enough. I'll focus now from the side of it's a Direborn, wasn't it? Yeah, it was called Direborn. I keep forgetting their name. Direborn is the name.
Yeah.
Ironically, they did choose to play on the Radiant side, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is,
I feel like if you choose a name like Direborn, you have to, by default, always choose Dire. You should never have an option to be Radiant, you know?
It's kind of, you know, it's a bit cringe to call yourself Radiant Born, though, isn't it, John? You know, like Radiant.
Yeah, it doesn't sound cool.
Syllables. No.
Yeah.
No.
It's too long. Yeah, it's not. Doesn't have that pizzazz. There you go. Storm. I mean, it's a free Storm game. What's going to hold it down? You know, Avalanche is it? Maybe the Calling. If the Storm's caught in a bad spot from the Avalanche, sure.
but it's not the most reliable way of pinning down the Storm. And we always talk about it with Emo when he got some like Storm. He's a very happy kid.
10 seconds.
I mean, again, he doesn't look that happy in his camera, if you can even see him, but it's a good game for it. The Ember does come out here for Direborn. So again, lane matchup into Storm. It's not amazing.
Oh.
I will say we've seen Storm kind of pull ahead there. A little bit of a cheer out there as looking at DB and Jackie together for a moment. Nice comparison. Do like
No,
that.
it's just the names were strange. I found it, it was a bit of a shock for me. It's like, oh, what happened to Jackie? He looks so different. Who's the favorites, John? I mean, who's the favorites here? I mean, is it the side of Glyph because it's it's arguably the better players? Direborn, they've got the only Filipino, John. Are we going with the one Pinoy meme? Is that all it takes? What is it? Who's better, John?
I would say individually, if you judge these teams by their individual players, I would say Glyph is probably up there, right? Like you look at names like Emo, Jackie, Jokam, Zeal, Narman. These guys have a lot of experience, and I think it's not to say that Direborn aren't experienced. I think it's just that these players have played on lands. They've been, in top teams for the region. So it's just a matter of trying to gel together. Direborn in this form has kept kind of these core players, right? Like DB's been there playing with Bota 2 for a while, with Wami, it's like it's not too strange for them. So that cohesiveness might be more stitched together, but Glyph has been around for a few months now in this form. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. And I would favor Glyph on paper, but you can't really count Direborn out. I mean, these players, like, the Indonesian stacks have always surprised us before, and they could catch someone like Jackie off guard. Mind you, this is one point as well that we haven't raised up in a while. If you recall, Jackie's time on Boom, he was adapted by the Indonesians, so he should know what's on their minds, and he might be their kryptonite, as we've seen before here for Jackie. He just knows what they do.
I think he turned himself off. I'll be frank with you. Bang is what Joe Cam said, by the way, John. Well, hold on. What's happening here, John? Can you translate? I mean, this isn't Filipino, is it? This isn't Tagalog, is it?
Yeah.
It is.
No, it's Bahasa. It's Bahasa.
It's Bahasa.
It's
Okay.
Indonesian.
Do you understand, John?
Yeah.
Can you translate?
Yeah, Bang's like bro or boss. I don't know what Uda level Barapa Bang is. 70 Bang by 1 TBH. I have no clue what is it. I have like, no, not specifically, no. I should know because I hang out with a lot of Indonesian friends, but they don't teach me because they think I'm insane, which is fair.
Yeah. Well, thank you, John.
30 seconds to battle.
It's good to see you're going to be very useful this game.
Oh, yeah. If Playhard decides to randomly save some Filipino, I can definitely help.
The funniest part is you were telling them to trash talk before the game started, and they just started speaking Indonesian on you, John. Like they just expected you to be able to translate.
I mean, hey, a monkey's paw curls. I do get my trash talk. We just don't understand. When you make a wish and it's kind of twisted, a monkey paw curls or whatever. That's a thing, right?
Yeah. I think there was a Simpsons episode about that. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think I don't know. Oh, look at that win probability already favoring Glyph. Holy!
Wow.
Oh, it's what? Whoa! 55.
Why?
Jeez.
We'll never know. We'll never know why. It's okay. I mean, yeah, it's a free storm. It's something. It's a free storm. There you go. That's why.
It's not great for Poto 2, Emo is just going to be spamming out the static remnants, going to have the overload. Your Flame Guard's always going to be melting down. Poto 2 can dish some damage with a slight. There's some good output there. It's just not enough to really poke Emo out. And rune control is going to be a big part. You do have a good ward to watch a rotation from top here, even onto that triangle area, just to watch for Emo to keep him safe. You get our classic C-Pause from good old Zeal.
Very nice.
Amateur, everyone. Instant G as well. What are these micropauses? I'm always so curious. Like, surely if you get a stutter, you just kind of wait for it to stabilize.
It's because these players, right? They've gotten to the stage where they just don't have managers to set everything up. That's why. I mean, Glyph has Mike, don't they? So we can blame Mike for Glyph's problems. Yeah. So Mike, do a better job. Glyph, Zeal probably had like one hotkey that wasn't set up or something stupid. They're so particular, these guys. He's playing Doom, so he needs an extra hotkey just in case. Good on you, Zil. You blame the manager. He's young anyway. He's got to take the blame. He's got no choice.
No, still seeing a lot of poking and prodding on mid, and they've done a great job. Yeah, Emo is kind of out of mana, so tank's empty, but bottles in. We have to poke back again. Bot2's trading evenly, so the lane's holding steady. Down bot's been pretty interesting. Red DB, or should we say Dubta2, is gonna be struggling with, you know, low armor hero, and a Hoodwink, once you've got that value point acorn shot, can really make short work of the Tiny with some good poke. So there is a lot of poke back potential up here. Out from Jocam. They've done a great job of cutting the tree line though, so there's no easy bushback setups here for Jocam to try to play, trying to be cheeky. And that should make it a little bit rougher to try to look for that poke. It is a steady farm lane though for Zeal so far. I do like this. Gets a value point Infernal Blade. They get it. It's a lot of damage.
It certainly is a lot of damage. DB not too satisfied with himself there, but they'll at least get a nice little Spore Cam pull off. Equalize the lane just a little bit. Mid lane's going actually pretty decently for Pota2 in the meantime, by the way, I might add. Like, considering I kind of also anticipated Emo would have a bit of a better time, but Pota2, 15-1 in terms of CS on the Ember. Not struggling whatsoever as of for now, I guess. But maybe just a little bit in the XP department, I guess, is bottom lane Jocam. Will go down. Play hard, able to secure first blood, though he may give his life back the way of Zil. Though not yet. Avalanche will save, but they do land the blood grenade, and Narman will continue the chase. Do they have the damage? They do. Narman now looking for a way out. DB looking for a right click, and he doesn't even need it. He'll go for the toss play instead. Certainly a pretty good time if you are DB, though he might have a bit of a rough time now because he's stuck around a little bit on the longer side. And it looks like he'll give a bit of a trade away, though still fighting a little bit longer, but not for much longer. Although,
I like seeing this out from Zil.
Play hard might dive, and he will. He'll go for it again. He's got level 2 fire spirits. He might find a double here if they're not too careful. Play hard. One more spirit available. Can't get it. Won't quite land onto Jocam. And well, there was a double, John. It just wasn't for play hard. It's Potter. Mid lane also in a bit of trouble here against Emo, but in fact, Emo's still looking. Won't throw out the static remnant. Not within range.
No. Does manage to get the shove away. There is a water rune here for Pota2, so it's going to be able to stabilize. Emo has access to his own. Because of how active that bot lane is, no one's able to swing around. Top lane, some action onto Jackie.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage on Jackie. With that Whirling Death setup, it's not very fun, but he will be able to at least retreat thanks to the Living Armor. That is one thing you've got, like Deadshot into Whirling Death. It's just so much output for poor old Jackie to have to deal with. Thankfully for him, he at least has Narman around with some heals available if necessary. But certainly the burst potential is going to be available for the Radiant end of things. You know, like there's only so much you can do for this Luna as the levels do come up, especially for the Timber. They will try to return the favor, but it's not really that much damage. You know, we are seeing Dixon just casually stack camps while he can. Meanwhile, mid Emo. He got dived there for a moment. Won't die, but is forced to look to retreat here in this mid lane, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, chains didn't quite connect from Pota2, so not able to try to maximize a bit of a deeper dive before 6. So Emo's going to hit level 6 just a bit quicker. And that's going to be maybe a bit of a danger point. If any sort of rotation can come in, or if you drop it a little bit too low in Pota2, Emo's going to have an opportunity to just stack the overloads, get some momentum onto you, and find that kill. Overall, the laning phase has been pretty equal between both sides. Again, a lot of aggression from both, some good punishment. Each you have the extra kill on Glyph, but it does feel like you are getting away with a decent enough start here on Direborn, especially for Pota2, right? Like, the mid lane matchup, you'd expect Storm to get a little bit more. Pota2's getting good rotation in and out into the jungle, has his own 6. Oh,
he's alright.
Playing on edge.
Yeah, he scared me a little bit. You never know with those little stone things, John, the shard goals. I don't trust Narman. In a bit of danger here, Narman. We'll get the Living Armor off. Bushwhack gonna not connect on him too much as Potter. He's getting pretty confident here with his dive in, but does get it as Emo, still pretty low on mana, can't do much to help out. So Potter, I mean, I say he was getting confident, but he just knew there was no response to the aggression that was incoming.
Yeah.
In fact, nice
Really
chains
quick-
out. Go on, John. Nothing happened.
Just really quick falling from Patatu. It just makes it so much easier to dodge out, of course. Very quick reflexes. That was pretty well timed as well from Jokam. I don't think there was a lot of interim downtime with the Acorn Chop Bushwhack, so Patatu is just ready. Does get the punish. Of course, it is very important to punish Jokam. He's the one Indonesian that was playing against him. Patatu proves a
Zip in.
point, although pretty low in mana.
He's very low and no remnants available for 3 seconds, and that's a little bit of an awkward death now for Potta too. Just not having the escape available. Emo, he'll be very happy to take his life away. And that was some XP Emo needed because he had ended up falling a little bit behind, but we're now almost about the level 7 mark, and a bit of recovery XP now as Dixon. We'll see Emo farming the triangle, but can't really do too much about it. Now, overall, still pretty even game. 3-4, very slight net worth lead for Glyph, but nothing to write home about. And, oh, chains out again, Emo. He's got Zip away. I can't really see a kill happening. They'll just harass him away and make sure he doesn't feel too comfortable.
Yep. Still happy enough to pull that lane. They are committing some resources to just keep Trackle, though.
It's going to land. Chains will be there as well, but you haven't got enough of a duration on those chains yet. Play Hard now revealing himself does take the Invis rune away. A lot of emphasis to ensure that this Storm is not having a free game. Which you've got to appreciate. You know, they're really just making sure that Emo can't feel like it's a freebie. The thing is, the side lanes are going pretty well now. For Glyph, like Zeal's having a great old time on this Doom. Jackie's not having a bad time whatsoever on the Luna. He's second in net worth now. In some weird way, it kind of feels like all this attention on Emo, it still works out in favor of Glyph.
And it does. I mean, and it's important to stop the Storm while it's still
Clips.
manageable down bot.
Was popped, and they got him. What's up? I mean, it is what it is, Zeal.
Oh.
Does get a kill before he does, though. In fact, he might find a second. Almost. Does end up going down, but at least gets something for his trouble before he does go. Again, I want to say these couple kills they've been finding, it does feel like it favors Glyph quite a lot. You know, just based off the fact that they're going to find farm a lot quicker here on Glyph.
I'd agree. Again, Jackie escalates really fast. It's a Luna. Doesn't take too long to hit these key timings. Very curious to see if Jackie fully commits to just a pure right-click Luna, or we see again at least the Ags coming in at some point. It can feel really nice when you've got Doom plus Storm. Like, it's a pretty strong Ags game for Jackie. Just have that early spike, drop Eclipse, and someone diving in. A ton of damage can come out, help clean up some heroes. I think the concern for Direborn, it's like what you're saying, right? Like, you're going to need some farm to come in, and I think overall, again, your team fight is just very awkward. Like, trying to catch something like Emo, we've seen it, it's been really rough. And this is before Emo has any sort of sustain items, right? Like, you kind of have to catch him while mana's low. They've been doing everything to just control these runes as well. Emo finally gets an illusion for himself.
Chase onto Emo. Still okay, just playing games with the side of the Radiant. And this is kind of the thing, again, all this attention. You're at a stage where Emo, unless you're perfectly initiating, is just going to zip away every time. It's not great news for anyone involved here on the side of Direborn if they can't find these kills for all this time commitment. You still have a great time on this Tiny at least. Like DB rather, he's having a great old time on the safe lane Tiny, but we've seen how this can kind of work out even with the free farm. They're going to see Dixon here in the tree line top lane. It's like Dixon's trying to set up maybe onto Jackie. Jackie does have Eclipse. In fact, Naaman going in for a cheeky TP cancel down at bottom lane as well, trying to save Zeal, and Zeal, he might turn around down at bottom. They do kill off Play Hard with a very nice bushwhack out from Joe Cam into the sharpshooter, and now the chase for DB. Jackie's here, he's got the Eclipse, and he'll throw it out immediately. Just looking for the vision. And that's a big set of kills now for Glyph. That's not good news for Direborn.
No. They're finding everything on the side of Glyph. I love that identification on Jackie to swing around down bot. Just so tanky on this Doom, and you don't have the Quellings to cut off those bushwhacks. Well,
Case is on. He's a timber. He's a bit tankier than you kind of anticipate. They are still forcing in that mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime as well here with our Ember. The thing is, you're up against a Treant, living armor. It's kind of annoying. Especially when you don't have a siege creep to play with here in this mid-tier 1 tower. So they are continuing to try and apply that pressure, but ultimately it feels as though that they're just slowly going to defend it. And eventually it's just going to be back to full HP. Slowly but surely. Not much they'll do about it.
Nah. That's one weakness here for Direborn. Their push potential isn't that high, even with a tiny, right? Like their right click onto tower is just pretty slow. Whereas the threat from Glyph is quite fast. Just with Luna alone, you do tons of work on towers, you're going to do great in the high ground. Eventually, that's a little ways off. 3k lead for Glyph very early on. Direborn, they're forced to just go back to the jungle. At least they are managed to clear out their stacks. Agents were cleared out earlier. Their key timing here has to be like a Kaya for Watatu, along with maybe one defensive item, right? If you can stand in front, not get fully controlled here on the Timber with the Kaya, there is a lot of damage to play with. It's just the concern of there's break mechanics here, there's a lot of holds.
Oh, DB.
There's a lot of ways of stopping that movement.
Do they know he's south? Like, they're waiting for somebody to jump Zeal, but it looks like they might have a Gander here. Emo. Gonna narrowly avoid running into DB. The DB might show. Oh, and he does. He does. He's shown himself. That'll be all she wrote, I think, as they'll commit the Doom immediately. Maybe they lose something in response, but I don't think so. And they won't. It's just a hit and run. It's a shame. DB just not anticipating the smoke rotation. Unfortunately, will have his life lost.
Yeah, it's a nice pick off to find here for Glyph. So much space for Jackie up top while all of that happens as well. Because they mass commit, what, 3 TPs down bot? The threat alone of water can't stop the Luna, so it's a ton of space created. On top of a successful kill, it's another galvanized stack to Emo. Mid-tier 1, like you were saying, it's back to 1.6k HP, constantly being healed. They catch out Jokam now.
Oh, they missed the dead shot.
Yeah.
Oh, they missed the dead shot. That's very unfortunate. Without that, unfortunately, it's a lot of damage with that dead shot that's provided. Not going to give them the opportunity nor the control. They'll try into the mid-tier 1 again, but this isn't easy. No siege creep. They're still going. A bit of a slowdown here from Jokam, but ultimately they are committed. Living armor still being very annoying, but not annoying enough. They'll get away with it this time.
His middle tower has fallen.
Man, it makes you really think back, doesn't it, Mike? Like 4 years ago or something when Living Armor was even worse.
Yeah.
Jeez, you just couldn't get through it. It was way sadder to watch. Now it's just like, it's just annoying. Do you miss it? Do you miss it being worse?
No, of course not.
Huh.
It's just
It's
such
funny.
a stupid. It really wasn't that funny, you know. What was that? We always compared it to that neutral item. What was it? The repair
what
kit.
is that? The hammer.
The repair
repair hammer or something? Yeah,
The repair kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's
What a
terrible.
great item that was. What a great item.
You just pick Lich and hit 25 now, no? Then you have
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's all it takes. It's a level 25 Lich, I guess. Easy. Tier 1 top tower. Trees being shredded. Narman needing to be very careful about all this deforestation.
Oh, okay. No way.
Oh,
No way.
He's leaving. Jackie,
Huh?
down pot the two.
Dire's top tower is under
Potter has remnants. He's okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But that's a bit unfortunate. Jokam again getting away with his life intact. Now top lane. A jump is out onto Narman. Narman might die, and he will. Thought there might have been a bit of backup coming, but there was not. In fact, instead they are going into the mid lane where they're going to find Potter. That is not great news. Not a great trade at all if you are Direborn.
Dire's
But very good news if you are Glyph, who are looking to push in with the siege creep into the mid lane. In fact, they've even run into Play Hard now. Play Hard has an Icarus time. He'll be all right. But that tier 1 mid tower, probably not so okay. There's now the egg forced out. Emo surely can't get it done by himself, but he doesn't need to. He's got friends, unlike us. It's Dixon.
Ooh.
Dixon also did. Not good news. Avalanche toss now, perhaps. No toss. Joe Cam will at least be dropped.
Is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Finally, getting that pesky squirrel, but they lose their tier 1 mid. They got a lot of aggression out. Glyph, again, doesn't mind. Emo's had a free game, just like we were saying in draft. 8 galvanized stacks, no sign of slowing down, no control to keep him down either. And this is concerning for Direborn. This is just set to get worse. I do like as well that Zeal's build is for fighting. They are trying to jump him, but he is tanky.
They've got
on this
overgrowth.
Doom.
They've got overgrowth. I mean, this could be a little bit, you know, a little bit dangerous if they've got too many heroes nearby. Thankfully, at least for our Ember, that was not the case. But yeah, there's certainly a fantastic position now for Glyph. Like, you're at the point where this Luna, you can't really keep up with her anymore in terms of the farming pace. And it is just classic old Jackie gameplay right here. So if he's out, he's going to be out of control. And as for Direborn, I mean, they're hunting. They're looking around to see if they can find themselves a primary target, but all they're going to find is Joe Cam here. And Joe Cam, they'll get at least something surely out of him this time, and they will. But it's just not the kills you really want to commit for like this.
No. And he accounts for around, roughly half of the kills Direborn's found. Not a high impact kill. Not the kill you really want to find for yourself. Really, just the supports are all you found. It's been a pretty clean game so far from Glyph. They're playing for their strengths. Again, there's some room for Direborn to farm out. Right, like there's this timing for DB to hit into the Shadow Blade. He's got the blink to try to come up, burst someone down, but it just feels concerning because Zeal's going for that fighting build. He went for drums. He's got the blink. He's going BKB. He does get caught out here though.
Zeal, big kill now. That's what you like to see from Direborn. That's a big one. They'll hunt for a little bit more. Heading towards the northern side of the map, but it seems as though Glyph now are going to group up. As 3 though, they don't really have ammo around. They're just ensuring the Jackie remains safe on the Luna. And that'll be all she wrote for Direborn. I mean, they get a Doom kill. It's still a very, very good kill to get. Pretty happy with themselves, I'm sure. Defending top lane is what they'll probably need to think about next, and or in fairness to them, Glyph not really committed. In fact, Emo, bottom, zipping away just barely, making it out on 35 HP. Close call for Emo.
Yep, living on edge just a little bit, but does force at least a response, so they know they open up their top jungle a little bit more. I know Jackie's a little bit safer without that Tiny roaming around there. I do have to say these wards out from Direborn are very nice, right? Like they've got that sneaky ward right next to the tier 2 mid, one right next to the tier 2 top. So they've got good control to try to punish around. At least the one next to the tier 2 mid is set to expire relatively soon. But it does allow them to play a little bit more forward. Allows Poitou to look for that aggression that he might want, along with DB, right? You go blink on this Tiny, you want to be aggressive, you want to go on the hunt. They're in a position to try to force more. Lines drawn down bot here by Poitou, right into the position of Glyph, but it looks like they're grouping up into the gate as well. Maybe consider a Tormentor? Not. Just a swing away. Could be a wasted smoke here on Direborn. There are some stragglers down here from Glyph though. Norman's hanging around, but not the kill you'd really want.
Not quite. Narman's just getting information for his side right now. Keep tabs on what DB's up to. Eventually, I believe Wolf should break the smoke. Doesn't yet though, but he will know they're there. I mean, Playhard's made it quite obvious with the Fire Spirit usage. And they'll move in to the Tormentor. No one around to really contest. They could think about going through the Twin Gates if they want to. In fact, the Tormentor is looking rather unhealthy right now. Rather, they're looking unhealthy against the Tormentor. We'll head up towards the north. Top lane, Dixon, he is gone, so is Poitou. Well, that was a little bit too easy. Eclipse and just TP away.
Yeah, even Jokam TP's away, takes the Shrine of Wisdom as well right before the Avalanche comes in. You find everything you'd want, and you cut off the Tormentor tape. So you don't get the objective you're looking for in Direborn. You don't have that little bit of a spike for, say, play hard with Sunray on Egg.
And that gives it the opportunity for Glyph to look for that. Now with Jackie swinging down bot. I mean, it's a massive win for Glyph. Direborn just not quite lining up in the way they'd want to. And I think that's, again, it's going to be a running issue, right? You have to worry about this Doom. You have to worry about Overgrowth. Narman's slowly building into Blink to have this Overgrowth be a factor in these fights. Tormentor's set to be taken. You've got the Lunar Orbit up. It's not going to take too long here with the damage on Jackie. You have to watch the support HPs though, with just 3 heroes on hand.
Slunk up again. Momentum still being taken. Really, Jackie, how far does he want to go? Not thinking about his supports whatsoever. That's okay. Narman makes it out. He'll get a shard for his trouble. Well, Eyes in the Forest now available.
Yeah.
You just have to pay good money for that. Meanwhile, though, Emo.
Ooh, Emo.
Emo caught out. That's a big one. That's a really nice pick-off now for Direborn to find. And, well, I dare say Glyph gonna have to play a little bit more defensive while waiting for their Storm to be back up.
Really nice usage route from that fresh Shadow Blade. Again, using the wards they've planted here. Getting a rough idea where that Storm would be. They replant the ward by the tier 2 once more. And they just catch Emo off guard. Again, your best way of catching the Storm's avalanche into the Calling. When it does connect, that is a dead Storm. Especially if you don't go, if he doesn't manage to find a window for BKB, which you can't against Avalanche nowadays. So it's a little bit easier. Find a room to take a tier 1 bot. You are still in control as Glyph, but that does offset it quite a fair bit for Emo. He still has a fresh BKB at the least. And now he is aware of the Shadow Blade, so at the least might not be taking as forward a position sometimes. We'll have to see if that affects how they approach here on Glyph. Direborn finding some momentum swings for themselves. Still a long way to go. Alright, like DB needs a full Silver Edge. Just a little bit more damage along with BKB, although.
Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisies. Potter. Not going to be happy about that. Emo just taking his life away. Now has the full 9-second BKB up. And oh, Glyph still looking to be in pretty strong control of this game, number 1. Power Runes trying to be secured down to this bottom side. At least for Direborn. Jackie's around the area if they want to contest, but they don't seem to. It'll spawn top anyway. Watto will actually pick it up himself, the amp damage. It's not getting quite as lucky as they would have hoped. I don't really know if either side feels the need to rush, especially if you're Glyph. I feel like at all stages of the game you're just very comfortable playing a slower pace of game. It just feels like you've got the better scaling at the end.
You do overall. I think maybe if Dixon can transition to a 4, you could argue it could be a little bit more evenly matched. It's just hard to see that right now, considering the game state. Roshan is being taken quite quickly here by Direborn. Glyph are smoked up, but this is set to fall relatively soon.
They're coming. Roshan, though, is definitely gone, but they're committed. Emo, he's going to zip in right in onto the Tiny with the Eclipse committal, and DB is down. Immediately gone. Chase on from Zil, looking for a little bit more. I mean, at least they got the Aegis. Potter, he's trying to play games here. Egg has been dropped, but maybe they've gone a bit too far, though. Jackie's dropping pretty down low, but Jackie, he runs his way out. Chains, they're trying to chase him down. Jackie's still running, but is it gonna be enough? It is not. He is down. Potter with a great reinitiation onto a double. Pick up the damn bounty, Zil. Oh, Potter. Triple kill. And you love to see it. What the 2 now getting the tip?
Yeah, does a great job. Finds that. I think there was some hesitation there from Zila, right? Like, they get that kill. They get that punishment earlier on in the pit, killing off DB. They get the chase, and when he hits the stairs, right by the secret shop, he hesitates to try to chase. He thinks about going for the Infernal Blade. He doesn't want to go in the Aegis target. So we're seeing here again, they kill off DB. Zeal gets the chase, goes into the high ground, doesn't want to commit onto the Ember, doesn't want to commit onto Dixon and overextend. Pull back right into Wata 2's position, and Jackie just turns around with BKB, but he's not lifestealing that much, because he does get the reduction on him as well, and he just can't. Isolated away, turns the wrong way away from his team.
And what two just cleans up. So a little bit fragmented. It's difficult as well when you commit Doom early on for Zeal. And he does go for the Congregations of the Deep, trying to get that before that full bounty. You see the joy out there as they get the jump back in.
Oh, Narman in the middle. Oh, never mind. Narman, he was in danger, but now it's DB. They'll try to help out with the Icarus dive in. It's all too late, though. Playhard also sacrificing his life. It's not great news. I mean, they're off to a pretty good comeback just then with that last fight, but then they'll give their Tiny and Phoenix away again. This is all time that you're kind of wasting here for the Aegis of Potter. You know, you still got plenty of time on it, but you'd rather try and find as much as you can while you can.
And you would. Some defensive items up for Potter 2 at least. Lincoln's revealed by Jokam. So they should be aware. Gonna make it a little bit harder for Zeal to go for that Doom. I mean, maybe he just finds a creep, a Purge creep, a Chain Lightning creep, or a Root creep to just break that. Would be as problematic. Although, again, there's an opportunity to still bail out. Maybe you just get a center creep as well, just to get a quick stun instead, and hope that someone else breaks the Lincolns for you. 5k lead still standing for Glyph, not as big as it was a while ago, but still in control of this game. A lot of room to go. I mean, Jackie's got Butterfly. This Luna is getting crazy scary. But I'm very curious about the Hydra's Breath pickup. Because, you know, you don't proc extra attacks because you have Moonglaves, but the percent-based damage, pretty good.
They're going to find Narman. Narman trying to scout out. Does get caught. They did have a gem available this time on Playhard. So they'll see the tree. Oh, Jackie! Forced to just BKB TP out of it. We'll be okay. Not quite the position you want to be in right now as Glyph. It's starting to feel like the momentum is shifting back bottom lane. TP's arcing coming. Emo, he's still trying to deal with the egg. He does find it, but he's gonna zip out of there just barely. They'll take down Zeal. But these aren't really good engagements to take at all. You know, like you take down this Phoenix, but it costs you an offlane Doom.
I think there's some considerations. I think for Glyph, what they're trying to do is force aggression away from their objectives while Aegis is active, right? They don't want Potatu to be across the river. They don't want him to keep scouting out Jackie like this, like he was when he was forced to BKB. So they're trying to get aggression elsewhere, and in that sense, they are wasting this Aegis time. It's 50 seconds left. They'll try for one more play on Direborn while it's up. They know... I mean, Eclipse is back up and Doom is back up, though, so there is a risk here. Jackie.
They haven't known Jackie again. No BKB this time. Jackie's just going to be forced to fight. He'll pop the Eclipse and try. Potter has to maybe retreat here. He'll lose the Aegis at least, but he's okay with it. There's now Jackie forced to just continue fighting here. He's actually doing a lot of damage to this Tiny.
He's not dying.
Jackie, he's not dying. He's surviving. He makes it. Well, I can't believe that. Oh, they're still chasing him.
Oh my god.
Oh, they can't see him. What? Get out of there, sir. It is not safe. The live's still proving to be narrowly enough, apparently. It didn't look that great to me, John, but apparently it was enough.
So that's a lot of things coming together for Jackie. Butterfly misses coming out. They must have missed so many right clicks onto him for that 35% evasion. And just sustains enough off of the Mask of Madness. That is insane.
Well, this isn't the scary part, right? Here's DB. How many times? We can't even see it. How many? That's at least one. Now they're going.
There were like two misses.
Where's the... Yeah, he's getting nothing. Oh, it is what it is. It is what it is. They just lost faith on this Tiny. They tried to retreat, and it was, you know, they just didn't have enough with Potter 2, unfortunately.
No. You even got a good block off from Narman, copying that dead shot, which would have killed Jackie, but doesn't quite connect, so does live true. He is going all in the Hydra spread, which I appreciate for that percent-based damage, right? You're up against Tiny, you're up against him, even a Phoenix.
Oh my god. I saw pings on the illusion. I thought they might have jumped Jackie's illusion instead. They won't. Still, toss back is going to be very nice. They've got the big target. Jackie's got a clip though if he needs it. He's been silenced up in the meantime though. They're not allowing it. But they still find themselves DB. in the middle of all this, the carry tiny's gone, and now Emo, he just goes for more. Water 2 is gone. Vortex Ludicrous. I'm gonna find Play Hard as well. So Emo just fearing absolutely nothing. So they'll take down Dixon as well. Dixon trying to get out of there, but there's only so long he can be ethereal. He will also drop. Azil will take his life, and now they found Potter. He'll get out of there. But once again, just a horrible team fight for Direborn. And DB in the middle of all this, like just complete chaos. Jackie could do nothing because he was silenced, but it just didn't matter. He just ends up getting the tiny anyway. Now has the full Hydra's breath on.
Oh,
jump in again. They missed the bushwhack. No bushwhack onto the M.
Oh man, that miasma, that what is it? 2.5% max HP damage over 3 seconds is insane.
Yeah.
Again, for Jackie, he doesn't get the benefit of the split attack, but you just want it for that DOT over a Tiny, over Phoenix, over a Timber Saw. It's just massive. So I appreciate this from Jackie. It's like what we saw. Was it Emo last time we casted in Wallachia where he went for that on Ember? Wasn't it? Or someone.
Yeah,
someone went for it on Ember as well. And it was rough, but it makes sense. So, really creative. Got a smoke out. No, it doesn't work with glaives, sadly.
Oh,
it doesn't work with glaives, yeah.
Oh, hot done. Lincoln's broken very nicely. Eclipse pop maybe a little bit too early, but they land the stuns they needed. It's a big commitment, but they're more than happy to take it because it'll lead to a free Tormentor. And more than likely, some more objectives, I'd imagine, if they really want on the side of Glyph. It does really feel as though they could think about that next Roshan rather soon, once it is available. If not, just another tower to be taken. There is still a tier 2 mid and top. But in fact, they are lucky. Roshan does respawn early. They just won't know about it.
Just go. Oh.
Yip in. Dixon has been caught. Does pop the Pierce the Veil once again. Does go for the TP. Immediately cancelled by the Rod of Atos. Dixon trying to be as much as a pain in the ass as humanly possible. Not really going to do too much. Bottom. Play hard. Does get doomed up. Ooh. Nice stun as well from Zeal. BKB TP away. And he gets away with it. Play hard's got nothing to deny himself on. It was his own. Was that his own sentry? No, it's not blocked. But regardless.
No.
Very unfortunate for Play hard. Very stylish though from Zeal.
I mean, he is a cheeky guy, like we were saying, you know? His lobby chat has been always cheeky, this guy.
Yeah.
He gave us some cheeky words a while ago, saying something that aggravated the boys up from Direborn as well. There's some bad memories coming out there. Good old Zeal. And now he just styles on him. Just bails out like it's nothing. All right.
Emo's having a look for someone bottom. Excuse me. Emo. It's starting to become a real problem with the Storm as well. 11, 1, and 8 is the scoreline here for him. I believe he's got the full Plasma on the way as well. That's the yeah. I always say this, John, but I really dislike this item when I'm against it.
Yeah.
It's just never very much fun.
Nope. It's way too much free damage. Pretty good stats wise as well for Imperix. It's just a lot, right? It's pain. Heck, I wouldn't blame him if he had the slots for it. Feels like a Swarm with Hydra's Breath is also painful.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you'd ever see that, but theoretically, it's just insane.
Yeah.
More some percent-based damage as well. Another DOT to play with. With nuts. Fortunately, no need for that. Big Ags timing up now for Zeal. Nice and happy boy in the backpack, just eating all of his lotuses, trying to stay nice and healthy, get his nutrients in before a fight breaks out, you know?
Indeed.
Now the AoE Doom on hand, that's just going to ruin the game for Wami. Water 2, going to hold back Water 2 as well. Like, the Lincolns is not going to be an issue, the Egg's not going to be flying on.
This item. This item's now. It profits pension. Emo's.
Oh yeah. Isn't great.
It's just such a dumb item. It's such a dumb item.
Fantastic.
It's like they just couldn't
great
let go of Wraith Pact. You know, they just couldn't do it. They just we gotta do something. Something's
Yeah,
gonna stop him
great.
from dying.
It's amazing. Oh, scouting Roshan.
They are. Jump in as well. What the two trying. Roshan still dropping low. Does go down. Emo. Roshan, is it down? It is. Stun is out as well. Aegis is picked up by Emo, but he is dropping. He should die at least the first time. But no, he's zipping out of there. So is Zil meanwhile.
They left the banner.
Everyone's surviving. Who cares about the banner, Jonathan? Emo, he's all over the place. That'll be another 3 down for the price of nothing. Did Playhard get the banner? No, he did not. Oh, look, Dixon went back for a jump. Dixon went back for the banner. This is what you get. Not very clever, was it, Dixon? Not very
He
clever.
got the banner.
He did.
The funny thing is, he got the banner earlier. He could have walked out, but he tried to re-engage, help out with some dead shots, then hit in Roche again.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just ruined itself. I mean, they tried. It was decent. Like they were trying to reach from far. It's just that the AoE Doom again catches them by surprise. Wata 2 could not do much. Now the high ground is just, it's Jokam doing the high ground. It's Jokam. All right.
That was a fight, by the way, where the pendulum came in just in the nick of time for Emo.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget. I mean, Emo would have just been dead, you know. But this great item that just delays damage for no reason.
Outstanding item.
But just, and then you can just zip away. You know, how great is that? Bottom racks. So you still got the Aegis up, just in case anyone was wondering. Very, very hard to actually take him out the first time, considering the circumstances.
Yeah. Let's get healed
Like,
up.
why not make that like a cooldown based? Oh, here we go.
No.
Another one. Another one. Well, I was just saying, how does
Why
it not
not?
have a cooldown or something?
No. I had to take away the point. It's great. Love it. You know,
What the? Oh, the counter jump is there now as well. I mean, look at this. So they might eventually find Joe Camp, maybe. Probably not at this rate, to be frank with
No?
ya.
Okay.
They do, but it just costs them so much. And Emo is just not done. Right into DB Dota 2. They're trying, but the Overgrowth's going to lock down the Tiny, and now Jackie's getting right to work. They'll try to retreat, but there's no running. There's nothing. More, they say. Emo's still not down. He's going in for more now, Jonathan. Look at this. No reason to back off. GG.
yeah. Close out in style here for Glyph. An outstanding game coming out for all of them. And go to side of Direborn, I think what it came down to is just this commitment onto the Muerta and Phoenix earlier on. I think that's what caught them off. And again, it just gave this perfect game coming out for Emo. Just into Storm. You know, Emo, if he has a good Storm game, he's going to take the Storm. There's that one moment as well where it looked a little bit awkward post Roshan. You know, there was that little bit of Brazil coming up, not wanting to commit on Wata 2 and not onto Dixon either. They just walked right into Wami, good old Wata 2. And Jackie's not really left with too much to do, unfortunately, with the BKB running. So they find their biggest kills there, but that was probably the best moment coming out there for Direborn. And Glyph, for most of that game, was in control. Emo was just putting all of this work. And again, I have to give big props to Zeal, because we saw Doom in the last series go for the Radiance build. It's a little bit too slow. It doesn't hit the timing. He went for the Drums build here, just like Gunnar was rambling on about in the first half of the day. It feels good when your team needs you to join in. You got the Drums blinked. You can just keep running forward. You don't care. You got that threat. This was that moment for Jackie with a fresh butterfly where he just could not die. Just insane how much sustain was there. Even the block for Narman and the dead shot, just perfection from Glyph. I don't know if that was on purpose either for Narman, but he does save Jackie's life and go away. I mean, it's all those kinds of plays coming out. Glyph, like we were saying, right? You were asking for the favorites. On paper, individually, Glyph is just the stronger team, and they have been around for quite a few months now. They've had a lot of time to adjust to each other's play styles, and I'd say they're one of the top teams to consider, next to maybe the big ones that you'd say Execration, OG. I think Glyph is up there. I'd argue Glyph is number 2 or maybe even number 1, depending on how OG's been doing, because recently OG's not been doing great. I think for Direborn, this is something they can play up against.
I think there is potential there. I think it's just their draft definitely do them favors. They went back for the Wami favorite of Timbersaw. They lacked control for a Storm. They couldn't dominate the mid with Bota 2 up against Emo Storm too much either. So it just made it pretty difficult to play this game.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of issues here for the side of Direborn. And it is, it is one of those things. Like, we did talk about it. Obviously, Glyph is the favorites going into this matchup, but you gotta give props to Direborn at least. It really didn't look that one-sided. It did feel like at any stage one bad team fight could cause the game to swing the other way around. And we actually had one moment where it did feel like that was going to happen. So, at least maybe game 2. We could see a comeback starting here for this series, for this best-of-3 series here in the upper bracket. But we'll see. And I don't want to say Glyph was very clean either. Like, I mean, it was a good performance. There was still some errors being made for sure. So I want to just kind of premise it by saying that I think Direborn certainly have openings that they can try to abuse here up against Glyph. Nevertheless, Jonathan, Glyph definitely the victors here of game number 1. Any particular standout for you, sir?
Oh, I'd want to say it's a tough call. I think Emo had the better game overall, but I think Zeal with his itemization just kind of won them the game as well. Like, the drums build up, the blink into BKB, understanding that he'd have to join in earlier just gave a lot. So I think Zeal definitely set everything up for that to happen and would be deserving. But I also think Emo deserves a shout out. That was just a near perfect Storm game from him. I think both of these players really brought it out for Glyph and just laid a foundation for this really strong game 1 for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a fantastic performance here from, I want to say, all the players from Glyph. And I'm curious to see if they keep it up here in this game number 2. I mean, I think overall it was a pretty clean performance, John. I don't mean to be too pessimistic. Obviously they pulled off game number 1. It's a dad thing, John. Just nothing's perfect anymore. You know what I mean? I can't compliment too much. You know what I mean? They get too cocky, John. Trust me, even at 2 and 3, they get too confident. You gotta live it out a little bit. Our parents, you remember what it was like for you and I, John? Nothing was good enough.
Yeah.
Nothing. Our generation, nothing was good enough.
Yeah, to an extent. I don't remember being overly traumatized. There you go. Yo, you're setting yourself up already. Mike, you're early. That's still in August. What are you doing there so early? What are you doing? Come back home. What are you...
There we are. We're on the Great Wall now. We are. We're there, John. I hope it's the Great Wall, John. It could be any wall.
It is.
Looks
like a wall that's great. So, yeah. It's good.
It's good. It's very good. We're going to head to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 now between Direborn and Glyph. We'll see you soon.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in my new office now, Jonathan. We're here for game number 2 between Direborn and, of course, the side of Glyph. How you doing, John?
Doing great. You know, glad to see you've moved on from the Great Wall of Mike into Mike's Office. Looking forward to season 1 of Mike's Office. That's going to be a fun comedy. What's not a comedy is this series. Glyph took Game 1 in a very serious manner. Very clean coming out from them. Direborn, a little bit more back and forth. Look, they went for comfort, right? They went for a Wami Timber Saw. They went for no control into Storm, which is a little bit rough. We'll have to see if that's something that they'd start to think about. Maybe just ban the Storm against Emo. That could be one step forward. Shall see. Of course, early phases here in the draft. Lots of considerations. Puck and the Brewmaster being banned out by Direborn. Well, taking care of another Wami hero there with that Brewmaster. Glyph themselves. Well, Direborn banning out a Wami hero themselves and maybe a Zeal hero there. Do you see the Lone Druid plus Snapfire being taken out by Glyph, which I do enjoy. I think Snapfire has just shown itself to be a little bit too strong. You know, you take some of the cheesier options, some like Lone Druid and Brewmaster out. So you are left with some peak meta heroes like, say, Chen, like, say, Bane is still up there, right? Hoodwink has still been showing up. So some of these strong supports are still on hand. Sometimes even Shadow Demon, although I don't think it's been prioritized as much. Doom being banned out. A lot of respect for what Zeal did in the last game. Do appreciate that from Direborn. What do you prioritize on Glyph here to take care of? Again, some of those supports are still on hand. Maybe you can ban out Ember or Storm yourself if you don't want to go back for it. Could be a consideration. Have to wait and see. They are taking their time, digging into that reserve time here for the first bans, Mikey.
They sure are, Jonathan. They sure are.
Wait. Can we pull up Wami Watatu's camera? I want to see what's written on their whiteboard. What are they saying there? It looks like a drawing of a hedgehog right in the back there of Watatu. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit later on what he may have as their guiding principles back there.
I appreciate production's loyalty to me. We'd like to see the camera of Watatu, please. The whiteboard. Thank you very much. There you go.
What is that?
I apologize, Jonathan. Can you zoom in, John? Do you need me to ask for that as well?
But I can't. I can't see. It's something. Maybe their plan is Bristleback. Could be a plan. Little Wami.
Can I say as well, by the way, John? I was telling you earlier. I recently saw a Filipino doctor. You guys are very good at drawing. Yeah, he's very artistic. That man, just drawing all these horrible things in front of me. I was telling you how happy he sounded when he was giving me the worst news possible.
5 seconds.
It's very thank you. You know.
I mean, you know, that's our Filipinos are known for a service with smile, Mike.
Oh, he was so happy.
So
he was incredibly happy. This man, incredibly. I've never seen a man so happy to give such bad news. Direborn. They'll get a Treant Protector. Great news for him though, John. He's charged quite a lot, so you know, props to him.
Yeah, he would be happy. Yeah. Good times for him and you. Hopefully. We see the Treant again coming out. It's a very annoying hero. Again, we saw what? Timber Saw last time to try to cut down trees up against it. So Direborn get to have fun with it now. See what Glyph's answers are. I mean, it really stalls out push quite hard, especially if your lineup isn't built for pushing. Mind you, Glyph did have a lineup built for pushing last time with the Treant on hand. So I'm sure they know how to counteract its strengths, still pierce through the objectives. You'd still have a rough idea as to what they'd want. A lot of options still left. Terrorblade's in the pool. They want Luna again later on. Not early picks. Clockwork does come out. This is here that was very popular like last year. I think in this patch it hasn't been as present, but it's still fairly strong, right? Like you still have the ability to kick the cogs around, which is pretty cool. It's not the ultra big cogs, but they're still decently sized cogs, right? You've got a lot of vision you can play with. You've got some good jump potential as well with hookshot. I suppose it's worth mentioning Chainmeal is still there, so cool choice to make to keep that facet as is innate. So, wow, I guess.
5 seconds remaining.
You're just never happy, are you, John? You're just never happy. Is it because they took Black Grimoire away from Warlock? Is that why you're unhappy?
No, I don't. No, that's fine. They didn't give him anything back, which is kind of sad, but You know, that's fine.
Radiant team
He's a great
ban.
hero.
It's makes sense. Funny enough,
Eventually,
Warlock. Yeah.
They'll give him a mobility spell eventually, John, I'm sure.
No. What'll happen is when he throws out Upheaval, it increases his move speed. So,
Yeah,
and he doesn't
that's
need to
it.
channel it. It's just down there, and he has
Oh,
increased.
no,
move
he's going to
speed.
channel it. No, he's going to channel it.
5 seconds.
His move speed will increase. He will get the buff, but he has to channel it.
Radiant team pick.
But it lingers for like 2 seconds, and at max hold,
No.
you get like a. No. It has a 2-second linger, so when he breaks, he has it for 2 seconds, and at max duration Upheaval, he has Stampede move speed for 2 seconds. Can you
I
imagine?
think it'd just be...
So you do get the
I think
axe.
it'd just be funny.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, good. No, go
It
on.
would
What
be.
is it?
Speaking of fun stuff, you know, we were having this discussion before we went live. You and I agreed the only fun hero to play solo right now is like Axe. And it is a top tier hero. It has been consistently, I think, early ban in the first half of the day. Axe has felt great. Nice to see that for Zeal. Curious to see what his build is.
Because this is what your alternative is, and this has been the same thing for like 8 years now. It's either you play Beastmaster and learn, you know how to micro. You might have the chance to play Tide Hunter, John, and just be a tanky boy, or you have fun and play Axe. That's basically where it's been, you know.
Yep.
5 seconds.
Every offlane just farms forever now, which is great.
Yep.
You know, I miss the days where offlane was all about survival and not about being the most farmed core in the map. Hell, you weren't even a core back then. They literally
Nope.
called us a third support. You know?
Pretty much.
But these youngins come in, they're Gen Z, right? These kids, they're ATF and all that. They come in, you know, they got to hit creeps. They get upset if they don't get to farm. Oh, it's just bad. You know?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
So this is,
remaining.
Yeah.
where's the tough guys in this game now? You know?
Yeah. Bring
You
back
remember
tri
Universe,
lanes.
John? You remember Universe? You gave the guy nothing. He
Yep.
still made something out of it. It meant something when you landed a big 5-man black hole after having no farm. You know?
Yep. If only. You know, we need to bring tri-lanes back somehow. Still, Direborn going back to the Muerta, I don't think it's too bad. At least you have the hard hold of Overgrowth plus Roar now, so if you do expect something like an Emo Storm, you have more hold for it. You shouldn't be as scuffed as last time where you had barely any answer. I do like this response out from Glyph. They see the Beastmaster, you just go for Ench. Right, so you just take the boar away in the laning phase. Yeah, take away the advantage of the early Dominator, perhaps, and, you know, just turn that against him. You have this really interesting potential for an Ags build-up, you know.
10
Little
seconds
Friends
remaining.
was popular on the tail end of the last patch. Not sure if it's as
5
good now. It still does the
seconds
same
remaining.
thing. It's a good route, so it would be something decent if you can get the farm up here for Glyph. Curious to see if that's what they'd want. And again, some good answers. Even just a Dispel on hand, just to maybe stop some of these buffs coming in, can be quite nice. So, pretty decent. I think the one concern now for Glyph is their hold isn't particularly amazing. They do get access to Kez, so Jackie does get to be the Birdman, which is fun. Up against the Beastmaster lane on off lane, it's pretty decent for Kez. You have a lot of clear. You surprisingly have a lot of clear to play with, so you're happy enough there. I think your lane combinations of Kez Ench is actually pretty painful. Even Kez Clockwork, of course, pretty painful as well. A lot of chase down potential early on. So level 3, level 4 starts to look really good for our Kez here. With either support, as long as you stay stable in the first 3 levels, I want to say. So I like it from Glyph. It's a bit different. I think it's, when you compare it to what we've seen in the qualifiers today, it's a little bit different compared to what other teams are running. I think what Direborn has is more in line with what you've seen from the past few games, but there's a lot of potential with what Glyph has. We'll go with Nature's Prophet on Direborn now as well. So option to run that on 1 for DB. And we have seen the potential of it. My concern is, compared to the Execration game where we saw the NP1, if you are running the off-lane Wami Beastmaster here, or the Wata 2 Beastmaster here, you don't have that same sort of scaling core. Like, there is an early spike for Beastmaster if you go back for the Ags build-up, for sure. But it's not like what we're seeing with Tino just playing terribly 2 games in a row, and Akashi just played tempo. So maybe there's room here for Direborn to consider a Pota 2 mid Beastmaster, but it doesn't seem necessary just yet. We'll have to see.
Radiant team ban.
We will find out. Final bans to come. We'll see the Meepo being removed here by Direborn, just in case.
Dire team back.
Glyph, they'll get rid of the Storm themselves this time around. Very scary draft here from like this Glyph draft already. Like this Kez Axe, this Clockwork. It's just so much aggression early on. Very hard to slow down as well once you've got, say, the blink up on this axe. Just so much aggression that can be provided. Glyph with the final ban out now as well.
Is Ember still there if they don't want to ban from
10
Glyph?
seconds
They
remaining.
do have first pick, so they could just snag the Ember.
5
They
seconds remaining.
here. Well, actually, no. Direborn will get to pick, so
Dire team
maybe you just ban out Ember. No, they ban out the Pango, which is fair enough. They don't have the hard hold to stop the roll. So Ember is an option now for Potatu if you'd want. If I recall right, that's one of the heroes we see him really perform on. It's not a bad game. Again, there's no hard hold here from the side of Glyph outside of, what, Call, Hookshot? Not really
10 seconds remaining.
amazing ways of locking in an Ember. Plays nicely with the
5
NP on
seconds
hand.
remaining.
Have a lot of ways of just jumping forward. Especially once, say, a blink timing's up in the Beastmaster, so you have a lot of jump. They go with the Sand King instead. So going for something more teamfight focused, maybe something that crushes the mid lane as well, just a little bit harder. Forces some resources out. You're going to have to drag in some sentries there. Waste some gold in your supports. And just kind of drain the economy of
10
the
seconds
hard supports on
remaining.
each side. Curious to see what they'd want for Ema to lane up against that.
5
There's
seconds remaining.
Slaughter as an option if you'd want. Kind of ties in fine with what you have here on Glyph, right? You've got the Kez. You can go Slaughter minus armor. A melee matchup against Sand King can be fine. You play in your own water. You just kind of farm. You get a sentry. Maybe you hit 6 slightly faster. You can always keep track of the Sand King. Could be one way. Curious if that's really the way they'd want. What else is there? Quap is there. Could lane fine to Sand King. We've seen Sand King kind of be fine in that matchup. Instead, it's Zeus.
Your hero.
All right, Zeus it is. That's one way of always keeping track of the Sand King. You've got a lot of damage to throw out. Makes it easy for Zeal to look for dunks with Thunder God's Wrath. Of course, this here is a pest, but I think Emo is going to be fine, right? Like, this is not the worst game for Zeus to play into. Mind you, there's a lot of jump, so there's a lot of threats for the Zeus that he will have to watch out for. I think DB would... An Orchid pickup is going to be something scary, along with Wami Watatu with the blink timing and the Beastmaster. Can catch the Zeus off guard. But in terms of playing against Sand King, this is a pretty fine lane for Emo. So I like it to close out. I think it plays into this lineup well. Again, it leads into some really good potential for an axe to pop off quick. Just get the call, instantly Thunder Gods, just a couple of spins, and you got a free dunk. You can really rack up some bonus armor here, and this axe can start to be a problem early if that is the tempo that you're looking for here from Glyph.
It should be a pretty interesting game as well. Like, we've got 2 drafts here where it feels like either one that kind of just sets the pace here wins the game. I mean, you got a Beastmaster tree on the other end, rather tree and Prophet the other end of the other end of things as well. So just there's a lot of tempo that can be applied from either side. I personally still lean towards the side of Glyph. You know, it's just not purely based on the fact that they're probably the favorites, John, but it's a pretty scary draft. You know, this Kez, this Zeus, this Axe, it's never really fun to play against. Like you mentioned, plenty of damage potential to blow up people once you've got the blink up on your Axe. And yeah, I dare say, you know, Glyph should still be the favorites going to this game too. But it is still a Beastmaster Prophet kind of game. You never know, Johnny. You just, these heroes just never seem to be out of it, at least it's
No. I think the one concern here for Glyph is, again, there's this overwhelming push potential coming out from Direborn this time. Like you mentioned, with the NP on hand, with the Beastmaster on hand, and they've got the Treant on their side as well, so it can be harder to trade these objectives for Glyph, as we saw Direborn struggle with when they were playing against the Treant. So now you have to deal with that in Glyph, and it doesn't feel like you have the best push, right? So that's one thing that can slow down that pace here for the side of Glyph. The stall mechanic out from Direborn, their early tempo, can kind of throw this off guard, and I think that's where you have to... kind of watch out. I'm trying to figure out if I can understand. Kamana abis inibang. It's like,
I'm pretty sure.
remember Mount Kamana boss? What you doing, boss? Yeah, it's like, Masi ada game 3, bro. It's like, yeah, please give us a game 3. Hey! Trying to get Agent Jokam at work or something? What's he trying to do, huh? Agent J? Agent 3 Kunkuro.
We'll see. We'll find out pretty soon, I'm sure. Smoke out. Glyph. Getting broken by Play Hard. Play Hard eventually going to reveal himself, though. Zeal, of course, goes for that level 1 battle hunger for the chase down. It's going to be very annoying now for Play Hard. I mean, he can be a bit of a nuisance wasting time. He'll get away. Had the brown boots at level 1 as well, so not really much in keeping up with him.
There's always more to shoot.
It's still going to allow time for Glyph to get back in position to take the 2 bounties for themselves anyway. So not really the biggest of deals being made here. Assuming they can get it, of course.
The battle begins.
And it seems like they will. In fact, they found a 3-for-1 trade because you also had Joe Cam rotating in to fight DB over. It's a very nice start here for the side of Glyph. Already off to a 400 gold advantage here for their side of things. And well, you couldn't ask for too much more.
Yep. Nice happy start for the side of Glyph. That's going to really help Emo early on. Dota plus win probability at 71%. Off of 3 bounties? Like, that is just out of whack. That is insane. Even before that, okay, even before the bounties, right at the start, 55% for Glyph. There's something going on. Narman? Well, that should offset it a bit.
Yeah, it certainly should. Narman doing it for the boys. Gonna go down here against What the 2. Already a very nice start for the Beastmaster. One hero you never really want to give a good start off to.
Emo.
Emo? Oh, he got very low.
He kind of dived under tower a little bit, caught a couple of right clicks, got stunned up, so a lot of damage out from Pota too, which is gonna help. And he's clearing out the creep wave, shoving it out. You should be able to farm up still as Emo, but doesn't feel good to lose that many resources early here against the Sand King as Pota 2. He doesn't even bother with a Sandstorm, he's just going for Burrow Strike Stinger. So this is dangerous for the Zeus, right? You are tied into Heavenly Jump. If you played aggressive on Emo, you just instantly get stunned, get stingered, get right click down. There's a lot of output from Pota 2 that you have to respect. So let's see how Emo manages the lane. Pretty good early start for Pota 2. Just finding an error from Emo early. See if they can control that. Again, if they can get out some creeps as well, or try to get some denies out and some water runes, it's going to be massive. Doesn't look like anything's going to be coming in on 2 minutes, or 4 minutes, 6 minutes. That's when you start to see that sort of movement. Taking a look at the other lanes again, you're seeing a lot of aggression down bot. Narman does opt for the level 1 Nature's Attendance, so it doesn't have a way of just grabbing a creep with Enchant just yet. And Jackie, again, like we were talking about, kind of needs level 3, level 4 to start to have more damage on his skills, have a little bit of a threat to jump forward. Wata 2, Wami is just having a decent time farming, but Jackie's not held back too far back either. They are managing to trade farm quite well. Top lane, maybe a little bit slower for Zeal in comparison. Right? They are trying to cut the tree line. They have done a great job. Even DB just cutting his own trees as well. But they are getting pulls with Jokam. Classic clockwork gameplay as support. Can't really do much in the lane. So Zeal will just get some nice EXP. No denies. And pretty passive top. Probably the lowest threat lane unless someone oversteps. You are just going to be looking to farm up. Even maybe just hit some jungle as well for Zeal in between waves. Not the worst call in the world there.
Not. Great times right now for DB. Top CS on the board right now is the Prophet. And one hero you don't want to give too much of a good start over to, because you can choose to get very, very active on this hero. Mid lane, still pretty even between the two. In fact, Emo starting to take over. Emo actually getting aggressive now. Big jump in from Pota 2, trying to man fight it out, but no. Emo, plenty of damage available. Does take him down. Not a great death here for Pota 2, but at least he comes back with a full reset.
I'm a little surprised Pota 2 even opted to try to play with a Sandstorm. Not expecting a Sentry Plus. You know, you've got the Lightning Bolt up anyhow. There's a lot of counterplay potential up against the Sand King. Talk about that pitch. Still, down bot.
Bot trying onto this Kez. Jackie gonna be okay because he's got a million spells he can use to try and get out. He'll be just fine. Hurricane pushback onto What the 2. He'll also be okay to retreat. So much pressure trying to be applied now as Narman still playing with fire. Not gonna be able to make it, although no, he can. Fairy fires out. He's still alive. Play hard chasing him though. Looking for the angle. Jackie's still very low. Deadshot gonna connect on him, but missing out on Narman. He's now play hard, revealing himself again. Jackie moving in with the Echo Slash, not really connecting. Is there any TPs to come? Nobody's TPing yet. Emo's got one on cooldown, so he can't get there. They do bring in at least Joe Cam around now, but Jackie forced to run towards the east of the map, grappling hook up towards the north. He's making it out, buying a lot of time, but for who I don't know. Jackie continuing to run. It looks like he is okay.
I like this little read here from Playhard. He knows top lane's just going to be farm. You know, Zeal's just going to be pulling, although Zeal is being punished quite hard.
Zeal.
Although DB?
Zeal. He's closed the gap here on DB. Zeal, one more hit or spin.
Oh,
he gets no. Is that a range? Oh no. No. Not quite enough. DB. Gonna be counting his blessings to be able to escape that, but even without that kill, the thing is Zeal's just getting too much fun. Like, he's having the Dream Axe game where he's just left alone 1v1. And he just doesn't care. He'll just creep skip now.
Yeah.
Although, DB will run into it. You have the damage with the Vanguard up. They're going to try and get the body blocks going. Zeal now forced to try and maybe man up. He is going to try. It's a lot of damage with these spins, but they won't have it. Zeal does go down ultimately in the end. He's a bit close for comfort, but you know they'll get there.
He managed to finally punish this Axe running away with that top lane. If he had Dunk, he would have been pretty happy. Not quite level 6. Rune control Emo as well. What to do?
What to do? He's a courier. Not too big of a deal. He's alright. Still keeping on parity in terms of the XP department with Emo, but the thing is, Emo is almost level 7. Like his damage output is starting to get a little bit annoying to try and deal with this constant arc lightning spam. He has opted to just go ahead and max that out, by the way. Fair enough. Meanwhile, top lane chases on to play hard. Trying to get away, will be fine to do so. They don't have the culling blade available right now anyway.
Interesting call from Zeal to prioritize a point in call. So no Dunk. Would have been an opportunity if he actually had Dunk, but I guess he wanted the control. Is fine. Should be able to hit 7 anyhow, because you know he's mainly solo up top anyhow, so EXP isn't a problem. It's a rather quieter game. I mean, there's been a lot of poke attempts, but no side is really looking to commit. Dixon on mid maybe starts to cop a creep here.
Dixon still getting run down. Emo's there with the follow-up Thunder Strike. Arc Lightning. Gonna be enough. And then top lane's looking a little bit precarious, you know, like Zeal, as I keep saying, he's just finding too much farm on this axe. Nothing being done to stop it. We'll have the phase boots up in just a moment, and it should be the blink straight after that. I mean, if not, just go for the Blade Mail, because why not? Like, you're just allowed to free farm here. But he is indeed, I believe, opting for the blink as they do jump in mid lane. Epicenter channel. Joe Cam, though.
He's held in.
Joe Cam just thankfully walking out thanks to the dead shot anyway. And the Cogs was holding Potter 2 in. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate here for Direborn, as they at least get Joe Cam. They'll at least get him in the air.
They find him, but they don't manage to give the rune over to Potter 2. An amp damage rune would have been quite nice. Emo has the protection, it's tier 1. Maybe a chase down from Playhard on the edge here. It is risky. Emo? Okay. Yeah?
They're thinking about it. They're trying, but it seems like Potter 2 is the one that could get hunted down here, Jonathan. Run in. It's a slow process. Emo getting baited. Burrow Strike, though, not quite landing, so he's actually running. They can't believe it. He's made his way out of there.
Oh.
I mean, even Narman couldn't believe. Play hard? Not sure what he's thinking here, John. Play hard? He's alright. Real shame though, Burrow Strike just not connecting.
No. Close call. Not quite it. Very patient as well here for Emo. It doesn't try to hunt down the Thunder Gods. And again, it's a much more stabilizing game from both sides. No risks. You are slowly, steadily winning by net worth here on Glyph. Again, you've got a free lane top. You've got a relatively free lane bot as well for Jackie. So no concerns either way. Zeal going straight for the Blade Mail. Can just chase down DB now, just like this. And just force responses. So a TP wasted, not fully committed. That means mid is free for sieging. They're just using all of these tools quite nicely here in Glyph so far.
They absolutely are. Again, like just mid lane Potter, what's he meant to do? It's just so much damage out of this list. No magic resistance, no raindrops, nothing. It's just so painful here for Potter. Maybe a power rune denial at least against Zemo. They get lucky. He won't spawn bottom at least, but they're going to give Playhard's life away, and he's just getting pushed constant. Bullied by Joe Cam. They're even protecting the shield rune up top. Nice taunt onto Potter. Potter's still fighting for it, but I don't think it's worth it, Potter. Oh, he's forced to just epicenter, try and survive. He'll pop it, Cogs to push him away, getting cancelled. Can they get the kill? He's still trying to channel it. Eventually he will get it, but it's doing nothing. There's just no damage in it. He will still make it out. At least he'll get away. But it looks so pathetic when that epicenter started.
Yeah, there's no output. No way of angling as well with Blink just yet, and you really need the Ags to have that output on Epi anyhow. I think one blessing here for Direborn is that it is free space for DB to farm, but the mid is still steadily being chipped away. Mind you, again, this is up against a Treant plus Sand King. So it's slower, but Arm's just forcing it. It was forced to deny at least, but more room to roam around now. Jackie's had a very free game, and Jackie is just going for the Mage Slayer, which I do appreciate. He's not going for something farmy. No, we've seen some maybe rush for Deso, some rush for Battlefield even sometimes. Because it's just straight up a fighting item. So he wants to be able to join his team, which I think makes sense. You're lining up into this key timing where Blade Mail's going to be up on Zeal, where you've potentially got the Kaya from Emo not too far off as well. You want to start getting aggressive at that point. It's going to line up by the time this full Mage Flare is flying out in Jackie. So the tools are coming together. I think for the side of Direborn, Wata 2, Wami's trying to go for Dominator still. Not quite there with the Dami yet. Into the Overlord, of course. So not the Ags rush on the Beastmaster. And it doesn't feel like DB has anyone to assassinate just yet. Because you are waiting on Sand King to get a blink. And they, even again, we've seen it with some Sand Kings in the past, Mikey, where even with a blink timing, you still wait for Ags for damage. So I'm curious to see what the plan is for Wata 2. If you want to start to get aggressive with that, or if it's just, you know, look for an opportunity, but if there's nothing, you just farm until Ags.
Well, the roar is out onto Narman. Just going for a quick one here for Wata 2. No hesitation here from our Beastmaster, just the immediate kill being taken. Do you get a little concerned, like with this Kez just farming this whole time? You know, usually with Kez, I kind of affiliate him with being quite an aggressive hero. You know, I fully appreciate you need some items up, but do you think maybe this is a little bit too slow, John?
I don't think it's too slow. Again, Mage Slayer is up now, so if Jackie wanted to fully commit, this is around the time to do it. Going for Desolator next. So no farming items whatsoever. Just looking for fight. Willing to use up to. Okay.
Then, Joe Cam. Died a pot to 2. That was the blink epicenter being committed here for that clockwork. Meanwhile, bottom though. Bit of a chase onto our Beastmaster. They won't keep up with Wata, but they are just pushing in that T1 tower with Narman and his enchanted Hellbear Smasher. Jump in, trying after Jackie. They've got the silence, and Jackie just melting to the output. In fact, now Zeal showing up at the immediate overgrowth alpha, and he went for the Blade Mail first. So he's still going to get some damage done. Gets a nice dunk onto Playhard, but doesn't really have the initiation. That's 700 gold away from having the full blink up. He still had a fantastic game, but in that particular scenario, probably would have preferred the blink.
Yep. Still are looking good. Decent timing at 14 minutes or
He's trying, he's got the piece to bail up, but the call is there. Blade Mail was committed. Zeal He's happy to just stand his ground as Emo. Emo will die in the meantime. Meanwhile, Zil, not able to get the job done. Narman on the run. Narman
Oh, that shot.
gonna die, and Zil also gonna drop. What's on a double? And really just a horrid fight down at the bot lane here for Glyph.
It does feel like maybe Jackie's underestimating how much Direborn can really do in terms of her output. Right, like he stands forward, he's pushing by himself. Nice steal on Jokam on the haste at least. But that entire bot fight breaks out because Jackie's just way too far forward by himself. To be fair to Jackie, the game state for him has been him left alone to do what he wants down bot, so maybe he didn't expect that sudden commitment to come in. But it is a pretty big piece of punish. 4-9, Direborn finding their grip here. This blink timing and Wata 2 enabling a lot. And even now, Wata 2 stops at the Dominator, goes for the full Ags. There's going to be some damage here that you're going to have to play into. There's no mitigation. You know, you're not building something like a pipe on Zeal. You're reliant on Jackie trying to get this Mage Slayer debuff on, which will help massively, but you can see just how vulnerable Jackie is without anyone around to protect him. The blink timing on Zeal, I mean, it's relatively close now, 400 gold, so that can help the cause, but you have given an opening out to Direborn. They're in a very comfy spot, like we were talking about. DB as well, it's been left alone. Full Mjolnir up, going for a Dragon Lance, maybe even the Hydra's Breath here, not too bad. Especially up against something like the Axe and all of his healing, so you've got consistent damage flying out. And there is scaling for Direborn. Like, the Sand King Axe sign, we've seen time and time again. It can catch you off guard.
You can.
Gods to just scout around a bit.
Yeah, bot the 2. Very close to getting taken out. He'll be alright. Yeah, my main concern, like at least for Glyph, is what this bird is doing, this Kez bird. I mean, Desolator being farmed up next. Again, Zill's the main concern right now if you're Direborn. Like, Zill has had a very, very strong game for himself, now has the full blink on the way. So this is where the Axe starts to feel especially scary. Play hard, having a scout around. Meanwhile, bottom Emo narrowly avoiding the roar that was incoming from What the 2. So the hunt will continue. Top lane, they just want someone to jump. Nobody really revealing themselves so back to the drawing board here for Zeal. You do have DB. I mean, he's overtaken in terms of net worth now as the Prophet. Mind you, it's basically only him up at the top for this Direborn side. But that Prophet here, we've seen how scary it gets with the right amount of farm. There's your smoke being drawn out. It seems that they've got a good idea of where DB is, considering he's farming underneath some vision as we speak. And this should be a pretty easy pickup. Just to blink into the Blade Mail and call should be enough to get the job done. They might have made it a little bit obvious though, and they won't jump. They will not jump. With the was the blink cancelled? No, just Zill did not feel confident. The essence of Stilla made it too obvious.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bit of shame. Would have been nice to get that top tick with you down. Now Narman in the firing line.
Yeah, caught again, Narman. We'll be going down nice and easy. On Glyph again, they're farming well. I'm just questioning when this draft starts to get active. Like now there's a Deso up. But I'll be frank, I don't know if Jackie's comfortable without the BKB.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have that much HP. Relatively low. Not the tankiest. There's enough burst here to kill him off, even with a Mage Flare. Which means you're waiting for another 4,000 gold item. It's so much waiting you're doing. And again, DB is just scaling up insanely well. Going for the Hurricane Pike with a full Mjolnir, so not going for the Hydra Sweat, but just having a way of zipping in and out. It's quite nice. They scout again with Thunder Gods. They should know where Playard is roughly, but he's invis. Nice call.
I'm gonna find him. Nice call. Jill to make a nice easy. No real threat here from Play Hard. Zill taking the dunk for himself, of course.
Is under attack.
And again, I think we really are at the stage where Jackie just does not want to fight without a BKB.
No.
All the early timings of the Kez just kind of being, I don't want to say wasted, but definitely avoided. Roshan now occurring. Rocket Flare will give plenty of vision available. They're not quite in position, but Zill's TP'd over. So they do have a bit of time. Zill looking to jump in. This could be a big one. He's got him for a two-man call. The Aegis is picked up by Potter though. And just nobody else is ready for it. Oh, and now the cavalry, but they're walking in one by one. Oh, it's an ugly fight. Potter though. Potter. Too excited. Gets taken down by Jackie, at least for the first time. Jokan, caught out, is down. 3 for the price of an Aegis, basically, here for the side of Direborn. In fact, it might be a 4. Narman getting TP cancelled by the dead shot. Not gonna make it. And Zil, he had a great initiation, but there was 0 follow-up.
Yeah. Just seems like they're a little bit disconnected from each other here on Glyph. They're getting these good movements out. It's been Zeal providing most of the activity on the team so far, but it's been slowing down heavily, right? Like, it's 5-14. You're in control now in Direborn. No Aegis, but you've got the Ags on Potter 2 now. So there's a ton of damage with that Epicenter coming in, which wasn't there in the last fight.
Top tower is under attack.
You're still waiting for Jackie to get a BKB to be comfy. Hopefully he doesn't have to wait for the Ags as well, because that's just too much waiting. You're missing your early timing where this here is just up knock damage. But DB's just doing a ton of work. Tormentor to be taken for free here on Direborn. Maybe a cheeky Thunder Gods to scout, but not quite. That is a free shard for Playhard, so free vision to go around the map and make it even more troublesome here for the side of Glyph to try to angle in. At the least, again, BKBs aren't too far off for Glyph. Double BKB timing's not too far. A little bit slower for Zeal, but Jackie's just lacking the recipe about 1,000 gold away. And it's at that point where we have to see this Kez take initiative. All right, you've got to get these stacks up in Deso. You've got to find some kills before the Kez starts to get outscaled. Because it does scale up nicely, but there's a point where it kind of drops off a little bit. And it does feel like we're approaching that point where DB is a bigger threat than the chicken will be in some time. I'd say maybe around 25, 26 minutes in. That's where things can kind of get a little bit dicey until you get more items up again.
Here we go. Bottom lane, a bit of a defense somewhat being set. I mean, they're just ready in case WhatsApp wants to try and start pressuring that bottom tier 2 tower, but he won't stick around. Ag's very close now for Emo, just 1 gold away in fact, and he does buy it out. Interesting timing as well, considering there's a big smoke rotation now from Direborn. They're going to run into a very, very important app damage rune though.
Radiant's top tower.
Hand it over to Potter 2 to bottle up. He's got his own Ags, of course, so this could be a crap ton of damage in this next fight if he lines everything up nicely. They could see Jackie. He will show himself in that bottom creep wave, so now they know they've got a primary target, but the Zeus ult going to reveal their position just in case, so nothing really to come out of this. Again, I think, Direborn maybe somewhat concerned once the BKB is up on this Kez, and now it is. Then again, though, you still have Raw to just lock in. In worst case scenario, you've got Overgrowth, you've got Raw. All of it very annoying.
Yeah, it's still complicated for Jackie to look for these fights. I think a lot of these fights actually hinge off of still Zeal. I want to say Jokam has to be able to find some good hook shots as well. Felt like he's been forced to defensively hook shot out more often than not. They're not really able to get as much as they'd want. Play hard scouting around. Let's find Zeal as well here. Zeal is the one farming under reward now.
Blinks away though. Play hard, still being an absolute nuisance. Not gonna be able to pry too much more though. We'll just stick around and push out the wave. DB, again, still top of the net worth board, still more than happy to play the farm game until he gets his own BKB up. Very close to having that. What the two working towards the same, more BKBs. Of course, Zeal has the exact same item queued up. Either side, though, looking to make the big play. Roshan's still a long time away as well, so you don't really have that objective to play for if you do win a fight. So the reason why I keep questioning the Kez pickup, John, is if you're going to play like this, why even take this hero?
Yeah,
It's kind of, that's my thing with this hero. I don't think it's one of those really safe late game picks to make.
No. I think if Jackie just wanted to farm, you know, maybe, I don't know, Ursa would have been fine. Luna again if they want.
Radiant's top tower
A lot of
is under
options for
attack.
Jackie to just stretch his farming legs.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And I don't know, I do agree. The late game scale with this hero, somewhat there, but it does almost hit a hard cap at some point. It is still a nuisance, mind you. It's just, it feels harder to play purely off scaling. Compared to, say, NP, which we've seen time and time again scale like a maniac. Even Sand King with the Ags up. And start to think about some right click as well, just have a lot of impact on Epicenter. Gets a little bit tougher. Jokam does spot out a nice ward as to where they're hanging around here. Even spots out the smoke. Very nice value from him already. Although Direborn looking like he'll swing around through the gate. Inside of Glyph should be smart enough to avoid. I mean, they do have the BKBs lined up. And they should make a play, and they are smoked up as well. It does feel like more of a defensive smoke than Glyph, though. They're not leaving this mid position. So, again, they're just not taking initiative on Glyph, and it's a massive threat. Direborn find one opening, they're going to rip it apart.
Here we go. Joe Cam is going to find Dixon. They'll make the jump in before the Clockwork Seal is there to cancel off the burrow, though. Potter getting caught with his pants down. It's not a good start here for Direborn. They'll lose Dixon as well. Dixon is gone. Zeal still ready with the dunk in. Nice hook shot is out now. Saving the day for Emo, meanwhile. Is everything going wrong for the side of Direborn? They at least get DB out of there. They'll also get the tree too. But really just everything worked out poorly for them. They get the Sand King caught. They can't finish off Emo because they get caught by a hook shot. Not good news. Not for Direborn.
No. And the crazy part is, Jackie doesn't even turn on BKB. So he still has a 9-second charge. Zeal gets a good use from his first BKB usage as well. I think it is concerning to see, like, when Zeal was held back by DB, the damage coming in from his MP is kind of ridiculous. It's just that the timing there was unfortunate. They get spotted out by Jokam, they're forced to try to jump, and that, like you said, the call coming out is crazy, but look at the damage coming out from DB on the side. It's just so much right click. So they are isolated where you can't help Wami when he's caught out. And the damage is there, but you really need the Sand King to deliver. Epicenter could never fly out just because of that call. So you have to be careful about your full commit. You can do everything just to jump that block. It's not really what you want there. You need to find something pivotal. Or at least more than one target at the same time. I think if you caught two supports, that might have been a little bit more different. You know, the commitment starts to feel a bit better. You're not cut off as badly in that position. But that's not what happened. And again, maybe they're getting a little bit antsy as well on Direborn. Considering that they feel strong with his NP. It does give a shot in the arm here for Glyph. Full Ags now for Jackie, going for Satanic, but this Kez is pretty much back in the game. Lots of output, lots of utility coming in. And it's concerning, just a tad bit. Again, when it comes to team fight, theoretically, Direborn still has stronger team fight. Overgrowth, Epicenter, Roar, a lot more AoE control than we would have on Glyph, where they're very reliant on Zeal to catch everyone that they need to catch at the right time. It's all down to call. So we'll have to see. I think if you're Direborn, you can't just wait, try again. You've got your ultimates back up. You just need to jump cleaner targets, or more than one target at the very least.
Oh, jump in. Play hard.
Radiant's
Be able to
bottom
make it
tower
this
is
time.
under attack.
Very quiet kind of game now, bro. Top, they're going to run into Narman. Narman going to be a little bit annoying. Not too annoying. He will eventually just crop. There's your BKB now up on 1 to 2, so he might want to make the you know, the grand call to try and force some kind of play with this BKB now up. Mind you, Roshan guaranteed to respawn in 52 seconds. So, worst case scenario, it's probably better off just holding that BKB charge for this next Roshan attempt. Unless you run into Jackie. She almost does. In fact, I think they may have just barely spotted him, and they do. Burrow Strike does connect. Roar is out as well with the BKB in time, and now the neutral creep!
Damn.
Stunning him up! Uh-oh, hold on a minute, Zill's here now! What to do? He's been caught out! He'll have to try and man fight this one out. In fact, the BKB allows him to survive a little bit longer. He'll take down Zill. It seems though Glyph want to continue sticking around here. Burrow Strike's off the mark again from Potter, but he does have the BKB to disengage. Now Narman keeping tabs on Playhard, who's rushing in, trying to get vision for his side, but Playhard has gone too far and does look set to fall, but they do give vision for Emo to go down as now even the neutrals once again getting involved, stunning up DB. DB with the Invis trying to run away. The detection not enough. Meanwhile, Jackie having to play on the edge now. He's jumping a little bit on the lower side, but no, he'll jump back in. Trying for the Muerta. Can't finish off the kill though. Dixon, no, the hook shot. Joe Cam will get it done. Meanwhile, Watts has gone to boot. Oh, well, that was a very messy engagement. Very, very messy.
It was, for both sides, not the ideal you'd want to see in terms of execution. Direborn just trying to jump on an opportunity onto Jackie, but quick BKB at least buying some space. And again, the neutrals have been a nuisance throughout both phases of that fight. For Direborn, I think the big concern is, again, they're not able to utilize this teamfight control in the way they'd want. Like, Overgrowth never came out from Play Hard. Just that's taking off in the side. They're not able to clean up in the way they'd want, which means getting that further commitment was rougher. Even going so far as the tier 2 is a little bit optimistic almost as a retreat path. Roshan is back up and saw Jackie starting it, but they are aware on the side of Direborn to be a bit slower going. I was going to say as well, I was checking Norman, I've been watching his build. He was queuing Ags a while ago, but he is going back for the Lotus, which makes sense. Just having more Dispels on hand is going to be massive. So, the sensible choice, but eventually even something like an Ags on this Ench, that scaling route is going to be insane, especially with all the summons you have. So I think that's something to consider as well for this game stalling out. Direborn though, all their ults off cooldown, same thing with Glyph. They'll try with a smoke. Narman's the one to break it again though.
Yeah, but Narman doesn't mind taking these ganks. His team's right nearby as well. Narman's just not dying. Narman's not dying quick enough, I don't think. But they won't choose to counter-initiate. They'll hold out. Play the long game with Roshan. They will. Jump in, what's up? Frontlining for his side, has the BKB ready whenever. Not going to be the easiest of affairs trying to get this Roshan. Or at least sneak it away, considering you're up against the Clockwork Zeus. Though to plus, sitting at 49 and 51% at the moment. Actually, more even than when we started the game, surprisingly enough.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, at least Jackie didn't buy out there. Courier set up for a satanic pickup on the Reaver. Still going to be able to manually buy it, at the very least, but it still doesn't feel like, even though Glyph are winning out these fights, they're still not taking initiative. It's Direborn constantly running in. They've got the blink down, Play Hard. So now you can really look for that combo of Epicenter Overgrowth. Gets to be really painful if you catch more than one hero there. 2, 3 heroes ideally. And again, they're on it again. Another smoke being used up here.
Still very patient is Glyph. Again, baiting with Narman, but this time Joe Camp, the one to get spotted out. They'll throw the roar out immediately onto him, and Joe Camp will go down as Narman. Still just trying to frontline and get some info for his side, but they're going to allow Joe Camp to just end up dying. And once again, Roshan will be started. This time, no worries about Rocket Placement. But you've still got the Nimbus in 15. You've still got the Thunder God's Wrath. You've still got Enchanted Creeps. It's just not that easy. But they're gone. Roshan almost down. So they might actually have to go into this blind, and they won't. Roshan's gone for free. I guess it really was that easy. There's your Thunder God's Wrath now. Jumped in. What's up? He got the BKB off, but it's just so much right-click damage. Never mind what I said, John. Not that easy.
I mean, again, it's down to these really good wards. There's a great ward drop here by Dixon. They were kind of trying to play tag around the secret shop area. Held back long enough. Getting this Aegis up for DB is massive, but we're at the point where Jackie should be a lot more confident. 10 charges on the Deso. Satanic bought out. A lot of output. A lot of sustain. It's just, again, more complicated for Glyph to find this AoE control. Because you are just reliant on your axe. And Zeal's going to try to make it easier for himself going for the Shivas. The added AoE is going to be big. It's just a long way to go until that's up. Let's see how much Direborn can get. They still maintain a 4K lead, but at 35 minutes in, it's not as significant. It doesn't matter as much. It's maybe one major item on one hero in comparison to everyone else. And that is kind of the case now if you look at the farm distribution. Zeal, Pota 2, Emo all evenly farmed. Jackie and DB relatively close. Like one major item for DB above this. It's not enough to really say that you're in full control of the game. And we've been saying Direborn has better AoE control in teamfight. They have been trying to get initiative, but they've only been catching one. So it makes it hard to get the follow-up fight as well if they overcommit. It's leading to them playing cautiously as well after they get a pick-off, because they know if we blow too much onto this one kill, we won't have enough for the wider fight to have the advantage. So you're just forced to play hit and run if you only catch a support.
Vision now. Dixon caught. No escape. And in fact, the epicenter's not great. Joe Cam, he's going to die for this, but Jackie sees the opening now, rushing right in onto Potter 2. Will find the kill. Does cost his BKB though, so now the jump in from Water could be a little bit concerning, though he'll grappling hook away. The roar is out. Do they have the damage? Zill's in with the call out, ensuring DB can't continue with now Jackie. He'll get the Raptor dance off, and DB is forced to man fight, but can't do it, at least for the first life. Has a secondary, but is trapped between a rock and a hard place. DB, Overgrowth, it's not going to really help. It does nothing. Now what's up? Trying to get away, not making it out against this Kez. Only play hard the survivor, though it does not seem like for overly long, but no, in fact he will. He does blink out.
This is starting to get dicey. Again, you're seeing the issue that we've been talking about. You're forced to commit on Pota 2 onto 2 heroes. There's no follow-up. You're not able to layer that with Overgrowth in the epicenter. Fight's very fragmented here for Direborn. That initial jump as well with epicenter doesn't really amount to too much besides catching Joe Cam out and maybe forcing a little bit lower on Zeal. So we'll see here again. They got a two-man jump. Everyone else is just stuck down bot. So you're not getting the instant Overgrowth combo. Your epicenter doesn't do as much. They do get that catch, and Jackie now finds this missing kill.
Very nice.
Someday, or anyone tree-based, I guess.
Very, very nice indeed.
Honestly, not even sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You know, I had my doubts regarding this this Kez here as the game dragged out, but it's getting to a stage where he's getting a little bit on the harder end to deal with.
I think the wider issue for them in dealing with Jackie is that if you do allow the Kez to just one-on-one your carry, the Kez kind of just outdoes him, because there's a lot of utility there, a lot of damage. He has DOTs, he has a parry mechanic, he has lifesteal, he has an escape tool. It's too much for what we saw. You know, DB was basically one-on-oneing Kez, and that's not a fight you necessarily win. So if you play by team, again, if you layer your roar, layer your epicenter Overgrowth combination onto 2 heroes at once, again with both spells, then it starts to feel better. Again, it was just fragmenting last by Joe Cam. A bit crazy here.
It certainly is. Joe Cam still getting away with it though. Oh, Potter! That could be a little bit more crazy, but he does blink away. He's alright. Zill's trying to cut them off from the south. Rocket Flare's going to give the vision, but its blink is a bit short. So nothing to come out of this. So in the meantime, DB does farm up the full Daedalus. So more damage output now from him. Gotta be a little bit careful around Zil though, not to kill himself against that blade mail, but overall, it's still a very even affair between these two sides. Glyph with a very, very slight lead. Now the completed butterfly up on Jackie, with the Axe Blessing, mind you. So just so much net worth escalation here for this Kez. Only now 1k behind this Prophet. What is it, John?
I'm surprised you didn't mention he has the Prophet's Pendulum.
Oh, of
Look
course.
at that. For a Kez with lifesteal. Great. Great stuff.
I mean, he's got Satanic, he's got Raptor Dance, he's got like a billion escape mechanisms, and now he's got this Prophet Pendulum garbage. For whatever reason.
Isn't it great? It's great. It's so good. It's fantastic. Good stuff.
Such a game-winning item to just randomly get. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
You know, the best feeling in the world is when you don't have anything good at tier 1, so you get the Dormant Curio. You don't get anything good at tier 2. You don't get anything good at tier 3. Then you get Prophet's Pendulum, 39%. You're like 40% damage reduction. It's insane. It's like...
Now you're talking.
So dumb, but great item.
They should have
Imagine
released it with the Wraith Pack, though. That would have been the ultimate.
No, imagine in the patch they remove the item and add it as a buyable item. Oh, I'd love that.
John.
Oh, please, let us buy it.
Oh, it's not looking too good for him. Not looking too flash hot here. Oh, play hard, also caught. Not making it. The damage output pretty insane now by Jackie. Scary, scary time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say, because these are the two heroes you need to connect together. Yeah, we've been talking about it for maybe 20 minutes now. Burrow Strike, Epicenter plus Overgrowth, Roar and one key target, and the team fight kind of goes your way. In ideal circumstance. The thing is, Glyph has made it so hard to find those kinds of fights, although... Jackie?
Oh, he's actually speeding up, John. Never mind. He's alright, John. He's got a million ways to heal.
Oh, Jesus.
And what's the bet? What's the bet he only survived because of that stupid eye? Dixon? You know?
Oof.
This is what I'm saying, dude. We saw this in the last series too. It's like the moment they catch the enemy pos 1, he's got this pendulum. They just can't finish.
So good. So good. Even Narman has a Prophet's Pendulum. Really? On frickin' Ench?
Yeah.
Jeez. And again, you're just not finding the fights you'd want here on Direborn. You just cannot fight in like this fragmented. That is where Glyph shines. They can pick you off one by one. You need to play team fight. And Glyph are just not giving these openings. They're scattered around, they're playing really far back. They know they've got the save from blinks, from hook shots to bail out. You're never catching more than one or more than two in Overgrowth Epicenter. And even if you catch two, like the collapse coming in from Glyph just feels insane. You have to get chain control off. Off of one fight, you lose Rax already. You lose your last outer tower. Well, second to last. One outer tower left here for Direborn. 16k lead now for Glyph. As it's just completely swung. Look at her graph. That's a roller coaster of a graph right there. All the way back.
Easy Roshan. No problem. Gonna have the Swiftling coming out next year on this Kez. He has to juggle all these items now. Doesn't know what he's doing.
They left the refresh. Hey!
Oh, they did. The refresher shot.
Yeah, but Emo has a refresh orb. He doesn't need that crap. What? Zeal, there you go.
Zeal. It's all.
Oh,
It is pretty yucky. Just getting double called. Never gonna feel good.
It
Any
is.
cause just dies.
No.
Just dies to that. That's 6 seconds, Jonathan.
Pretty lucky. Yep. It's pretty lucky. Has the Octarine up as well. So even lower cooldowns and call, which is kind of nutty. what, that's 6-second downtime?
Caught him. Exit.
Jump.
Nice dead shot. Probably not going to make too much of the difference that he was looking for, though, as he's just slowed down to a crawl. Incredibly embarrassing moment there for Zil. No excuses to miss that dunk, Zil. I apologize, sir. Meanwhile, Joe Camp playing with fire, but they can't kill him. He's okay. He's just out of it.
At the least for Direborn, as long as your Sand King and Screen Protector are alive, your high ground hold is theoretically sound. Right? It's a good choke point. Overgrowth should have some work. Epicenter should have some work. If they catch, and it's down to execution here.
They've got enough damage on track. It's going to make things a bit... Oh, they missed the Morrow on him as well. They went for the edge. Oh. Whoops. Potter. Oh, now DB. He's trying to fight back, but there's just nothing coming out. This is the two-man call, making it even more impossible. DB is gone. There's no buybacks.
No buybacks.
Trying, can't get away. No buyback on him. GDS call. Well, there you have it, John. An attempt was made. We do get the GGs, and Glyph, props to them, John. They were the favorites going in to this series here today. Unsurprisingly, they do pull off the victory.
Yeah, pretty clean 2-0. I'd say in this game too, a little bit closer in terms of that. They had to play a little bit slower here on the side of Glyph. Where the Direborn were able to just play the farm game for a couple of moments. It looked like they were better. This is the fight where it started to swing back. Right, where they get that jump. It's only onto what? One of the supports. I think they caught out Jokam. They get cut off here. You see the damage is good onto Zeal, but not enough to kill him off. And they just managed to tear through. The moment you start to miss these initiations in Direborn, you miss this big teamfight potential with like wide AoE control with Epicenter was overgrowth, and it starts to fall flat. They also start to get a little bit crazy trying to dive tier 2s on this chase. This one. I think the key thing for Direborn is that, well, yes, we criticized Glyph, we criticized Jackie for playing slow. He had the confidence that he would outscale. I think what was a bigger deal was that Direborn were only finding supports on these locations. We're not able to commit the way they'd want to with Epicenter Overgrowth, and that just made it so difficult, because if you don't land Epicenter Overgrowth, you don't land Aurora into one target in the middle of the Epicenter as well, you get that quick burst, maybe get that control to Jackie before he can use all his spells, it's game over. Like, this Kez will rip you apart, and we've seen this time and time and again. Once this Kez has the gold, it's just ridiculous. This is the one moment as well. You're forced to Epicenter in onto 2, you're not really catching anyone, you're caught out by the Cog tier by Pota 2. Your Overgrowth is nowhere to be seen because you're still all streaming into this area. You eventually make it in, get the roar, get the control, or try to get the control off onto Jackie. But it still doesn't feel great. It gets that turnaround potential, which is what Kez does. So you needed to work together as a team a little bit more for Direborn. And again, like we said here, Glyph, they've been a team for quite a while this year. They're fresh org. They've been looking for their opportunity. They're looking sharp. They've been looking better and better through each qualifier we've seen. And in this first round of the TI qualifiers, TI regionals, they look fantastic so far.
Absolutely. It's certainly a brilliant performance here on the tail end of these fights. For Jackie, he's pretty much unkillable. Not going down whatsoever here to whatever Direborn was providing. And well, there you have it. I mean, Glyph, a pretty confident 2-0 victory. Maybe the game 2 not quite as confident, but certainly still a win nonetheless. And that does allow them to proceed through the upper bracket into the upper bracket semi-finals. We're already there. You know, the qualifiers are not that long. You know, it does fly by. So already they'll make their way into the upper bracket semi-finals. As for their opponents in that upper bracket semi-final, we'll find out tomorrow who that's going to be. It'll either be OG or Interactive Philippines.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Again, for this one, for Glyph, I'm not sure who to call the MVP. I think it has to go to Zeal. It feels like this guy was just all of their early momentum, right? He crushed that top lane up against DB. He was just showing up in every single time, and he was setting up for all of these kills for the team, 74% kill participation. I mean, Zeal was doing a lot of work to enable Jackie to play that ultra slow game, which, to be fair, that is Jackie's MO, right? Like, that's what Jackie's known for. He's a great farmer, and he makes it work. I think Direborn, again, they had some better ideas here in game 2, they couldn't quite execute on what they needed to really get done. I think if they were on the same page a little bit earlier, with say blink timing overgrowth, epicenter, it might have been different, but that's not what happened this game.
No, it certainly was not, Jonathan. And that'll be pretty much all she wrote here for tonight, I do believe. We do have our results for the day. We'll have a quick look at that, so get a bit of a refresher as to what happened. You see it, Jonathan. Grind back with a 2-0. YG losing 2-1 to IP. Execration, as you saw earlier, 2-0ing Carstens Esports. And, of course, Glyph just then finding a 2-0 over Direborn. So pretty much a 2-0 kind of day, Jonathan. You saw the 1-2. There's your current bracket situation going on. And as you can see, Glyph and Execration both have proceeded through the upper bracket round of 3. They will be finding their opponents tomorrow based on those two series later on tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon rather. But should be pretty interesting, Jonathan. You know, especially on day 3, things tend to spice up quite a lot. Fully aware tomorrow's day 2, John, but I'm saying day 3 is going to be pretty exciting after day 2.
Yeah, day 2 is still pretty exciting, though. We start to get our first few elimination matches. Karstens up against Yangon, first in the lower bracket. Direborn up against Mentality Monsters. And for the later ones, that's where all the interest is, right? Reckonix has qualified a couple of times up against Rhineback, who have looked promising. OG, who've also been qualifying, but looked rockier on the land stage up against Interactive Philippines. Theoretically, OG's the favorite, but who knows with how they've been performing abroad, right? With all the roster changes they've done. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a pretty fascinating day tomorrow, Mikey. I'm pretty excited to see what happens here.
I can't wait to see either, Jonathan. It's going to be a very, very fun day. Of course, if you are tuning in, don't forget to tune in tomorrow for 4 more series of this SCA TI qualifier. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota Electronics 5. We'll be back tomorrow for some more great Dota 2 SCA action. We'll see you then.